Ah! On Saturday evening, as I was engrossed in a book about appraising treasures in my room, a sudden exclamation from my girlfriend, Lu Qingya, in the hall startled me immensely. Rushing out, I found Lu Qingya hastily emerging from the bathroom. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato, as if blood might drip from them. Her expression was laden with profound shyness, her eyes flickering and avoiding mine. Qingya, what happened? I inquired, astonished. Just now, while I was showering, a Chang unexpectedly barged in, and he saw me. I don't know how, but the door lock malfunctioned. Lu Qingya's voice was barely above a whisper, reminiscent of a buzzing mosquito, her face awash with embarrassment and awkwardness, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. What? He saw you? In that moment, I was rendered speechless, my mind blank, and then an intense wave of anger surged from the depths of my being, quickly enveloping me. My hands instinctively clenched, my nails nearly embedding themselves into my palms. A Chang and I had been colleagues, having graduated not long ago. Our meager salaries barely sufficed to cover the costs of renting a place alone. So I had reluctantly chosen to share this two-bedroom apartment with a Chang. The entire suite featured only one shared bathroom, and on ordinary days, a Chang and I each had our own girlfriends, with one bedroom apiece, splitting all expenses evenly. Leading to a relatively peaceful coexistence, little did I expect that an incident such as this would unfold today. My girlfriend, Lu Qingya, was my university classmate, renowned on campus as a stunning beauty, with a multitude of admirers, akin to fish in a river, countless and unnumbered. At that time, I had captured her heart with my handsome appearance and unique charm. Now, clad in a white spaghetti-strap dress, still damp from her shower, parts of the fabric clung to her figure, revealing her perfectly sculpted silhouette without reservation. Her long, delicate legs were exposed, pale and exquisite, glistening under the light, radiating an alluring sheen that rendered her even more enchanting. At that moment, a question arose in my mind. You were seen. When did you manage to put your clothes on? This. Lu Qingya grew increasingly flustered, stammering. When he came in, I had just finished showering, and I used my clothes to cover myself, urging him to leave quickly. However, he insisted that he urgently needed to relieve himself and wouldn't go out. Reluctantly, I had to turn my back to him and hurriedly put on my dress. Upon hearing this, I was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Had she shown herself to him both front and back? Couldn't she have just run out to get dressed? At that moment, a Chang emerged from the bathroom. His face flushed, his steps unsteady, swaying as if under the influence of alcohol. Lu Qingya, Zhang Yang, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I didn't mean to. I came home from work in urgent need and didn't expect anyone to be showering, nor did I anticipate the lock was broken. A Chang rambled incoherently, his head bowed nearly to his chest, avoiding eye contact with us. You did this on purpose. I see that inwardly. Last night, I had inadvertently glimpsed him tinkering with the bathroom door lock alone. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now the lock had malfunctioned. This fellow has likely harbored ulterior motives, coveting the beauty of my girlfriend, and seizing the chance to indulge his gaze. A Chang's girlfriend, Li Qing, is a flight attendant, possessing a figure that is striking and a beauty that rivals the most exquisite blossoms. She is of excellent character and demeanor, yet her frequent travels leave her little time for him. At this moment, he is in the throes of youthful vigor, difficult to contain, making such despicable conduct somewhat explicable. However, I sense an anomaly. Lu Qingya, having been exposed by a Chang, remains remarkably composed in her dress, later emerging with a scream, likely indicating that a Chang had overstepped further boundaries. Strangely, she displayed not a trace of anger, only shyness and embarrassment. Could it be that her affections for me are not genuine, but rather that she harbors a fondness for a Chang, longing to be his girlfriend? And does a Chang, in turn, not truly cherish Li Qing, but secretly admire my girlfriend, Lu Qingya? Qingya, how do you propose we address this situation? I asked, suppressing the tumult of emotions swirling within me. Lu Qingya, I truly did not intend for this to happen. You must forgive me, a Chang implored, lifting his gaze to Lu Qingya, his eyes brimming with affection and infatuation, his body trembling slightly. Well, Lu Qingya glanced nervously at me, then bashfully stole a look at a Chang's athletic physique, before covering her face with her hands and softly uttering, since it was unintentional, let us overlook it, thank you. A Chang, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated to his room. This is troubling. My girlfriend may genuinely have feelings for a Chang, which is why she is not holding it against him. A chill washed over my heart, a complex turmoil of emotions, pain, discomfort swirled within, leaving me in a state of inner conflict. Zhang Yang, please do not take it to heart, alright? Lu Qingya gently nestled her alluring figure into my embrace, wrapping her arms around my neck, pleading with a touch of whimsy. How can I not be bothered? You are my girlfriend, and he has seen you in such a state. It pains me. Jealousy enveloped me. Any man in a similar predicament would inevitably feel a twinge of envy, but it was not intentional. Lu Qingyao chided softly. Am I to suffer in silence? I glared at my girlfriend, her demeanor unsettling me. Perhaps she has indeed strayed in spirit. To validate my suspicions, I suggested, shall we invite him for a game of cards tonight, perhaps to ensure he loses a bit? Sounds delightful. Lu Qingyao's enthusiasm was palpable, her eagerness evident. Thus, I led my girlfriend to a Chang's door, proposing a game of do di ju, with stakes set at 10 yuan, doubling for a bomb, capped at 5 bombs. Sure. That sounds good, a Chang replied, casting a heated glance at the radiant Lu Qingyao, and graciously ushering us inside.
In the room, a small table was set, with 3 individuals seated around it. To the left of a Chang sat my girlfriend, while I occupied the opposite side. I feigned a carefree demeanor, yet I remained acutely aware of a Chang's every move. I observed as he subtly brushed his foot against my girlfriend's delicate, fair leg. Instantly, Lu Qingyao's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively recoiled, but a Chang's leg relentlessly pursued hers, drawing ever closer. Eventually, their legs were pressed tightly together. Lu Qingyao shot several fierce glances at a Chang, then cautiously glanced at me. Seeing my obliviousness, she secretly sighed in relief. It seemed my suspicions were not unfounded. My girlfriend harbored no disdain for a Chang, and perhaps she was quite taken with him. Thus, when he gazed upon her, she felt no anger, but rather delight. Even now, as he took liberties, she seemed unperturbed, her thoughts adrift, only concerned about me discovering their secret. A wave of sorrow washed over me. I had once believed in the sincerity of my girlfriend's affections, only to find them potentially veiled in deceit. Her usual demure demeanor and unwavering loyalty might merely be a facade, concealing a more liberated and flirtatious nature. I endeavored to calm my tumultuous emotions and began to shuffle the cards leisurely. My fingertips delicately manipulated the cards, producing a soft rustling sound. Seizing the moment, a Chang extended his hand beneath the table, capturing Lu Qingyao's delicate, slender hand. Her hand, akin to exquisite jade, appeared even more fragile within a Chang's grasp. At first, Lu Qingyao was taken aback, but she soon attempted to shake off his hold, her wrist moving gently in resistance. After several attempts, it was as though she were ensnared in an invisible web, unable to escape. Ultimately, she ceased her struggles, surrendering to a Chang's grip. Yet, her face grew increasingly flushed. Reminiscent of a vibrant peach blossom in full bloom, her body trembling slightly, as if swaying in the breeze. Was her tremor born of anxiety, fear, or an indescribable thrill? I yearned to discern Lu Qingyao's thoughts at that moment, but alas, I possessed no mind-reading abilities to unravel the mystery. A Chang, on the other hand, was exhilarated, his breath coming in heavy, rapid bursts, akin to a bellows. His eyes sparkled as he tenderly caressed Lu Qingyao's hand, treating it as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. Naturally, both were riddled with apprehension, their peripheral vision constantly gauging my reaction. Fearful that I might unearth their clandestine interaction, I continued to feign ignorance, and after shuffling the cards, I leisurely dealt them, granting them more time. In this round, I once again assumed the role of the landlord and secured a resounding victory, achieving 3 bomb cards. While my romantic endeavors faltered, my success at the card table flourished. Truly, one cannot deceive fate. I suppressed the tumult of emotions within, once more shuffling the cards at a leisurely pace. This time, a Chang grew increasingly audacious. Like a beast wholly consumed by desire, boldly placing his hand upon Lu Qingyao's smooth, alluring thigh. The strapless short dress she wore was already quite brief, barely covering half of her thigh. Consequently, a Chang's hand met Lu Qingyao's tender skin without any hindrance. In an instant, Qiang appeared as if struck by lightning. His entire body trembling uncontrollably, his breath becoming increasingly rapid, and his face flushed to the point of seeming as if blood might drip from it. Lu Qingyao was evidently startled by Qiang's sudden behavior, her delicate figure quivering as she involuntarily let out a startled cry. The sound was crisp and jarring, akin to a boulder disrupting the tranquility of a serene lake, shattering the delicate equilibrium that had previously existed in the room. Qiang, frightened, turned pale as a ghost. Hastily retracting his hand like a startled bird, I immediately feigned a concerned demeanor, asking, "Qingya, what's wrong?" "A mosquito bit me," she replied. Under the affectionate gaze of Lu Qingya, she subconsciously glanced at Qiang, who was visibly tense, his eyes brimming with both yearning and fervor. Without hesitation, she chose to lie. Alas, my girlfriend indeed harbored a peculiar fondness for Ah Qiang. Thus she was not averse to his repeated advances, nor did she expose him. Was this not tantamount to subtly encouraging him? It seemed they would inevitably become entangled. What should I do? I sighed deeply within, a mixture of bitterness and anger swirling in my heart. Suddenly, I set down the cards in my hand, adopting an expression of discomfort, furrowing my brow as I said, "I'm sorry, I have a bit of a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom. Please wait a moment." I rose and stepped outside, gently closing the door, yet deliberately leaving a narrow gap. I did not stray far, instead quietly standing outside, cautiously peering through the crevice to observe every movement within. The two, assured that I was oblivious to their clandestine actions, harbored no suspicion of me, completely unaware that the door was ajar. As expected, Ah Qiang commenced his pursuit, immediately enveloping Lu Qingya in his embrace, his face alight with fervor and deep affection as he eagerly professed, "Qingya, you are truly stunning and alluring. And you are so virtuous and gentle. I have liked you for quite some time." His demeanor suggested that he believed himself to be Lu Qingya's legitimate partner. As a fitness coach, he often interacted with various women, making him quite experienced in the art of seduction. From Lu Qingya's previous reactions, he astutely sensed that she did not resent his flirtations and rather anticipated them, emboldening him further. "Ah Qiang, let go of me." Lu Qingya struggled vigorously, attempting to free herself from his embrace, but his arms were like iron shackles, rendering her efforts futile. Ultimately, she ceased her struggles, her face a blend of embarrassment and annoyance as she questioned him. "You have a girlfriend, Li Qing, such a beautiful flight attendant. Isn't that enough for you? Why do you still pursue me?" "Well, for you, I can let her go. I love you more." Ah Qiang replied awkwardly, his gaze evasive and his words stumbling. Lu Qingya appeared somewhat swayed by his words, reproaching him softly, "But I already have a boyfriend, and he is your former colleague, also your friend. I do not wish to betray him. I still love him dearly. To be honest, he is not in any way inferior to you. In fact, he is even more handsome. I possess numerous virtues that he cannot even begin to compare with. I believe you must understand and anticipate this." As Ah Qiang boasted, his eyes gleamed with desire. Fixated on Lu Qingya's alluring, crimson lips, he leaned in for a fervent kiss. "No!" Lu Qingya exclaimed in panic, her eyes filled with trepidation and unease. Yet there was an undeniable yearning and anticipation that she could not conceal. She initially attempted to evade him, but after 2 attempts, Ah Qiang accurately captured her lips in a kiss. Lu Qingya let out a soft moan, collapsing into Ah Qiang's embrace, gradually lifting her delicate arms as if entwining like a creeping vine, gently wrapping them around his neck, responding with fervent passion. Had she longed for a relationship with Ah Qiang that transcended mere friendship? Did she truly harbor feelings for him, wishing to become his girlfriend? Or was it simply a quest for thrill, reveling in the pleasure of an illicit affair? I had grown indifferent to these questions. I had recorded their actions discreetly on my phone, then deliberately made noise as I approached, slowly pushing the door open. The two of them, like startled rabbits, instantly separated, sitting upright, feigning calmness as if nothing had transpired. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that Lu Qingya's delicate frame still trembled slightly, her breath coming in quick gasps, and her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue akin to the evening glow, nearly dripping with color. Ah Qiang, too, was visibly intoxicated, excitement radiating from him, his body quivering slightly. Evidently, the moment they had just shared was immensely pleasurable and exhilarating for both. Yet, they were filled with guilt, casting furtive glances in my direction, fearful that I might uncover their unspeakable secret. My heart twisted painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, an unbearable ache coursing through me. I had hoped Lu Qingya would confide in me about her grievances, but she chose to remain silent. This was nothing short of betrayal and infidelity. The girlfriend who had fervently vowed to love me for eternity was now attempting to conceal her encounter with Ah Qiang. "Let us stop this. It's time for bed." I managed to suppress the tumult of emotions within me, gently taking Lu Qingya's hand and leading her out. Why had the confrontation ceased so abruptly? Did he sense that I had kissed his girlfriend? Ah Qiang was startled, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he stealthily followed us, like a cat waiting for the right moment to pounce, quietly arriving at my room's threshold. Inside the room, I sat on the edge of the bed, regarding the somewhat anxious Lu Qingya with a complex expression. She was undeniably beautiful and seductive, exuding an enchanting charm and intoxicating fragrance. Countless cherished memories of our love flooded my mind. Once deeply enamored, we now appeared to be worlds apart. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qingya asked nervously, fearing that the truth would emerge, her voice trembling. When I went to the restroom, did something happen between you and Chang? I noticed that your expression seemed rather unusual. Perhaps out of reluctance, I resolved to grant her an opportunity for confession. If she were willing to divulge everything and acknowledge her mistakes, I could find it in my heart to forgive her. What are you so suspicious about? Nothing has transpired. With such a beautiful girlfriend like Chang, how could he possibly have designs on me? The incident during the shower this evening was merely an accident. We have already won several hundred from him. Let us not dwell on it any further, shall we? Lu Qingya's face bore an expression of playful reproach. Yet the turmoil in her eyes was unmistakable. I had once directed my heart toward the bright moon, but alas, it only illuminated the gutter. I sighed deeply in silence. Completely disillusioned with Lu Qingya, the bond we shared could never be mended. Zhangyang, I have been thinking. Perhaps in an effort to prevent me from overthinking. Lu Qingya suddenly nestled into my embrace, her face alight with anticipation. Before I take my revenge on you, let me collect a little interest first, my dear girlfriend. Without hesitation, I acquiesced to her request. An hour later, I whispered coldly in her ear, Lu Qingya, let us part ways. Lu Qingya, drenched in sweat, was momentarily stunned, unable to respond for several breaths. Zhangyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Why must we break up? Once she regained her senses, she inquired incredulously in a hushed tone, as if fearing others would overhear her being cast aside. Why? Because your heart has strayed. I shall not grant you the opportunity to betray me. Before you place that green hat upon my head, I will kick you to the curb first. Chang shall not fare any better. He will forever be denied Li Qing's first time. I have already sent her the video of you two kissing, and she will see it as soon as her flight lands. Upon hearing my words and witnessing the video on my phone, Lu Qingya was utterly dumbfounded. She frantically attempted to defend herself. Slap. I struck her face with a resounding blow. Chang, outside the door, was startled by the loud cry, thinking we were still entangled, yet it sounded quite different. Dejected, I donned my clothes and hastily packed my belongings, striding towards the exit while Lu Qingya, recovering from her shock, pleaded for forgiveness. I did not pause. Outside, Chang heard Lu Qingya's sobs and my approaching footsteps, and hurriedly tiptoed back to his room, shutting the door as if he had been there all along. As I was about to leave the rental unit, Chang feigned concern, stepping out of his room to inquire, where are you off to so late at night? Did you and Qingya have a quarrel? If it's because of my accidental intrusion into the restroom today, I can sincerely apologize again. Please don't blame her. Still pretending to be the caring gentleman? Perhaps this was all for Lu Qingya's sake? I scoffed. I have had my fill of this dish. I have no appetite for leftovers. Leave it for those who enjoy stale food. With that, I dragged my suitcase away with a flourish, leaving behind the weeping Lu Qingya and the visibly distressed Chang, both rendered speechless. My earlier words had completely shattered the thrill of their clandestine affair, and Chang learned from Lu Qingya about the video I sent to Li Qing. This revelation sent him into a spiral of despair. After nearly a year together, he had yet to receive her first kiss, and now I had tarnished that dream. Now, the gaze he casts upon Lu Qingya is devoid of desire, akin to a gourmet dish left untouched, exchanged for a plate of remnants spat out by others. Who would willingly accept such a fate? His mind is consumed with animosity towards me and the distress of how to explain it to Li Qing. As I stroll through the streets, contemplating my future, I find myself in dire financial straits. The money I possess scarcely covers a month's rent. Perhaps this is also why Lu Qingya chose to betray me. I have no desire to return to that apartment filled with treachery. With a mere 1,300 yuan to my name, I plan to start anew. My university major was in the appraisal of cultural relics, and since graduation, I have toiled at the bottom rungs of this field. I have heard countless tales of striking it rich overnight through serendipitous finds. Yet such fortune has eluded me thus far. Just as I ponder where to spend the night before venturing to the antique market in the morning, my phone suddenly rings. It's a call from Li Qing. Upon answering, her melodious voice, tinged with a hint of charm, cascades through the receiver like the song of a nightingale. Zhangyang, where are you right now? I'm just wandering the streets, contemplating a place to stay for the night. I respond, my expression somber, my words laced with bitterness. Come over to my place, she suggests. My colleague just moved out to live with her boyfriend. So there's an empty room you can use for the night. Besides, we can talk. I still have many questions about what happened today. Li Qing continues. Due to her work, she frequently travels the world, and since she is yet to acknowledge a Chong, she has never moved in with him, opting instead to live alone in a rented apartment. All right, I'll head over right away, I reply, a smile breaking across my face. Staying with Li Qing for a night will save me dozens, if not 100 yuan, which is certainly a welcome respite for someone in my financially strained position. I had anticipated that Li Qing would call to check on me, but I did not expect her to offer me shelter for the night. After all, we have only met a handful of times, and I had added her phone number and WeChat merely for convenience, should an urgent need arise. After hanging up, I received a location pin from Li Qing. It was not far. Walking would take no more than half an hour. To conserve funds, I opted against taking a taxi and briskly dragged my suitcase along. Unbeknownst to me, I had already covered half the distance. As I passed through a certain street in the antique market, the sight before me invigorated my spirit. The area was ablaze with light, resembling daylight, and the streets were lined with an array of charming antique stalls. Crowds gathered around these stalls, eagerly sifting through countless treasures while engaging in spirited negotiations with the vendors. This place is Zhonghai, the preeminent capital of antiques in Huaguo. According to incomplete statistics, approximately 30% of the city's population earns their living through the antique trade. Antique enthusiasts from across the country flock here in search of coveted items, and even numerous foreigners hold a deep affection for this city, often coming to purchase artifacts to take back to their homelands. This, too, was the reason I originally ventured to Zhonghai to carve out my path. Upon my arrival in this new endeavor, lacking experience, yet fueled by my passion for fitness, I secured a position as a fitness instructor. Simultaneously, I eagerly immersed myself in the intricacies of the antique industry, reinforcing the knowledge I had acquired in the realm of artifact appraisal. In my leisure time, I frequently wandered through antique markets, harboring the hope of discovering genuine treasures, though more often than not, I found myself deceived, purchasing mere replicas. Despite my role as a fitness coach affording me a monthly income of 10 to 20,000, the expenses incurred from dating and acquiring those imitations left me in a precarious financial state. My yearning for substantial wealth was profound, and the antique industry has always promised opportunities for sudden fortune. Thus, I resolutely resigned from my position as a fitness instructor, determined to devote myself entirely to the antique trade. After all, it is only with unwavering focus that one can achieve significant accomplishments in this field. Dabbling part-time invariably leads to mediocrity. However, I never anticipated that today I would nearly face betrayal from my girlfriend. As I strolled along, my gaze inadvertently landed upon a series of small stalls. Upon reaching one particular vendor, I slowly crouched down and picked up a ceramic tao dai, examining it intently in my hands. The weight of the ceramic tao dai was substantial, and its ancient hue suggested considerable age. It was highly probable that this was a genuine antique. This must be a rare find. Though excitement coursed through me, I maintained a facade of nonchalance as I inquired of the vendor, "How much for this piece?" The vendor, a man in his 30s, bore a shrewd expression. Upon noticing my interest in the ceramic tao dai, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement crossed his eyes, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. He immediately began to boast with exaggerated fervor. "This tao dai is no ordinary piece. It was the cherished treasure of Qing during the era of Qin Shi Huang. Qing transformed into one of the wealthiest individuals of her time, thanks to this very artifact. Would you like me to elaborate?" At his words, I was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. As a graduate in artifact appraisal, I was well acquainted with Qing. She, renowned as the widow Qing in history, features prominently in Huang Yi's Searching for Qin. After the untimely death of her husband, she defied the societal norms of remarriage for women, bravely shouldering the burden of her family's enterprise. In an era when women were largely marginalized and the commercial sphere was predominantly male-dominated, she confronted innumerable challenges. However, she adeptly leveraged her family's long-standing expertise in the mining and refining of cinnabar, continuously enhancing the processes, dramatically increasing both the yield and quality of their products, which soon became highly sought after in the marketplace. As her enterprise expanded, Qing established an extensive commercial network, with her businesses spanning the nation. To ensure the safe transport of cinnabar, she meticulously developed a specialized logistics system and trained a proficient escort team. Historical records suggest that Ba Qing amassed a staggering fortune, estimated at 800 million taels of silver and 580,000 taels of gold, securing her place as one of the preeminent magnates of her time. During her stewardship of the family enterprise, the household boasted a retinue of over 1,000 servants, with adherents exceeding 10,000. In addition to a private security force comprising more than 2,000 personnel, a testament to her formidable power and influence. Following the unification of the 6 states by Qin Shi Huang, Ba Qing, due to her remarkable commercial accomplishments and esteemed social standing, successfully captured the emperor's attention and was summoned to the palace. Within the court, she engaged in profound discussions with Qin Shi Huang regarding state governance and commercial strategies, earning his respect through her insights and wisdom, and was revered as a virtuous woman. As I eloquently narrated the life and illustrious achievements of the widow Qing, the stall owner stood in speechless astonishment, his countenance betraying disbelief, clearly unprepared to encounter such an expert. In conclusion, I added, if the widow Qing truly amassed her fortune through this ceramic treasure, you would have become the wealthiest person in the world long ago, instead of merely peddling here. The stall owner, realizing his lack of fortune and recognizing the treasure's value, quickly regained his composure and skillfully redirected the conversation. 100,000. And you can take it home, an absolute bargain. I, however, remained impassive, curtly retorting with 2 words, 10. At least 10,000. This is already a rock-bottom price. The stall owner bit his lip, seemingly summoning great resolve. 20. I remained unmoved, my tone still flat. 1,000. That is the lowest price I can offer. It cannot possibly be less. The stall owner's face was a mask of desperation, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. 50. This is the utmost I can afford. Not a penny more. As I spoke, I feigned placing the ceramic treasure down to depart. To my astonishment, just as I set the ceramic piece back onto the stall, with a resounding crack, one of its legs inexplicably broke. Hey, you have damaged my precious treasure. You must compensate me at least 1,000, not a penny less. The stall owner sprang up, resembling an enraged rooster, glaring at me with fury, his spittle flying, as if he intended to devour me whole. Its leg was broken already, wasn't it? I observed the severed limb, a sense of foreboding washing over me as I weakly remarked. It was perfectly fine just a moment ago. If it were broken, would you still have made an offer? The stall owner retorted defiantly, his voice escalating. At a loss for words, I found myself unable to counter his claims. Reluctantly, I picked up the ceramic once more, scrutinizing the fracture closely. Upon inspection, I indeed discerned the truth, my eyes widening in anger as I exclaimed, it was already broken. You used egg white to mend it, but it will fall apart under heat. It's sweltering today. In the realm of porcelain restoration, egg white is considered an exceptional material, delicately applied to the fracture, allowing the porcelain to bond, and once dried, it becomes remarkably strong, far surpassing glue. Yet it cannot withstand high temperatures. I, He Qing, have been operating this stall for many years, with an impeccable reputation. Do not slander me. Promptly compensate me, 1,000. Not a penny less. A flicker of panic and astonishment crossed the vendor's eyes, clearly caught off guard by my expertise, yet he stubbornly refused to concede. He had resolutely decided to extort a substantial sum today. He Qing, is it? Do I look like someone who possesses 1,000 yuan? My heart brimmed with frustration and discontent, feeling utterly unfortunate. I'll reduce it to half. 500 is the lowest I can go. He Qing scrutinized me from head to toe, internally concluding that I was merely a pauper, incapable of affording much, and thus relented somewhat. 200. That is all I can offer. Consider it my misfortune. Resigned, I retrieved my wallet, opened it, and presented it before the vendor, revealing only 200 yuan notes. Damn! You wretched miser, why must you ruin my prized treasure? 200 yuan barely covered the principal amount. He Qing's face was etched with dismay, yet with nimble fingers. He snatched the 200 yuan notes from my wallet. Infuriated, I lamented my misfortune, feeling that even drinking water would lead to mishaps. Watching helplessly as the 200 yuan slipped into the vendor's grasp, my heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, throbbing with anguish. With my bargaining prowess, I could have secured this ceramic taotai for 50 yuan, yet now, with a broken leg, it had become worthless. I glared at the vendor with a baleful gaze. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, He Qing hastily pointed at the ceramic taotai, saying, Do you still want this? If not, I shall take it back. In truth, he was urging me to leave promptly. This had already become my possession. Naturally, I intended to take it away. Lest he reattach it with egg whites and continue his deceit, I fumed as I seized the ceramic taotai, picking up the broken leg as well. He Ching, witnessing my determination, was thoroughly disheartened. Although the ceramic taotai was damaged, it was still an antique with some years behind it, having previously enabled him to swindle several individuals, yielding thousands. Now, confronted with someone knowledgeable, he faced the prospect of losing this treasure. Undeterred, he lowered his voice. Attempting a bargain, I'll offer you 20 yuan to buy it back. How about that? Dream on. I'd rather smash it than give it to you. In a fit of rage, I raised the ceramic taotai high and, with all my might, brought it crashing down to the ground. A sharp crack echoed as the taotai shattered into numerous fragments. Simultaneously, a golden ring rolled out from the debris, tumbling for a few moments before resting at my feet. What the? There's a ring inside the taotai. My eyes widened in disbelief, akin to discovering a new world, radiating with excitement. Without hesitation, I bent down, seized the ring, and turned to make my exit. What is that? Let me see. He Ching, having spotted the ring, chased after me, his eyes glinting with greed as he implored in a hushed tone. It's mine. Why should I show it to you? I scoffed, swiftly pocketing the ring, my expression dismissive. I'll give you 500. Will you sell it to me? He Ching urged eagerly, convinced that the item hidden within the antique was undoubtedly of considerable value. Get lost. With a forceful shove, I pushed him aside and quickened my pace, hastily departing. I offered 1,000. No, 5,000. Yet He Ching remained undeterred, shouting hoarsely behind me. This treasure, left by the widow Ching, how could he expect to acquire it for a mere 5,000? I turned back and teased him, my figure soon vanishing from the vendor's view. It infuriated me. He Ching trembled with rage, regretting his choices deeply. Had he not contemplated swindling when the ceramic beast lost its leg, but instead shattered it outright, that mysterious ring would surely have been his. To have missed such a potential fortune so foolishly was unbearable, causing him immense distress and torment. I found a secluded spot and eagerly retrieved the ring, scrutinizing it closely. Its design was remarkably unique, with a broad face and an overall style that exuded antiquity and grandeur. The surface was adorned with strange patterns, smooth yet distinctly defined. On one side of the ring, 2 robust traditional characters were engraved. The entire ring emanated an ineffable aura of mystery, as if it harbored endless secrets and power. As for the material, it was most likely gold, given its weightiness. This must be a magnificent treasure, potentially worth tens of thousands, or even more. My face lit up with astonishment as I slipped it onto my right middle finger. It fit as if tailored just for me, neither too large nor too small. It was remarkably comfortable, enhancing my demeanor significantly. Embracing this unexpected delight, I strode with lightness in my step and soon arrived at Taoyuan Villa, an enclave that epitomized luxury and grandeur, with serene surroundings and lush greenery. Li Qing's rental was in Building 9, Room 1601. I rang the doorbell. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing Li Qing. Clad in a pristine white spaghetti strap dress, she accentuated her flawless figure exquisitely, curvaceous yet elegantly tall. Without a trace of makeup, her delicate features resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by divine hands. Particularly captivating were her sparkling peach blossom eyes, reminiscent of a clear spring pond, glimmering with enchanting allure. Her skin was as white as snow, and her waist-length hair flowed like silk. Every gesture she made radiated elegance and grace, each movement resembling a celestial being dancing gently. Before me stood a vision of beauty so dazzling it was almost otherworldly, as if an ethereal fairy had descended from the heavens. It was said that a Chang managed to win her over due to his privileged background. Li Qing invited me inside, gesturing for me to sit on the sofa while she poured me a cup of tea, anxiously inquiring, "A Chang claims your girlfriend, Lu Qingya, seduced him, and Lu Qingya has admitted to it. However, I wish to hear your side of the story." A Chang certainly had some skill to persuade Lu Qingya to fabricate lies and collusion with him to deceive Li Qing, hoping to mend his relationship with her. What a delusion! How dare he entice my girlfriend? I vowed to make him pay dearly and regret his actions for a lifetime. I silently chuckled to myself. Thus, I recounted the day's events to Li Qing, embellishing the tale as I went. This is utterly absurd, isn't it? Li Qing furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with disbelief. A Chang's actions are truly unimaginable. How could his character be so despicable? What? Do you doubt my words? I slightly knitted my brows, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Indeed, it is hard for me to believe. Li Qing solemnly declared, I cannot hastily judge based solely on your account, nor will I easily part ways with a Chang. If, as he claims, it was Lu Qingya who actively seduced him, given her alluring and beautiful appearance, it is not entirely inconceivable that a Chang might momentarily succumb to temptation. Perhaps I could attempt to forgive him this once. How could this woman so readily trust a Chang and Lu Qingya's words? A wave of frustration and indignation surged within me, as though my very lungs were about to explode. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me. I must not allow a Chang to continue his romance with Li Qing. How could a stunning beauty like Li Qing settle for a scoundrel like a Chang? Thus, I racked my brain, fervently contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I proposed. Li Qing, I understand your skepticism towards my words, and you are wise not to blindly trust their accounts. Here's what we shall do. Inform a Chang that you will soon meet with me to clarify the entire situation. I believe that upon hearing this news, he will become frantic, perhaps even attempt to bribe me. In this way, the truth of who is lying will become abundantly clear. This plan is quite astute. I shall convey this to him and observe his reaction. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. However, she chose not to immediately call a Chang, opting instead to wait in silence. Mere moments later, a Chang's call came through. Li Qing activated the speakerphone. A Chang's magnetic voice resonated clearly from the phone, echoing in the hall. Li Qing, I swear I am not lying. You must believe me. Otherwise, how could Lu Qingya possibly admit to such disgraceful behavior? You have to trust me. I'm coming to see you right now, all right? I know you have the next 2 days off. Let us enjoy a delightful weekend together. His voice was laden with urgency, yet deliberately mingled with a hint of tenderness, attempting to persuade and sway Li Qing. Whether you are lying or not, I still require further verification. Tomorrow, I will have a thorough discussion with Zhang Yang. If you truly deceived me, then our relationship will be irrevocably over. I shall never forgive you. Li Qing's tone was icy and resolute, and without hesitation, she ended the call. Perfectly executed. I could not help but give Li Qing a thumbs up, my eyes brimming with admiration. You flatter me, Li Qing replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. That smile was akin to a myriad of flowers blooming in spring, resplendent and captivating, rendering one unable to look away. Just a short while later, my phone rang unexpectedly. I showed Li Qing the caller ID on my phone. It was a Chang calling. Stay silent. Watch how I unveil his true nature. Li Qing nodded repeatedly, her expression a complex tapestry of tension and anticipation, mingled with concern and a faint undercurrent of anger. I too activated the speakerphone. A Chang's voice resonated once more in the hall. Zhang Yang, please do not remain angry. Come back quickly. I have already broken up with Lu Qingya. She now belongs to you, and I shall have no objections regarding how you treat her. As for me, I shall never return to that repugnant place. My tone was frigid, devoid of mercy. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? How could that possibly be? I retorted. Last night, I witnessed you tampering with the door lock. Later, while playing cards, you were secretly touching Lu Qingya's hand and leg beneath the table. Did you think I didn't TC? My voice grew increasingly agitated, rising involuntarily. The lock was not deliberately damaged. It simply broke on its own. I merely attempted to repair it, but failed. However, I confess I was indeed captivated by your girlfriend's beauty. When I saw her bathing, it was utterly irresistible. Which led to, I apologize. Let us find a place to discuss this properly, shall we? There was a hint of guilt in a Chang's voice. Yet urgency prevailed. Discuss? No thanks. I'm afraid you might resort to drastic measures. I replied, my sarcasm cutting deep. You. A Chang was left speechless by my retort. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his voice and cautiously proposed, Zhang Yang, I am willing to offer you 100,000 yuan, provided you speak a few flattering words on my behalf in front of Li Qing. Just say that it was Lu Qingya who seduced me. What do you say? A Chang, you despicable wretch. You think you can buy me off? You are utterly delusional. From this moment forth, we are completely finished. I never wish to see your repugnant face again. Li Qing could no longer contain her fury. She quickly leaned towards me and shouted into the phone. In that instant, a peculiar and enchanting fragrance enveloped me like a delicate mist, wrapping around me enticingly. I could not help but take a deep breath, the aroma penetrating my lungs, bringing a wave of comfort and elation. Naturally, my spirits soared, for I had successfully thwarted a Chang's scheme. Li Qing, how could you be with Zhang Yang? You two have conspired against me. A Chang's trembling, terrified voice emanated from the phone, tinged with despair. Indeed, I am now with Zhang Yang, and he will be staying with me tonight. Are you envious? Li Qing, perhaps, too enraged, spoke with a teasing lilt. A Chang, Li Qing is as radiant as a blooming peach blossom, a beauty unmatched, yet from this day forth, she is no longer yours, but mine. I stated more bluntly. A sharp crack echoed through the receiver, a clear indication that a Chang, consumed by rage, had smashed his phone to bits. Li Qing and I exchanged amused glances, both feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Yet, she quickly cast a playful glare at me, admonishing, "From now on, you must refrain from speaking in such a manner. It could tarnish my reputation." Subsequently, Li Qing arranged a room for me, allowing me to endure the night. After taking a shower and changing into my pajamas, I emerged and said to Li Qing, "The faucet in the bathroom is leaking a bit. Do you have any tools? I can help you fix it." "I truly appreciate your help," Li Qing replied, her face lighting up with joy as she hurriedly turned to fetch the tools. I swiftly repaired the faucet, but perhaps in my eagerness, I accidentally cut my left hand, and crimson blood began to flow forth. I quickly pressed down on the wound, feigning nonchalance as I tidied up the tools and hurried back to my room. I did not wish for Li Qing to discover my injury, as it would be too embarrassing. Upon closing the door, I began to tend to the wound, but inadvertently let some blood drip onto the financial ring. To my astonishment, something miraculous occurred. The blood that pooled on the ring's surface seemed to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. Could this ring actually absorb blood? I was left agape, my eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be that this ring is a wondrous artifact, capable of recognizing its master through blood? In that moment, I fervently wished for my hypothesis to be true. Perhaps I could rise swiftly and carve out my own niche in this harsh reality. Reflecting on the day, I felt as though I had wandered into a thicket of thorns, having endured two significant blows. First, there was the sordid entanglement between my ex-girlfriend, Lu Qingya, and a Chang. Her betrayal pierced my heart like a sharp blade. Then came Li Qing's subtle warning directed at me. This was all because, in a moment of spite towards a Chang, I had declared that Li Qing belonged to me. Though both Li Qing and I understood that it was merely a means to vent my frustration, that statement served as a mirror, reflecting my standing in her eyes, one of disdain. I was not unattractive. On the contrary, compared to a Chang, I boasted a more athletic physique and a more handsome visage, qualities that should have endeared me to women. Yet, I found myself defeated by the mere concept of poverty. Although my father was still alive, I felt akin to an orphan, devoid of any support. In this bustling metropolis, I possessed neither a car, nor a home, nor savings. Empty-handed, I had nothing to my name. In stark contrast, a Chang's father was a small business owner, while his mother was a university professor, affording them a privileged upbringing. They even planned to purchase a property for a Chang in Zhonghai with cash. I was acutely aware that, given my current capabilities, the probability of rapidly amassing wealth in this fiercely competitive society, achieving a stunning transformation, was almost negligible, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless, of course, I were to encounter a miraculous stroke of fortune. And given that the ring was named the financial ring, it seemed to have a purpose. Perhaps it truly was the mysterious artifact that had helped the legendary widow Qing amass her wealth. At last, the blood on the ring's surface vanished completely, as if it had never existed. In the next moment, I felt an inexplicable and subtle connection established between myself and this ring. Simultaneously, a strange piece of information flooded my mind. The financial ring was indeed a magical treasure, possessing two extraordinary abilities. First, to appraise treasures, and second, to restore damaged artifacts. Appraise treasures? How exactly does one appraise treasures? I was both astonished and perplexed, instinctively touching the chair beneath me with the middle finger adorned with a ring. The chair, produced by an unnamed factory, was of little value. In an instant, a clear message materialized in my mind. Goodness, this is extraordinary. I could hardly contain my inner elation. Subsequently, I felt like a child who had stumbled upon a treasure, eagerly tapping around the room with my middle finger. The table, manufactured by an obscure factory, was trivial. The towels from a small workshop were inexpensive. The flooring from an unknown factory held no worth. With each tap, corresponding information vividly emerged in my consciousness. Unable to restrain my excitement any longer, I joyfully exited the room. Li Qing had yet to retire for the evening. lazily nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. I settled onto the sofa opposite her, striving to calm my racing heart, and smiled as I said, "Li Qing, may I take a look at the bracelet on your wrist? Perhaps you could also help me appraise its value." Li Qing graciously extended her left hand, revealing a jade bracelet of exquisite green hue. In that moment, my gaze became somewhat entranced. Her hand was remarkably beautiful, the snow-white wrist slender and delicate, long and graceful, akin to a finely crafted work of art. The elongated nails, adorned with shimmering silver polish, added an extra touch of elegance and allure. The green jade bracelet perfectly embraced her wrist, bestowing upon her an air of refined opulence. I made a concerted effort to compose myself, feigning meticulous scrutiny of the jade bracelet while discreetly reaching out with my middle finger to touch it. However, overwhelmed by nervousness and excitement, I inadvertently tapped incorrectly, landing on Li Qing's wrist instead. Name: Li Qing. Age: 22. Flight attendant. Striking figure, as radiant as a blooming flower, cherishing her purity, immaculate and untainted. High value. Worthy of acquisition. This peculiar series of information burst forth in my mind like fireworks. I was momentarily dazed, filled with bewilderment. My goodness, one can even appraise people? Given Li Qing's mesmerizing beauty as a flight attendant, she would undoubtedly have crossed paths with numerous affluent individuals in first class, likely having experienced various romantic encounters. Yet she remained so pure and pristine. This was simply unfathomable. Daring not to dwell further, lest my demeanor arouse Li Qing's suspicion, I swiftly recalibrated my focus and accurately tapped the jade bracelet. The icy, glutinous, celery green jade bracelet produced by an unnamed factory in 2021 is of average value. Haha. The ability to appraise treasures truly exists. I was elated beyond measure, nearly bursting into jubilant exclamations. Though this may appear to be merely an ordinary jade bracelet, in this era of advanced technology where counterfeit methods abound, even seasoned appraisers require extensive observation to ascertain its authenticity. Yet here I was, merely needing a gentle touch, with the answer instantly crystallizing in my mind, a speed that was simply astonishing. How is it? Have you made up your mind? Li Qing tilted her head, a hint of mockery dancing in her eyes, clearly questioning my professional competence. It is no wonder she harbored doubts. If I truly possessed exceptional appraisal skills, how could I find myself in such dire straits? A faint smile graced my lips as I calmly replied, "This is an icy, glutinous, celery green jade bracelet, valued at no less than 30,000. To my surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Qing's gaze. Do not underestimate me. My appraisal abilities are quite formidable. Since my graduation, my experience has been rapidly accumulating, and I can now confidently declare myself a master appraiser," I boasted with unwavering confidence. With the aid of this extraordinary financial talisman, if I am not regarded as a master of appraisal, who else in this world could possibly claim such a title? You are remarkably self-assured. Does this imply that you intend to pursue a path in appraisal and treasure hunting? Li Qing inquired with a light laugh. Absolutely. I have meticulously planned my journey, determined to become a top-tier appraisal master, carving out a vast domain for myself in the bustling metropolis of Zhonghai. I nodded earnestly, then added, moreover, I have mastered an extraordinary and unparalleled technique, artifact restoration. This secret knowledge was bestowed upon me through the serendipitous discovery of a rare ancient manuscript. Therefore, I am brimming with confidence for the future. You can restore artifacts as well. Li Qing's interest was piqued, and she immediately retreated to her room. Emerging with a jewelry box, gently, she opened it to reveal a jade pendant riddled with cracks. With hopeful anticipation, she inquired, "This pendant is a family heirloom of mine, but alas, it has been damaged. Can you restore it?" I cautiously extracted the jade pendant, and upon closer inspection, my face fell with regret. This piece of jade boasted exceptional quality, its entirety a lush green, and should have commanded a significant value. Alas, it was marred by a multitude of serpentine cracks. Almost simultaneously, the appraisal details surfaced in my mind. An icy green jade pendant, intricately carved by the renowned artist Zhao Dao. It had suffered damage, significantly diminishing its worth. Yet it remained restorable. Ah, it is indeed restorable. This could be my fortune. In my heart, I erupted with wild laughter, joy surging through me like a deluge, overwhelming my senses. This remarkable jade pendant was indeed a turning point in my destiny, the key to my success and wealth. I could almost envision my future splendor, traversing the path of treasure appraisal and artifact restoration, soaring ever higher. I forced myself to regain composure and mused. This is an icy green jade pendant, valued at no less than 1 million. However, with so many cracks, its worth has plummeted. I cannot guarantee a flawless restoration, but I would like the opportunity to try. I assure you, after my restoration efforts, the pendant's value will significantly increase, mitigating your losses. As I had yet to experiment with the restoration techniques on the jade pendant, I was uncertain of the outcome. I could not afford to be overly confident. Caution was paramount. Then I shall entrust the restoration to you. Li Qing responded in a flat tone. Clearly, she held little hope for my ability to mend the pendant. To her, the damage was so severe that restoration seemed impossible. Then I shall begin the restoration immediately. Unable to conceal my eagerness, I tightly clutched the cracked jade pendant as if it were a rare treasure, and hurried into the room, gently closing the door behind me. At that moment, my heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. A mixture of tension and excitement coursing through me, my mind brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the restoration process. Just as I was fully concentrated on preparing for the restoration, the environment around me underwent a surreal transformation. The familiar room vanished in an instant, and I found myself in a wholly unfamiliar world. Before me lay a moderately sized square, at the center of which stood a delicately designed building. This 3-story structure, adorned with upturned eaves and intricate carvings, exuded an antique charm. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters, Wanbao Lu. With a heart full of curiosity, I stepped inside, immediately greeted by a spacious and bright hall. Along the walls of the hall were neatly arranged numerous empty counters. The material of these counters was uncertain. They resembled glass, yet seemed different, shining with a crystalline clarity under the hall's illumination, whispering silently of a longing for treasures. Beyond the hall lay numerous storage rooms, essentially small chambers designated for housing large and weighty treasures. Here, one could find suitable accommodations for wooden artifacts and even rare furniture. With a spirit of exploration, I ascended to the 2nd and 3rd floors. The layout of these 2 upper floors, in contrast to the ground level, is remarkably refined and elegant, with every detail showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The spacious environment is ample enough to accommodate lightweight treasures such as ancient coins, paintings, and calligraphy, as well as exquisite jade artifacts and rare tomes, all of which could find a fitting abode here. However, much to my dismay, just like the 1st floor, these spaces remain utterly empty, devoid of any treasures, rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate and silent. The process of restoring artifacts, however, is far simpler than I had imagined. By merely placing the damaged relics in their designated areas within the treasure pavilion, the restoration process is initiated. Astonishingly, there is no need for my physical presence. Just a thought allows me to transport the treasures to their respective locations within the pavilion. Of course, ordinary items may also be collected, but they lack the privilege to enter the pavilion and must instead accumulate in the square. Thus, I have truly acquired an extraordinarily magical artifact. What mysterious origins does it possess? Who might have left it behind? Is it truly the work of a widow? I shake my head, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts, and carefully place the damaged jade pendant within the designated jade section of the counter. As soon as it is set down, the pendant emanates a faint green glow. Clearly, the restoration has commenced. I wander around this enigmatic world of the treasure ring, gradually recognizing the peculiarity of the surroundings. For the human body, remaining here induces a slight discomfort, as if an invisible pressure permeates the air, making it hard to breathe. Yet, for treasures, this place resembles paradise. Here, artifacts receive meticulous nourishment and restoration, evolving into increasingly perfect forms, radiating even more brilliant light. Realizing this, I promptly whisper in my mind, I wish to exit. A flash of white light envelopes me, and I find myself back in the room. The wondrous treasure ring still firmly adorns my right middle finger, as if it had never departed. It seems fortune has smiled upon me, and prosperity is within reach. Upon returning to the material world, I can scarcely contain my excitement. Pacing back and forth in the room, my heart brims with anticipation for the future, as if I have already envisioned myself striding confidently along the path of wealth and success. Once I finally manage to calm myself, I lie down on the bed, only to find it a bit disconcerting. Previously, each night was filled with allure and charm, thanks to Lu Qingya's company. She was stunningly sensual, exuding an enticing allure. And I would interact with her once or twice every evening, a process that was undeniably blissful. However, now that I have severed ties with her, I find myself without a girlfriend. In fact, after my departure, Lu Qingya sent me a WeChat message, saying, "Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let's rent another place and start anew, shall we?" I said nothing and immediately blocked her. I simply cannot bring myself to forgive her. Hence, I am now truly a solitary figure, feeling somewhat desolate. If only Li Qing were willing to be my girlfriend, I would undoubtedly experience greater happiness than before. Her allure surpasses that of Lu Qingya, embodying the essence of beauty, like a rare flower that shames the moon, exuding an ethereal purity. Is there a possibility for this? I find myself eagerly anticipating, dreaming, and gradually drifting into slumber. The next morning, sunlight gently filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow upon my face. I slowly awakened from my dreams, a smile of bliss lingering on my lips, for I had experienced a delightful dream of a stunning beauty. Could this portend good fortune for the day ahead? After rising and completing my morning routine, just as I was preparing to embrace the new day, a clear thought suddenly surfaced in my mind. Repair completed. So swiftly had it been restored. I was filled with both excitement and trepidation, my heart racing involuntarily. Silently, I commanded, "Show yourself." As soon as the words left my lips, the jade pendant materialized in the palm of my hand. Astonishingly, all the cracks on its surface had vanished without a trace, appearing as a flawless whole, radiating a warm and enchanting luster, breathtakingly beautiful. I hastily turned the pendant over, examining the reverse side, which was equally smooth and unblemished, a perfect and immaculate piece. My goodness, the restoration was truly remarkable. I was utterly astonished, my face alight with joy. In that moment, a fleeting thought of greed crossed my mind. If I were to claim this pendant as my own, I could instantly possess over $1 million in wealth, sufficient to transform my current precarious situation. However, this fleeting greed was quickly dispelled. With the magical wealth ring now in my possession, countless opportunities to earn awaited me in the future. Why compromise my integrity for momentary gain? Therefore, brimming with excitement, I strode confidently to Li Qing's door and gently knocked. "Zhang Yang, unless you have something exceptionally important to say, I must give you a good scolding today." The door creaked open, revealing Li Qing, her sleepy eyes barely open, her face still bearing the remnants of sleepiness and irritation. She clearly had not rested enough, and was now looking at me with a hint of displeasure. "I worked tirelessly all night to restore the pendant. Would you like to see it?" I teased, concealing the pendant behind my back, wearing a mysterious smile. It was not a lie per se. It was the wealth ring that had labored through the night. "What? You stayed up all night just to repair the pendant for me?" Li Qing, initially unimpressed by the prospects of the pendant's restoration, was deeply moved by my dedication, her face reflecting surprise and gratitude. "My physical condition is quite robust. Staying up all night is merely a trivial matter," I replied with a smile, striking a pose that showcased my athletic physique, every muscle line evident, exuding confidence and charm. "You must take the time to catch up on your sleep. We can look for a suitable rental this afternoon." Li Qing's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, imbued with a thread of concern. It seemed she intended only to let me stay for one night. However, having crossed this threshold, I had no intention of departing so easily. I mused inwardly, my gaze inadvertently falling upon Li Qing's graceful figure. A beautiful and alluring flight attendant, she resembled the most exquisite peony in a garden, radiating an irresistible allure. To miss such an encounter would be to squander a divine gift bestowed upon me. But that was a matter for later. For now, I urged her to open her eyes wide and closely examine the jade pendant. As I spoke, my hand gradually moved from behind my back to rest before her, though my palm remained firmly closed. "Zhang Yang, do not keep me in suspense any longer. Let me see it," Li Qing chided gently, her voice soft and melodious like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Her delicate, fair hand slowly lifted, reminiscent of willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, and she gently grasped my hand, attempting to pry my fingers apart bit by bit. Her fingertips brushed against my skin, the exquisite sensation akin to a feather's caress, evoking an indescribable beauty and thrill that made me feel utterly at ease, as though every pore was rejoicing. Under her tender touch, I gradually relaxed my grip. In that instant, the jade pendant was fully revealed before Li Qing. How is this possible? Her eyes, as radiant as peach blossoms, widened in shock and disbelief. Her lips parted slightly, forming a perfect O, as if she wished to speak but found herself momentarily speechless by the sight before her. Cautiously, she picked up the pendant, her movements tender as if cradling the most precious, fragile treasure in the world. She turned the jade over, examining it meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. To her astonishment, the pendant, once marred by cracks, now appeared as smooth as new, flawless and unified. This icy green jade seemed rejuvenated, completely restored to its former breathtaking splendor. Bathed in the soft glow of the indoor lighting, it shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Its deep, pure green was reminiscent of the freshest leaves of spring or the most enchanting ripples in crystal-clear waters, exuding an irresistible charm that could captivate anyone. After a moment, Li Qing finally lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto mine, still harboring a hint of uncertainty as she softly inquired, "Were the cracks filled with paint?" "The cracks are still there, aren't they? With a magnifying glass, one should still be able to see them, right? Therefore, this pendant cannot fetch a high price. Can it?" Unhurried, I retrieved a magnifying glass from my pocket and gently placed it in her hand, smiling as I encouraged. "Take a closer look." Li Qing brought the magnifying glass near the pendant, her eyes fixated on the lens as she scrutinized every detail. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, the room enveloped in silence save for the sound of her gentle breathing. However, no matter how meticulously she examined it, she could find no trace of paint filling. What lay before her seemed to be a flawless jade pendant, completely unscathed, resembling the one she remembered that had never been damaged. This pendant had been restored to its perfect state, regaining its former value. In other words, it could now fetch at least $1 million. "My dear, congratulations on your windfall," I exclaimed with fervor. "Really?" Li Qing's eyes sparkled with a hint of uncertainty, as if she could hardly believe this sudden stroke of fortune. "It is indeed true. You may consult a jeweler shortly, if you wish. You could even sell it for a handsome price." I nodded emphatically, my gaze imbued with determination and confidence. "Zhang, I cannot thank you enough." Li Qing was both astonished and elated, her joy surging forth like a flood, impossible to contain. She suddenly leapt into my embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around my neck, her face radiant with a smile that bloomed like flowers in spring, charming and captivating. Every glance and expression she offered exuded an irresistible allure. Wow, was last night's spring dream truly faded? I marveled inwardly, a profound sense of accomplishment washing over me. Consider that a Chang had courted her for half a year without even holding her hand, let alone embracing or kissing her. Yet, in just one night, I had prompted her to willingly throw herself into my arms. Such a stark contrast stirred my heart with excitement. Without hesitation, I raised my hand slowly, my movements delicate as if I were afraid to disturb a beautiful butterfly, gently encircling her slim waist. With a slight increase in pressure, I drew her body closer to mine. In that instant, a soft and exquisite sensation coursed through me, akin to an electric shock, deeply intoxicating. The rich fragrance emanating from her was like fine wine, instantly rendering me dizzy with desire. My heart raced, and my breath quickened, as if the entire world had paused at that moment, leaving only the enchanting woman in my arms. "Zhang, don't take advantage of this moment. Let me go." Li Qing's face flushed with shyness, resembling a ripe apple, stunningly red. She gently pushed against my chest, the gesture seemingly forceful. Yet it was soft and lacking in strength, as if she were only symbolically protesting. Yet, how could I bear to release her? My gaze was magnetically drawn to her exquisite face, her delicate skin, and refined features, all of which stirred my heart. My eyes then gradually descended to her luscious, petal-like lips, which seemed to possess an invisible enchantment, deeply captivating me and igniting a fervent desire to kiss her immediately. "No, I haven't washed up yet." Li Qing's voice grew increasingly shy, as delicate as a whisper. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she forcefully pushed me aside, akin to a startled fawn, and hurried into the restroom. As she departed, she casually seized the magnifying glass and the jade pendant, presumably intending to scrutinize them closely in solitude. Could it be that a mere ablution would suffice? I stood momentarily frozen, my mind a blank canvas, before a wave of astonishment washed over my features. Goodness! Li Qing's demeanor towards me seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. This sudden shift ignited within me a sense of anticipation, as if I were witnessing a beautiful tapestry of the future gradually unfurl before my eyes. After what felt like an eternity, At least half an hour passed before Li Qing emerged from the restroom. The moment she stepped out was reminiscent of a flower blooming in the morning dew. Her cheeks adorned with a vibrant blush akin to a sunset, her eyes sparkling with excitement and fervor, resembling two springs stirred by the gentle caress of the spring breeze. Shimmering with delight, the jade pendant in her grasp glistened with a moist sheen, evidently washed, and perhaps even soaked. This was her subtle method of validation. Despite the torrent of water, the pendant remained exquisitely intact, its verdant hue more vivid than ever, as if it encapsulated the very essence of spring. Charmingly radiant and utterly captivating. Dragging my suitcase, I feigned a sorrowful expression and lamented, "I must take my leave now. I wonder if I will find an affordable place." With that, I pretended to step toward the door. "Ah, you're leaving already? Did I not suggest you stay until the afternoon?" Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. I continued to play the part of someone burdened with concern, my voice laced with apprehension. "I worry that I won't have enough time this afternoon to secure a rental. Then let us postpone your departure until tomorrow. Stay one more night." Li Qing urged without hesitation, her gaze sincere and earnest. I secretly reveled in her words, though my exterior remained composed, adopting a hesitant demeanor. Am I imposing too much? I feel a bit embarrassed. What is there to feel embarrassed about? You helped me fix the faucet and the pendant as she spoke. Li Qing swiftly approached and snatched my suitcase from my hands, dragging it back into my room. Oh, how delightful it is to have such a stunning beauty wish for my company. The feeling is truly exquisite. I fought to suppress my inner triumph, instead offering a mere gentle smile. "You should go to bed now. In the afternoon, accompany me to sell the pendant if you would be so kind." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. Although the pendant appeared flawless after inspection, a trace of unease lingered in her heart, fearing that those cracks might re-emerge in due time. Thus, she was eager to part with the pendant, though she remained uncertain about the price it might fetch. A reason for her mix of hope and calmness in this moment. I understood her sentiments all too well and promptly replied, "Li Qing, I will accompany you to sell the pendant right now. I truly am not tired." "Very well. Just make sure to return early to rest." A flicker of delight crossed her eyes. She hurried back to her room to change, and moments later, we descended the stairs together. We first sought a place to indulge in breakfast before boarding the bus to the antique city. Li Qing's graceful figure and striking beauty drew ardent gazes from the men aboard, many of whom began to encroach upon her space, seeking to capitalize on her allure. Instinctively, I shielded her in the corner, my arms enveloping her like wings, creating a small sanctuary. She nestled closely against me, her delicate face blushing a radiant crimson, her enchanting eyes shimmering like a pristine spring, clear and captivating. I leaned slightly closer, whispering in her ear, "Where did that jade pendant come from?" With a hint of regret in her tone, Li Qing replied, "It was passed down from my grandmother. It had already been dropped once and had some cracks. After it came into my possession, it suffered another fall, resulting in even more damage. Essentially, the heirloom has become worthless." I inquired at an antique shop, "And it holds no value." After hearing her words, I leaned in once more, jestingly proposing, "What if that pendant could fetch $1,000,000? Would you consider being my girlfriend? And if it doesn't sell for that, would you still wish to pursue me?" Li Qing playfully retorted, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her voice soft and imbued with a teasing undertone. I couldn't help but laugh. Her intelligence and vivacity captivated me further. "If it doesn't sell, I wouldn't qualify to be your boyfriend. Pursuing you would be futile, as you wouldn't find me appealing." "Not necessarily. You are quite handsome and possess admirable character. Wealth is not the sole measure of love," she countered, her cheeks growing ever more flushed. Perhaps due to the cramped conditions of the bus or the inadvertent intimacy of our closeness, or possibly the charged atmosphere quickening her heartbeat. "Then I shall pursue you from this moment onward," I declared with a smile, my heart brimming with joy. I was acutely aware that my demeanor last night and this morning had already endeared me to her. I am rather difficult to court. This morning was an exceptional circumstance and shouldn't count, Li Qing hastily remarked, seemingly seeking to provide herself an escape, or perhaps to preemptively caution me. However, her straightforward and amiable nature endeared her to me even more. The bus came to a gentle halt, and we disembarked. Not far away, a flower shop caught my eye. I hastened over, meticulously selecting a luscious red rose, turning to present it to Li Qing. "Though I am currently impoverished, I offer you this single rose as a modest token of my affection." Li Qing accepted the rose, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. akin to the most vibrant bloom of spring. "Thank you," she said, her voice sweet and gentle, the rose mirroring her joyful expression, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. I understood that a single rose was just perfect. A bouquet might have appeared excessive given the nascent nature of our feelings. Before long, we arrived at the antique city and entered a shop named Jade Pavilion, renowned for its affinity for jade artifacts, typically offering higher prices. Li Qing's face was a tapestry of nervousness and eager anticipation. I too felt a twinge of concern. Would the restored jade pendant pass the expert's scrutiny? As I pushed open the intricately carved wooden door of the Jade Pavilion, a rich, somber fragrance of sandalwood, intertwined with a subtle hint of saffron, enveloped me. The entire establishment is arranged in a square layout, with a delicate, openwork rosewood screen partitioning the reception area from the display section. The floor is laid with deep brown old ship timber tiles, polished by the passage of time to exude a warm, lustrous sheen. Surrounding the display area are 12 glass showcases adorned with copper trim, each illuminated by adjustable color temperature spotlights. The warm golden light cascades down, enhancing the translucent glow of iced jade, the creamy white of Hitian jade, and the vibrant hues of southern red agate to their fullest splendor. Distinguished guests, what type of jewelry are you seeking? A beautiful saleswoman in a cheongsam glides gracefully towards us, a fragrant breeze wafting the delicate scent of evening primrose. Her crescent-shaped eyes and subtly dimpled smile evoke the charm of a figure from a bygone era, with pearls swaying gently in her hair, creating an ethereal aura. I wish to sell this jade pendant. Li Qing clenched the pendant tightly, her fingertips turning slightly pale, and a faint green hue appearing at her knuckles. Under the radiant glow of the crystal chandelier above, the pendant resembled a tranquil, frozen pool, with shimmering specks of light dancing within its clear green depths. Akin to the Milky Way descending into jade, the vibrant spring green seemed to encapsulate the most delicate new buds of the season. With a texture as smooth as freshly rendered sheep fat, and the flowing luminescence reminiscent of moonlight casting a soft glow in her palm. What a stunning jade pendant! The cheongsam-clad lady's lips parted slightly, her breath a gentle whisper, her phoenix-like eyes wide with delight. The rouge at the corners of her eyes playfully contrasting with the pendant's verdant hue. She promptly invited us into the appraisal room with great enthusiasm. The interior is elegantly furnished. A rosewood antique shelf displays bronze vessels and official kiln porcelain vases in a harmonious arrangement. Watercolor landscapes adorn the walls, while delicate sandalwood incense rises from a carved incense burner in the corner, enveloping the golden silk Nanmu tea table. The lady, with a graceful gesture, slid a celadone tea cup towards us, and as boiling water was poured in, the Biluakun tea unfurled within the cup, intertwining its fragrant steam with the scent of incense, captivating our senses. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue long gown entered with measured steps. His slightly graying hair and the keen intelligence in his eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, conveyed a wisdom that penetrated the complexities of life. A string of sandalwood beads jingled softly at his wrist with each step, and an aura of ink and scholarly pursuits surrounded him. Greetings to you both. I am Luo Zheng. I hear you are interested in parting with a high-quality jade pendant. His voice, steady like the morning bell of an ancient temple, immediately fixed upon the jade pendant in Li Qing's hand as he took a seat. Indeed, I took the pendant from Li Qing, my fingertips brushing against her slightly cool palm. Gently grasping it, I placed the pendant delicately on the table. This is a family heirloom from my girlfriend's family. As our wedding date approaches, we intend to exchange it for some funds to purchase a home. I hope you will inspect it carefully. How terrible. Who wants to marry you? Li Qing's cheeks instantly flushed with the hue of spring blossoms, her eyes playfully scolding me with a glance. In that fleeting moment, her gaze sparkled, her eyelashes fluttering like ripples across a serene lake in spring, breathtakingly beautiful. Luo Zheng smiled and clasped his hands, his gaze filled with envy. Young man, you are indeed fortunate to have such a flower-like beauty by your side. Indeed, it is imperative to hasten into matrimony, lest the night stretch into a myriad of dreams. Amidst the exchange of pleasantries, he grasped the jade pendant. Initially scrutinizing it under the light, his lips pressed together, and his expression grave. He then approached the jewelry appraisal station, methodically employing magnifying glasses, spectrometers, and other precision instruments. Under the cold, white light, his brow occasionally furrowed and then nodded in contemplation, his gaze traversing the jade pendant repeatedly. Holding his breath as if fearing to disturb the exquisite gem, Li Qing's nails dug deeply into my palm, the sweat from my hand dampening my sleeve. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes fixed intently on every movement of Luo Zhang, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, her chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath, even her earlobes tinged with a nervous blush. Time seemed to elongate until Luo Zhang finally took his seat, the jade pendant shimmering under the warm yellow light. This was an ice-type yang green jade pendant of considerable age. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with a nonchalant tone, lamenting that, regrettably, the craftsmanship was mediocre and 600,000 was already the highest offer. Li Qing's body jolted, her eyes sparkling with surprise, instinctively ready to respond. After all, when it had previously borne cracks, it was virtually worthless. Now, to be valued at 600,000, how could one not feel exhilarated and thrilled? She was eager to sell it at once. Do not rush. I subtly exerted pressure on her thumb, meeting her bewildered gaze with a gentle shake of my head. I then coldly laughed and confronted Luo Zhang. Mr. Luo, it seems you might be mistaken. This pendant is the work of the renowned late Qing artist Zhao Yidao. Observe the intricate lines on the lotus petals, delicate yet robust. The relief of the phoenix's tail feathers, layered and vividly lifelike. Such masterful craftsmanship. And you fail to see it? Luo Zhang adjusted his glasses, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Young man, the appraisal of jade relies on genuine expertise, not mere conjecture. Zhao Yidao's works are known for their unique hollow carving techniques, yet this pendant exhibits no discernible hollow traces on its reverse. How can one ascertain it, as his work based solely on surface craftsmanship? He turned the pendant towards the light, adding, moreover, while this hue belongs to the ice-type yang green category, its purity does not reach the pinnacle of quality. Li Qing anxiously clutched my sleeve, her body leaning forward, eager to argue, but I signaled her to remain silent with a glance. Rising from my seat, I pointed to the lotus petals patterns in his hand. Mr. Luo, indeed. Zhao Yidao's early works excelled in hollow carving. However, influenced by the imperial workshops in his later years, he pioneered the hidden carving technique. At first glance, it may appear unremarkable, yet it conceals profound intricacies. If you closely examine the lotus's veins, you will find tiny reverse curls at the ends of each line, which are the hallmark of hidden carving. Luo Zhang's expression darkened. Empty assertions. Even if there is this so-called hallmark, it cannot prove this is an authentic piece by Zhao Yidao. In today's era of rampant imitation, replicas with similar craftsmanship abound. With that, he gently set the jade pendant on the table, regarding us with a scornful and haughty gaze. Clearly, he was unwilling to increase his offer by even a penny. Since Mr. Luo is unconvinced, we shall not press the matter further. My irritation is mounting. This so-called appraiser is nothing short of a charlatan, either blind to the truth or simply lacking the expertise to recognize the work of Zhao Yidao. He dismissively takes the jade pendant in hand, preparing to depart, having squandered our trust, believing that the jade pavilion was a place of discernment. But wait, Luo Zhang interjects, eager to authenticate the piece, insisting that if it is not indeed a work of Zhao Yidao, an explanation must be provided. His voice rises, revealing his evident anger at the insinuation that he lacks discernment. Of course, if it is a counterfeit, we shall take nothing and even offer our apologies to Mr. Luo. I retorted defiantly. The two parties remained at an impasse, the argument escalating in volume. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the second floor, and an elderly gentleman donned in a black tang suit, exuding an air of distinction, descended the stairs, followed by a visibly anxious woman in a qipao. What is the cause of this uproar? He inquired, his voice steady yet imbued with an innate authority. He is Qiao Shanshui, the proprietor of this establishment. Having crossed into his 60s, Luo Zhang quickly approached him, bowing respectfully. Sir, these two guests have brought a jade pendant. Asserting it to be a piece from the late Qing dynasty by Zhao Yidao, I suspect it is a forgery, yet they refuse to concede. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze settling on the jade pendant in my hand. Let me see it. I placed the pendant on the table, and he picked it up, weighing it in his hand before retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket, scrutinizing every detail meticulously. As his withered fingers grazed the intricate lotus patterns, he suddenly paused. At the tip of a petal, a nearly imperceptible signature glimmered faintly. The entire appraisal room fell silent, the tension palpable. Li Qing clutched my hand tightly, her palm slick with perspiration. After what felt like an eternity, the elder finally raised his head, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, this is an authentic work by Zhao Dao. Such hidden inscriptions are exceptionally challenging to discern without a profound understanding of his oeuvre. Luo Zheng, you have misjudged this time. Luo Zheng stood in shock, stammering, How is this possible? You know but one aspect, and not the other. Zhao Dao's late works, characterized by hidden inscriptions, I have only encountered in an ancient text. The craftsmanship of this jade pendant, its quality, combined with the discreet signature, aligns perfectly, Xiao Shanshui concluded, turning to me. Young man, your discernment is remarkable. Name your price. 5 million, I declared without hesitation. The elder caressed the jade pendant, its emerald hue reflecting a glimmer in his eyes. Though I am fond of this piece, business must be conducted with fairness. 900,000 is the most I can offer as a sincere price. Luo Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, his mouth opening to protest. But the elder raised a hand to silence him. Li Qing gently pinched my palm, and I sensed her tension and anticipation. Clearly, she was pleased with this offer. Old sir, just last month, Sotheby's auctioned a jade pendant of comparable quality, fetching a price of 3 million, I pointed out, indicating the luminous sheen of the pendant. Moreover, this is an authentic piece by Zhao Dao, with unparalleled craftsmanship. Anything less than 2 million would be difficult for us to part with. The elder, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. What a sharp-tongued lad you are. We both know how inflated the prices at Sotheby's can be. He retrieved a silk handkerchief from his sleeve, delicately wiping the surface of the jade pendant. However, this technique of hidden carving is indeed a rare sight. 1,050,000 is my final offer. Sir, observe the jade pendant's fluorescence. It reflects a lush green in the shadows. Such quality, should you miss it, it would be hard to find again, I continued to persuade him. Li Qing gathered her courage to add, This gem has been passed down through 5 generations in my family, if it weren't for my urgent need for funds. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, truly resembling someone in the throes of a painful farewell. The elder's gaze flitted between our faces, and after a moment of silence, he finally extended a finger. 1,100,000. That shall be the deal. If not, I shall not press further. Agreed, I replied, no longer prolonging the discussion. Li Qing's face lit up with joy, her hands trembling as if she could hardly believe that this was all coming to fruition. For her, the pendant had been damaged, riddled with cracks, and deemed worthless. Yet, after my restoration, 2 esteemed appraisers failed to detect any flaws. She was astounded by my miraculous repair skills, and upon witnessing my exceptional appraisal ability, she realized the pendant was a creation of Zhao Dao, fetching an impressive price of 1 million yuan. Even had the pendant remained intact, had she attempted to sell it herself, she would have likely struggled to achieve such a high price, perhaps 80,000 at most. In that moment, her gaze toward me transformed entirely. In her eyes, there was profound admiration for my extraordinary restoration skills. As if she were gazing up at an omnipotent magician, astonishment at my precise appraisal abilities, as though I were a sage capable of perceiving the essence of all things, and a hint of an elusive, tender sentiment, akin to a flower bud quietly blossoming in spring, imbued with expectation and appreciation. To her, I had become a mysterious and captivating presence. Soon, the transaction was concluded. When the notification of 1 million arriving on my phone chimed, Li Qing stared at the screen, her fingertips repeatedly caressing the device, her lips curling into a radiant smile, brighter than the most splendid bloom of spring. As we stepped out of the jade pavilion, the summer sun cascaded down like a golden waterfall, bathing the entire street in warm hues. Li Qing slowly turned to face me, her eyes sparkling with crystalline brilliance. Zhang Yang, you are truly a benefactor in my life. Without you, I wouldn't have sold my pendant for even a penny. By the way, what is the cost of the restoration? How about we split it evenly? You are also a benefactor in my life. Had you not called me last night, I would never have walked past the Street of Curios. Nor would I have acquired the miraculous fortune that changed my destiny. I mused inwardly, though I smiled and replied, there's no need for the restoration fee. After all, I hadn't mentioned it beforehand. That simply cannot be. I would be taking too great an advantage. In truth, you have already compensated me. When did I ever pay you? Li Qing blinked her clear almond-shaped eyes in confusion, looking adorably perplexed. I gently clasped her soft hand, my gaze filled with fervent affection, locking onto her eyes. In the car, did you not promise me that if the jade pendant sold for over $1 million, you would be my girlfriend? Li Qing's cheeks instantly flushed with a vibrant hue, reminiscent of a splendid sunset gracing the horizon. With a playful pout, she retorted, I never agreed. However, she added, you may pursue me, but I am not easily won over. You must exert yourself. I was well aware that she had essentially acquiesced, and my heart swelled with joy as I took her hand and ventured into the bustling antique street. Li Qing feigned a struggle, but upon realizing her inability to break free, she shyly leaned against me. Along the way, she chattered incessantly, her curiosity piqued by the antiques displayed at the roadside stalls, and she enthusiastically shared intriguing anecdotes she had heard about antiquities, her eyes sparkling with delight. Today, I was determined to discover a remarkable treasure. In the midst of our light-hearted banter, I spoke earnestly. This was the renowned antique capital, Zhonghai, where everyone possessed a measure of knowledge about antiques. Thus, to unearth a hidden gem beneath the discerning eyes of numerous experts was no simple feat. Li Qing shot me a skeptical glance, her tone laced with doubt. I gazed into her sparkling, star-filled eyes, implying, if I truly find a treasure, will you grant me a surprise tonight? All right, but what if you find nothing? She playfully arched an eyebrow in retort. Then I shall surprise you tonight, I replied with a smile. After meandering for quite some time, we arrived at an unremarkable stall. A faded blue cloth was haphazardly spread across the uneven ground. Rusted coins lay scattered chaotically, the verdigris on their surfaces chronicling the passage of time. A few silver dollars and ingots rested quietly, their authenticity indiscernible, and there, seemingly ordinary, was a teapot, its glaze dull and lifeless, as if cloaked in a thick layer of dust. In the far corner of the stall, there was an inconspicuous wooden box, like a fragment of forgotten time. I slowly knelt down, my fingertips gliding over the items on the table as if they were dancers in a delicate ballet. A 2024 imitation of the Tianjin Tongbo, worthless. A 2000 replica of Yuan Daitu, worthless. A 2022 teapot from Jingdezhen, not an antique, worthless. At last, I lifted a wooden box that bore a striking resemblance to an antique. Its corners were severely worn, the erosion of time having smoothed its once sharp edges. A thick layer of dust concealed the original wood grain, as if draping it in a mysterious veil. The intertwined branch patterns engraved on its surface had long since faded, leaving only faint outlines discernible, while cracks marred its surface like scars of battle, presenting it as a forgotten relic of time. Yet, under the sunlight, it emanated a subtle, special aura. There was a possibility it could be a treasure. However, I had little faith in my own judgment, so I promptly tapped it with my middle finger. The redwood box from the late Qing dynasty to early Republic of China, though appearing worn, was crafted from fine hardwood, its texture firm and grain exquisite. The craftsmanship of this exquisite wooden box is remarkable, with its mortise and tenon joints fitting together seamlessly. Inside, there are cleverly designed concealed compartments, adding to its collectible value. Meanwhile, a subtle, refreshing aura emanates from the box, reminiscent of the clear springs found in the mountains, weaving through my fingertips and enlivening the space within the wealth ring. The wealth ring responds appropriately, explaining that antiques typically harbor spiritual energy. It absorbs this energy, which can be used for appraising treasures and restoring artifacts. Clearly, the jade pendant belonging to Li Qing lacks this energy due to its damaged state, as only intact antiques can serve as vessels for such vitality. Regarding Li Qing's jade bracelet, I had not noticed the wealth ring absorbing any energy at that time, possibly because its quality was inferior and it lacked age, resulting in minimal or no stored energy, which went unnoticed during absorption. It turns out that the wealth ring's ability to appraise and restore artifacts also requires energy expenditure. Lost in thought, I discreetly caressed the surface of the wooden box, appreciating the intricate texture of the mahogany, as if I were tracing a long-buried history. Then, feigning casualness, I inquired of the stall owner, "Sir, how much for this damaged wooden box?" The proprietor, a man in his 50s with a face adorned by a sincere smile, concealed a glint of cunning in his eyes, akin to fish lurking in a deep pool. He replied earnestly, "This wooden box has a history of several hundred years, originating from the Qing dynasty court, at least 50,000, and I will not sell it for a penny less." His tone was resolute, as if this box were indeed a priceless treasure. "10 yuan," I coolly countered. "Young man, How can you be so stingy with such a beautiful girlfriend? 10 yuan is hardly reasonable. The stall owner feigned dismay, his expression animated as though I had committed an unforgivable act. How about I raise it to 15 yuan? I suggested, pretending to walk away, my footsteps subtly retreating while intently observing the stall owner's reaction. 1,000 yuan, and it's yours. He bit his teeth, appearing to make a significant concession. No more than 20. Thus commenced a fierce negotiation between us. After a spirited exchange of words, I ultimately acquired the wooden box for 100 yuan. How delightful it is to have salvaged something from the refuse for such a price. The stall owner smugly murmured as he watched me and Li Qing depart. Li Qing, puzzled, tilted her head and asked, "What do you intend to do with this worthless box? I think it's not even fit for the trash heap. You will see shortly." I replied with a mysterious smile. Joyfully, I held Li Qing's delicate hand and continued to browse the stalls. Soon, I spotted He Qing, the one who had tricked me with the ceramic taotai last night, now running his own stall. I approached him, suppressing a laugh as I examined the items on display. They were quite similar to last night's offerings, except that the ceramic taotai had been replaced by a shabby bowl. This bowl was evidently old, but it bore several cracks, seemingly mended with egg whites. My expression morphed into one of incredulity. This guy is trying to swindle people again with a broken antique? Hello, handsome and beautiful, what would you like to buy? He Qing did not recognize me. Last night, the lighting was rather dim, and I appeared rather unfortunate, dragging along a large suitcase. Yet now, clad in elegant attire and accompanied by a top-tier flight attendant, hand in hand, I was a stark contrast to that earlier self. I casually glanced around, crouching down to extend my finger into a weathered bowl, cautiously tapping it, hesitant to lift it up for fear of it shattering suddenly and leading to unwarranted accusations. It was a Qing Dynasty Daoguang period bowl adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs. Though damaged, it was not beyond repair. A wave of elation surged within me. I was well aware of the significance of the five-color dragon and phoenix bowl, which originated during the Kangxi era and served as a quintessential example of imperial porcelain. Its production continuing until the late Qing dynasty for the royal court. Among the nearly 50 round vessels listed in the Daoguang Year 29 porcelain price list, its value surpassed that of over 30 others, categorizing it as one of the more precious varieties of its time. With wide eyes, I scrutinized the bowl. It featured a broad mouth, a deep curved belly, and a flat base. The entire piece was coated in a transparent white glaze, with a decorative band of 8 treasures painted around the rim, and 2 sets of dragon and phoenix motifs playing with pearls adorning the belly, interspersed with fiery beads and entwined floral patterns. The center depicted a vibrant red dragon amidst flames, the composition intricate and the colors vivid and exuberant. Its form was dignified and graceful, exquisite and delightful, with a firm body and rich glaze, the decorations meticulously depicted in heavy, radiant hues, with the cobalt blue patterns portrayed in a lively and bright manner, exemplifying the finest quality of the Daoguang imperial kiln. It was indeed a treasure of considerable worth. I endeavored to compose myself, pointing at the porcelain bowl and quipping, "Surely this discarded trinket must have been tossed aside by some beggar? How dare you attempt to sell it? This is the very bowl with which Zhu Yuanzhang once begged for alms. A bowl at the beginning, a rope at the end. Who does not know this tale?" Thus, although the bowl's condition was far from pristine, it may not fetch millions or even hundreds of thousands. Yet a firm 500,000 was assuredly within reach. Doubt it? Go ahead, take a closer look. He Qing boasted, his spittle flying. He was exceedingly experienced and cunning, fully aware of my interest in the bowl, and he regarded me like a prized lamb, contemplating how to extort a few hundred to over 1,000 from me. Yet, this was undeniably a Qing Dynasty Daoguang 5-color dragon and phoenix bowl. What connection did it have to Zhu Yuanzhang? I touched my forehead, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was spinning tales, attempting to pique my curiosity so I might lift the bowl, only for it to shatter in my hands, leading to a deceitful claim. The Daoguang 5-color dragon and phoenix bowl was indeed a treasure, worth tens of thousands. He Qing shot me a surprised glance, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Could it be that this individual was the same one from last night, who had accidentally broken a ceramic piece only to discover an ancient gold ring? 10 yuan? He inquired. I decided against engaging in lengthy banter. 300,000. Take it or leave it. He Qing glared at me fiercely. 100 yuan. I countered. If you want to sell, then so be it. I stood to leave. 200 yuan, you take it. He Qing feigned a pained expression. Deal. I refrained from further haggling, knowing he was a slippery character and likely would not sell for less than 200. In no time, the transaction was completed. Please take it yourself. I have no bag here. Upon receiving the money, He Ching smiled mysteriously, seemingly hoping I would grasp the bowl with my hands. If it shattered upon contact, I certainly would not desire it. He intended to piece it together and continue his deceit tomorrow. I smiled enigmatically, retrieved a plastic bag, and gently cradled the porcelain bowl, placing it delicately inside. As expected, it shattered within, splitting into two halves. Is this a broken bowl? Li Qing immediately recognized it and exclaimed in anger. What broken bowl? Just a moment ago, it was perfectly intact on my stall. Your boyfriend broke it himself? Should I be blamed for that? He Qing retorted defiantly. Fortunately, young man, you didn't handle it, otherwise. If it had shattered in your hands before an agreement on the price, it would not merely be a matter of 200. The vendor at the neighboring stall couldn't resist chiming in with a mocking tone. Let us go? Seeing that Li Qing had more to say, I quickly grabbed the plastic bag and took her delicate hand, hastening our departure. Hey, the porcelain bowl is broken. What are you taking it for? He Qing, flustered, shouted as he stood up. It's my possession. What concern is it of yours? I retorted without hesitation. He Qing was rendered speechless, stamping his feet in frustration. After all, he had finally found a shattered yet intact antique, perfectly suited to entice those sharp-eyed treasure hunters, leaving them at a loss. But to conclude with merely 200? Although there was a profit, it felt unsatisfying. Losing a broken antique in a day was a loss he could not afford. Zhang Yang, is this broken porcelain bowl an antique? Can't you restore it? Li Qing asked curiously in my ear. Did you not notice that this porcelain bowl is devoid of any defects? With my restoration techniques, it can indeed be repaired, so today's venture is quite profitable. I replied with a sense of pride. However, this does not count as a fortunate find, for the bowl itself holds no value. It is only after restoration that it becomes precious. Wouldn't you agree? Li Qing's face lit up with surprise and excitement, yet she quickly added a precaution. She certainly did not wish to surprise me later in the evening. Rest assured, this does not count as a fortunate find. The wooden box I purchased earlier is the true treasure. I grinned mischievously, urging her to quicken our pace as we approached the treasure pavilion at the end of the antique street. The shop was not overly spacious. On the rosewood shelves, exquisite porcelain pieces were displayed, white as snow and jade green, emanating a captivating sheen under the light. Ancient calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, their ink seemingly narrating ancient tales. The air was imbued with a subtle sandalwood fragrance, mingling with the distinctive aroma of antiques, transporting one to a hall of ancient treasures. Behind the counter, Elder Zhao, clad in traditional attire and wearing reading glasses, was diligently polishing a small bronze ding. He held considerable esteem in the field of antique appraisal, particularly renowned for his expertise in wooden artifacts. I frequently visited this place. Though I had never purchased treasures, I had often sought Elder Zhao's guidance on antique identification, gaining invaluable insights from each interaction. I placed the wooden box on the counter and respectfully greeted, "Good morning, Elder Zhao. Zhang Yang, such leisure today. Have you brought your girlfriend to uncover treasures?" Elder Zhao looked up, teasingly, with a hint of jest in his tone. Li Qing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet she did not refute his remark. I seized the opportunity to boast, declaring, "My girlfriend is exceptionally virtuous and gentle. This is her first time accompanying me on a treasure hunt, and I firmly believe she has brought me good fortune." I then chuckled and said, "Old Zhao, could you kindly examine this wooden box for me? I just acquired it and feel somewhat uncertain. Let me take a good look," replied Old Zhao as he set down the bronze cauldron in his hands and began to scrutinize the wooden box with meticulous care. His hands caressed the surface of the wood, feeling its texture with a tenderness and professionalism akin to that of an art connoisseur appreciating a rare masterpiece. He then retrieved a magnifying glass, inspecting the box's grain, scratches, and intricate carvings with unwavering focus and precision, his eyes reflecting a seriousness as if he were deciphering an ancient code. After a considerable time, Old Zhao lowered the magnifying glass, removed his gloves, and revealed a knowing smile. "Young man, you are quite fortunate. This is a piece from the late Qing dynasty to the early Republic, crafted from premium hardwood with exquisite workmanship. The hidden compartment design is particularly ingenious and quite rare in today's market. How much did you acquire it for?" 100 yuan. I answered truthfully. "Then you've indeed made a remarkable find. It takes quite a bit of audacity to purchase such a seemingly worthless wooden box for 100 yuan. Old Zhao remarked, his eyes filled with approval. I hurriedly expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Old Zhao. With your appraisal, I now feel reassured. By the way, do you accept such items here? I'm currently a bit tight on funds and would like to sell it if the price is right." A fleeting glimmer of interest flashed in Old Zhao's eyes as he nodded. "Yes, of course. I can offer you 5,000 yuan. That is a fair price." "Old Zhao, this wooden box is indeed rare, and I put in quite a bit of effort to find it. Would it be possible to add another 1,000 yuan? I could finalize the deal immediately," I argued, keen on securing a better profit for myself. Old Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, given your sincerity, let us settle on 6,000 yuan. I'll have someone transfer the funds to you." The transaction was completed swiftly, and as I gazed at the notification on my phone, elation surged within me. My assets had escalated from 1,100 yuan to 7,100 yuan. Though not an exorbitant amount, it held profound significance. It marked a new beginning in my exploration of the antique world. Meanwhile, Li Qing stood in stunned disbelief, astonished that such an inconspicuous wooden box had fetched 6,000 yuan. Had her prospective boyfriend truly made a remarkable find? Surely, she must prepare him a surprise for tonight. I did not rush to leave, but instead meandered through the shop, lightly tapping each antique with my middle finger, quietly absorbing their spiritual essence. After all, the absence of spiritual energy would not diminish the antiques themselves. As I continued to draw in this energy, the space within my wealth charm grew increasingly vibrant, with a faint, ethereal white mist swirling within, as if nurturing some extraordinary power. At that moment, a man in his 30s, dressed in opulent attire, hurriedly entered the shop. He pulled a plastic bag from his satchel and presented it to Old Zhao, saying, "Boss, my father recently passed away, and I found some silver dollars under the bed. Could you take a look?" Old Master Zhao took the silver dollar, placed it on the counter, donned his reading glasses, and examined it closely with a magnifying glass. However, his brow gradually furrowed, and he eventually shook his head in resignation, stating, "These silver dollars are all counterfeits," utterly worthless upon hearing this. The man's face contorted in disbelief. "Boss, could you please take another look? These dozens of silver dollars were painstakingly collected by my father over several years of retirement. Surely, they cannot all be fakes." Old Master Zhao removed his glasses and sighed. I suspect he was deceived by the same person, gradually purchasing replicas. "The material is not silver, but aluminum utterly worthless." Enraged, the man turned sharply and stormed out, tossing the bag into a trash bin, and left in a huff. Astounded, I hurriedly pulled Li Qing outside. I retrieved the bag from the trash and poured out the silver dollars, meticulously examining each one. My reason for confirming their authenticity stemmed from the fact that Old Zhao did not inspect each coin individually. He only examined about 20. Perhaps one among them was a genuine article. Counterfeit silver dollars are worthless. Counterfeit silver dollars are worthless. The Republic of China Year 3 version of the Yuan Shikai silver dollar, Omark edition. Worthy of your possession. Upon reaching the last silver dollar, the information in my mind shifted. My eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, there was a genuine silver dollar among them. I was well aware of the significance of the Year 3 Republic of China Yuan Shikai Omark silver dollar. It features an O-shaped mark within the Jiahe design, an H shape at the Jiahe ribbon, and a minuscule O-shaped circle in the upper left hole, with Yuan-esque collar unsealed at the front of his chin, broader epaulets, and prominent stars. Its value is considerable. Today, luck is indeed on my side. I promptly discarded the other fake silver dollars into the trash bin, clutching this one and beaming brightly. "Is this one genuine?" Li Qing inquired, her face awash with surprise and anticipation. "Call me husband, and I shall reveal the answer," I teased, unable to contain my delight. "Once you win my heart, I will comply. For now, I must refrain." Li Qing blushed deeply and shot me a playful glare. With a smile, I returned to the shop and addressed Old Master Zhao. "I found a silver dollar, the Year 3 Republic of China Yuan Shikai Omark edition. What price will you offer? Did you fish it out of the trash?" "I've already examined it, and it is indeed a counterfeit. Do not indulge in dreams." Old Master Zhao replied, his face filled with jest. I slid the silver dollar toward him, gently tapping the table with my fingertip, producing a clear sound. "Old Zhao, would you care to take a closer look?" Furrowing his brows, Old Master Zhao leisurely picked up the magnifying glass. After a prolonged examination, he removed his glasses, the mockery fading from his expression, replaced by seriousness. This is indeed the Omark Yuan Shirkai, though its condition leaves much to be desired. The edge shows significant wear, and the patina is uneven. He placed the silver dollar on the scale to weigh it, then illuminated it with a flashlight for internal inspection. In the current market, this condition is valued at around 3,000. If you wish to sell, I shall gladly acquire it. A slight heaviness settled in my heart. I had originally anticipated a substantial profit, yet I found myself stumbling over the quality of the item. Nevertheless, this silver dollar was salvaged from a garbage bin, and receiving 3,000 in return was indeed an unexpected delight. Master Zhao, you are the luminary of this realm, and your price is undoubtedly fair. With a smile, I pushed the silver dollar forward, sealing the deal. The transaction was completed swiftly, and my account balance finally exceeded 10,000. Moreover, there was a porcelain bowl that, once restored, could fetch several 100,000. Thus, I resolved to persist in my endeavors and continue seeking treasures. However, when I took a liking to a copper mirror at a stall and pointed at it with my middle finger, a peculiar message surfaced in my mind. Insufficient mental energy. Appraisal failed. It dawned on me that the appraisal process consumed not only spiritual energy, but also my mental fortitude. There was a limit to how many appraisals I could undertake in a day. No wonder I felt somewhat fatigued. Regretfully, I decided to halt my pursuits and suggested to Li Qing, "Shall we return? Is that it? It's still early. We could continue searching for treasures." Li Qing lightly tiptoed, her tone laced with reluctance, her melodious voice tinged with a hint of playfulness. She gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a smile curving her lips, reflecting her fervent passion for the treasure-hunting game. For her, witnessing her prospective boyfriend discerning gems amidst the antique market and successfully uncovering hidden treasures brought a joy and sense of accomplishment akin to personally unveiling the mysteries of a treasure trove, an intoxicating experience. I smiled knowingly, feigning profundity as I shook my head. Moderation is key. One must always exercise restraint. Today has yielded ample rewards. It would be wise to conserve our energy and return tomorrow. Indeed, you have already amassed over 10,000 today. If the porcelain bowl is restored, the profits could soar into the hundreds of thousands. That is quite formidable. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned closer, whispering into my ear with a warm breath that brushed against my earlobe, carrying the sweet fragrance unique to youth. Her gaze brimmed with admiration and pride for my abilities. Subsequently, we boarded the bus for our return journey. In the bus, the waning sunlight cast a gentle glow, enveloping the interior in a soft filter. The number of passengers was sparse. We sat side by side, our shoulders inadvertently brushing against one another, causing our heartbeats to quicken in unison. I turned slightly, whispering in her ear, "What surprise do you have in store for me tonight?" Li Qing's cheeks flushed instantly, two rosy clouds blooming upon her face as she shyly lowered her gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her eyes darting away in a flurry, avoiding my gaze. Her voice was soft and bashful. "I haven't decided yet." Her adorably shy demeanor ignited the flames of anticipation within me, burning ever brighter. Upon returning to Taoyuan Mountain Villa, the sun was nearing its descent, casting a spectacular crimson sky, resplendent in its beauty. Just then, we spotted a Chang's Audi A6, parked quietly at the entrance of the community. Li Qing's footsteps suddenly halted, her body tensing slightly, the smile on her face vanishing, replaced by a flicker of anxiety and unease. We cautiously approached the car and peered through the window to find a Chang seated in the driver's seat. His gaze was vacant and listless, his wide eyes, bloodshot and fiery, fixated on the entrance of the community with an unwavering intensity, exuding an almost obsessive aura. The collar of his shirt was slightly unbuttoned, and his tie hung askew around his neck, his hair disheveled, clearly indicating he had been waiting there for quite some time. Undoubtedly, he had come for Li Qing, clinging to the hope of reconciliation. After our definitive breakup last night, I had blocked him, rendering him unable to contact me, and he was unaware of my exact rental address. Yet, he knew I resided in this vicinity. Li Qing's voice trembled slightly, as if fearing my displeasure, and she hastily sought to explain, her eyes brimming with apprehension and unease. A peculiar sensation surged within me, a blend of modest pride and subtle vigilance. I softly reassured her, "When the moment comes, firmly reject him, ensuring he relinquishes all hope of return. He is stubborn and will likely linger for a while. It is not as easy for him to concede as you might think." Li Qing furrowed her brow, her face etched with worry and her tone steeped in profound resignation. A spark ignited in my eyes as a mischievous plan formed in my mind. I whispered my scheme into her ear. Why don't we pretend, just like this? That's a clever idea, but do not overstep your bounds, Li Qing replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she cast a reproachful glance my way, though a hint of a smile betrayed her anticipation. I took a deep breath and boldly wrapped my arms around her delicate waist. The softness and warmth radiating from her body made my heart skip a beat, a jolt of electricity coursing through me, igniting my very veins. She was irresistibly alluring, her exquisite features and graceful form exuding an intoxicating charm. Li Qing paused momentarily, then nestled into my embrace. The subtle fragrance of her elegant perfume intertwining with her natural scent, enveloping me in a captivating aura that compelled me to inhale deeply, surrendering to the enchanting atmosphere. We feigned ignorance of a Chong, maintaining our intimate embrace as we strolled leisurely toward the community entrance. Hasn't he come out all day? What is going on? He must need to eat, right? Surely he wouldn't cook for himself. A Chong mumbled to himself, eyes wide and fixed on the community entrance, his voice tinged with confusion and anxiety. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, as if he had resolved to wait indefinitely for Li Qing's appearance. Today, he was determined to reconcile with her. Otherwise, once she returned to work, all would be lost. In his mind, the stunning and accomplished flight attendant Li Qing, upon announcing her single status, would undoubtedly attract a myriad of suitors eager to claim her heart. Suddenly, a Chong gasped, having spotted two familiar silhouettes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then looked again, confirming that it was indeed Zhang Yang and Li Qing. He sat there, frozen in shock, his expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Could it be true, what Li Qing had said the night before? Had they truly reconciled? Had they begun a romance? But how could it be so swift? Merely a day had passed, and they were already this close? Meanwhile, he and Li Qing had been in a defined relationship for 6 months, yet they had not even held hands. This felt amiss. They must be acting, perhaps having noticed his vehicle and attempting to provoke him into relinquishing his claim. With this realization, a Chong swiftly flung open the car door. Moving with the agility of a cheetah, he seized a bouquet of vibrant flowers and a delicately crafted jewelry box, hastily pursuing them. Positioning himself in front of Li Qing and me, he glared at me with fury and ice in his eyes, bellowing, "Zhang Yang, you scoundrel, let her go. She is my girlfriend. A Chong, did we not part ways last night? You are merely my ex-boyfriend, one with whom I never even held hands." Li Qing's tone was as frigid as frost, her gaze brimming with disdain, offering a Chong no semblance of kindness. Her disappointment in his character was absolute. Her heart filled with contempt. Perhaps she had sensed his flawed character in the past, which had prompted her vigilance, denying him any opportunity. In hindsight, that caution had spared her from a calamity. "A Chong, did you hear that? After your despicable actions last night, how can you still dare to appear before me and Li Qing? She is now my girlfriend, and you are no longer entangled in her life." I replied coolly, refusing to yield. "You, a mere pauper, think you are worthy of Li Qing? Spare us this charade. You cannot deceive me." A Chong's face contorted with disdain, his eyes filled with scorn. He then turned his fervent gaze towards Li Qing, urgently asserting, "Li Qing, I merely entered the restroom out of necessity last night and stumbled upon something I should not have seen, which muddled my thoughts. They approached me for a card game, and I could not resist flirting with her. I was only trying to protect you by persuading Lu Qingya to lie. My character is not lacking. Li Qing, considering the past 6 months of my good behavior, during which I did not even hold your hand, will you not forgive me this once?" As he spoke, his eyes began to glisten with moisture, tears welling up and soon cascading down like pearls strung loose. A complex and conflicted expression crossed Li Qing's face, her gaze flickering with hesitation. A Chong's eloquence, combined with his athletic physique, handsome appearance, and respectable background, qualities that had once stirred Li Qing's heart, now stirred emotions within her once more, evidently swaying her. Observing her reaction, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within me, an unsettling feeling spreading through my heart. Could it be? Was Li Qing wavering? Would she reconcile with him? A Chong, noticing her demeanor, felt a surge of elation. Realizing he had a chance, he suddenly dropped to one knee, smoothly opening a jewelry box that contained a dazzling ruby necklace, radiating brilliance under the streetlight's glow. With confidence swelling within him, a Chong raised the jewelry box and a bouquet of resplendent roses, gazing deeply at Li Qing as he proclaimed, "This necklace, which I purchased for 500,000 today, is for you. Please believe that I truly love you. I promise I will never repeat such mistakes." Damn. Is he resorting to monetary persuasion? A necklace worth 500,000? I gasped inwardly, a wave of shock washing over me. Clearly, Chang had spared no expense this time, and I had underestimated his wealth. He was far more affluent than I had imagined. No wonder he dared to brazenly pursue Lu Qingya. He believed he could smooth over any situation with money, ensuring she would willingly maintain an ambiguous relationship with him. As for me, in his eyes, I was merely an inconsequential impoverished youth, someone he could easily trample upon. He had merely disguised himself well in the past, and I failed to perceive his true nature. I quickly widened my eyes and glanced at Li Qing, silently praying that she would not be swayed by Chang's honeyed words and monetary allure. However, Li Qing's face was etched with hesitation and doubt. Her hands trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with inner turmoil. My heart sank further, rising to my throat as I anxiously awaited her response. The night enveloped Taoyuan Villa like a vast, dark canvas, while the streetlights emitted a warm, golden glow, casting mottled shadows on the ground, elongating the figures of Chang and Li Qing in confrontation, swaying gently in the evening breeze. The vibrant red roses in Chang's hand appeared particularly glaring against the cool night, their petals still holding remnants of the day's warmth, which was slowly dissipating. If you had come to me last night to speak these words, there would have been no need for a gift of 500,000. I might have forgiven you. But now it is too late. Li Qing's voice seemed to drift from a distant place, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She lifted her gaze slightly, peering beyond Chang's shoulder into the boundless darkness, as if it concealed all her past attachments and reluctance to part. In this moment, her thoughts involuntarily returned to Chang's explanations, which resembled a meticulously woven web, each detail fitting seamlessly together, the logic so clear that it left no room for flaws. She pondered silently. In this life, who among us is free from error? As long as one can acknowledge and rectify their mistakes, there is no greater virtue. A wayward son returning home is invaluable. Moreover, Chang had merely acted out of momentary confusion. He had witnessed Lu Qingya bathing, and she, in turn, did not hold it against him. Was this not an invitation and a temptation? In this light, his transgression seemed somewhat understandable. Yet, the emergence of another man the previous night shattered the tranquility of her heart like a stone cast into a serene lake. In just a day and a night, he had entered her heart like a gentle breeze carrying warmth and sincerity, displacing Chang from his former position. This sudden emotion, though hasty, provided her with an unparalleled sense of security. In truth, I came last night and waited at the entrance of the community for you, but you never arrived. I even sought the security guard, yet he was unwilling to disclose your address. Chang's voice quivered slightly, feigning a pitiful demeanor, even as a flicker of barely detectable panic crossed his eyes. In reality, he had remained comfortably at home the previous night, racking his brain for strategies. Lacking the courage to face Li Qing, he believed that until he had crafted the perfect words, coming here impulsively would not only be futile, but could also backfire. You waited for me all night. Li Qing's eyelashes fluttered gently, her tone imbued with surprise and wavering conviction. The image of Chang waiting in the biting wind involuntarily surfaced in her mind, stirring a flicker of compassion within her. Indeed, it is true. Chang quickly nodded, stepping forward half a pace, his eyes brimming with desperate longing, as if believing that if Li Qing accepted this statement, he could salvage everything. However, someone toiled tirelessly on my behalf throughout the night, exerting greater effort than you. Li Qing soon regained her composure, her gaze resolutely firm. She recalled my weary yet determined eyes from the previous night, remembered my relentless endeavor to restore that extraordinary jade pendant, laboring from dusk till dawn. The scales of her heart began to tip in my favor. Chang's complexion instantly paled, and his mind was besieged by the most dreadful images. What? Someone exerted themselves for an entire night? For Li Qing? Had she succumbed to the allure of another? Consequently, could she never forgive herself, nor entertain the notion of being with me? As these thoughts surged within him, a wave of uncontrollable fury and frustration enveloped him, akin to a raging inferno coursing through his chest, nearly suffocating him. He could not fathom why, in just a single day and night, I could occupy such a significant place in Li Qing's heart, while he had spent 6 months without even holding her hand. No, That cannot be. She must be deceiving me. Or perhaps she is merely performing for my sake, seeking to deter me. It is a test of my resolve. If I were to relinquish my pursuit now, I would be a fool. With this realization, Chang's gaze regained its determination, and a tender smile graced his face. Li Qing, regardless of what transpired last night, no matter the efforts he exerted for you, my love for you remains unwavering. I shall always stand by your side, for I believe I can bring you happiness. As for Zhang Yang, he is but a penniless wretch, unworthy of you. He is wholly inadequate as a shield. As Chang spoke, he forcefully pressed the gift he held into Li Qing's hands, as if that would silence her potential refusals. Where did you acquire the funds for such an extravagant gift? Li Qing inquired, her eyes brimming with skepticism. She understood Chang all too well, recognizing that with his income, he could never afford such a lavish present easily. I asked my father for it. He is quite generous to me. Not only 500,000, but even 5 million, he would willingly provide. Upon hearing it was for your gift, he agreed without hesitation. Chang feigned nonchalance. Yet, he slightly raised his chin, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward, his concealed pride betraying his vanity. Had you earned it yourself? I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect, but it is not so. Moreover, your failure to find me last night signifies that our fates have run their course. Li Qing shook her head in disappointment, pulling me a few steps back, seemingly intent on maintaining distance from Chang. I have now fallen for Zhang Yang. He is my boyfriend, and I believe our bond is profound. You enticed his girlfriend, causing their separation. When I sought him for clarification, he came to my home, and I discovered he surpasses you in every way. Thus, I fell for him. Perhaps this is the cycle of cause and effect, retribution served. You should leave. Do not pursue me any further, for it is futile. There is no longer a place for you in my heart. It is entirely occupied by Zhang Yang. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. He is merely a penniless wretch, utterly unworthy of you and inferior to me. Chang's face flushed crimson as he roared in anger, his voice echoing through the stillness of the night, startling a few birds from the trees. Open your eyes and take a good look. Li Qing cast a cold glance at Chang, then shyly wrapped her arms around my neck, gently rising on her toes, tilting her radiant face up, pouting her luscious red lips, and softly kissing me. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, everything around us blurred, leaving only the sound of our heartbeats reverberating in our ears. The sensations of softness, sweetness, and warmth coursed through me like an electric current, flooding my entire being. Unable to restrain myself, I embraced Li Qing's delicate waist, pulling her tightly into my arms, and began to kiss her fervently. Li Qing responded with a shy yet passionate fervor, and we became immersed in this sweet atmosphere. As if the entire world had faded away, leaving just the two of us. Chang knelt in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. He knew Li Qing well, although she was an air hostess with an alluring figure. Having encountered numerous wealthy passengers in first class, she had always maintained a conservative nature. When she agreed to be his girlfriend, they had established 3 rules: no holding hands, no kissing, and no intimacy until marriage. He had reluctantly accepted these terms because of his deep affection for her. Throughout their relationship, he had meticulously adhered to these agreements, never daring to cross the line. Yet now, witnessing Li Qing's intimate display with me, he found it hard to believe that this passionate demeanor was genuine. In that moment, he questioned whether the woman before him was truly Li Qing or merely a stranger who resembled her. While I continued to kiss Li Qing, I caught a glimpse of Chang from the corner of my eye. His contorted face and clenched fists, with nails digging into his palms, stirred within me an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. This feeling was a blend of the joy from kissing Li Qing and the thrill of retribution. Last night, I had to helplessly watch him kiss Lu Qingya, while now I was lost in a tender embrace with Li Qing, leaving Chang to witness our intimacy in despair. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished. It is simply a matter of time. Chang finally broke down, letting out a frenzied scream filled with despair and rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a wild beast stripped of reason, poised to attack. Li Qing, startled by Chang's outburst, shyly halted but gazed at me with deep affection, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Zhang Yang, would you be my boyfriend? Will you cherish me for a lifetime? I would, of course, cherish you for eternity. I believe I can provide you with a life of happiness and abundance. I replied sincerely, my voice brimming with determination and joy. Chong, do you now believe? You may as well give up hope. However, I am confident that you will find a beautiful woman who will love you and wish you well in your future. After Li Qing spoke, she took my hand and turned to walk into the community. Our silhouettes gradually faded from Chong's sight under the glow of the streetlight. Chong knelt helplessly on the ground, his gaze vacant and bewildered, his face etched with confusion and disbelief. He could not fathom how I, a mere impoverished wretch, could have pursued and won over Li Qing in the span of a single day and night, compelling her to confess her feelings. This seemed utterly inconceivable, defying all logic. Zhang Yang, just wait. Chong seethed inwardly, his face marred by hatred, his eyes ablaze with fury and vengeance. Upon returning home, Li Qing regarded me with a mix of concern and curiosity. I thought he might attack you. I was quite worried. He wouldn't dare, for he knows he stands no chance against me. I shrugged, offering a confident smile. Memories of my days training alongside Chong at the gym flooded my mind. Those moments of rigorous training and competition. In both strength and speed, I far surpassed him. In a physical confrontation, I could easily bring him down with a single hand, a testament to our vast disparity in natural ability. Did I perform well in our little charade? Li Qing declared, tilting her chin with a playful glint in her eyes. I won't admit it was an act. All I know is that you confessed your feelings for me, and I accepted. From this moment on, you are my girlfriend, and I am your boyfriend. Boldly, I wrapped my arms around Li Qing, gazing deeply into her glistening eyes, filled with affection. Wasn't it your idea for me to pretend, to make him give up completely? Now you refuse to acknowledge it? Li Qing playfully pouted, gently thumping my sturdy chest. But you were serious just now, and so was I. So let us not dwell on it. Let us embark on this romantic journey together. It will surely be delightful. I whispered softly in her ear, my warm breath causing her ears to blush slightly. Strictly speaking, we only truly met last night. Isn't this rather swift? Li Qing's shyness deepened, her heart a mix of anticipation and conflict. Yet I have known you for half a year, am entirely assured of your character, utterly captivated by your beauty, and greatly admire your self-respect, never having engaged in any physical contact with Chong. I gazed earnestly at Li Qing, my eyes resolute yet gentle. Thus, we have a foundation of emotional connection. Before she could respond, I breathlessly leaned in to kiss her luscious, enticing lips. The passionate kiss we shared earlier at the community entrance lingered in my thoughts, though I had been distracted by the fear of Chong's potential aggression. Now, in the sanctuary of our home, with no one else around, I could no longer restrain my yearning. I longed to embrace her once more, wholly and without distraction. Please don't. Li Qing's face flushed with anxiety and shyness, her gentle protests manifesting as she attempted to shy away, but ultimately, I captured her lips with precision. This time, her reaction was markedly intense, and with a soft sigh, she melted into my embrace. Her delicate arms entwined around my neck. Her toes lifted, responding to my fervent kiss with fiery passion. In this fervent exchange, I finally comprehended that a woman only reacts so intensely to a kiss when she genuinely harbors feelings for the man she embraces. I cannot help but recall my former girlfriend, and the various moments shared between her and Chong gradually lead me to an understanding. It is evident that she had long harbored feelings for Chong. He must have often flirted with her in secret, promising her some benefits. Thus, Chong's character is undoubtedly questionable. Moreover, Li Qing must have recognized this long ago. Earlier, she simply chose not to provoke Chong, deeming it unnecessary to make an enemy of him. I quickly set aside my distractions and devoted myself entirely to a passionate kiss with Li Qing. Reveling in the sweetness of love, happiness surged forth like the rising tide of the ocean, enveloping both Li Qing and me in a sea of bliss. Eventually, this delightful kiss came to an end. Li Qing, blushing, retreated into her room, presumably to take a bath. I approached the refrigerator, opened the door, and retrieved an egg. Carefully, I used the egg white to coat the porcelain bowl, which adhered firmly due to the cool temperature of the air-conditioned room. Subsequently, I placed the bowl into the Wanbao Tower within my financial ring, and the restoration process commenced, causing the bowl to emit a faint white glow. After bathing and donning comfortable pajamas, I stood before Li Qing's door and gently knocked. The moment the door swung open, a subtle and elegant fragrance enveloped me. Li Qing appeared in a pink pajama set, her long, dark hair cascading like silk behind her. With a hint of caution, she regarded me and playfully asked, "Zhang Yang, what do you intend to do?" Of course, I had thoughts in my mind, but I dared not voice them. Such crude jokes would surely displease her. Instead, I simply smiled and replied, "You lost the bet today. You still owe me a surprise." The evening glow painted the sky in vibrant shades of crimson. As dusk deepened and the lights began to twinkle, Li Qing leaned against the doorframe, her hair still damp from the bath. Wisps of steam rising in the warm yellow light, creating a hazy mist. Her pink pajamas clung softly to her form, the delicate lace trim swaying gently with her movements, exuding a faint fragrance, a blend of her shower gel and her natural scent. "The surprise I gave you earlier was my confession," she said, tilting her head with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with playful reproach, her voice sweet as honey, the final notes teasingly rising, tickling my ears. "But we agreed that the surprise would come tonight, and your confession happened before nightfall. The timing is off," I stated earnestly. "Had a Chong not appeared, I would have confessed to you in the evening. So, my confession truly was a surprise for you. You rascal, you cannot back out of this." Li Qing's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, akin to clouds kissed by the evening glow, the color spreading from her ears down to her neck. "Rest assured, I would never renege. I simply wish to confirm what your surprise entails," I replied, a smile dancing at the corners of my lips, my eyes glimmering with anticipation. Now I understood, it was your confession to me. This was not a mere act. And I agreed. From henceforth, we are to be a couple, are we not? My voice trembled ever so slightly, imbued with both joy and a hint of unease, fearful that this might merely be a fleeting dream. Indeed, Li Qing shyly lifted her head, her gaze bright and resolute as it met mine, and she nodded gently, without a trace of ambiguity. In that moment, the tenderness in her eyes seemed to transform into a spring of warmth, enveloping me entirely. "May I come in and converse with you? There is still ample time," I inquired softly. Without waiting for her reply, I sidled through the door, gently closing it behind me. With a soft click, it felt as though the clamor and chaos of the outside world were rendered distant, leaving only this small haven bathed in warm yellow light, where the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of lavender, interwoven with the faintest hints of burgeoning affection. At that moment, I felt no trepidation, for from this evening forward, I was her boyfriend. Entering her room felt as natural as a weary bird returning to its nest. Inside, pink gauzy curtains floated gently in the breeze, while several adorable plush toys were neatly arranged on the bed. The bookshelf was a delightful collage of various tomes, each element reflecting the heart of a young girl. Li Qing appeared momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade, yet she did not deter me. Instead, she lowered her gaze slightly and, in a soft, delicate voice, asked, "What would you like to discuss?" A gentle smile graced my lips as I replied, "Let us talk about our future, about our dreams. There is so much to share." As I spoke, I tenderly reached out, taking her slender hand in mine. Her hand was soft and delicate, akin to holding a piece of polished jade, as if I were cradling the essence of spring itself. I guided her to a small sofa nestled in the corner of the room, gently seating her before taking my place beside her. The sofa enveloped us in its plush embrace, drawing us closer, allowing us to hear the rhythmic beating of each other's hearts. We began to engage in light conversation, with Li Qing predominantly speaking while I listened. Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a babbling brook or the sweet trill of a yellow oriole, each note a sugary morsel that sweetened my heart. She spoke of her family, her eyes brimming with happiness and affection. "My father is an executive, often busy with work. Yet whenever he has the chance, he brings me delightful treats. My mother runs a beauty salon. She adores beauty and has adorned me splendidly. I also have an elder brother who is a pilot. After long flights, he always returns with a myriad of gifts for me." As she recounted these tales, her hands animatedly gestured, her face radiant with joy, akin to a child sharing treasures. Then she regaled me with amusing anecdotes from her childhood. Once, she had secretly donned her mother's high heels, only to tumble and land on her bottom. On another occasion, she had placed her brother's pilot cap atop her head, masquerading as a little aviator, scampering about the house. Her storytelling was vivid, her eyes sparkling with life, punctuated by peals of laughter that rang like silver bells. I was captivated, as if her words transported me into her childhood, where I beheld the innocent little girl with braided pigtails. Yet, whenever she inquired about my past, I deftly diverted the conversation. Those somber days, those painful memories. I wished not to let them tarnish the beauty of the present moment. I simply held her hand tightly, my gaze steadfast and gentle, as we envisioned a splendid future together, traveling the world to witness its breathtaking vistas, making wishes beneath the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and watching the sunrise and sunset by the shores of the Maldives. We would also adopt a charming kitten and bestow upon it a delightful name. Li Qing listened intently, her eyes brimming with dreams and longing, her smile growing ever more radiant. In the room, the warm light enveloped us, intertwining our silhouettes, and at that moment, time seemed to pause for us. Everything felt so beautiful and serene. I had long since encircled her slender waist, and she had already nestled shyly in my embrace. Her nightgown, crafted from smooth, cool silk, allowed me to perceive the breathtaking contours of her body, gently undulating with her breath, like ripples on a lake caressed by a soft breeze. The fragrance that wafted from her hair, mingled with the warmth of her breath against my neck, slowly ignited the flames within my heart, my reason beginning to unravel. "Don't!" Li Qing exclaimed in a flustered tone, pressing her hands against my chest, her voice trembling, laced with a palpable panic. Nevertheless, my kiss descended softly upon her lips, like a feather brushing against a petal. In that fleeting moment, Li Qing felt a resounding thunder in her mind, as all her thoughts were swept into the eye of a storm, vanishing without a trace. Her fingertips instinctively curled around my neck, responding with fervent passion. The neckline of her nightgown slipped away, revealing her delicate collarbone, which gleamed with a pearl-like luster under the warm glow of the bedside lamp. Our breaths intertwined, a tender and lingering melody, completely shattering the last vestiges of reason, leaving only the primal desire that surged through the air. However, as I tentatively sought to remove her garment, she suddenly grasped my hand tightly, her gaze resolute, playfully reproaching me. "Zhang Yang, not yet. I am not prepared in the slightest. If you persist, I will truly be angry." I pondered silently, questioning whether she genuinely refused or merely feigned modesty, as I continued to ardently entice her. Though she reciprocated with equal fervor, she steadfastly maintained her final line of defense. It was then that I comprehended her genuine refusal. A sense of reluctance washed over me, and I whispered in her ear, "Look, your colleagues have moved in with their boyfriends, yet you are rejecting yours." My colleague had known her boyfriend for 2 years before they recently cohabited. While we had only known each other for a day, our previous acquaintance hardly counted. Li Qing responded with a mix of amusement and irritation, playfully rolling her eyes at me, yet her gaze was filled with tenderness. "Then tell me, how much longer must I wait?" I continued to press against her, my gaze intense and unwavering, imbued with a fierce aggression. "Let me ponder this." Li Qing contemplated thoughtfully for a moment, then slowly extended a delicate, pale finger. "Once you have amassed such wealth, our bond should be profound enough, and at that point, I believe it would be appropriate for us to cohabit." "A modest ambition? Very well. I shall devise a means to achieve it." I was momentarily taken aback, but then resolutely declared my intent. I had not anticipated that Li Qing's aspirations would be set so high. However, it was no surprise coming from a seasoned flight attendant who had witnessed the world. Truly, the prospect of living with her would not come easily. It seemed I could only hope for a stroke of extraordinary luck and seize several fortuitous opportunities. When did I declare it a modest ambition? I was referring to 10 million. The expression on Li Qing's face was somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement and intrigue. Yet, since her boyfriend harbored such grand ambitions, she would not correct him. On the contrary, she found it rather delightful and encouraged him to strive diligently. Thus, she beamed radiantly, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on my cheek, her voice sweet as she said, "Zhang Yang, I love you. I shall await the day of your success. And at that moment, I will present my most perfect self to you." I feared that it might take a considerable amount of time to achieve this, and during that interval, I would find myself in discomfort. After all, you know that I once had a girlfriend, and we lived together for an extended period. I whispered softly in her ear, bearing my heart's turmoil and desires, my voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Although I cannot offer you that, I am open to everything else. I simply lack experience, and you must teach me." Li Qing inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for me. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke bashfully. Her voice was faint, like a whisper of a gnat, almost inaudible if not listened to closely. "I am the best teacher, tonight. I shall instruct you thoroughly." My heart soared with delight, my eyes sparkling with excitement. I had never imagined that Li Qing would acquiesce to such a proposition. It seemed she truly loved me, which made her willingness all the more thrilling. "Not tonight. You hardly slept last night. Now, You must obediently return to your room and rest. Li Qing, growing increasingly shy, cleverly devised an excuse, firmly pushing me away as she guided me towards the door. I did not resist nor linger, complying obediently as she ushered me outside. This was not only because I understood she needed time to adjust and contemplate our intimate arrangement, but also due to the exhaustion I felt after evaluating numerous artifacts today, draining my mental energy and leaving me weary. Li Qing, you are the most beautiful and enchanting flight attendant in the world. I adore you immensely. Come to me in my dreams tonight. May we never part. I turned, gazing affectionately into her shimmering peach blossom eyes, and, having expressed my heartfelt sentiments, I walked towards my room. Zhang Yang, I love you too. You are so captivating. I am drawn to your mischievous, yet principled and talented nature. Li Qing stood at the door, watching my retreating figure, her face aglow with a smile of happiness, her voice brimming with affection. With a heart full of joy, I returned to my chamber and collapsed onto the soft bed, shutting my eyes, and soon drifting into the realm of dreams. In this dreamscape, Li Qing arrived as anticipated, and we engaged in a myriad of sweet and delightful interactions, our laughter echoing in every corner. Meanwhile, the finance ring emitted a gentle glow, the ethereal white energy within it flowing like a delicate stream, circulating through my body, cleansing every meridian and each cell. As the night deepened and gradually faded, the dawn slowly emerged. The sun, resembling a bashful maiden, peeked shyly over the horizon, its golden rays piercing through the window's crevices like a sharp sword, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the entire room. The energy circulating within me suddenly retreated in a flurry, akin to a startled rabbit, hastily seeking refuge within the finance ring. Vanishing from sight, I too awakened from this blissful slumber, feeling invigorated, as if I were brimming with boundless energy, ready to conquer the world with a mere punch. However, an unpleasant odor intrusively wafted into my nostrils. Frowning and wrinkling my nose, I glanced around, only to be astonished to discover that the foul smell emanated from my very own being. Upon looking down, I was horrified to see a layer of dark, greasy substance surfacing on my skin, sticky and utterly repulsive, releasing a most unpleasant stench. Alarmed, I sprang up and dashed out of the room like a whirlwind, racing into the bathroom and turning on the faucet, eagerly commencing my cleansing ritual. As the warm water cascaded over my body, washing away the greasy layer, I was astounded to witness a remarkable transformation. My skin became exquisitely smooth and delicate, akin to that of a newborn. My muscles were more defined, each contour radiating strength. My facial features were sharper and distinctly attractive. My eyes sparkled with clarity, as if they contained the cosmos, and my hair shone with a lustrous black sheen, exuding vitality. I had always been a strikingly handsome man, yet now I found myself even more charming. Gazing into the mirror, I was captivated by my own handsome visage. Filled with surprise and curiosity, I remained bewildered, pondering the nature of this transformation. Why had I undergone such a change? My mind raced in search of answers. I turned to the finance ring, hoping for an explanation, but this time it remained unresponsive, quietly resting upon my finger, as if it were an ordinary piece of jewelry. It seemed that its purpose lay solely in discerning treasures and restoring artifacts, offering insights only related to such matters. Nevertheless, this sudden metamorphosis was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. A dream realized that countless men yearn for yet seldom attain. Why dwell excessively on the reasons? With a newfound confidence, I strode out of the bathroom, ready to return to my room to don some attire. Li Qing surely wouldn't wake up this early, would she? Yet, life has its peculiar coincidences. Just as I stepped out of the bathroom, Li Qing swung open the door and emerged, adorned in a form-fitting black dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Complemented by sheer black stockings, she exuded an air of sensuality and charm. Her long, raven hair cascaded like silk down her back, swaying gently with her movements. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that one could hardly look away, as if she had stepped straight out of the pages of a fashion magazine. Upon noticing me, completely unclothed, emerging from the bathroom, her expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. Flustered, she hastily covered her lovely face with her hands and playfully scolded, "Zhang Yang, you naughty boy. Why aren't you dressed?" However, perhaps due to my striking appearance, her curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't resist peeking at me through her fingers. I, too, was caught off guard by this unexpected situation, feeling immensely embarrassed. I quickly covered myself and dashed back to my room, poking my head out to explain. I just took a shower and forgot to grab my clothes. It wasn't intentional. So what do you think? Am I handsome? I couldn't quite make out her reaction, so I was left in a state of confusion. Li Qing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she turned her face away, unable to meet my gaze. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed a different sentiment within her. Internally, she was astonished, pondering why her boyfriend would suddenly bathe in the morning. Could it be that he had an involuntary nocturnal emission? As I dressed and rushed back into the bathroom to tackle the laundry, Li Qing seemed to solidify her assumptions. With a delicate fragrance surrounding her, she entered briskly and gently offered, "Zhang Yang, let me help you with the laundry." No, I can manage it myself," I protested, utterly mortified, for the pajamas were marred by a layer of unsightly grease, utterly filthy. "I am your girlfriend. Of course, I should wash your clothes." Li Qing replied with a playful shake of her head, resolutely pushing me aside and diligently commencing the task. After tidying the clothes, she hung them neatly on the balcony and turned to me with a smile. "Come on, let us go out for breakfast and then search for a new place. You could rent somewhere closer to make our dates more convenient." "What? You want me to leave?" My eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion, feeling much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with indignation. At that moment, I was engulfed by uncertainty and reluctance. Clearly, Li Qing and I had established a romantic relationship, and it seemed only natural for me to stay here. However, she appeared to think otherwise. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm my emotions and feign nonchalance as I said, "Li Qing, I really dislike searching for rental properties. The weather is swelteringly hot, and running around outside is quite unpleasant. How about this? I could stay in this vacant room as if we were cohabiting. Oh no, I would cover the entire rent. We can each have our own room and not disturb each other. Wouldn't that work?" "No, absolutely not." Li Qing shook her head vigorously like a rattle, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness and shyness. "If we lived together every day, I fear you might lose control and act recklessly. Once you've amassed sufficient wealth and acquired your own residence, I shall relocate to accompany you." As she spoke, she once again waved a slender finger before me. Hearing her refusal, a wave of despondency surged within me. Yet, I remained reluctant to concede so easily. Approaching her, I gently wrapped my arm around her shoulders and whispered softly in her ear, "I assure you, I shall not intrude upon your peace. Just as I did the night before and the one prior, quietly and unobtrusively. Moreover, having me here would protect you. You would feel more secure, and I could rest easier. We are already lovers. There is no need to artificially create distance between us, is there?" Li Qing furrowed her brow slightly, her face betraying a look of considerable dilemma. With a gentle sigh, she responded, "However, I have already promised another beautiful colleague to share an apartment with her. She has relinquished her previous accommodation and will be moving in next week. Thus, it is not that I wish to drive you away or refuse to cohabitate with you. It is simply unavoidable." At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words, a wave of frustration washing over me. I had not anticipated that this room had already been reserved by another flight attendant. I lamented my tardiness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I understood that I could no longer press my case. Yet, having already settled in and transformed Li Qing into my girlfriend, the prospect of moving out was utterly unacceptable. "Come now, let us not squander time. I must return to work the day after tomorrow and have no time to accompany you in searching for a new place," Li Qing urged playfully, tugging at my arm in an attempt to lead me toward the door. "Isn't she moving in next week? There is no urgency regarding the rental. I could find a place nearby myself," I thought to myself, considering postponing the matter for a few days. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events might arise during that time. "Why do you always procrastinate? If a task can be accomplished today, do not defer it until tomorrow," Li Qing insisted, resolutely pulling me outside. Observing her determination, I recognized that she was intent on securing a rental for me today. At this moment, feeling somewhat helpless, an idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Restoration complete. Instantly, joy surged within me, and a subtle smile graced my face. I hastily leaned close to Li Qing's ear and murmured, "However, I wish to sell that Qing Dynasty 5-color dragon and phoenix bowl today. I am truly curious to see how much it might fetch. Additionally, I would like to try my luck at the antique market. Perhaps I might stumble upon a significant find." "Have you truly restored that porcelain bowl?" Li Qing asked, her face alight with disbelief, her eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation as she clutched my arm tightly, shaking it fervently. Indeed, it is restored. I shall retrieve it for you now, I replied, swiftly re-entering the suite, racing back to my room like a gust of wind. With a mere thought, the Qing Dynasty 5-color dragon and phoenix bowl materialized in my hand. Almost simultaneously, unable to suppress her curiosity, Li Qing pushed the door open and stepped inside. Both of us widened our eyes, fully engrossed in examining the porcelain bowl. The once apparent cracks had vanished without a trace. The bowl now appeared as a seamless entity, adorned with vibrant colors, and the dragon and phoenix patterns danced to life, mesmerizingly beautiful. Zhang Yang, your restoration technique is absolutely extraordinary, simply unbelievable. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with affection, her voice melodious and charming, imbued with a deep sense of admiration and love. With your exceptional skills, you could easily become a wealthy magnate without the need to hunt for bargains. You are the epitome of a promising investment with boundless potential. As far as she knew, there were countless damaged antiques in this world that had lost their value due to imperfections or significantly depreciated worth. If one could find a way to acquire these damaged antiques, restore them, and then sell them, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. It's not as easy and straightforward as you think. I can only restore artifacts when they are intact. Thus, it remains quite a challenge to find such pieces. I deliberately downplayed my restoration skills, not wishing to raise her expectations too high. The truth is, I had no idea where to find those damaged antiques that were still intact. It all relied on luck. I know many affluent individuals, many of whom have a penchant for collecting antiques. Perhaps I could assist you in acquiring some damaged yet relatively preserved treasures, Li Qing said with a radiant smile. But how will you thank me? How about dedicating yourself to me? I teased with a mischievous grin, my eyes sparkling with playful light. What else? Li Qing pouted, clearly unimpressed with my response, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. How about a share of the profits? After restoring the treasures, once we sell them, you could receive 10% of the selling price. I said half seriously, half jokingly. It's not that I am unwilling to give you more, but the materials required for restoration are quite expensive. I had to conceal my secret of being able to restore artifacts without consuming materials to maintain credibility. The secret to my financial restraint would remain undisclosed to anyone, including Li Qing. By offering her a share, she would be motivated to help me seek out those artifacts worthy of restoration. Perhaps she might even enlist more flight attendants to assist in this endeavor, potentially leading to immense wealth. Zhang Yang, I love you. You are so kind to me, Li Qing exclaimed with delight, embracing my neck. Her laughter bright and her eyes sparkling with satisfaction, brimming with affection. She understood well what a 10% profit could signify, merely from her previous jade pendant. Her share would amount to an impressive 110,000. If she could manage to acquire a similar treasure each month, she could earn tens of thousands. If she could secure 10 pieces, that would total over $1 million. While we were currently in a romantic relationship, who wouldn't desire to possess more wealth in their own name? Thus, Li Qing no longer insisted on taking me to rent a house. Instead, she swiftly accompanied me to the antique market. We first visited several antique shops to inquire about prices, ultimately stepping into the treasure pavilion. I gingerly placed the porcelain bowl upon the counter, smiling at the venerable Mr. Zhao seated behind it, and said, I have unearthed a splendid treasure. Could you please appraise it and suggest a price? A Qing Dynasty Daoguang multicolored dragon and phoenix bowl? You managed to acquire such a remarkable piece? And in such pristine condition? Mr. Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement after his appraisal. Originally just a battered porcelain bowl, my restoration had rendered it impeccably flawless, free of cracks or imperfections, with previously worn areas now gleaming beautifully. 300,000. Mr. Zhao quickly raised 3 fingers, his voice resonant and commanding. Deal. I did not hesitate, for this price exceeded that of other shops by several tens of thousands, and it essentially represented the bowl's upper limit. After all, it was merely a porcelain bowl. Soon, the transaction was completed. My phone buzzed with a bank notification, revealing an increase of 300,000 in my account, bringing my balance to over 310,000. Just the night before, I had been destitute, my poverty even causing my girlfriend to harbor different thoughts about me. Yet today, I had accumulated some wealth and had even secured the affections of a charming flight attendant. The transformation within such a short span was indeed monumental, filling me with a profound sense of accomplishment and exhilaration. Zhang Yang, next time you find something extraordinary, you must come to me, Mr. Zhao urged with growing anticipation. If I discover jade, I shall not seek you out, I will go to the Jade Pavilion, I replied with a smile. That old fellow Qiao Shanshui had an undeniable fondness for jade, willing to pay handsomely for it, and I could not compete with him. Mr. Zhao frowned, yet added, if you come across fine jade, do show it to me. After all, I have taught you so much. Consider me your half-master. Absolutely, I readily agreed, promptly taking Li Qing's hand and walking out. Zhang Yang, you are remarkable, managing to restore a broken porcelain bowl to such perfection that no one could discern its flaws. And they paid a high price for it, Li Qing exclaimed, tightly embracing my arm, her voice filled with delight. In that moment, I found myself somewhat distracted, my mind wandering. The softness of her embrace was simply enchanting and wondrous. Li Qing seemed to sense my distraction, as her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released my arm, leaving me with a pang of disappointment. The antique market was immense, akin to a vast labyrinth, filled with an array of antique shops and establishments related to antiques. The surrounding streets were nearly lined with stalls selling various artifacts and antiquities, though most were forgeries or mere crafts. Occasionally, one could spot some shady characters luring customers into narrow alleys. Among them were deceivers, but some were indeed selling genuine treasures freshly excavated from tomb sites. I did not traverse the streets I had walked yesterday. Instead, I opted for a different path. As I wandered, I examined various items at the stalls with my middle finger, specifically those that piqued my interest. To my chagrin, I discovered that they were all mere replicas. Should I have made a purchase, it would have undoubtedly been a grave mistake. Clearly, my discerning eye has yet to reach the exalted standards of a connoisseur. However, even the most esteemed appraisers in the realm would hesitate to assert that they have never erred in their judgments, for even the keenest of eyes can falter. Yet, fortune soon smiled upon me. As I turned the corner, an antiquated shop unexpectedly came into view. The weathered wooden sign bore the faded inscription, Hongyan Antiques. Its letters slanted and softened by time, with tendrils of dry vines gently swaying in the breeze. Inside, the dim light from several vintage tungsten bulbs cast a warm glow, creating dancing shadows in the air. The walls were riddled with cracks, and the peeling paint fell like snowflakes, revealing yellowed newspapers from decades past, with barely discernible headlines. The interior was narrow and cramped, filled to the brim with an array of vintage items that almost consumed every inch of space. A grand, intricately carved rosewood wardrobe stood tall and imposing, its doors slightly ajar, revealing remnants of silk lining that whispered tales of former opulence. The surface of a round dining table bore uneven scratches and burn marks, each telling the story of countless gatherings. A wicker rocking chair had long lost its luster, its broken reeds haphazardly bound with coarse twine, yet it exuded a quaint, rustic charm. These seemingly ordinary antiques concealed deeper mysteries. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the imprints of time and the weight of history within them. The seemingly dilapidated armchair featured exquisitely intricate carvings on its armrests, with dragons that appeared almost lifelike, faintly showcasing the craftsmanship of bygone artisans. The weathered vanity, though its mirror had become obscured, still held inlaid shells that shimmered faintly, reminiscent of past grandeur. While the shop primarily dealt in vintage furniture, it was intricately intertwined with the world of antiques. Each item resembled a silent elder, patiently awaiting a kindred spirit to unveil its long-buried narrative. An exhilarating thrill surged within me, prompting me to hastily usher Li Qing inside. "What antique furniture are you interested in?" inquired the shopkeeper, a disheveled man in his 40s, holding a cigarette and sizing us up with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "I'll just browse for now," I responded nonchalantly, all the while pointing with my middle finger at various pieces. The Ming Dynasty Wang Wali dining table was severely damaged and irreparable. The Ming Dynasty iron pearwood table was also beyond repair. The Ming Dynasty Wang Wali six-pillar bed was similarly ruined. The Ming Dynasty rosewood long table was likewise irreparable. My intention, of course, was to discover a piece of antique furniture that could be restored, as its subsequent sale promised a handsome profit. Regrettably, after consecutively selecting dozens of items, none could be restored. After all, these pieces of furniture were either missing limbs or bore gaping holes. Otherwise, they would not have found their way here. Although damaged, they could be taken home and repaired by a carpenter, lending an air of sophistication to one's abode. The proprietor casually reminded me of this fact. A damaged piece of furniture is akin to being incomplete, and thus, it cannot be restored. This place was not suitable for my treasure hunting. The realization dawned upon me swiftly. Yet, in the next moment, I was utterly astonished. As my middle finger pointed at a furniture piece that resembled a bookcase but had several significant holes, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. From the Ming Dynasty. Adorned with red lacquer and golden landscapes, crafted from rosewood, severely damaged and irreparable, yet holding untold mysteries within. What on earth? Mysteries within. What could they possibly be? I stared at the rosewood bookcase, examining it closely. There appeared to be nothing intricate about it. No hidden compartments. Could there possibly be layers within the wood? At this thought, my heart raced. I immediately inquired, "Boss, this rosewood bookcase is quite nice. I'd like to purchase it to craft a small piece of furniture." "How much?" 5,000 yuan. "It's yours," the owner replied, flicking ash from his cigarette. A glimmer of cunning in his eyes. For a mere 1.5 meter tall and 1 meter long bookcase, with 5 substantial holes, how could he dare to demand such an exorbitant price? It was outrageous. 50 yuan, I retorted, swiftly eliminating 2 zeros from his price. Thus ensued a fervent negotiation. The proprietor incessantly emphasized the quality and age of the bookcase, while I continuously pointed out its flaws. Ultimately, I acquired the bookcase for 500 yuan. After completing the transaction, I hoisted the bookcase triumphantly and exited. A sense of anticipation swelling within me, for this bookcase held untold secrets, surely concealing immense wealth. Outside, Li Qing looked on with confusion and asked, "Zhang Yang, have you made a mistake? This bookcase is so severely damaged, it surely cannot be restored, and even if it could, it holds little value. Why are you so pleased? You'll find out soon enough. For now, it's a secret," I replied, beaming with joy, accompanied by the alluring Li Qing. We swiftly returned to the treasure pavilion. At that moment, I was filled with anticipation. What delightful surprises awaited me upon dismantling this bookcase. Old Master Zhao sat regally in his grand chair at the treasure pavilion, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose as he watched me enter, struggling under the weight of the shabby bookcase. His white goatee twitched with barely contained mirth, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes crinkled with layers of delight. He confidently declared, "Zhang Yang, I fear you have made an error this time. Although this piece can be considered an antique, it lacks even a few decent planks. I wouldn't accept it even for free. You might as well toss it into the garbage." Li Qing followed closely behind, her stiletto heels clicking softly against the bluestone floor, the silk of her skirt whispering as it swept the ground. She gazed at the rickety bookshelf, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, her tone laden with helplessness. I told him this item is worthless, yet he insists on spending 500 yuan to purchase it. I can only imagine how many people laughed at him along the way. I gently placed the bookshelf on the ground, disregarding the beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Rubbing my aching palms, I suppressed my inner excitement and chuckled. You are only aware of one aspect, oblivious to another." I recalled a tome penned by an ancient carpenter, which clearly stated that bookshelves often contain hidden compartments specifically designed for concealment. Moreover, these hidden sections cannot be accessed directly. One must dismantle the entire bookshelf to reveal them. Take a closer look at the mortise and tenon joints and the wood grain. It is evident that this is an artifact from the Qing dynasty. I suspect it harbors treasures. Old Master Zhao sprang to his feet, the silver chain of his pocket watch jingling with his movement. He paced around the bookshelf, his bony fingers resembling the talons of a hawk, probing the seams of the wooden planks repeatedly. After a moment, he halted, shaking his head in disappointment. "This is not a bookshelf at all, but merely a bookcase. An open bookcase without doors. What treasures could it conceal? Are you so desperate for wealth that you are indulging in fanciful thoughts here?" As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses brimming with skepticism. Indeed, a bookshelf may have a door to conceal its contents, while a bookcase remains open. Logically, the former might hold the potential for hidden riches. However, this dilapidated bookcase, with its peeling red paint and cracked wrought-tan shelves creaking in the draft, appeared to be nothing more than a relic abandoned by time, making it exceedingly difficult to believe it harbored any secrets. I touched my nose, feigning uncertainty. I suppose I might as well try my luck. I began to gently tap each wooden board of the bookshelf with my knuckles, listening intently. The mahogany was dense and emitted a dull, even sound. Without utmost concentration, one could hardly discern the subtle differences within the layers. Yet, despite my focused efforts and repeated knocks, I discovered no anomalies. In desperation, I had to ask the venerable Mr. Zhao to assist in procuring a crowbar, tweezers, and other tools. With a sharp crack, The first wooden panel was pried open, and wood shavings flew everywhere. Gradually, I dismantled the bookshelf completely, breaking it down into scattered boards, meticulously inspecting each piece. As time ticked away and disappointment loomed near, I finally spotted a clue, a slender gap in the middle of one of the baseboards, tightly filled with wood of the same hue. Had I not been aware that the bookshelf held secrets, my diligent search might have easily overlooked this mechanism. I stifled my inner elation, my hands trembling slightly, as I sought to extract the obstructing wood with the tweezers. Thus, a thumb-sized hollow emerged, the entrance still bearing traces of dark red wax seal, and within it, something seemed to glimmer faintly in the dim light. My goodness, there truly is a hole. What treasures lie within? Zhang Yang, hurry and retrieve it. Li Qing exclaimed, her voice quivering with excitement as she instinctively leaned closer, her pearl necklace swaying in unison. Be careful, do not damage it. Mr. Zhao, equally anxious, rubbed his hands together, his cloudy eyes wide with anticipation, eager to seize the tools and take over. I too was filled with expectation, but the more impatient I became, the more I had to steady my nerves. I dared not use the tweezers directly, fearing I might inadvertently damage whatever lay within. After a moment of contemplation, I picked up another wooden board and gently tapped it against the ground, allowing inertia to coax the object within to slide out slowly. With a soft rustling sound, a stack of peculiar papers came into view. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be ancient silver notes. They were indigo, adorned with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns. Though yellowed with age, their opulence remained undeniable. I could not resist extending my middle finger to lightly touch them, feeling the weight of history at my fingertips. 50 taels in the 4th year of Xianfeng, worthy of your possession. 30 taels in the 3rd year of Xianfeng, worthy of your possession. 5 notes of 50 taels, 5 notes of 30 taels, 10 silver notes arranged neatly. What delighted me further was that with my contact with these notes, a faint spiritual energy was absorbed by the wealth ring, the aura within the ring noticeably intensifying. A stack of silver notes. Zhang Yang, you are indeed fortunate. Wealth is on the horizon. Mr. Zhao had already drawn near, his voice trembling with astonishment. Li Qing, curious, leaned in closer to my ear, her warm breath brushing against my neck. Silver notes, what are they? Are they valuable? I cleared my throat and began to explain in detail. In ancient China, there existed a form of currency akin to modern banknotes, known as silver notes. Not only can it be exchanged for currency, but it also bears a resemblance to contemporary checks, making it convenient for carrying and suitable for substantial transactions. This silver note is imbued with the marks of history and rich numismatic knowledge. The history of silver notes in our country is extensive, tracing back to the Northern Song dynasty, where the initial forms began to emerge. By the Yuan dynasty, silver notes had become a principal medium of exchange. The Ming dynasty also introduced the Da Ming Bao Chao, a renowned high-denomination silver note in Chinese history. Initially, the early Qing dynasty did not issue silver notes. However, during the Xianfeng period, due to persistent warfare and fiscal constraints, the government was compelled to issue the Ministry of Revenue's silver notes, also known as official notes. Alongside the Qing Bao Chao, it is quite remarkable that these paper notes survived the ravages of war, especially since they cannot be re-minted like silver ingots, leading to their gradual neglect after being discontinued. Yet today, well-preserved silver notes command a significant value in the market. Recently, at an auction, an official note from the Xianfeng era with a face value of 50 taels fetched an astonishing 287,500 yuan, with 2 others selling for 253,000 yuan and 230,000 yuan, respectively. Notes with values of 5 taels and 10 taels also hovered around 60,000 yuan. Does this imply that these 10 silver notes could be worth $1 million? Li Qing's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. Perhaps so. I nodded at Li Qing, then turned to the venerable Zhao. Old Zhao, these silver notes are authentic, right? Absolutely genuine. Old Zhao replied with fervent enthusiasm, eagerly adding, 2 million. I'll take them. I shook my head gently and declined. Old Zhao, I also have a fondness for this treasure and am not ready to part with it just yet. In truth, the price is already quite substantial, but there is potential for the quality of these silver notes to improve. If they are nurtured at the Wanbao Pavilion for a while, their value is certain to rise. Moreover, I am not in urgent need of money, so there is no rush to sell. Old Zhao, somewhat resigned, could not press the matter further and merely admonished, if you ever decide to sell, be sure to contact me. I readily agreed. No problem. Subsequently, Li Qing and I strolled out of the treasure pavilion side by side. This young man is truly a genius at discerning treasures. Old Zhao watched my retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. As the sunlight bathed us, my face was adorned with a radiant smile, and Li Qing's was equally bright. Her gaze towards me grew ever more affectionate, filled with admiration. She silently contemplated that her boyfriend had earned hundreds of thousands yesterday and was poised to gain 1 to 2 million today. At this rate of wealth accumulation, becoming a millionaire was merely a matter of time. Perhaps within a year, she could achieve her modest goal. If the figure had been 10 million, she mused, it might be accomplished in a month, and at that point, cohabitation would be inevitable. With this thought, a vibrant blush graced her cheeks. Thereafter, I refrained from further treasure hunting. The appraisal and absorption of spiritual energy had drained my mental faculties, leaving me weary, with a dull ache at my temples. Thus, I strolled leisurely through the antique shop, allowing my wealth ring to siphon the lingering spiritual energy from the artifacts, replenishing my reserves to avoid depleting my resources. Suddenly, the ringtone of my phone shattered the tranquility. The caller ID displayed the name of my former colleague, Yi Sunyong, who is also a fitness coach. Zhang Yang, do you have a moment to meet? His voice on the other end was tinged with urgency and hoarseness. After a brief hesitation, I acquiesced, acknowledging that our previous camaraderie warranted my attention, especially given the anxious tone in his voice, suggesting he was facing some pressing dilemma. I turned to Li Qing, whispering softly in her ear, a former colleague is in urgent need of my assistance. You should head back and rest well. Li Qing frowned slightly, smoothing out the hem of my shirt, and earnestly advised, make sure to return early. You must get a good night's rest. At 3 in the afternoon, I arrived at the entrance of the youth fitness center. From a distance, I spotted Yi Sunyong leaning against the wall, his posture slouched, a stark contrast to the spirited fitness coach I once knew. As I approached, I noticed his eyes were red and bloodshot, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably, and he appeared utterly despondent. Zhang Yang. Upon seeing me, his voice caught in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing. Could you lend me 100,000 yuan? I am truly at my wit's end. These words sent a chill through my heart. Just recently, I had received over 300,000 yuan, and now someone was asking to borrow money. Furrowing my brow, I replied with a hint of caution, what do you need the money for? What has happened? Yi Sunyong bit his lip, his face flushed with embarrassment. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he stammered, I'm simply a fool. I gambled and lost everything I had saved up. My mother has broken her leg and requires surgery. I urgently need 100,000 yuan. His plea left me filled with skepticism. Let me call your mother and inquire about the situation, I said coldly, my gaze fixed on him as I attempted to discern any signs of deceit on his face. Yi Sunyong faltered, unable to articulate a response. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes evasive, avoiding direct contact with mine. Eventually, he seemed to collapse under the weight of despair, squatting down, cradling his head in his hands, his voice laced with hopelessness. To be honest, I do wish to borrow money to recover my losses. I lost 200,000, which is all of my savings over the years. I cannot bear the thought of my girlfriend leaving me if she finds out. Frustration and anger welled up within me as I recalled his once dashing and athletic demeanor, now reduced to this pitiful state due to his gambling addiction. How can I assist you? Lending you 100,000 will not guarantee your victory. Do you think you are some sort of gambling deity? My voice rose in exasperation, wishing I could shake him awake from this misguided obsession. Gambling is inherently wrong, and yet he remained obstinately blind to it. Yi Sunyong lifted his head, his face etched with sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. If I cannot win back the money, I cannot continue living. I must take one last gamble. I cannot bear to watch my girlfriend walk away from me. Have you not considered borrowing money from a Chong? I suddenly recalled that a Chong, another coach at the fitness center, shared a decent rapport with Yi Sunyong. Upon the mention of a Chong, a flicker of resentment flashed in Yi Sunyong's eyes. It was he who took my money. Recently, he has found himself unsuccessful in matters of the heart, yet triumphing in the casino, his luck astonishingly favorable, raking in hundreds of thousands. When I approached him for a loan, he feared I would be unable to repay him and was utterly unwilling to help. I never anticipated his heart would be so unyielding. It was then I learned that Yi Sunyong, A Chong, A Feng, and several clients frequently engaged in a game of Jia Jinhua in the lounge of the gym, wagering substantial amounts. In the past, when I was impoverished, they had never invited me. Today, however, Chang's luck was prodigious, vanquishing all in his path, and he emerged with overflowing winnings, with Yi Sun-yong suffering the most significant losses. Hearing this, alarm bells rang in my mind. 200,000 is no trivial sum. How could it be lost so effortlessly? A chilling thought emerged. What if Yi Sun-yong had not lost at all, but was merely a pawn, luring me into gambling as a form of retribution from Chang? Thus, I resolutely declined. You know well that in the past, I had a girlfriend and often bought antiques, only to have my investments go awry. I hardly have any money to lend you. Yet Yi Sun-yong grasped my arm tightly, his eyes filled with hope. I heard Chang mention that you two have experienced heartbreak, having split from your girlfriend Lu Qingya, correct? Thus, with your romantic misfortunes, your gambling fortunes must surely rise. Therefore, I trust you can help me recover my losses. I still have 5,000 as capital. Will you take my place at the table? If you lose, then so be it, but if you win, we shall split the spoils evenly. He spoke with tears streaming down his face, ultimately dropping to his knees with a thud, his knees striking the ground heavily. Zhang Yang, please consider this as a plea for salvation. I promise to repay you tenfold. Yet, I found myself thriving in love. Now with a more beautiful and alluring flight attendant as my girlfriend, feeling utterly euphoric. I countered in my heart. Nevertheless, witnessing Yi Sun-yong's pitiable state, I resolved to investigate further, feeling the reassuring weight of the financial ring on my finger. I pulled him up and said, let us go and see. If Yi Sun-yong has indeed fallen into a trap, I shall ensure he receives justice. If this is a deception, Chang and Yi Sun-yong must face dire consequences for their actions. On a sultry summer afternoon, the oppressive air felt as though it had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. Outside the gym, cicadas incessantly sang from the trees, adding an element of irritation to the stifling heat. Yi Sun-yong walked briskly, his demeanor somewhat anxious, leading me through the gym's lobby toward a highly concealed lounge. Along the way, he frequently glanced back, seemingly fearful of being discovered. Upon pushing open the heavy iron door, we entered a lounge thick with smoke, the acrid scent of tobacco and alcohol permeating the air. The dim and ambiguous lighting cast by an antiquated chandelier swayed gently from the ceiling, creating a patchwork of shadows. For individuals were seated around a large gambling table, engrossed in their game of Jia Jinhua. At the center sat Chang, clad in a fitted black t-shirt, the contours of his muscular arms clearly discernible, his gaze betraying a blend of cunning and avarice. A Feng sat to his left, another fitness instructor, currently furrowing his brow as he intently scrutinized the cards in his hand, a hint of anxiety etched upon his face. To the right of the gambling table, a portly man in his 40s, his belly protruding prominently, nearly touching the surface of the table, bore a visage marked by excess, with eyes gleaming with avarice. He was known as Luo Daping, a client who had come to the gym to shed weight, reputedly quite affluent. Beside Luo sat Zhong Qianwei, a woman in her 20s. Strikingly fair and beautiful, her elegant demeanor accentuated by her designer attire, reflecting her affluent status. As the owner of a company, it was rumored she earned millions annually. At that moment, she gracefully crossed her legs, delicately holding a slender cigarette, its smoke curling around her fingertips. Each individual at the table was surrounded by thick stacks of cash, with an estimated total of at least several 100,000. The bills shimmered enticingly under the dim light, as if whispering tales of desire and greed from the gambling table. When Chang noticed me and Yi Sun-yong entering, a flicker of sharpness and menace flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile momentarily graced his lips before vanishing. He quickly donned a warm, enthusiastic smile and exclaimed, Zhang Yang has arrived, and Brother Yong is here too. Let's join forces, the more, the merrier. The others nodded in agreement, swiftly clearing space to invite me and Yi Sun-yong to take a seat. I harbored suspicions that there was something amiss, and thus I waved my hands repeatedly, feigning disinterest, claiming I had merely come to observe. I was not familiar with the game of Zhang Jinhua, only knowing how to play do di zhu. In an instant, Chang rose from his seat, approached me, and patted my shoulder with a facade of insincere enthusiasm. The rules of Zhang Jinhua are quite simple. You can learn them in just a minute. He then proceeded to elucidate the rules meticulously, explaining the hierarchy of 3 cards, the order of straights, flushes, and straight flushes, articulating with great precision. The others chimed in, with a Feng affirming, indeed, it's easy to pick up, you'll master it after just a few rounds. Meanwhile, Zhong Qianwei exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly, remarking, exactly, It's not difficult at all. I pretended to listen attentively, nodding occasionally, before expressing with a feigned sense of urgency. It does sound simple and quite intriguing, but I haven't brought any money. At that moment, I keenly observed a Chong exchanging a covert glance with Yi Sun-yong, who promptly retrieved 5,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, forcefully pressing me back into my seat with an eager expression, exclaiming, "Didn't we agree? You'll take my place." Suddenly, it dawned on me that Yi Sun-yong had not actually lost 200,000 yuan. Rather, he had orchestrated this scheme to lure me to the table. I inwardly scoffed, realizing this gambling game was indeed a trap. I understood that Zhang Jinhua was notoriously addictive. The victor would be tempted to continue winning, while the loser would be consumed by the desire to recoup their losses. A Chong, knowing I had never played before and possessed no skill or experience, was confident that I would inevitably lose miserably. Once I relinquished Yi Sun-yong's 5,000 yuan, he was certain I would retrieve more funds to continue gambling. The outcome was predictable. A Chong's ploy was undeniably sinister. I feigned immense trepidation, exclaiming, "You all gamble so much? I dare not." Luo Depang cast a disdainful glance in my direction, his expression dripping with contempt as he retorted, "It's just 100 as the base. Not substantial at all, merely for fun." Zhong Qianwei regarded me with an air of superiority, her face suffused with scorn as she huffed. "Typically, I play with a base of 200. Clearly, they perceived me as a pauper, holding me in utter disdain. A Chong, with a congenial smile, urged, "Come on, it's not your own money. So what is there to worry about? Who knows? You might have good fortune and win a fortune." He conveniently omitted any mention of the tension between us. I feigned a desire for a small advantage, hesitating momentarily before conceding. "All right then." Thus, the game of Zhang Jinhua commenced. It was evident I was a novice. Timid and cautious, I placed a small bet and began to scrutinize my cards. When dealt unfavorable cards, I discarded them without hesitation. When I held stronger cards, I brazenly raised the stakes. Observing my demeanor, the four exchanged secretive smirks, their eyes glinting with satisfaction. They viewed me as a lamb led to slaughter, entirely at their mercy. In a mere half hour, I had squandered Yi Sun-yong's entire 5,000 yuan. Yi Sun-yong's face turned a ghastly shade, resembling a frigid slab of iron. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain. Although he and a Chong had agreed to deceive me into playing a game of Zhang Jinhua with a capital of 5,000, each of them responsible for half, he still harbored hopes that I would find success in gambling while suffering setbacks in romance, emerging victorious and filling his coffers, thus earning him a share of the spoils. However, the unexpected occurred. Instead of a triumph, he suffered a loss of 500 yuan, a substantial sum that left him feeling a twinge of pain, an ache filling his heart, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. I rose to leave, presenting an air of indifference. "Yi Sun-yong, I'm sorry, but I've lost all your money. I must be on my way. My girlfriend is waiting for me at home. Farewell." Yi Sun-yong grasped my arm, a dark expression clouding his face as he inquired, "Your girlfriend? Haven't you broken up?" I feigned a look of infatuation and bliss, responding, "Actually, I've started dating someone new. She's a flight attendant, and her figure and beauty are simply exquisite." Upon hearing this, a Chong's face turned a deep shade of green, his anger boiling over as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. His eyes widened like copper bells, brimming with jealousy and fury, mingled with a sense of profound frustration and discontent. As for Yi Sun-yong, he was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Had he known I was now dating a flight attendant, he would never have allowed me to take his place in the game, for that would be akin to handing over money willingly. Observing the crestfallen expressions etched on their faces filled me with a sense of exhilaration, and I couldn't suppress a smirk of triumph. I continued to feign my intention to depart. This prompted a Chong to act swiftly, pushing a stack of 100,000 yuan in cash towards me, his face etched with urgency. "If you're out of money, it's no problem. I'll lend you some to continue." I turned to Yi Sun-yong with anticipation. "If I lose, it's still on you, right? If I win, we'll split the winnings?" Yi Sun-yong, drenched in sweat, vehemently shook his head, his voice trembling as he replied, "This is no longer my concern. Your wins and losses are your own affair now." As I feigned to rise again, pretending to be fearful of losing, I remarked, "Then I won gamble. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay my debts." A Chong, visibly agitated, could only soothe me. "If you lose, there's no need to rush to repay. You can take your time." But what if you win? Your previous loss of 5,000 was merely due to bad luck and inexperience. Perhaps your fortune will turn now. Indeed, indeed. Surely you will win this time. The other three joined in, their eyes sparkling with avarice. Now that I possessed 100,000 yuan in cash, to them, I appeared as a plump lamb ready for slaughter. They sharpened their metaphorical knives, eager to feast upon my fortune. In their minds, they mused, he has a beautiful flight attendant as a girlfriend. How could he possibly lose at gambling? Did you not see how Achong lost previously? Now that he is heartbroken, his luck has turned around dramatically. Today, he is destined to win the most. I feigned a timid yet greedy demeanor, asking, is it really possible to win? The four of them thumped their chests in assurance, with Achong declaring, you can truly win, rest assured. At that moment, in their eyes, I had transformed from a mere lamb into a plump pig. They deemed me excessively foolish. Engaging in a game of Texas Hold'em, where who could truly guarantee a victory? Would you genuinely believe such nonsensical claims? What else could it be but a fat pig? Impatiently, I urged, let us commence. In this round, I altered my strategy, choosing to disregard my hand and play the game with a stoic demeanor. After 3 rounds, Fat Luo revealed his cards, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face as he muttered, what a terrible hand, before discarding them. Following 4 rounds, Zhong Qianwei also examined her cards. A hint of frustration glimmered in her eyes as she gently bit her lip, subsequently tossing her cards away with a frown. Only Achong remained steadfast, refusing to look at his hand, continuing to play the silent game against me. His gaze reflected determination, as though he were engaged in a battle of wills. Before long, I wagered my entire 100,000 in one go. Achong, unwilling to back down, displayed a defiant expression and declared, let us continue. I gazed at him and replied, then lend me some money, otherwise, you must reveal your cards. Achong retorted angrily, you have no money to gamble with. I shot back, it is you who lent me money, enabling my participation. Zhong Qianwei interjected impatiently, 100,000 is the cap, stop your prattling and reveal the cards. With that, Achong fell silent, picked up his cards, and slowly revealed them. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter, slamming his cards down on the table with triumph etched across his face, proclaiming, flush. Indeed, it was a flush, hearts, 78 and jack. I feigned disbelief, my brow glistening with sweat, my limbs trembling. A flush of 3 of a kind? How could that be? What impossibility lies in revealing such a hand? It was simply absurd. The onlookers regarded me with expressions akin to those observing a corpse, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Only Ah Feng's face bore a trace of pity, as if he found my predicament quite lamentable. Achong reached out to claim my 100,000, demanding, are you even looking at the cards? If not, the money is mine. Of course, I had to look. What if I possessed an even grander hand? As I spoke, I placed my right hand over the 3 cards, gritting my teeth in a moment of suspense before dramatically revealing the cards, showcasing my flush. Incredibly, it was indeed a flush, spades AKQ. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Achong's eyes widened to their utmost, his face a canvas of disbelief and dread. His voice, sharp and quavering, hinted at witnessing something extraordinary. To draw 2 flushes, especially such a formidable one, was a rarity. He sensed an anomaly and even harbored suspicions of my deceit, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate such claims. I adopted a fade of indignation, exclaiming, it's perfectly normal for you to draw a flush, yet impossible for me? You're just a hypocrite. Admittedly, I had indeed cheated in this round. Earlier in the game, I had concealed 3 cards, the spades AKQ, cleverly hidden in a financial ring, rendering me unconcerned about discovery. I had merely pressed down on the cards and discreetly swapped them. In gambling, deception reigns supreme. To secure victory, the sole recourse is to cheat. Achong, your luck is dire. The others finally grasped the situation, gazing at Achong with pity. Although he had previously won, he had not amassed the full 100,000. Now, having lost that amount, he had begun to incur losses. Who could blame him for lending money at the gambling table? How could he avoid losing? Hand it over, I demanded, unceremoniously extending my hand to sweep the 100,000 from before Achong. In an instant, a mountain of wealth amassed before me, 200,000. This scoundrel, why hadn't he won earlier? He had drained my 5,000 before winning. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Sun was nearly driven to the brink, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He was engulfed by frustration and despair, his gaze revealing a hint of resignation. The game continued. I maintained my previous strategy, not peeking at the cards, but playing them close to the vest. Occasionally I lost, yet more often than not, I triumphed. As long as I covered the cards with my hand before turning them over, victory was assured. It was either three of a kind or a flush. My fortune was astonishing. Soon, the trio had lost all their cash. Luo de Peo rose dejectedly, muttering, "My luck is abysmal today." Meanwhile, Zhong Qianwei wore an expression of displeasure, flicking ash from her cigarette and commenting, "This is utterly dull." Previously, they had looked down upon me. Now, their fortunes had dwindled, and I felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Ah Feng shook his head in resignation, hands in pockets. Relegated to mere observation, the game continued with only Ah Chong and myself. Ah Chong's fortune was indeed remarkable, allowing him to incur the least losses. Yet he still found himself down by over 100,000. Before me lay a staggering pile of cash, exceeding 400,000, a sight both intimidating and exhilarating. Suspecting that his lending to me had somehow improved my luck, Ah Chong's eyes gleamed with determination as he inquired, "You must repay me now." Feigning concern, I replied, "I shall return your money after the game. I fear that if I repay you now, my luck may diminish." "You must return the money now," Ah Chong insisted, slamming his hand on the table, his face a mask of fury. "Having won, you are obliged to repay." The others echoed his sentiments. This was indeed the unspoken rule of the casino. I could only feign reluctance, eventually conceding 10,000. The game continued, and I remained steadfast in my strategy. Ah Chong, not to be outdone, pressed on. Ultimately, he wagered all his remaining funds, over 100,000 in cash, clearly aiming for a grand victory. "Bring it on," I countered, matching his bet with my own substantial stake. Then, with a flourish, we revealed our cards. To my astonishment, I unveiled 3 aces. Impossible. Ah Chong had drawn 3 tens. A formidable hand, yet it paled in comparison to my trio of aces. He slumped beneath the table, his complexion drained, eyes clouded with despair. As if all hope had fled him. What luck the flight attendant has bestowed upon me. Winning at every turn, I feel as if fortune is mine to command. I gathered all the money before Ah Chong, deliberately taunting him, reveling in the moment. Ah, how infuriating! Ah Chong erupted, his fury palpable, nearly choking on his rage. His fists hammered the ground as he muttered curses under his breath. My luck was undeniably extraordinary, seemingly unmatched. Was it truly the influence of the flight attendant's girlfriend? The others regarded me with a mixture of envy and admiration, their gazes akin to that of astonished spectators. With a tone of feigned regret, I addressed Yi Sun-yong. "Had you consistently funded my gambling on your behalf, these earnings would rightfully belong to you as well, at least 250,000. Ah, how it gnawed at him. The realization of a missed opportunity, his expression marred by regret. Without delay, I procured 2 plastic bags, meticulously filling them with the over 50,000 and sauntered toward the exit, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall continue next time." "Indeed, indeed," chimed Zhong Qianwei. The first to agree, her eyes betraying a hint of defiance, eager to reclaim her losses in the next game. "No problem," nodded Luo de Peo, equally undeterred. They were affluent individuals, indifferent to the loss of 10,000, confident in their ability to recoup in the future. They could not fathom that my streak of luck would persist. Meanwhile, Ah Chong remained silent beneath the table, perhaps rendered speechless by his depleted funds. I glanced back at Yi Sun-yong and said, "Yi Sun-yong, next time you pay, I shall assist you in your gambling endeavors, and I guarantee you shall reap substantial rewards. This scoundrel lured me here to gamble, and naturally, I intend to teach him a lesson. Losing 5,000 is but a trifling matter, merely the interest. We shall discuss this another time." Yi Sun-yong appeared somewhat tempted. A flicker of hesitation danced in his eyes, as if he were contemplating my proposal. A wicked smile crept across my face as I descended the stairs with the money in hand. However, my mirth was short-lived. No sooner had I exited the gym and approached the bus stop than a police car intercepted me. 2 officers descended upon me, swiftly apprehending me. Among them was a female officer, striking in her demeanor, possessing a captivating figure. Clad in a crisp police uniform, her firearm gleamed ominously at her waist, and her gaze was resolute and piercing. I gazed innocently at the beautiful policewoman, my voice imbued with charm as I inquired, "Officer, may I ask why you are detaining me?" "Officer, am I truly younger than him?" Zhao Yitong inexplicably felt her cheeks flush. The handsome figure before her was simply too captivating to look away from. A rosy hue graced her cheeks, and her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness. The male officer, clearly displeased by my striking appearance, which seemed to render his goddess, Zhao Yitong, mesmerized, grumbled in exasperation, "Enough with the flattery. Someone has reported your involvement in substantial gambling activities." Reported? Goodness, could it be that a Chong, in a fit of desperation, turned me in? I stood there, utterly astonished. Hadn't he also engaged in gambling? Was he not afraid of facing consequences? Steadying myself, I chuckled and asked, "Officer, do you possess any evidence?" Goodness, am I truly that old? The male officer was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, pointing at the 2 plastic bags in my hands, declaring, "This is your evidence. I am aware that it contains over 500,000 in cash. Gambling funds. It seems you are indeed a gambling deity. Winning 5 for every 1 wagered. Gambling deity, what do you have to say for yourself now?" Zhao Yitong, having regained her composure, bore a frost-laden expression. Her gaze exuded an air of authority that rendered one hesitant to meet her eyes. Over 500,000 in cash? How was I not aware of this? I feigned a look of utter bewilderment, gazing at the 2 of them as if they were simpletons. Clearly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. The 2 officers were now livid. Each seized a plastic bag and ripped it open, only to discover that it contained not a single coin, but rather 2 bags filled with leaves and a few stones. Where was the money? The officers were left utterly baffled, exchanging perplexed glances, their expressions awash with confusion. The male officer, unwilling to accept defeat, shook the plastic bag vigorously, causing a few dried leaves to spiral down and roll twice on the ground before ultimately resting beside Zhao Yitong's boots. He turned to her, seemingly in search of an explanation. After all, someone had reported him carrying a substantial gambling sum, so how could this be? Zhao Yitong furrowed her brow slightly, crouching down to pick up a leaf, her fingers delicately tracing the clear veins of the leaf, her gaze deep and focused. After a moment, she rose, her eyes piercing into mine, yet her tone remained steady and calm, regardless of the presence of gambling funds. "You are still required to accompany us to the station for further investigation due to the report." I continued to feign innocence, my expression one of unjust grievance as I lamented, "Officer, I am truly wronged. I merely passed by here, collecting some leaves to use as fertilizer. And those stones are for propping up flower pots. Someone is clearly plotting against me." As I spoke, I covertly glanced in the direction of the gym, speculating whether a Chong was behind this scheme. Enough with the excuses. Any discussion can occur at the station. The male officer impatiently interrupted me, shoving me roughly towards the police car. Zhao Yitong followed closely behind, occasionally scrutinizing me with a gaze that made me feel as though I were under a spotlight. The police car raced through the streets, swiftly arriving at the station. Inside the interrogation room, the fluorescent lights emitted a faint buzzing sound, which felt particularly jarring in the silence of the space. I found myself seated on a cold iron chair, my hands shackled to the table, facing Zhao Yitong and a stern male officer. The officer wore a grim expression, his pen swiftly transcribing notes in a notebook, while Zhao Yitong, arms crossed, scrutinized me with piercing eyes, attempting to unearth any cracks in my facade. "Name, occupation, and a detailed account of your whereabouts today," Zhao Yitong initiated, her voice succinct yet forceful. Taking a deep breath, I began to fabricate the excuse I had long rehearsed. "My name is Zhang Yang, and I make a living through treasure appraisal. This morning, I visited the antique market. As I passed by a gym, I encountered an old colleague who warmly invited me in for a brief chat. Since I had no pressing engagements, I obliged. After conversing for a while, I took my leave, casually picking up 2 bags of leaves." "Umph, how effortlessly you weave your tale," the male officer scoffed. "According to the informant, you were involved in gambling there, and of considerable amounts. How do you explain that?" "Informant? Surely, someone is deliberately framing me," I exclaimed vehemently, leaning forward in an attempt to assert my innocence, only to feel the painful tug of the handcuffs, causing me to grimace in discomfort. "I have never gambled, let alone participated in any high-stakes game. Officers, you must remain vigilant and not be deceived by nefarious individuals." Zhao Yitong narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of skepticism glimmering within them. "You claim to be uninvolved in gambling, yet you were present at the scene of the betting. Furthermore, our inquiries suggest that your relationship with the informant is rather intricate." A heavy weight settled in my chest as I realized the situation might be more convoluted than I had anticipated. It appeared that a Chong had not only reported me, but had also divulged considerable information to the authorities. I feigned composure, managing a bittersweet smile. "Officer, my connection with Yi Sun Yong is merely that of ordinary former colleagues, and we have not been in touch for quite some time." His sudden invitation struck me as odd, yet I felt too awkward to decline. "I swear, I am truly not involved in any gambling activities." The interrogation room fell into a brief silence, the oppressive atmosphere stifling. Zhao Yitong and the male officer exchanged hushed words before rising to exit the room, leaving me alone in the desolate space. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the flickering lights on the ceiling, internally strategizing my next steps. After a while, Officer Zhao Yitong re-entered the interrogation room, her silhouette poised in black high heels, exuding an air of elegance. The crispness of her uniform accentuated her authority, each crease conveying a sense of discipline and gravitas. She forcefully placed a folder on the aged iron table, the sound echoing sharply, and declared sternly, "We have located the cash you concealed, and the informant has provided a full account. It would be wise to confess, seeking leniency. This is not a grave offense." Upon hearing this, I nearly stifled a laugh. Over 500,000 yuan was tucked away in my financial ring, a secret space so extraordinary that even I found it hard to believe. How could you possibly uncover it? This officer, with her righteous demeanor, seemed intent on employing deceit to extract my confession. I deliberately widened my eyes, feigning an expression of innocence and astonishment as I gazed at the badge upon her chest. "What are you staring at, rogue?" Zhao Yitong instantly flushed with indignation, her cheeks blossoming with a visible crimson hue, even the tips of her ears turning a deep scarlet. Yet, instinctively, she straightened her posture, her already impressive curves beneath the uniform becoming even more pronounced. With her rapid breaths, they quivered gently, rendering her exceptionally beautiful and alluring in the somewhat stifling interrogation room. I spread my hands in resignation and remarked, "I see your badge, yet you appear to be a rogue. However, you are indeed quite beautiful, fitting my ideal type. By the way, how old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? What do your parents do?" I urged her to be candid, reminding her that this is an interrogation room, not a matchmaking venue. Zhao Yitong furrowed her brow tightly, her eyes brimming with fury as she shot me several disdainful glances, her gaze seemingly capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon me. Unfazed, I responded with sincerity and anticipation, "I am not involved in gambling. Thus, for me, this is not an interrogation room, but rather a dating scene. I find you quite appealing, and if you happen to be single, you might consider me." Zhao Yitong scrutinized me, her expression filled with skepticism and exasperation, and she couldn't help but inquire, "Is this truly your first time in an interrogation room?" To her, my nonchalance in the face of questioning and my audacious banter indicated that I was anything but a novice, resembling a seasoned criminal. "Indeed, it is my first time." I straightened my back, adopting a righteous demeanor, and gazed steadfastly into her eyes, proclaiming, "I am a good person, completely opposed to illicit activities. I would be a suitable boyfriend for you." Zhao Yitong, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her temples. After years on the force, she had never encountered someone as obstinate as I. Not only was I unafraid within the precinct, but I also dared to flirt openly in the interrogation room. Even more perplexing was the fact that the police system showed no prior offenses on my record, leaving her filled with questions. After a considerable pause, she managed to regain her composure and queried, "Do you truly survive by finding lost treasures? Surely, you do not rely on gambling for a living?" Feigning offense, I dramatically inhaled, fixing her with an intense glare as I declared, "I graduated with a degree in Antique Appraisal. This is Zhonghai, the capital of antiques. If I cannot profit, who else could?" Pausing for effect, I deliberately raised my voice, allowing a triumphant expression to manifest on my face. "Today, I stumbled upon a significant find, netting over 2 million. "Keep dreaming," Zhao Yitong retorted skeptically, a smirk tugging at her lips, her eyes rolling in disbelief as if to convey that I was merely a boastful fraud. "Should you doubt me, simply call Old Master Zhao. He can confirm my claims," I asserted confidently, providing her with his phone number. "You know my grandfather?" Zhao Yitong's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded me as if I were an anomaly. "What? Old Master Zhao is your grandfather? Just look at this. It's as if a flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple, family members not recognizing one another. My relationship with your grandfather is one of great camaraderie. He has often expressed a desire for me to become his grandson-in-law. I hesitated, fearing his granddaughter's appearance. But now I am inclined to accept, for you are truly stunning, resembling a celestial being. This was an unexpected turn of events. I had initially sought old Master Zhao's endorsement to clear my name, and yet I found myself in this delightful predicament. Silence. You silver-tongued charlatan. It is evident that you are no good. Zhao Yitong cast a fierce glare at me, her cheeks flushing once more, before storming out to make a phone call. Strangely enough, despite her distance, I could hear her words quite clearly. When did my hearing become so acute? Grandpa, it's Yitong. Do you know a young man named Zhang Yang? He possesses remarkable good looks and an impressive physique. Zhao Yitong's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and curiosity. Yitong, how could I not know Zhang Yang? He is a genius at discovering treasures. Just yesterday, he made some astonishing finds. Came the voice of her grandfather from the other end of the line, filled with admiration and pride. He had uncovered 10 silver notes from the Xianfeng era hidden within the wooden slats of an old bookshelf, their condition simply exquisite. Unfortunately, he won't sell them to me, claiming he intends to keep them for himself. Was he genuinely not boasting? Zhao Yitong's voice brimmed with astonishment. Yitong, how do you know Zhang Yang? Her grandfather inquired curiously. Well, it's just a coincidence. Zhao Yitong's tone was somewhat hesitant, clearly reluctant to reveal that she had apprehended me, fearing her grandfather's wrath. From their conversation, it was evident that her grandfather and I shared a deep camaraderie despite the age difference. Before long, Zhao Yitong returned to discuss matters with a male officer. The two of them conversing in hushed tones in the corridor while occasionally glancing towards the interrogation room. I vaguely overheard them mention something about the lack of evidence and the presumption of innocence. Then she entered, her expression tinged with embarrassment and regret. As she unlocked my handcuffs and said apologetically, I am truly sorry. This was a misunderstanding. We made an error. I am off duty now. So let me drive you home. Thank you, I replied, unable to refuse such an offer. After all, it was quite an honor to be escorted home by such a beautiful police officer. Soon, I found myself in her BMW. The interior suffused with a delicate fragrance that mingled with her own alluring scent. She deftly started the engine, the tires whispering against the asphalt before we sped off towards Taoyuan Villa. As we traveled, I couldn't help but admire her focused profile and jested. So, what are your thoughts about me? What thoughts? She asked, her gaze fixed ahead, her tone unperturbed. Weren't we on a blind date today? I replied, a teasing smile curling at the corners of my mouth. You'd best not provoke me, or you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Zhao Yitong shot me an admonishing look, her eyes glinting with warning before she added, do you know what my grandfather used to do? Are you aware of the professions of my parents, uncles, and aunts? Do you dare to entertain notions about me? Well, I must admit I am quite in the dark about that. I scratched my head, curiosity bubbling within me. Could it be that Zhao's grandfather had an extraordinary past? My grandfather once held a ministerial position. My father is now a significant figure in a military district. My uncle is at the bureau level, and my aunt is the owner of a jewelry company worth over 100 billion. My brother is currently the director of the Zhonghai Public Security Bureau. Zhao Yitong spoke with a hint of pride, her demeanor radiating confidence. So, you best behave yourself and not cross me. My goodness, what an impressive leg. I widened my eyes in disbelief, yet my heart was filled with elation. The backdrop was simply formidable. I must engage in more conversations with old Master Zhao in the future, and I should also cultivate a good rapport with this young lady. For one never knows when she might prove invaluable. Go ahead, keep flirting with me. Zhao Yitong provocatively shot a glance my way, clearly relishing my astonishment. With your beauty and allure, any man would be tempted to strike up a conversation, unless, of course, he were blind to your magnificence. I struggled to suppress my shock and weakly defended myself. Seeing my compliment, Zhao Yitong's heart soared, and her tone softened. Upon arriving at the entrance of Taoyuan Villa, she halted the car and, with an expectant gaze, inquired, could you sell me a silver note? I shall not sell it, but I can gift you one. I pretended to reach into my bosom, discreetly retrieving a 50-tael silver note from my wealth ring. The quality had evidently improved, the once slightly yellowed paper now gleaming, with the dragon and phoenix design vividly depicted, resembling a true work of art. Zhao Yitong gingerly accepted it, her eyes fixed intently on the note, examining it with delight. Then, casting me a peculiar look, she shyly remarked, such a precious gift, I cannot accept. I must pay you. What payment? It is merely something I stumbled upon. I waved my hand dismissively, opening the car door to exit. I insist on giving you money. Zhao Yidong quickly followed me out, her high heels clicking as she hurried a few steps to seize my arm. Otherwise, others might think I am bribing you. Then take it to admire for a while, and return it to me later. I gazed at her delicate, flower-like face and enchanting eyes, my heart inexplicably racing. Her beauty was striking, yet her formidable background made me hesitant to provoke her. How about I exchange it for a treasure? Zhao Yidong hesitated for a moment before removing the jade bracelet from her wrist and placing it in my hand. I couldn't help but scrutinize it closely. The jade bracelet was entirely emerald green, its translucent quality shimmering under the streetlight, a high-quality ice-type imperial green jade bangle, dazzling to the point of mesmerizing. Such a treasure would fetch a handsome price on the market, easily worth at least 2 million. I quickly shook my head. No, this bracelet is far too precious. 1 silver note cannot suffice. Perhaps 10 would be more appropriate. You are quite the expert at appraising treasures. To claim my bracelet is worth over 2 million? Zhao Yitong regarded me with disdain. Did I misjudge? I felt a bit embarrassed and hastily pointed my middle finger up. High-quality ice-type imperial green jade bangle, but alas, it bears cracks, significantly diminishing its value. Yet, it can be restored. My goodness, it has cracks? I quickly pulled out a small flashlight from my pocket to inspect it closely. Indeed, there were 2 minuscule cracks. They were so fine that one would not notice them without careful examination. However, once a jade bracelet has 2 cracks, the risk of it breaking becomes imminent, especially since it is worn on the wrist and subjected to various impacts. Once a fracture occurs, the value diminishes drastically, plummeting to at least 1/10 of its former worth, leaving it valued at a mere 200,000, comparable to that of my silver note. Would you consider a trade? Upon noticing the crack, Zhao Yitong smiled and inquired. Absolutely. How could I possibly refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? I eagerly acquiesced, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon me. Farewell, Zhao Yitong responded with delight, carefully cradling the silver note as she boarded her carriage and departed. Sighing, I pondered the enigma of such an exquisite beauty. I wondered what sort of man was deemed worthy of her attention. As I watched her fade into the distance, I couldn't help but marvel. I tucked the jade bracelet into the treasure trove of my wealth, and the restoration process commenced forthwith. I dialed Aqiang's number, feigning concern. Aqiang, are you all right? I was unexpectedly detained. I have no idea who reported me. We're all fine, what about you? Aqiang's voice brimmed with surprise and concern, his tone convincingly sincere. Of course, I've been released without a hitch. The reason? It must be my irresistible charm. I merely flirted with the officer, and she was so smitten that she let me go. I chuckled triumphantly, intentionally raising my voice. If there's a card game next time, do reach out to me. The earnings are beyond my wildest dreams. Well, I must now go interact with Li Qing. She is utterly captivating and beautiful. I simply adore her. Frustration consumed Aqiang, who, without hanging up, furiously smashed his phone in a fit of rage. He was incensed, utterly disheartened. Not only had he failed to exact revenge today, but he also lost hundreds of thousands. The report was of no consequence. How absurd. With a mischievous grin, I strolled leisurely to Li Qing's rented abode, raising my hand to knock on the door. The moment it opened, I was irresistibly drawn to Li Qing, who stood elegantly at the threshold. She must have just bathed, clad in a delicate blue camisole nightgown, its low neckline revealing her exquisite collarbone. Her alabaster shoulders glowed softly under the light, while her arms hung gracefully, and her long, straight legs appeared even more alluring against the backdrop of her nightgown. Her unadorned beauty was flawless, her doe-like eyes shimmering with affection for me. Her silky black hair cascaded behind her, the tips still slightly damp, and I yearned to reach out and play with it. The rich fragrance of her body wash mingled with her unique scent, an intoxicating blend that could enchant any man. Look at the time. Didn't I ask you to return earlier? Li Qing chided softly, her voice sweet and laced with a hint of reproach, but predominantly filled with concern. Before she could finish, I eagerly pulled her into my embrace, fervently kissing her lips. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to gently resist, pleading, "No, the door isn't closed yet." Her face flushed with shyness as she weakly declined, yet before long, she found herself completely entranced, her hands entwining around my neck like vines, rising on her toes, responding with fiery enthusiasm. Her heart brimmed with sweetness, for her boyfriend was utterly captivated by her beauty. How enviable. Just then, A passerby caught our attention, our neighbor, a woman in her 30s, who cast a glance filled with envy our way. We quickly regained our composure, both feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, particularly Li Qing, who wished she could vanish into a crevice in the ground. We hurried inside, swiftly closing the door behind us. After a refreshing shower, I donned my pajamas and sat on the sofa with Li Qing, wrapping my arms around her as we engaged in light conversation. Her cheeks were a deep crimson, her shyness palpable, and her heart raced. This level of intimacy was unfamiliar to her, making her blush easily. Yet the beauty of it delighted and enchanted her all the more. "What does your colleague want with you?" Li Qing inquired curiously, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing circles on my chest. Today was rather perilous, I confessed, recounting in detail how Ah Chong had orchestrated a scheme to lure me into gambling. I wanted her to understand the depths of Ah Chong's wickedness, to prevent any feelings of guilt or lingering affection towards him. Of course, I refrained from mentioning that Ah Chong had called the police on me, not wanting to induce any anxiety or fear in her. "What? Ah Chong is that malicious? He tricked you into playing a game of poker?" Li Qing exclaimed, her expression one of shock, her mouth agape. "And you won over 500,000? I merely taught them a small lesson," I replied nonchalantly, opening a plastic bag to reveal a hefty sum of cash within, over 500,000. If Zhao Yitong and that male officer were to see this, they would undoubtedly be perplexed and infuriated. "You also excel in gambling?" Li Qing gazed at the money in awe, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. "I once delved into it out of curiosity and grasped a few techniques. But rest assured, I have no interest in gambling. I merely enjoy seizing opportunities, which is not only legal but also more profitable." I gently tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. "Being in a relationship with you is my fortune. I am truly happy and filled with anticipation for our future. Zhang Yang, I love you." Li Qing believed my words wholeheartedly, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart as she wrapped her arms around my neck, her eyes brimming with affection. "To win your heart is also my luck." I tenderly embraced her, mesmerized by her beauty and allure. Unable to resist, I leaned in for another gentle kiss, to which Li Qing fervently responded. We found ourselves enveloped in a wonderfully enchanting moment. Finally, unable to contain my excitement, I swept her off her feet and carried her into my room. "What do you intend to do?" "No, please," Li Qing exclaimed, panic in her voice as she clung tightly to my neck. "I am the best teacher, and tonight you shall be the student. Learn well," I said with a mischievous smile. "It is essential that you rest well, for you have been excessively fatigued these past few days." Li Qing, having studied for but a brief moment, was overtaken by shyness and, seizing the opportunity when I was momentarily distracted, fled the scene as if in haste. Only her unique fragrance lingered in the room, floating about and stirring my thoughts indefinitely. I made no effort to retain her, nor did I forcibly detain her. She has always been a woman of reserved disposition, even during her courtship with the Chong. She forbade the simplest gestures such as holding hands. Thus, the intimacy we share is a tremendous fortune for me, and I dare not wish for more. Moreover, after the intense focus required for the appraisal earlier that day, the tension of the gambling game, and the psychological strain from the police interrogation, I was utterly exhausted. Once I succumbed to sleep, it felt as though the entire world ceased to exist for me. Upon awakening, I found the sunlight streaming through the window. I noticed some liquid with an unusual odor had emerged once more, though considerably less than the previous morning. After a refreshing bath, I scrutinized my reflection in the mirror and was astonished to find myself seemingly more handsome than before, brimming with vitality, as though I possessed boundless energy. The exquisite jade bracelet had been meticulously restored by a jeweler. The once minuscule cracks had vanished without a trace, and it shimmered with a mesmerizing green hue. Translucent and radiant under the light, enchanting to behold. I savored its smooth texture, my heart swelling with joy. This treasure, valued at 2 million, made me marvel at the surreal fortune I had acquired within merely 2 days, a reality so astonishing it felt like a dream. That day, Li Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted on accompanying me to search for a rental property. However, I playfully led her into the cinema instead. In the dimly lit theater, we nestled close together, sharing laughter and tension as the film unfolded. After the screening, we indulged in a sumptuous feast, engaging in delightful conversation and sharing our little secrets. I had even prepared a bouquet of luscious red roses for her, the vibrant blooms accentuating her bashful countenance. And in that moment, time seemed to stand still for us. Thus, We spent an extraordinarily joyous and sweet Sunday together. Perhaps it was the sight of my well-deserved rest. Or maybe the day's tender exchanges deepened Li Qing's affections for me. That evening, beneath the soft glow of the lights, she finally set aside her shyness and reserve, willing to take a step forward in our intimate relationship. Though she was only prepared to learn the first move, using her hand to convey our affections, she remained somewhat bashful and conservative regarding the second move, insisting that it could only occur once we cohabitate in the future. Yet, this was more than enough to fill me with happiness. On Monday morning, before heading to work, Li Qing gently adjusted my collar and earnestly reminded me, "Today, you must absolutely go find a place to rent. My colleague is moving in on Friday, and it would be quite embarrassing if you were still residing here when they arrive." I patted my chest and vowed earnestly in response. However, as soon as she departed, I cast aside thoughts of my housing situation and eagerly ventured into the antique market in search of hidden treasures. Before I had the opportunity to explore in detail, a call from the esteemed Mr. Zhao interrupted my reverie. "Zhang Yang, come to my residence at once and bring your silver notes." I gazed at the location sent by Mr. Zhao on my phone, filled with curiosity, yet I resolved to proceed immediately. Following the navigation, I arrived at an extraordinarily luxurious villa. From a distance, the estate was encircled by an exquisite wall, sprawling over an area comparable to at least 4 football fields. Within the walls, the landscaping was meticulously crafted. Artificial mountains and flowing water harmoniously complemented one another, while rare and vibrant flowers competed for attention. The outdoor swimming pool shimmered invitingly, accompanied by basketball and football courts, as well as a spacious parking area. The villa itself boasted 3 stories, each level expansive enough to rival a football field, culminating in an astonishingly grand scale. Even before crossing the threshold, an overwhelming aura of opulence enveloped me, making it difficult to breathe. Looking down at my humble attire, I hesitated momentarily, questioning my right to enter such a lavish domain. Just as I stood at the entrance, caught in my indecision, a teasing voice broke the silence from behind. "Zhang Yang, what are you sneaking around here for?" I swiftly turned to see Zhao Yitong standing there elegantly, clad in a form-fitting black dress. The garment accentuated her alluring curves, rendering her silhouette exquisite and captivating. Her chin-length hair did not diminish her femininity. Rather, it added a touch of charm. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled like a pristine spring, while her rosy lips curved into a subtle smile, and her pronounced nose exuded a sense of confidence. The aura of nobility surrounding her, along with a faint hint of fragrance, served as a constant reminder that the woman before me was indeed a top-tier beauty from a wealthy background. In a moment of mild panic, I hastily arranged my clothing, attempting to adopt a demeanor of nonchalance as I remarked, "I am here to see your grandfather." Yet, inwardly, I fervently prayed that she would not perceive my awkwardness. Zhao Yitong cast a wary glance in my direction, her eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. "Then why are you lingering here? Go inside. I thought you were a thief surveying the premises." Her words evoked both amusement and irritation within me, prompting an involuntary retort. "Have you ever encountered such a dashing thief as myself? Surely, you must be suffering from occupational bias. I've seen many a thief, but none quite like me." With a playful smirk, Zhao Yitong led the way into the villa. I hurried to follow her, intending to walk alongside her, yet she deliberately quickened her pace, using her body to obstruct my advance. Feeling somewhat exasperated, I resigned myself to trailing behind her. In an effort to dispel the awkward atmosphere, I initiated a conversation. "Why hasn't your grandfather gone to the shop today? And why aren't you at work?" Zhao Yitong, without turning her head, replied coolly, "My grandfather is getting on in years and will not be going to the shop daily anymore. He has engaged a skilled appraiser to oversee matters. As for me, I am simply enjoying a day off." From her curt response, it was evident that she held little affection for me. Her previous warmth had likely been a ploy to barter for my silver notes. Now that she had secured them, I seemed to have lost my worth in her eyes. Observing the opulence surrounding us, I could not help but inquire, "Why is your home so extravagant? Isn't it a tad ostentatious?" Given that her family predominantly occupied positions in politics or the military, such a residence would inevitably attract attention. Zhao Yitong, with an air of pride, responded, "This villa was a gift from my aunt to my grandfather. Who dares to criticize?" Suddenly enlightened, I recalled that her aunt was the owner of the Jin Yu Mantang Jewelry Company, worth over 100 billion. Acquiring such a villa as a gift for old Master Zhao was indeed a trivial matter, one that would silence any potential detractors. Zhao Yitong slightly slowed her pace, curiously inquiring, "What business do you have with my grandfather?" I hastened my steps to finally walk alongside her, replying, "It was your grandfather who sent for me, asking me to bring the silver notes, but the specifics elude me." As we continued our conversation, we had already entered the grand entrance of the villa. A woman in her 30s, impeccably dressed and exuding grace, greeted us and escorted me to the second floor. The hall on the second floor was spacious and resplendent, far exceeding my expectations of luxury. Old Master Zhao reclined leisurely in an intricately carved rosewood armchair, which gleamed under the warm yellow light. The chair's back featured a lifelike dragon, seemingly poised to leap from the wood. In his hand, a purple clay teapot emanated a delicate fragrance, intertwining with the scent of burning agarwood, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. 3 distinguished gentlemen were seated on the sofa, engaged in jovial conversation. Among them, the sprightly elder clad in a tang suit was none other than Qiao Shanshui, the owner of the Jade Pavilion, who had procured the Li Qing jade pendant from the antique market that day. The other middle-aged man exuded an air of refined elegance, his warm smile and understated attire failing to conceal an undeniable luxury. Lastly, there stood a gentleman in his 30s, resplendent in his garb, with sharp brows framing his spirited countenance, unmistakably a man of distinction. Upon noticing my entrance, the venerable Zhao Laozi immediately gestured with a smile, the old sandalwood bracelet on his wrist jingling softly, producing a steady and rhythmic sound. "Zhangyang, come here." As I stepped closer, my feet sinking into the plush wool carpet, Zhao Laozi lifted his teacup for a delicate sip before gently placing it on the Wangwali tea table, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the brilliance of the chandelier above. With a beaming smile, he introduced me. "This young man is Zhang Yang, a prodigy in the art of appraising treasures and uncovering hidden gems. This is Qiao Shanshui, the proprietor of the Jade Pavilion, a seasoned veteran in this field with decades of experience." When anyone in the circle speaks of old Qiao, they inevitably give him a thumbs up. "Hello, old Qiao. I sold you a jade pendant last time. I trust you remember," I greeted respectfully, standing tall and attempting to appear at ease, though beads of sweat formed in my palms. Qiao Shanshui stroked his goat-like beard, his murky eyes twinkling, and a faint smile creased his weathered face, the wrinkles etched deeply like the rings of an ancient tree. "Of course, I remember. It was just the day before yesterday. I truly cherished that pendant. A creation of Zhao Yidao." Zhao Laozi then pointed to the elegant middle-aged man, saying, "This is Su Wenyuan, one of the foremost antique dealers in the country, with extensive connections in the auction world and a portfolio of invaluable artifacts. Just last month, he acquired a Song Dynasty Ru kiln brush washer at Sotheby's. A sensational event. The glaze on that piece is simply soul-stirring." "Hello, Mr. Su," I once again greeted with utmost respect, internally marveling at the opportunity to meet such a figure, one I would have never encountered without Zhao Laozi's introduction. Su Wenyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, scrutinizing me through the lenses, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating my very soul. "I hear you discovered a banknote hidden within the wooden panels of a bookshelf. Quite impressive." His tone was unassuming, yet it ignited an inexplicable tension within me, as though I were a specimen under a microscope. Lastly, Zhao Laozi gestured towards the remarkable young man. "This is Sun Yongjun, heir to the Sun Group. He is well-versed and passionate about collecting, though he has a tendency to make misjudgments. Last month, he purchased a yuan blue and white porcelain piece, only to find it was a counterfeit, resulting in a loss of several million. But, being young, it is only natural to pay tuition." "Hello, military brother. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." I inwardly gasped, knowing the Sun Group to be the most formidable family enterprise in Zhonghai, with interests spanning real estate, finance, pharmaceuticals, and gaming, valued in the hundreds of billions. Sun Yongjun nodded slightly, his demeanor cool. "Hello." He lifted his teacup for a sip, his posture elegant yet imbued with an air of detachment. The tea within the cup rippled gently before settling into tranquility once more. I understood well the disparity in our standings. His demeanor was entirely typical given the circumstances. To earn the respect of others, one must ultimately rely on their own capabilities. Therefore, I bear no discontent, nor have I suffered any affront to my dignity. "The reason for your presence today is our shared interest in your banknotes. Please present them for our admiration." An expression of anticipation flickered in old Master Zhao's eyes, as if he could scarcely wait to behold those banknotes. I have exchanged one with your granddaughter, Zhao Yitong, leaving only 9 in my possession. As I spoke, I carefully retrieved the 9 banknotes from my bag, arranging them neatly upon the tea table. These banknotes, nurtured by financial care, have achieved an increasingly exquisite condition. The paper is as pristine as new. The inscriptions bold and clear, glowing softly under the light, as if they possessed an inherent halo. Their condition is extraordinary, verging on perfection. The crowd gathered closely, their eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Zhao Yitong descended from the 3rd floor, drawn by the commotion, dressed in a fitted black gown. Her diamond necklace sparkled with each step, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. I already possess one, her face radiant with pride. As she gracefully seated herself on the nearby sofa, her legs elegantly crossed. For banknotes of 50 taels each, 1 for each of us, and 5 of 30 taels. Likewise 1 for each. The remaining one, Zhongyang, you may keep for your own collection. We shall not take advantage of you. We are willing to exchange with treasures of equal worth. Thus, today is essentially a gathering hosted by Old Master Zhao for fellow collectors to exchange treasures. Old Master Qiao set down the banknotes, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Sun Yongjun, anxious that I might refuse, added, Zhongyang, do not hastily decline. Have some tea and contemplate your decision. With so many banknotes, 1 is sufficient for your collection. The notion of exchanging treasures piqued my interest. I pondered briefly, lifting my teacup to take a delicate sip, the steaming tea swirling in my mouth, its fragrance wafting through the air. Externally, I endeavored to maintain my composure, yet internally, I was swiftly weighing the pros and cons. Old Master Zhao seemed confident in my eventual agreement, cautioning, exchanging treasures carries its own risks. It depends on your discernment, for one might incur substantial losses. Do you have faith in your ability to appraise? I smiled modestly, my expression tinged with shyness. I am but a novice in treasure appraisal, fortunate to have stumbled upon a few good finds. My discernment is certainly not on par with esteemed seniors like yourselves. However, since you all admire my banknotes, let us proceed with the exchange. I trust the treasures you present will be remarkable, and I eagerly anticipate it. I have matters to attend to, so I shall go first, Xiao Shanshui declared, carefully opening the brocade box in his hands. At the moment the box was unveiled, a faint aroma of sandalwood wafted forth, revealing a verdant jade pendant resting upon its velvet lining. He delicately lifted the jade pendant, which shimmered with a mysterious green glow beneath the chandelier, as if imbued with an enigmatic power. This pendant was once part of the collection from the Prince Gong's mansion, crafted during the Qianlong era, with its gold-threaded dragon motif being a rare find of its time. His voice brimmed with pride. As I received the pendant, I felt the softness of the silk. I retrieved a flashlight from my bag, illuminating it carefully, examining it from every angle. The icy, glutinous jadeite in a vibrant green hue is indeed of notable quality. Its worth likely surpassing that of 2 silver notes. I mused silently. Yet, I harbored doubts about my proficiency in appraising treasures. Thus, I discreetly touched the jade pendant with my middle finger. This icy glutinous jadeite pendant, crafted in 1775, once served as a dowry for Princess Xia, bearing traces of repair in the dark patterns. Its value diminished significantly due to these repairs, though it remains restorable. Alas, it turned out to be a damaged piece. Otherwise, based solely on the prestige of ancient jade, it would easily command a price in the millions. But as it stands, it might not even be worth 100,000. I silently lamented the treacherous waters of treasure appraisal, where a single misstep could lead to deception. Fortunately, I possessed a financial talisman, ensuring that any attempts to take advantage of me would be futile. I lifted the pendant, scrutinizing it against the light, and eventually discerned the signs of repair. Smiling, I remarked, Boss Qiao, the coloration of this jade is indeed natural. However, there are still signs of repair in the dark patterns. While it appears intact now, it is prone to cracking, rendering it worthless. Thus, this pendant cannot possibly be exchanged for my 2 silver notes. Signs of repair? Zhao Yitong, Sun Yongjun, Su Wenyuan, and Old Master Zhao grew intrigued, each picking up the pendant for a closer examination. Armed with magnifying glasses, they meticulously searched the pendant, the room enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their heavy breaths and the soft friction of the lenses. After a lengthy scrutiny, they finally caught sight of the subtle repair marks, their faces betraying a look of admiration. Boss Qiao also gave me a thumbs up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Impressive. I believe that, once restored, few would discern the flaws in this pendant without being informed. I did not expect a young person like you to uncover it. Here's what I propose. I will still exchange this pendant for your 2 silver notes, but I shall add 200,000. What do you think? In truth, he hesitated to part with the pendant, as offering 250,000 or 300,000 outright for the 2 silver notes would have been a more astute choice. After all, despite its imperfections, the pendant bore the legacy of the Prince Gong's residence and displayed in his shop. It would eventually attract an unsuspecting buyer willing to pay a high price. However, being a prominent figure in the antiques world, he did not wish to appear foolish in front of others by attempting to trade a flawed piece. The transaction was sealed without any hesitation on my part. Once restored, the pendant could indeed be worth $1 million. It was a lucrative deal. Soon, the transaction was complete. My account swelled by 200,000, pushing my savings past 500,000. Coupled with over 500,000 in cash from my financial talisman, a jade bracelet, and a jade pendant, my net worth had surpassed $4 million. I felt a surge of joy. My modest aspirations no longer seemed so distant, and a smile involuntarily graced my lips. Surprisingly, Boss Chiao remained seated, calmly sipping tea served by a maid, his gaze intently fixed on others, evidently eager to witness any treasures they might present, unwilling to miss a single captivating moment. I truly have matters to attend to, so I shall go next, Su Wenyuan subtly mocked Boss Chiao, gently pushing open the wooden box, the lid emitting a soft click as it opened. He gently caressed the scroll with his fingertips and proudly declared, "This is Mountain Retreat by Tang Yin from the Ming Dynasty. Recently acquired from Hong Kong last month, complete with Mr. Qigong's inscription. Its value is considerable, easily worth 2 silver notes." As he unfurled the scroll, a wave of aged ink scent enveloped me, and the landscape depicted seemed to whisper ancient tales. I took the artwork into my hands, scrutinizing it closely. The brushstrokes were vigorous and resonated with Tang Yin's style, yet I felt an elusive charm was missing, though I could not articulate precisely what was amiss. After all, I had never encountered an authentic piece by Tang Bohu, and was only familiar with his artistic characteristics through books. Hence, I gently touched the edge of the silk mounting. Zhang Daqian's forgery of Mountain Retreat was merely a diversion. Although it could deceive the untrained eye, a connoisseur could easily identify its flaws. Of limited value, Zhang Daqian had also forged works by Tang Bohu. I was astounded. To my knowledge, Zhang Daqian was one of the most legendary painters of the 20th century, celebrated as the foremost connoisseur of the past 5 centuries and renowned as a master forger. His prolific output had continually created market miracles during the era of billion-dollar artworks. The esteemed historian Chun Inko once remarked, Mr. Daqian's copies of the murals from the northern dynasties, Tang, and 5 dynasties are imbued with innate genius. Though they are mere imitations, they possess a creative essence that truly opens a new realm in our national art. In truth, Zhang Daqian excelled in mimicking the works of Shurtao. One particular story involves the collector Chen Banding, a prominent figure in northern China at the time and an authority on authentication. Once, he invited friends to admire a Shurtao piece he had recently acquired, and renowned artists such as Wang Xuetao and Chen Shizing were present. Zhang Daqian, an admirer of Shurtao, heard of the gathering and arrived uninvited, becoming the unexpected guest of the day. Once all guests had assembled, Chen Banding proudly presented a volume of Shurtao's paintings for their admiration, which elicited a chorus of admiration throughout the hall. However, upon seeing the collection, Zhang Daqian began to laugh, prompting Chen Banding and the guests to chastise him for his rudeness. Zhang Daqian responded, "It is only because I recognize this volume," and proceeded to describe in detail each page's content. When they opened it, every page matched his descriptions perfectly, including the inscriptions and seals that were identical to Zhang Daqian's assertions. Chen Banding inquired whether Zhang Daqian had also collected this set of pages, to which Zhang Daqian replied, "I could never afford such a priceless volume. I painted it." He then promptly took up paper and brush, creating a Shurtao painting before the guests, who were ultimately convinced, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed. Strangely, as these thoughts swirled in my mind, an additional phrase emerged: "There is more to this than meets the eye." How could a mere painting hold such depth? I was filled with perplexity as I scrutinized the artwork once more, my gaze unwavering, and finally discerned some clues. Yet, I remained composed outwardly, while internally, Tumultuous waves surged within me. What? Have you discerned something amiss in this painting? Noticing my prolonged silence, Zhao Yitong moved beside me, tilting her head with curiosity, her long eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. As I drew closer to her, a subtle fragrance wafted from her hair. I whispered softly in her ear, "You have discerned the issue as well? Is it truly a counterfeit?" Zhao Yitong appeared somewhat taken aback, casting a derisive glance at Su Wenyuan. It was utterly disgraceful for a renowned antique dealer to present a forgery in exchange for treasures. She could not resist casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Shanshui, evidently musing about how this old man attempted to deceive with inferior wares, her expression rife with discontent. I smiled gently and addressed Su Wenyuan. Although this painting bears the style of Tang Yin, it is not an authentic piece. Its value pales in comparison to my banknotes. How intriguing, indeed. Sun Yongjun leaned forward with keen interest, his countenance reflecting the anticipation of a captivating spectacle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I had not anticipated that these two titans of their respective industries would present flawed treasures, rendering this scene more riveting than any television drama. Old Master Zhao appeared nearly on the verge of losing his composure, his expression darkening as he let out a heavy huff, his cane striking the ground with authority. Su Wenyuan's countenance darkened, the jade ring in his palm producing a crisp sound as he abruptly rose, his anger palpable. Young man, one may indulge in reckless dining, but one must not speak carelessly. This painting has been authenticated by numerous experts. If this were indeed an original landscape by Tang Yin, it would be worth at least 10 million. How could you possibly part with such a valuable piece for merely 2 banknotes worth over 500,000? Our initial encounter bears no familiarity. The possibility of offering favors is non-existent. Thus, if it is not a counterfeit, what else could it be? As I countered, I keenly observed Su Wenyuan's reaction. Rendered speechless and visibly embarrassed, he quickly cast a glance at the increasingly irate old Master Zhao before hastily offering a sincere defense. Indeed, it is a forgery, yet a forgery can still hold significant value. It cannot be deemed inferior to your 2 banknotes. Otherwise, I would not exchange a painting worth over 10 million for mere banknotes worth several hundred thousand. At last, old Master Zhao's expression softened slightly as he nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, you make a valid point. Even a counterfeit possesses worth, as this is a painting by Zhang Daqian, imitating Tang Bohu. I replied with a smile. As for whether it can match the value of my 2 banknotes, that remains a matter of subjective interpretation. A painting by Zhang Daqian? The crowd gasped in astonishment, converging to scrutinize the work closely. They examined it with magnifying glasses for an extended period, finally uncovering the 2 characters Daqian hidden in the shadows of the painting, which prompted an eruption of exclamations throughout the room. Remarkable. The onlookers regarded me with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, as if I were a mysterious master emerging from the shadows. I feigned humility, waving my hands in modesty and displaying a bashful expression. I am merely youthful, with keen eyesight and a stroke of fortune to have spotted the characters in the shadowed corner. I would not dare take credit. As this is the merit of careful appraisal, it is best to remain humble. Old Master Zhao turned to Su Wenyuan and remarked, Zhang Daqian's works fetch a staggering price of 40,000 to 50,000 per square foot, with representative pieces often surpassing 1 million. However, this painting is merely a replica, a product of the game, devoid of its own spirit and essence. Although it bears a signature, it is difficult to ascertain whether it is truly attributed to Zhang Daqian, rendering its value quite limited. His words struck Su Wenyuan like a hammer, each syllable resonating deeply within him. Su Wenyuan blushed slightly and inquired, Zhang Yang, how about I trade you this painting along with 100,000 yuan for 2 silver notes? I readily accepted without hesitation. Had this painting not concealed a deeper significance, I might have hesitated. Soon, the transaction was complete. I acquired a counterfeit painting by Tang Yin, and my bank card reflected an additional 100,000 yuan. Observing the incoming transfer notification on my phone, my heart soared with joy. Now it was my turn. Sun Yongjun retrieved a rusted copper coin from his bag, his face radiating pride and confidence. This is a precious treasure I managed to dig up. It is worth a fortune, he proclaimed, handing it to me. What do you think? Are you pleased with this treasure? With eager anticipation, I accepted it with both hands, my eyes widening as I scrutinized it closely. And then I gasped, Tianwan Tongbao? What? Tianwan Tongbao? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, and even Zhao Yitong hurried back to my side, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she observed. The rich fragrance of perfume enveloped me once more, bringing me a sense of euphoria, yet my focus remained solely on the coin in my hand. The Tianwan Tongbao is extraordinarily rare and precious. Tianwan Tongbao is a brilliant gem among ancient Chinese currency, embodying profound historical significance and cultural value. It originated during the early Jin dynasty, specifically minted during the Tianwan period of Emperor Shizong, 1138 to 1140 AD. During Emperor Shizong's reign, policies promoting Sinicization were implemented, profoundly impacting the political, economic, and cultural development of the Jin dynasty, with Tianwan Tongbao emerging as a product of this distinctive historical epoch. The coin features a diverse array of forms, categorized into small, flat, and folded types. The small flat coins exhibit both regular and seal scripts, while the folded coins uniformly display regular script. The diameter of the folded coin is approximately 3 centimeters, weighing around 7.2 grams. Its craftsmanship is unparalleled. With a warm copper hue and a well-defined structure, the obverse is slightly deeper while the reverse is somewhat shallower, with a neat hole that showcases the pinnacle of Jin dynasty casting techniques. The inscriptions are uniquely characteristic, with elegant calligraphy and profound skill. The character 1 features an extra horizontal stroke, while Tong resembles the dot style of the Southern Song dynasty's Jinyan Tongbao. The character Bao is divided into 3 strokes, creating a peculiar yet charming aesthetic. In terms of its surviving quantity, Tianwan Tongbao is exceedingly rare. Currently, only about 3 specimens are known to exist. Thus, it is revered as a significant treasure among ancient coins. Among them, an authentic folded Tianwan Tongbao unearthed in Hunan province was once part of a renowned collection in the numismatic community and has been recognized by scholars as a major rarity in ancient coin catalogs. Being the sole physical specimen within existing numismatic records, this coin measures 30 millimeters in diameter, 7 millimeters in thickness, and weighs 7.5 grams. With its characteristics perfectly aligning with the era's aesthetic, holding great importance for the study of Jin dynasty coinage. In the realm of collectibles, the Tianwan Tongbao stands out for its unique historical significance, rarity, and artistic value, consistently commanding high prices that continue to escalate. During the spring auction of 2007 at China Guardian, a Tianwan Tongbao sold for an impressive 344 million yuan. By 2016, a genuine Tianwan Tongbao inscribed with Jinshu fetched an astonishing 796 million yuan on an auction platform, underscoring its esteemed position and considerable worth within the collectible market. However, this very desirability has led to an influx of counterfeit Tianwan Tongbao in the market. One may wonder, is this particular piece genuine or a forgery? I promptly pointed with my middle finger. The Tianwan Tongbao is indeed a genuine artifact. However, its condition is regrettably poor, limiting its value, though it can be restored. What a surprise, it truly is authentic. I couldn't help but exclaim once more. Authentic? Everyone around me buzzed with excitement, eagerly passing it around and examining it closely with magnifying glasses. Ultimately, they all nodded in agreement regarding its authenticity. The condition may be subpar, yet its worth is equivalent to my 2 silver notes. Before I could finish my sentence, Zhao Yitong interjected, Sun Yongjun, I shall take this coin. Name your price. Since you desire it, consider it a gift. It is merely a copper coin. Sun Yongjun graciously waved his hand. However, he insisted that payment be made. Zhao Yitong, seemingly ungrateful, turned to old Master Zhao and inquired, Grandfather, how much do you believe this Tianwan Tongbao is worth? 50,000 should be about right, he replied, casting a fond glance at Zhao Yitong. Thus, she transferred 500,000 to Sun Yongjun. Clearly, despite being a police officer, Zhao Yitong was not lacking in wealth, embodying the essence of a top-tier affluent beauty. I felt a pang of regret as Zhao Yitong snatched the Tianwan Tongbao away. Otherwise, if restored with financial means, its condition would improve significantly, increasing its value beyond 500,000, perhaps even reaching 1 million or 2 million. Zhang Yang, would you accept 500,000 for your 2 silver notes? Sun Yongjun inquired again. With the Tianwan Tongbao gone, I had no choice but to purchase with money. Certainly. The price was quite reasonable, and I agreed without hesitation. I shall also buy your 2 silver notes for 500,000, Old Master Zhao interjected, his eyes glimmering with opportunity. Old Master, were you not seeking to exchange treasures? Show me what you have. I gazed at him in confusion. With a proud twitch of his mustache, old Master Zhao declared, "My treasures are all cherished possessions. I have no desire to trade them." His tone carried a hint of boastfulness, as if to say that even they, indicating Qiao Shanshui and Sun Yongjun, were not worthy to glimpse his collection. Now, with the addition of these 2 silver notes, opening my treasure vault will be all the more delightful. Having said that, he leisurely sipped from his teacup. The transaction was swiftly completed, and my account swelled by another million. This meant that my net worth had surpassed 5 million. As I held my phone, my palms slightly perspired, a mixture of excitement and disbelief washing over me, as though I were still dreaming. With the exchange concluded, Su Yuanwen and Xiao Shanshui soon took their leave. I remained, as did Sun Yongjun, who showed no inclination to depart, continuing his idle conversation with old Master Zhao on the sofa. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to stay for a meal?" Zhao Yidong's voice suddenly pierced through from behind. She reclined against the gilded, intricately carved sofa, her crimson nails rhythmically tapping against the enamel patterns on the armrest, while the diamonds on her wrist cast dazzling reflections, her gaze brimming with discontent. "You say nothing about Sun Yongjun staying, yet my presence is merely for a free meal?" I was nearly exasperated by her remarks, choosing to ignore her. Instead, I approached old Master Zhao, holding a painting by Zhang Daqian, leaning closer to him and whispering eagerly, "Old Master, does the thickness of this painting seem a bit off? Could there possibly be another artwork beneath it? Since the realm of art appraisal harbors its own mysteries, I harbor my doubts. Throughout the annals of artistic history, numerous painters have employed ingenious methods to safeguard their cherished works, often placing their prized creations beneath ordinary paintings. This practice serves 2 purposes. It adeptly evades calamities and the perils of warfare, while simultaneously mitigating the risks associated with direct exposure of these precious artifacts. There exists a tale from the tumultuous era of World War II, a period when the European continent was engulfed in conflict, and countless artistic treasures teetered on the brink of destruction. A nameless collector possessed a Renaissance masterpiece of considerable value, and to preserve its integrity, he sought the expertise of a highly skilled framer. With remarkable craftsmanship, the framer carefully affixed this invaluable painting behind a commonplace oil painting depicting a pastoral landscape. The countryside artwork, characterized by its unassuming brushwork and muted colors, bore no extraordinary traits, yet it became a protective veil for the precious piece. As the flames of war spread to the collector's city, enemy forces scoured for artworks to plunder. However, they displayed no interest in the seemingly ordinary pastoral painting, allowing the exquisite masterpiece to narrowly escape disaster, quietly concealed behind the mundane canvas until the war's end, when it re-emerged into the light. In the realm of art collection, a gripping narrative circulates. A seasoned collector heard whispers of a mysterious painting hidden in a dilapidated antique shop in a remote town. He hurried to the locale and discovered the artwork in a shadowy corner of the shop. On the surface, it appeared to be a typical still life, a mere composition of fruits and a vase, devoid of distinction. Yet, drawing upon his extensive experience, the collector sensed that this painting held deeper significance, promptly acquiring it. Upon returning home, he enlisted a professional team to conduct an analysis, employing advanced X-ray technology. To his astonishment, beneath the still life, he uncovered a breathtaking landscape painted by a renowned 18th-century artist. The delicate brushwork and unique use of color unmistakably showcased the master's prowess. It became apparent that, in an effort to protect his prized creation, the artist had deliberately concealed it behind the ordinary still life. Through the passage of time, this precious landscape was rediscovered in modernity, regaining its former glory. In 19th-century France, the art market was rife with competition and intrigue. A young painter, brimming with talent, created a work of profound personal style and meaning, earning acclaim within a small circle. However, this incited jealousy among some of his peers, who conspired to undermine him. Aware of the value of his work, the painter devised a clever plan and sought the assistance of his esteemed mentor, a venerable artist. Together, they meticulously selected a relatively unremarkable study and affixed the young artist's precious creation behind it. In the ensuing years, even when envious individuals sought to provoke trouble, they returned disheartened after encountering the ordinary study, entirely oblivious to the artistic treasure concealed behind it. Many years later, once the young artist achieved success and recognition, he unveiled this long-hidden masterpiece, astonishing the entire art world. Beneath the facade of ordinary paintings lie precious masterpieces, akin to stars concealed in darkness, awaiting discovery and the opportunity to shine anew. These works are not merely the fruits of artistic endeavor. They are steeped in history and legend. Do not entertain fanciful notions. The existence of concealed paintings is a legend, not something one encounters easily. As Mr. Zhao removed his golden-rimmed spectacles, the action of wiping the lenses was notably more deliberate than usual, his gaze tinged with skepticism. Yet, when he donned his white gloves and gently caressed the edge of the scroll with his fingertips, a spark ignited in his murky eyes, revealing a look of peculiar astonishment. Indeed, the thickness seemed rather unusual, exceeding that of other artworks by a factor of 2. Logically, such thick paper should not exist. Could it be that 2 paintings are adhered together? What invaluable artwork necessitated the concealment beneath a piece by Zhang Daqian? Could it indeed be the handiwork of Zhang Daqian himself? A mixture of astonishment, joy, and bewilderment washed over Mr. Zhao as he excitedly called out, "Quick, bring the tools." In no time, servants streamed in, bearing a silver tray meticulously arranged with tweezers, goat hair brushes, spray bottles, and other implements, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the light. Meanwhile, I raised my phone, eager to record this rare spectacle. Mr. Zhao's expression was grave, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He held a specially crafted spray bottle, enveloping the corners of the painting in a mist as delicate as gossamer. His movements gentle and cautious, as if conducting a sacred ritual. As the tip of the tweezers delicately probed the layers of the paper, a collective breath was held. The hall was so silent that a falling pin could be heard. Goodness, there are indeed 2 paintings. Young Zhang, you are about to strike it rich, Mr. Zhao's voice trembled as the tweezers unveiled the corner of a Ming Dynasty lady's gown, the gold-threaded peonies on the crimson robe shimmering in the light, igniting the crowd's emotions. A hidden painting beneath the surface? Zhao Yitong and Sun Yongjun leaned in with curiosity, their eyes wide with excitement and anticipation. This was a scene reserved for legends, and they were fortunate to witness it, unwilling to miss a single moment, eager to feast their eyes. For a full 30 minutes, the atmosphere felt as if it had crystallized. Mr. Zhao was entirely engrossed. Every action was meticulous, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious. At the moment the 2 paintings were finally separated, a profound silence enveloped the room. A genuine masterpiece by Tang Yin, hidden for countless years, unfurled before the onlookers, as though unveiling a portal to the refined world of Jiangnan during the Ming Dynasty. In the painting, a maiden stood gracefully, akin to an orchid blossoming in the gentle spring breeze, exuding a unique charm. Her features were delicate, her brows and eyes resembling a crescent moon, brimming with emotion. Her bright, clear eyes seemed to hold the depths of autumn waters, radiating warmth and vitality. Her straight nose, slightly upturned at the tip, added a playful touch to her dignified visage. Her cherry-red lips, unadorned yet vibrant, curved into a subtle smile, as if concealing a sweet secret within her heart. Upon her forehead, a delicate floral adornment sparkles brilliantly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, accentuating her skin that rivals the purity of snow. As smooth and refined as jade, her hair is elegantly coiled high, the strands as dark as ink, meticulously arranged into a complex yet refined style, adorned with several golden hairpins and precious jewels. The gemstones on the hairpins glimmer with subtle brilliance, gently swaying with her slightest movements and producing a melodious rustle. The jewels also sway, adding an air of opulence. A few strands of hair cascade gracefully beside her alabaster neck, further highlighting its elongated and graceful form. The lady is clad in a pale pink silk gown, its voluminous and flowing hem reminiscent of the soft fluff of willow catkins in spring. The fabric is delicately embroidered with intricate patterns, depicting blooming flowers and lively birds, each stitch executed with finesse, as if the flora and fauna might leap from the canvas at any moment. Over this, she wears a thin, lotus-pink gauze cloak with subtle, elusive patterns that resemble clouds and mist, beautifully complementing the gown and adding an ethereal charm. In her hand, she holds a round fan adorned with orchids. The fan's surface is crafted from fine silk, lightweight and delicate, while the ribs are made from xiangfei bamboo, exhibiting elegant grain. Beside the lady stands a finely carved taihu stone, its unique shape featuring interconnected hollows and intricate veining, as if sculpted by the passage of time. with each dip and rise telling tales of years gone by. Nearby, several tall, green bamboo stalks stand proudly, their slender leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound that infuses the scene with vitality. The ground is carpeted with lush grass, dotted with nameless wildflowers in hues of red, yellow, and purple, twinkling like stars in the night sky, bestowing a touch of natural charm upon the composition. The entire scene is rendered with smooth, delicate lines that outline the lady's silhouette and the intricate textures of her attire, flowing like water, capturing a sense of grace and lightness. The color palette is fresh and elegant, dominated by shades of pink, lotus, and moonlight white, soft yet sophisticated, creating a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere through their harmonious interplay. In the lower right corner, Tang Bohu has inscribed his name in his distinctive cursive script, the characters flowing freely yet powerfully, embodying a refined elegance. The 5 characters Wu Jun Tang Yin are painted with a balanced ink density, with Tang Yin slightly larger and the remaining 3 characters smaller, arranged artfully like a masterful piece of calligraphy. Below the inscription, 2 vermilion seals stand out prominently. One is the Tang Bohu seal, square in shape, its ancient script exuding a timeless elegance, with smooth, rounded lines and vivid seal paste that remains bright despite the passage of time. The other is the seal of Lu Ru, oval in form, its inscription cleverly arranged, echoing the square seal. To the right of the Tang Bohu seal, a rectangular seal belonging to Zhang Daqian catches the eye, its surface inscribed in Han seal script, with natural variations in stroke thickness that exude a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, showcasing the essence of stone and metal. The seal paste is dark with a hint of purple, as if narrating the sedimentation of time. In the upper left corner of the painting, there is also a round imperial jade seal of Qianlong, with a crimson background and 9 golden dragons entwined around the characters Yulanji Bao, signifying royal authority. Its edges slightly worn, bearing witness to countless readings. Adjacent to the Qianlong imperial seal lies a delicate stamp belonging to the renowned Ming Dynasty collector, Xiang Yuanbian. His seal, adorned with fine vermilion script, boasts slender lines reminiscent of fine strands of hair, yet remains distinctly powerful. The ink, a vibrant scarlet hue, harmoniously complements the overall palette of the painting. These seals, layered upon one another, transcend various eras, serving as silent witnesses to history, recounting the legendary tale of this artwork as it traversed among numerous collectors, thus imbuing the painting of elegant maidens with a profound sense of historical weight and authentic artistic allure. This is the genuine masterpiece Lady with Hairpin by Tang Bohu, once treasured by Qianlong, Xiang Yuanbian, and Zhang Daqian, each leaving their mark upon it, enhancing its immense value. Zhang, you truly are fortunate beyond measure. Old Master Zhao's hands trembled uncontrollably, his grizzled beard quivering alongside, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes brimming with envy and awe. My goodness, merely the Qianlong seal could significantly elevate its worth, let alone the multitude of illustrious stamps it bears. And it is indeed a work by Tang Yin. What is the true value of this painting? Sun Yongjun's Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a near-sobbing exclamation, his fingers fidgeting with increasing urgency on his wristwatch, his gaze interwoven with envy and regret, as if reproaching himself for failing to uncover the secret of this painting. Zhao Yitong, on the other hand, shed her usual haughtiness, her crimson lips slightly parted, revealing pearly teeth. She stared in astonishment for an extended moment before regaining her composure, regarding me as if I were a mythical being. Had I become the embodiment of fortune? In that instant, she finally regarded me with a semblance of equality. To her, it was perplexing that this painting had remained undiscovered in Su Yuanwen's possession for so long, yet I, upon acquiring it, immediately sensed the irregularity in its thickness. Such acute observational skills are certainly not the province of the ordinary. It is entirely due to the financial ring. Otherwise, even possessing this painting, I would not have discerned the concealed artwork within, thus missing out on a veritable treasure. In that moment, I truly comprehended the extraordinary and precious nature of the financial ring, a divine treasure bestowed upon me. With this thought, I couldn't help but gently touch the edge of the painting with my middle finger. Lady with Hairpin, crafted in 1512 by Tang Yin for a dear friend, has been cherished and collected by numerous esteemed figures, and is undeniably valuable, deserving of your possession. Indeed, it is the authentic work of Tang Bohu. What a delight! My hands and feet trembled slightly, a surge of exhilaration swelling within me. Could it be that my intimate interaction with Li Qing last night, though not culminating in the final breakthrough, nonetheless yielded substantial progress, thereby bringing me such fortune? Almost simultaneously, a rich aura emanated from the painting, flowing into my fingers and subsequently into the financial ring. The internal space of the ring seemed to illuminate as the previously dormant energy began to stir, as if celebrating this unexpected joy. I am exceedingly fond of this painting. Suddenly, Mr. Zhao grasped my wrist, his aged palm slick with perspiration, his eyes brimming with longing. In a voice tinged with desperation, he implored, "I am willing to exchange my pair of Song Dynasty official kiln porcelain vases for it, along with some cash. Sell it to me, money is no obstacle." Sun Yongjun, in a state of eagerness, whipped out his checkbook, the pen trembling above the paper, leaving quivering ink dots in its wake. "I offer 20 million, no, 30 million, as long as you are willing to part with it." Their fervent gazes converged on the painting like searchlights, as if it were not merely a piece of art, but a divine object capable of determining their fates. I gently shook my head. I intend to take this painting to auction. Only through a professional auction can the true value of this piece be realized, and I can maximize my benefits. Allow me to assist you with the arrangements. I would also like to appreciate it a bit longer. Mr. Zhao's shoulders visibly sagged, yet he immediately straightened his back, regaining his former authority, though a flicker of reluctance lingered in his eyes. "Rest assured, it will fetch an excellent price. By the way, please send me a copy of your video. It is quite important." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Without hesitation, I forwarded the video, for I held immense trust in Mr. Zhao's integrity. I still recalled how he had taught me to discern the authenticity of Schwanda furnaces at the antique market, and how every time I visited his shop for guidance, he shared his knowledge without reservation. He had become something of a mentor to me. "Zhangyang, let us connect on WeChat. We can hunt for treasures together in the future." Sun Yongjun, shedding his earlier aloofness, extended his hand warmly, the heat of his palm conveying sincerity. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for future collaboration, his lips curling into a friendly smile. I couldn't help but reflect that in this pragmatic world, prowess indeed is the key to earning respect. Had I not exhibited the skills during the appraisal process, how would I have garnered Sun Yongjun's esteem? "Certainly," I replied with enthusiasm, retrieving my phone to exchange WeChat information. "I will add one as well. Henceforth, whenever I acquire a treasure, I shall seek your expertise." Zhao Yitong sauntered over in her 10-centimeter heels, her figure swaying gracefully. Her tone was now infused with warmth, a stark contrast to her previous haughtiness. This city of antiques, steeped in a rich culture of collecting, had evidently been impressed by my successive strokes of luck, earning her acknowledgement. By this time, it was already lunchtime. Mr. Zhao graciously invited both Sun Yongjun and me to dine. The table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes, a veritable feast of delicacies, many of which I had never tasted or even heard of before. The exquisite presentation and tantalizing aromas were utterly mouth-watering. I accompanied Mr. Zhao in toasting with red wine, its fragrance enveloping my palate, rich and robust. As we indulged in the culinary delights, the atmosphere was filled with delightful conversation, creating a harmonious ambience. After the meal, I stepped out of the villa. The sun blazed fiercely, casting a relentless glow upon the earth, as if the entire world were bathed in a golden hue. Standing before the intricately carved iron gate, I couldn't help but glance back at the opulent residence. Under the illumination of the sun, the rockery and flowing water remained silent and serene, with the crystalline waters gently cascading, reflecting the surrounding scenery. Exotic flowers and unusual grasses sway softly in the breeze, enveloped in a soft halo of light, appearing particularly vibrant and luscious. A gentle zephyr caresses my face, carrying the fragrant scent of the climbing ivy from the distant tennis court's fence, a refreshing aroma that seems to penetrate the depths of my soul. Mixed with the subtle presence of magnolia in the air, its elegance and fragrance invigorate my spirit. I silently vow to amass great wealth in the future, to possess a luxurious villa such as this, indulging in a life of affluence, allowing both myself and those around me to live carefree lives. As I stepped out of the villa's grand entrance, a BMW approached from behind. The window rolled down, and Zhao Yitong poked her head out, exuberantly declaring, "I'm off to swim. Would you care to join me?" "Absolutely," I replied eagerly. I would certainly not refuse. The heat of the day beckoned for a refreshing swim. A delightful indulgence, especially considering the prospect of witnessing Zhao Yitong in a bikini. She would surely look stunning, alluring, and a feast for the eyes. Thus, I opened the door to the passenger seat and settled in. The interior was suffused with a fragrance uniquely her own, intoxicating and captivating, stirring my heart. Hold on tight, Zhao Yitong instructed, her foot pressing down on the accelerator, propelling the car along the road like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled through the open window, tousling her hair, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Before long, she ushered me to an exquisite swimming club. The exterior exuded opulence, with a fountain at the entrance casting vibrant sprays of water illuminated by the lights. Upon entering, the marble floor reflected the dazzling glow of crystal chandeliers, while a subtle blend of disinfectant and aromatic scents wafted through the air. Zhao Yitong expertly navigated me through the lounge area, and as we passed the outdoor pool adorned with imported loungers and sun umbrellas, she suddenly turned with a smile, saying, "Don't rush into the water just yet. I want to take you somewhere even more intriguing." Descending the spiral staircase, the temperature dropped abruptly, revealing a heavy glass door. As I pushed it open, a colossal acrylic aquarium dominated the wall, with colorful tropical fish darting among the coral, light and shadow dancing across the floor in shimmering patterns. This was the club's diving area, capable of simulating a 30-meter deep-sea environment. Zhao Yitong picked up a set of diving gear, her gaze appraising me. "Do you dare to take on the challenge?" Intrigued, I expressed my eagerness to experience it. Half an hour later, adorned with a mask and carrying an oxygen tank, I stood at the edge of the pool. Zhao Yitong had already entered the water, gliding gracefully, her hair flowing with the currents, resembling a vibrant mermaid. I took a deep breath and leaped into the water. The pressure enveloped my body gently, and through the earpiece, I heard Zhao Yitong's muffled reminders. "Mind your breathing rhythm. Don't go too deep on your first dive." Yet, as I attempted to release bubbles, I found my body surprisingly buoyant, my breathing pattern more stable than anticipated. Almost instinctively, I removed the mouthpiece, holding my breath as I began my descent. Silver bubbles ascended from my lips, resembling a string of exquisite pearls. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The oppressive sensation brought on by the water pressure became increasingly palpable, my eardrums slightly swollen. Yet the oxygen reserves in my lungs remained surprisingly ample. Through my mask, I observed Zhao Yitong gesturing anxiously above, her movements unmistakably urgent. When the depth gauge indicated 20 meters, I found myself effortlessly able to turn beneath the water. My gaze swept across the bottom of the aquarium, where an octopus, lurking behind a reef, suddenly expelled a cloud of ink. I instinctively held my breath, only to realize that a full 3 minutes had elapsed, and my chest remained devoid of the burning sensation of suffocation. Upon resurfacing, Zhao Yitong had already removed her breathing apparatus, her damp bangs clinging to her forehead, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Have you lost your mind? Diving to 20 meters without gear? The average person can barely endure 2 minutes." Her fingertips were icy as they clutched my arm tightly. "And you must perform a safety stop after diving. You could develop decompression sickness." I shook my hair, droplets sparkling like fine silver stars in the light. Perhaps it's a natural talent? In truth, I had speculated about the reason. My skin had been exuding oil these past few days, enhancing my attractiveness, strength, speed, and vitality, which likely augmented my diving capabilities. In the distance, the diving instructor hurried over, repeatedly checking my vital signs with his equipment, ultimately shaking his head in disbelief. "No, I must challenge you to a contest." Zhao Yitong suddenly removed her diving watch, tilting her chin in a provocative manner, droplets cascading down her elegant swan-like neck into her collarbone. "Without gear, let us see who can dive deeper and longer." Before I could respond, she took a deep breath and plunged into the water like an arrow. I watched her diminishing figure, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth. This time, I chose to dive alongside her. As she began to show signs of fatigue at 15 meters, I gently supported her waist, guiding her deeper into the depths. 20 meters, 25 meters. She widened her eyes, peering through the mask at me, her initial astonishment gradually giving way to trust. When we finally resurfaced, Zhao Yitong gasped for air. Yet her smile was radiant. "Zhangyang, just how many secrets do you possess?" She wiped the water from her face, her hair tousled, yet failing to conceal her brilliance. This had been the most exhilarating dive I had ever experienced. The club staff handed me a warm towel, and as I wrapped it around myself, I glanced back at the shimmering pool, my fingertips still retaining the coolness of the depths. Perhaps the financial talisman brought not only the ability to discern treasures, but also awakened a myriad of unknown possibilities. Zhao Yitong, I know you possess remarkable skills. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me about them? I couldn't help but inquire curiously. When I had embraced her waist during our descent, my middle finger had inevitably brushed against her, and a thought flickered in my mind. Name, Zhao Yitong, 22 years old. Police officer. A beauty of exceptional grace. Possessing extraordinary skills. As pure as jade. Deserving of admiration. How did you know I have remarkable skills? Did my grandfather tell you? Does he truly wish for you to become his grandson-in-law? Zhao Yitong initially wore an expression of confusion and anxiety, which soon blossomed into a delicate blush. Upon hearing her words, my heart raced, and my gaze was instantly captivated by her presence. Clad in a pearl-white bikini, the soft satin fabric embraced her alluring curves, accentuating her flawless silhouette to perfection. Her sun-kissed skin glimmered with a honeyed sheen under the sunlight, and beneath her exquisite makeup, her eyes sparkled with emotion. Every smile and frown exuded charm, resembling a supermodel stepping out from the pages of a fashion magazine, breathtakingly beautiful. Gazing at such a radiant figure, I was filled with regret, wishing I could turn back time to retract the flippant remarks I had uttered that day. I had been joking, it was all in jest. My tone laced with a hint of panic and embarrassment. Initially, I had no inkling of the true identity of her grandfather, believing him to be merely an ordinary old man running a small shop, which emboldened me to tease his granddaughter. Who would have imagined that he was, in fact, a formidable figure cloaked in mystery? After exchanging treasures with her yesterday, coupled with my impressive performance today, I had hoped she would choose to forget the unpleasantness. To my surprise, not only did she remember, but she also brought it up deliberately. Should her grandfather learn of this, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After all, he was aware that I had a girlfriend. I still prefer the mischievous version of you from before. Your newfound earnestness lacks charm, don't you see? Zhao Yitong's almond-shaped eyes widened as she shot me a piercing glare, as if rebuking me for my deliberate aloofness. In response, I endeavored to adopt a nonchalant demeanor, grinning mischievously as I spoke. You beautiful ladies must enjoy when men flirt, right? She replied playfully. Well, it depends on the man. He must be a top-notch handsome guy like you. If an unworthy man tries to flirt with me, I would kick him away without hesitation. Zhao Yitong's eyes twinkled with laughter, her enchanting smile sending a delightful shiver through my heart. A stirring of emotion washed over me as I boldly pressed on with my inquiry. Have you noticed that I am even more handsome than yesterday? My confidence in my own transformation was unwavering. I even speculated that my newfound allure had prompted Zhao Yitong to regard me with a more discerning eye, subtly encouraging me to pursue her further. To think one could grow more handsome overnight. Surely, you must be dreaming. Nevertheless, you are indeed quite charming now. If you were to frequent a bar, you would undoubtedly find yourself surrounded by admirers, Zhao Yitong teased, her words a playful blend of sincerity and jest. I seized upon her playful tone and jested in return. I seldom visit bars, as I fear being whisked away by the ladies, which could prove perilous for my well-being. A boy as handsome as you should certainly take care to protect yourself. If, by chance, you ever find yourself in the unfortunate situation of being abducted by a girl, do call me. I shall come to your rescue, Zhao Yitong replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck her, she slapped her forehead and her expression turned grave. How do you know I possess extraordinary skills? My heart raced, and in an effort to safeguard the secret of the treasures I possessed, I forced myself to concoct an explanation. The day you captured me, I sensed a palpable aura of danger, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. It led me to suspect your hidden talents. In truth, I had been completely oblivious that day, but I could conjure no better excuse. Do not spread rumors about my abilities, and do not inquire further. It would not benefit you, Zhao Yitong warned solemnly, and the gravity of her demeanor made me acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter, leaving me with no choice but to nod in resignation. Yet, my curiosity only intensified. What indeed was this mysterious skill of hers? Soon after, we ventured to the shallow waters for a swim. Zhao Yitong was nothing short of a mermaid, her swimming style breathtakingly beautiful, leaving me mesmerized. However, I found myself the center of attention as numerous beauties approached from all directions, greeting me and joining me in the water. Some even discreetly sought my company. Regrettably, Their beauty paled in comparison to Zhao Yitong's and Li Qing's, rendering me uninterested. I could only politely decline their advances. I did not expect you to be so principled. I thought you would have entertained their offers, Zhao Yitong remarked playfully, having seemingly overheard everything as she swam over. Like you, I am still a novice, of course. I cannot be so indiscriminate. I whispered into her ear. How do you know I am still a novice? Zhao Yitong grasped my arm, embarrassment and irritation flickering across her face. I guessed. After all, many handsome fellows approached you earlier, yet you paid them no mind. Only a girl would behave in such a manner. I deflected. You know far too much about such trivial matters. It's rather indecent. Zhao Yitong's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot me a sharp glare. Afterward, we changed into our clothes, and Zhao Yitong drove me back to Taoyuan Villa. Once the car came to a halt, she carefully retrieved an ancient, weathered tome from her bag, her expression tinged with hesitation. This is a highly significant ancient text. Concealing immense secrets, it is something I acquired with great difficulty. This, of course, is an antique, and you are an adept treasure hunter. Can you uncover the hidden mysteries of this ancient tome? I, filled with curiosity, inquired further. Does your grandfather not discern its secrets? Zhao Yitong shook her head, replying that her grandfather had spent a month studying it without yielding any results. Gazing at her exquisite countenance, I could not resist teasing her. If I were to unveil its secrets, how would you express your gratitude? I would take you flying, skydiving, engaging in jungle combat, and crossing borders to vanquish foes. All thrilling endeavors. You may choose freely. Zhao Yitong jested with a playful expression. I touched my forehead and chuckled. Perhaps not. I am but an ordinary person, uninterested in such pursuits. It would be better for you to gift me an antique. Very well. I shall sneak one from my grandfather's treasure trove for you. Zhao Yitong winked mischievously, her smile sly. I recoiled slightly and waved my hands. But your grandfather would surely discover it and eliminate me. Then, how about you take the Tianwan Tongbao? She proposed. That could work. Zhao Yitong hesitated but eventually agreed. Yet the acquisition of the Tianwan Tongbao would hinge on whether I could uncover any secrets. I am confident I can, I replied, brimming with self-assurance and delight. Could it be that the Tianwan Tongbao could be reclaimed? That would amount to a substantial profit. Eagerly, I accepted the seemingly crumbling ancient text, and, once Zhao Yitong drove away, I turned to enter Taoyuan Villa. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by darkness. Today, Li Qingfei had flown to Yanjing and would be spending the night there, returning only the following day, with her schedule being unpredictable due to potential flight delays. However, there was a silver lining. She worked 4 days and then had 2 days off. The Civil Aviation Administration enforces a strict regulation that flight attendants cannot exceed 100 hours of duty in a month. Naturally, work hours commence from the moment the aircraft begins taxiing and conclude only when it has safely landed and come to a halt. Furthermore, the crew must prepare for the flight a day in advance and board the aircraft an hour prior to the scheduled departure time, necessitating even earlier check-in. Taking into account other preparations, such as personal grooming, flight attendants typically begin their duties approximately 4 hours before the planned departure. After landing and taxiing to the gate, disembarking passengers, tidying up, conducting post-flight evaluations, and returning materials consume additional hours. This estimate is, of course, without considering unforeseen circumstances such as traffic or delays. Thus, the actual working hours for flight attendants are considerably longer than those recorded. Therefore, the necessity of a 4-day workweek followed by 2 days of rest is paramount. Otherwise, they would be utterly exhausted. As the boyfriend of a flight attendant, the only opportunities to truly savor quality time with her are during those 2 days off. Otherwise, I am left in the dark regarding her work schedule, completely unaware of her comings and goings, as our routines are entirely misaligned. I first indulged in a refreshing shower, donned my pajamas, and retrieved an ice cream bar from the refrigerator, savoring it contentedly on the sofa. Shortly after, I received a call from Li Qing, and we chatted for several minutes before saying our goodbyes. I refrained from sharing with her the extraordinary experience of my serendipitous discovery today, opting instead to surprise her upon her return. As for her inquiries, she primarily wanted to know if I had been searching for a place to live. I evasively replied that I had indeed looked, but had yet to find a suitable option. With renewed enthusiasm, I began to peruse the ancient text that Zhao Yitong had bestowed upon me, which appeared to be a tome concerning cultivation. The characters were rendered in traditional script, with which I was quite familiar, thus allowing for an unimpeded reading experience. Yet, The content was shrouded in ambiguity, leaving me utterly perplexed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shaking my buzzing head, I resolved not to squander any further time and pressed my middle finger upon the page. The secret classic of the Taoist sect from a millennium ago dictated a peculiar reading method. The first line of the first page, the second line of the second page, and so forth, with illustrations appearing only at every fifth instance as genuine. The value was immense, worthy of possession. Astonished, I pondered the strangeness of such an ancient reading approach, questioning the plethora of misleading illustrations. Without knowledge of this secret, who could ever comprehend the text? I glared at the venerable tome before me, unable to suppress a low curse. Those ancient sages often cloaked their extraordinary secrets in such veils of obscurity, which explains why countless wondrous arts have quietly faded into oblivion throughout history. I hastened to my desk, opened my laptop, and began feverishly typing. The blue glow of the screen illuminated my face as lines of text flowed from my fingertips. I was wholly engrossed in accurately transcribing the content, fearful of missing any detail. After a grueling 5 hours, I occasionally furrowed my brow in comparison, at times rapidly flipping through pages, until I finally organized all the material. Subsequently, I meticulously scanned each correct illustration into the computer, aligning them precisely with the text. When the final punctuation mark was placed, a complete and accurate Taoist classic lay before me. Intrigued, I sat upright and began to read page by page. This time, the cryptic words and images seemed to spring to life, genuinely relating to the practice of cultivation. Each illustration represented a pathway of fortune, the flowing lines exuding a mysterious rhythm. The text elaborately delineated how to guide the vital energy, though the descriptions were imbued with an air of profound enigma. Yet, a line of small text plunged me into despair. One must begin their cultivation from a young age. Realizing I was now distanced from this path, my enthusiasm waned, and I casually stowed the ancient text into the treasure ring. Dragging my weary body into the room, I collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to sleep. In the hazy depths of slumber, I seemed to perceive the treasure ring glowing with a soft white light, akin to moonlight, cascading down. Numerous ethereal energies, like mischievous children, escaped from the ring, merrily circulating through my meridians. They followed the pathway depicted in the first illustration of the Taoist classic, without deviation, as if drawn by some mysterious force. I must be dreaming. This thought flitted through my mind before I succumbed to a deeper sleep, oblivious to all else. As dawn broke, the wandering energies, seemingly startled, swiftly retreated back into the treasure ring. Simultaneously, I jolted awake, feeling an overwhelming stickiness enveloping my entire being. Lowering my gaze, I noticed a dark yellow liquid flowing down my skin, more abundant than ever before. As I moved my body, I discovered a surge of strength and vigor, rendering any sense of discomfort trivial. After a refreshing bath, I descended the stairs to enjoy breakfast. I retrieved my phone and dialed Zhao Yidong. My dear beauty, I have uncovered the secret of that ancient text, a revelation that will astound the heavens and move the spirits. Quickly, bring the Tianjuan Tongbo. If you dare deceive me, Zhang Yang, you shall face dire consequences, came Zhao Yitong's familiar voice, laced with a hint of anticipation. Merely a few minutes later, the sound of crisp high heels echoed closer. Looking up, I saw Zhao Yitong making an entrance, her presence commanding. She hadn't even had the time to change into her uniform. A white short skirt accentuated her perfect figure, and her long legs boasted a seamless elegance, the taut muscles glistening with health and vitality. What would you like to eat? I casually inquired while slurping noodles. I have already eaten at home, Zhao Yitong replied as she settled beside me, a subtle fragrance of elegant perfume enveloping the air, delighting my senses. Stealing a glance at her, I noticed her anxious yet composed demeanor, stifling her questions, which was quite amusing to behold. Suddenly, two unsavory voices shattered the tranquility. Wow, what a beauty! I looked up to see two thugs adorned in ostentatious attire leering at Zhao Yitong, drool nearly escaping their lips. Oblivious to their surroundings, they swaggered over, the leader even daring to reach out to touch Zhao Yitong's face. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing into his companion. They toppled like a set of dominoes, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Disheveled and bewildered, they stared in shock at Zhao Yitong, who remained seated confidently. Come now, continue. Zhao Yitong beckoned with a playful smile towards the two sprawled on the floor, unable to rise. We dare not. Although their eyes remained fixated on her, the memory of her earlier kick extinguished their desires in an instant. Then why not hurry along? Do you wish to spend your days behind bars? Zhao Yidong's voice was icy. The thugs' faces drained of color at the implication, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in a disheveled panic. Delightful, I remarked, setting down my chopsticks and clapping my hands in satisfaction. Witnessing such an entertaining spectacle for free was truly exhilarating. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Yidong and I walked side by side to her car. In the absence of onlookers, she could no longer contain herself, eagerly asking, quickly, what secret have you uncovered? I pulled the ancient text from my bag, lowering my voice dramatically as I began to boast. This is a secret classic of the Taoist school, the authentic path of cultivation. If one possesses great talent and begins their training at a young age, they may attain the golden core and nascent soul. And even ascend to the celestial realm is not beyond the realm of possibility. In this world, aside from myself, no one can unravel the secrets of this tome. Thus, with merely a single Tianwan Tongbao, you have struck an incredible bargain. I have meticulously organized this secret classic of the school. Its methods of cultivation appear clear at first glance, yet conceal numerous ambiguities. The descriptions of various realms are as elusive as viewing flowers through a fog, rendering them indistinct. To be candid, I hold little belief that this artifact genuinely facilitates cultivation. However, to my astonishment, Zhao Yitong did not laugh. Instead, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she urged, "Pray tell, where lies the mystery?" I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Examine the first line of the first page, then the second line of the second page, and continue in this manner. The truth lies in the fifth instance, while all else is mere deception." Is that so? Zhao Yitong's eyes glimmered with an extraordinary light as she immediately bowed her head and began to read according to my instructions. With each page she turned, her eyes grew brighter, and her delicate face became increasingly flushed. Finally, she gently closed the ancient text, her expression one of astonishment as she inquired. This secret seems simple to articulate, yet discerning it is immensely challenging. How did you perceive it? Because I possess a talent for uncovering hidden treasures and am exceedingly clever. Such tricks certainly cannot elude me. I feigned an air of pride, lifting my chin. This is the Tianwan Tongbao. Zhao Yidong retrieved the copper coin from her bag and handed it to me before departing with delight. I turned and sought out a nearby printing shop, where I had the organized classic printed into a booklet. I carefully arranged the pages and bound them into a slender volume, which, along with the Tianwan Tongbao, I secured within my wealth ring. Observing them in the Wanbao building, I mused to myself, my self-crafted tome is indeed worthy of this esteemed establishment. Perhaps it truly holds the potential for cultivation. When my child is born, I shall allow them to experiment with it. Subsequently, I wandered through the antique market as per my usual routine, meandering among the various stalls. Regrettably, luck was not on my side today, and after much time spent browsing, I found no treasures. Having nearly exhausted my opportunities for appraisal, fatigue began to overwhelm me. Nevertheless, I surreptitiously absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy from several antique shops. This energy merged into my wealth ring, intensifying its spiritual essence, as if a gentle white mist began to rise, rendering the entire space more ethereal and mysterious. Was I destined to leave empty-handed today? I sighed with a hint of discontent. Just then, a call from Li Qing interrupted my thoughts. Zhang Yang. I have contacted a wealthy individual. He is bringing a damaged artifact. Hurry to the airport. In the airport's tea restaurant, warm yellow light softly illuminated the deep brown wooden tables and chairs, while the air was infused with a delicate blend of coffee and tea aromas. Seated by the window, I finally beheld Li Qing alongside the fabled wealthy gentleman. Clad in a crisp flight attendant uniform, her navy ensemble accentuated her graceful figure, with a silk scarf elegantly tied around her neck, further enhancing her remarkable poise. Her already stunning visage, now complemented by the uniform, exuded a newfound sophistication and elegance, rendering her utterly captivating. Within the restaurant, whether diners indulging in their meals or hurried passers-by, all eyes inevitably drifted towards her, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Engrossed in conversation with the individual seated across from her, the affluent gentleman before her, likely in his 40s, was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of wealth and ambition. Adorning his wrist was a dazzling Patek Philippe watch, its intricate dial and sparkling diamonds narrating tales of its exorbitant worth. Around his neck hung a jade pendant of imperial green, its translucent brilliance seemingly encapsulating the purest essence of life, gently swaying with his movements and refracting an enchanting light. His demeanor was refined, every gesture exuding the allure of a mature man, yet his gaze sparked a flicker of discomfort within me. Throughout their interaction, his eyes lingered on Li Qing, brimming with fascination and admiration, akin to a ravenous hunter who had stumbled upon a rare treasure. The proprietor, known as Zhang Yang, was the very individual I had mentioned, one willing to pay handsomely for damaged antiques. As Li Qing raised her head and our eyes met, she subtly conveyed a warning through a discreet glance. The implied caution instantly silenced the affectionate words that had been poised on my lips. Though a twinge of annoyance arose within me, I soon recognized the wisdom in her actions. Should he perceive any intimacy between us, he would undoubtedly suspect a meticulously orchestrated trap, jeopardizing the smooth execution of our transaction. Could he truly afford to purchase damaged antiques at a premium? The proprietor scrutinized me closely, suspicion evident in his gaze. To him, I appeared too youthful. Although my attire was clean and neat, it was rather mundane, starkly contrasting with his preconceived image of antique dealers. Fortunately, my tall stature and handsome features afforded me some favor in his eyes. Otherwise, he might have departed long ago. With sincerity etched upon my face, I resolutely explained, "Boss Ho, I make my living by discovering hidden gems. Thus, I must refrain from drawing attention to myself, lest I be perceived as an easy target. Rest assured, I possess expertise in the restoration of artifacts, and I am confident in my ability to revive some of the lost glory of damaged antiques, thereby enhancing their value, which justifies my willingness to offer a high price for such pieces." After a moment of contemplation, Boss Ho's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, as if my words had found credence in his mind. He gradually bent down and retrieved a bottle wrapped in thick sponge from his bag, saying, "Very well. Take a look at this treasure." I held my breath, my gaze fixated on the sponge-wrapped object as he began to unveil it. As the entirety of the bottle came into view, my pupils contracted sharply. It appeared to be a vessel from the Southern Song dynasty, its glaze as warm as jade, emanating a soft, powdery blue sheen, as if it had captured the misty rains of Jiangnan. The bottle's silhouette was elegantly flowing, reminiscent of a woman's graceful form, while the base bore the ancient and robust marks of an imperial kiln. However, a jagged crack marred the midsection, severing the beauty like a bolt of lightning cleaving the tranquil night sky, evoking a pang of regret. This was a treasure I had acquired 3 years prior at a Christie's auction in Hong Kong for the staggering sum of 42,850,000 yuan, only to have it regrettably fractured in an accident not long ago. Boss Ho gently caressed the crack, his eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance. He sought out the finest restoration masters in the country, only to be met with shaking heads and the grim verdict that restoration was impossible. Faced with this reality, he could only bear the pain of parting, hoping to find a destined owner. He lifted his gaze, a glimmer of expectation mingled with resignation. My heavens, over 40 million? Could it truly be? I was inwardly astounded. Li Qing gasped repeatedly, her heart racing with anticipation. I suppressed my excitement, delicately picking up the bottle to scrutinize it, my middle finger discreetly tapping against it. The Southern Song Dynasty Longquan pale green glazed paper hammer vase had suffered a fracture due to external force, significantly diminishing its value. Yet it was still restorable. Incredible. It was indeed a Southern Song Longquan pale green glazed paper hammer vase. This was a golden opportunity. My heart soared with joy. The Southern Song Longquan pale green glazed paper hammer vase was exceedingly rare and invaluable. It epitomized the subtle elegance and aesthetic sensibility of the Song dynasty. For over 8 centuries, such exquisite Longquan celadon has been revered in both China and Japan, often regarded as heirlooms or treasures, passed down through generations. A phenomenon particularly prevalent in Japan. The glaze of this vase was rich and translucent, warm and jade-like, embodying the most celebrated characteristics of Longquan celadon. Moreover, its sky-blue glaze was delicate and gentle, seen by collectors as a pinnacle of perfection, yet daunting to artisans. Achieving such splendid hues and textures required a precise balance in materials, formulation, glazing, and firing, rendering top-tier creations exceedingly rare. This beautiful glaze is commonly referred to in Japan as Kanzashi celadon. Such artifacts were introduced to Japan during the Southern Song, 1127 to 1279, and Yuan dynasties, 1279 to 1368. leading collectors to equate them with this indescribable glaze color. In summary, this type of vase is extraordinarily scarce, immensely precious, and exceedingly valuable. I endeavored to suppress my excitement, my fingertips gently gliding over the vase's body, feeling the cool, exquisite porcelain. I feigned regret as I shook my head. Boss Ho, your treasure is indeed a Southern Song Longquan pale green, glazed paper hammer vase. While the price you paid may be somewhat inflated, a valuation of 30 million is certainly plausible. Regrettably, the damage is quite severe. It has already fractured. Based on my years of experience in restoring antiques, I can only restore it to a limited extent, barely enhancing its value. To be frank, were it in another's hands, they might not even offer 100,000. I paused, studying his reaction, then continued. However, I can offer 300,000 as a gesture of friendship. 300,000? That is far too low. Boss Ho's brow furrowed, his face a mask of astonishment and discontent. Even damaged, this was a rare piece from the Southern Song Imperial Kiln. 300,000 was nothing short of a jest. Boss Ho, porcelain is such that before it is damaged, it commands a hefty price, in the tens of millions. But once shattered, it becomes worthless. I spoke earnestly, then nonchalantly retrieved a magnifying glass, examining the crack closely. You see this fissure? It penetrates deep into the body, making restoration exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, even after restoration, it cannot return to its original state and would only fetch a few 100,000. Thus, 300,000 is the highest offer I can extend. Li Qing timely interjected. Boss Ho, Boss Zhang is genuinely interested in purchasing. His reputation in the antique restoration community is impeccable. Given that this bottle is already fractured and exhibits numerous fine cracks, it may soon shatter completely. Retaining it poses significant risks. It would be wiser to sell it at a reasonable price and recover some losses. Boss Ho fell into deep contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed heavily. Very well, 1 million. It cannot be any less. I shall consider it a stroke of bad luck. Boss Ho, I empathize with your feelings. A treasure valued at over 40 million has been damaged, and selling it at a low price is indeed painful. However, from my perspective, it is merely a bottle on the verge of collapsing. The risks involved in restoration are considerable. A single misstep could lead to its total destruction, resulting in substantial losses for me. Therefore, I can only offer an additional 100,000. I believe you have consulted others, and their offers are unlikely to match mine. I feigned a demeanor of helplessness, expressing sympathy for his plight. All right then, 40,000 it is. Boss Ho relented, having already inquired at antique shops where many were unwilling to offer even 100,000. The highest bid he received was 15,000. Thus, selling for 40,000 was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. I then produced the contract I had prepared in advance, and both parties signed it. As I carefully placed the bottle into a specially designed protective case, I envisioned its breathtaking restoration and the substantial profits it would yield. Li Qing, thank you for your introduction. I have salvaged a considerable amount in losses. Allow me to treat you to dinner? Boss Ho expressed his gratitude with fervent enthusiasm. Perhaps next time. Boss Ho, I have yet to finish my work. Li Qing replied with a radiant smile, her charming eyes glimmering and her voice exuding a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze caressing one's cheeks. A twinge of jealousy stirred within me. Yet, I discerned that Li Qing was subtly declining the invitation. Perhaps her elation stemmed from the prospect of a lucrative gain, inadvertently revealing such exquisite charm. Before long, Li Qing hurried back to the airport, and I swiftly cradled the bottle, hastening my departure. Only Boss Ho remained in the tea restaurant, visibly entranced, seemingly lost in thought. The throngs at the airport surged like a restless tide, one wave after another. I held the Southern Song Dynasty Longquan powder blue, glazed paperweight bottle close to my chest, weaving through the bustling crowd until I finally found a secluded corner, long forgotten by travelers. It was a staircase landing, dust accumulating in the corners, the faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Dim lighting cast mottled shadows upon the bottle's surface, accentuating the stark, jagged crack that marred its beauty. This porcelain vessel, steeped in over 8 centuries of history, once exuded a gentle elegance and brilliance, yet now lay fragile and vulnerable due to its fractures. Although it had been hastily mended with glue, the serpentine crack resembled a coiled venomous serpent, as if poised to consume it entirely, reducing it to worthless remnants. I inhaled deeply, cautiously securing the porcelain bottle within my financial talisman. In the blink of an eye, the porcelain bottle appeared in the ceramics section of Wanbao Tower. Soon after, a gentle and resplendent white light emanated from the bottle, as if the repair process had been activated, commencing in a methodical manner. Witnessing this enchanting scene, my taut nerves finally relaxed a bit, and I exhaled deeply. To be frank, ever since the transaction was completed, I had been on edge, fearing that this fragile vessel might shatter entirely. Such a calamity would result in a significant loss for me. After all, this was the finest porcelain crafted by the Southern Song Dynasty's official kiln, valued at tens of millions. Just as I was silently thanking my good fortune, my phone screen suddenly lit up with a WeChat message from Li Qing. Zhang Yang, can that bottle truly be restored? Her words were laden with concern and apprehension, and I could almost envision her furrowing her delicate brows, anxiously biting her lip as she awaited my response. I quickly replied, filled with excitement, it should be fine. This time, you've been incredible. We are poised to make a substantial profit. She swiftly responded, that's wonderful. I have work to attend to, so you may head home first and commence the restoration as soon as possible. However, I did not leave the airport immediately. Although I had utilized the treasure appraisal tool multiple times today, I had not done any further assessments, but had instead been absorbing spiritual energy, and my mental acuity had recovered significantly. I believed I could endure until the initial restoration of the bottle was completed. More importantly, I harbored a sliver of concern regarding Li Qing and Boss Ho. Earlier at the tea restaurant, Li Qing had been overly gentle with Boss Ho, and the way he gazed at her was filled with admiration and enchantment, which left me feeling quite unsettled. Lost in thought, I noticed Boss Ho emerging from the tea restaurant. He paused momentarily at a nearby flower shop, meticulously selecting a bouquet of vibrant roses, their fiery red petals unfurling under the sunlight, adorned with glistening droplets that reflected an alluring sheen. Afterward, he approached the airport entrance, standing there expectantly, his gaze frequently drifting toward the airport exit. I could easily surmise that he was waiting for Li Qing to finish her work. Was it possible that Li Qing had some special arrangement with him? Or had she merely promised him something? I furrowed my brow, filled with uncertainty. After all, given Boss Ho's imposing demeanor, he must be aware that the shattered porcelain held little value, yet he had traveled a great distance to come to Zhonghai to sell it. It was highly likely that his true intentions lay elsewhere, with the sale of the porcelain merely a pretext for a rendezvous. Perhaps Li Qing's earlier mention of having work to handle was a ruse, crafted to deceive me into leaving so she could spend time alone with Boss Ho. The thought sent a shiver through me, but I quickly shook my head. Li Qing was not that kind of person. She was merely fulfilling her promise, likely just meeting him once. As for the nature of this meeting, I could only wait and observe. To be on the safe side, I hurried to a nearby shop to purchase a hat, donning sunglasses and a mask to disguise myself thoroughly, fearing recognition by the two of them. Thus, I waited outside the airport for approximately 40 minutes. At last, Li Qing finished her work. She emerged, dragging a petite suitcase, laughing and chatting with several uniformly attired flight attendants. It must be said that each stewardess was exceptionally beautiful and alluring, with graceful figures and sweet smiles. Yet, in my eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly the most captivating of them all. Every flicker of her brow and every smile tugged at my heartstrings. Li Qing, you finally clocked out. You've done me such a tremendous favor. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Boss Ho, upon spotting Li Qing, approached her with an effusive grin, his eyes brimming with anticipation and desire, the rose in his hand held high. Boss Ho, you're still here? Li Qing inquired with surprise. You promised to host a welcome dinner for me. You haven't forgotten, have you? That's why I've been waiting for you to finish your shift. Instantly, Boss Ho's expression darkened, his tone tinged with displeasure. It was merely a polite remark. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Tonight, my colleague Xiao Jiao is celebrating her birthday, and we were just about to go celebrate. Why don't you join us? Consider it your welcome dinner. Li Qing's voice was soft and alluring, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Faced with such gentle charm and a radiant smile, Boss Ho found it impossible to remain angry. He glanced at the three beautiful flight attendants beside Li Qing, swallowed hard, and nodded. It would be an honor to join in the celebration of a grand beauty's birthday. I'll take care of the bill tonight. Thank you, boss. Xiao Jiao replied, her cheeks flushed, her voice sweetly melodic. The other two flight attendants joined in with cheers, their faces aglow with radiant smiles, and the atmosphere became lively. Thus, the group entered a nearby elegant restaurant, where the lighting was soft, the music soothing, and the decor exquisite. They ordered dishes, sipped wine, and enjoyed their late-night snack. The 4 flight attendants were quite talkative, chattering incessantly, creating a delightful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Boss Ho desperately sought opportunities to drink with Li Qing, hoping to intoxicate her. However, he found himself outnumbered, as the 4 flight attendants were toasting him, and despite his considerable drinking capacity, he could not manage to get Li Qing drunk without succumbing to inebriation himself. What further vexed Boss Ho was that after their late-night feast, he generously settled the bill, only to have one of the flight attendants' boyfriends arrive in a brand-new Mercedes to whisk the 4 ladies away. It seemed that tonight, he had played the role of the fool. Watching the Mercedes drive away, Boss Ho stood alone in the night breeze, his face etched with disappointment and resignation, the rose in his hand seemingly bereft of life. However, he had no grounds for anger. After all, Li Qing had only promised a welcome dinner, not anything more. It was he who had harbored different intentions. She was adept at safeguarding herself, skillfully navigating between men without ever suffering losses. Witnessing this scene, my anxious heart finally settled, and I exhaled a long breath, all previous worries dissipating. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed the foolish Boss Ho standing still. His head bowed as he began fiddling with his phone, his face betraying a mix of lasciviousness and expectation. My curiosity piqued. I pretended to be nonchalant, walking over and standing behind him to sneak a glance. Upon closer examination, I was taken aback to discover that he was indeed in contact with Li Qing via WeChat. The words displayed on the screen were clear. "Tonight, I am staying at the Wilton Hotel, room number. If you can come, the money from selling the bottles will belong to you." After a considerable wait, there was still no response from Li Qing. Boss Ho appeared increasingly anxious and sent another message. "I will double the bottle money. If you can come, I will keep my word." Yet, the screen remained silent. At this point, he was utterly infuriated and transferred $2 million to Li Qing on the spot. However, she did not accept it and replied, "Boss Ho, I have a boyfriend whom I love dearly, just as your wife loves you. I cannot be tempted by money. You should rest early. If you are truly lonely, you may visit a bar or a private club. If I were interested in such superficial allure, why would I even contact you?" Boss Ho, deeply frustrated, mumbled to himself. Nevertheless, he ultimately retained his dignity and ceased his pursuit, sending one last message. "I was merely joking earlier. Please disregard that and delete the messages to avoid misunderstandings with your boyfriend." Li Qing replied, "I knew you were joking, Boss Ho. I'll delete the messages immediately. Goodbye." Goodbye. With a heavy heart, Boss Ho put away his phone and trudged towards the hotel, completely oblivious to my discreet observation from behind. Had it not been for the fortune I could earn from purchasing his bottles, I would have confronted him directly for attempting to entice my girlfriend. My expression darkened as I watched him depart, silently berating him. Yet, I understood that a beautiful flight attendant like Li Qing encounters various temptations and advances from men daily. It would be futile for me to become angered by this. As long as Li Qing remained virtuous and self-respecting, that was sufficient. Thus, my spirits were lifted, and I quickened my pace towards my rented accommodation. Taoyuan Villa is conveniently located near the airport, allowing me to walk back swiftly without the need for a cab. Before reaching the entrance of the community, I received a call from Li Qing. "Zhang Yang, why are you not at home? Where have you gone?" "I'm just taking a stroll around the neighborhood." I had to fabricate a little white lie to avoid raising her suspicions. After ending the call, I retrieved the bottle once more. The cracks had melded somewhat, appearing less shocking than before, and the glaze on the bottle seemed to have acquired a more gentle warmth. Upon entering my home and changing my shoes, I heard the sound of her bathing from her room. I too took a shower, donned comfortable sleepwear, and then entered Li Qing's room. She had just finished bathing and was seated at her vanity, using a hairdryer. "Let me help you," I said as I approached her from behind and took the hairdryer from her hands. Her hair, thick and lustrous, cascaded down to her waist like silky black satin. Stunningly beautiful. As I dried her hair, I gently ran my fingers through it, savoring the silky smooth texture. It was utterly delightful. Once her hair was dry, I instinctively wrapped my arms around her. She naturally responded by encircling my neck with her arms and turned to share a passionate kiss with me. Her delicate face blushed crimson, her form supple as cotton, exuding a faint scent of shower gel that was irresistibly alluring. Following a fervent kiss, Li Qing collapsed entirely into my embrace, her eyes gently closing, a visage of bliss illuminating her features. She softly inquired, "Zhang Yang, will we truly earn a substantial profit this time?" "Most likely, yet we must await the restoration's completion. The auction will reveal the truth. Such treasures, though rare, are subject to significant price fluctuations, contingent upon the number of affluent bidders participating, I replied earnestly. As long as it exceeds 400,000, we shall not incur losses. It is improbable that we cannot even reach that amount. Li Qing nodded, her tone laced with a hint of self-reassurance. My inexperience this time left me daunted by the auction price mentioned by that boss Ho. In truth, it was merely a dilapidated bottle, no matter its past glory. It holds little value now. I ought not to have bid 40,000. He profited immensely. I could have acquired it for merely 100,000, I murmured softly. My intention was to convey to her that in this transaction, she had not deceived boss Ho. Rather, he had gained an unwarranted advantage, ensuring that she would harbor no guilt, which would be beneficial for her future dealings of a similar nature. 100,000? That seems utterly outrageous. Li Qing gazed at me, her face a canvas of astonishment. However, it is so thoroughly shattered that no antique shop would offer even that sum. Therefore, my hypothetical purchase at 100,000 could still be regarded as a premium acquisition of a damaged antiquity, I elucidated earnestly. It's all right, next time. We shall possess the experience. Yet, if one wishes to engage in this business long-term, one must command higher prices. 100,000 is insufficient. 10 to 20,000 is more appropriate, which would encourage repeat customers and foster a positive reputation. Li Qing thoughtfully analyzed, concluding that some concessions must be made. You are correct. To sustain this endeavor, one must allow others to benefit. I feigned a semblance of discontent, while inwardly reveling in my triumph in instilling a new perspective in her, that her introductions of affluent clients seeking to sell damaged antiques ultimately favored the wealthy. Have you secured a rental yet? Li Qing posed another crucial question. Rest assured, come Friday, let your colleagues move in. I shall undoubtedly relocate my belongings by then. I assured her with a pat on my chest. After indulging in tender moments until the late hours, I reluctantly returned to my own room, swiftly succumbing to a blissful slumber. The following morning, I awoke as usual, only to discover yet again the emergence of a dark yellow fluid from my body. Though this time, the quantity was significantly diminished. Upon rising and stretching, I was pleasantly surprised to find my physique more refined, my skin tauter, and my six-pack abs increasingly pronounced, my body brimming with vitality, exuding an invigorating energy. I chose to remain at home that morning, resting. For the restoration of the bottle was an endeavor that demanded considerable mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Li Qing departed for work as per her routine. At last, around midday, a thought crystallized in my mind. Restoration complete. A profound sense of joy and astonishment surged within me as I swiftly retrieved the bottle, examining it with utmost scrutiny. To my amazement, the once menacing crack had vanished without a trace, rendering the entire vessel a seamless masterpiece. The delicate celadone glaze exuded a warmth akin to jade, while the naturally occurring craquelure on the surface added an aesthetic allure that was simply mesmerizing. It was nothing short of miraculous, an utterly astonishing transformation. I found myself involuntarily exclaiming in admiration, my heart brimming with elation and pride. That very day, I took the bottle to visit old Master Zhao. Upon donning his reading glasses and wielding a magnifying glass, Master Zhao scrutinized the bottle for an extended period, his face reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief. Ultimately, he agreed to include the bottle in the upcoming auction, scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Thursday. Coincidentally, a grand auction had already been planned at Zhonghai for that Thursday. Having been publicized for 3 months, the presence of 2 exceptional treasures would pose no challenge for the event. Time sped by, and before I knew it, Thursday had arrived. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I made my entrance into the bustling auction hall of Zhonghai's largest auction house. The venue was teeming with affluent attendees, including numerous foreign dignitaries. Each individual was impeccably attired, exuding an air of opulence, their every gesture a testament to their distinguished status. As I surveyed the crowd, I unexpectedly encountered Su Wenyuan. Upon spotting me, he immediately began to pound his chest in dismay, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "I am truly blind to the treasures before me, utterly unaware that beneath that painting lay Tang Yin's lady with a flower hairpin, a masterpiece of unparalleled greatness. Alas, I have spent a lifetime seeking hidden gems, only to find myself undone by the most significant oversight of all. You are remarkable, so incredibly fortunate." Caught off guard and unsure how to console him, I was relieved when the auction commenced, providing me with a welcome distraction. The crystal chandelier in the auction hall dimmed abruptly, a solitary spotlight illuminating the rotating platform, casting shimmering reflections across the display area. As the auctioneer ascended the stage with a gilded gavel, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the air conditioning being magnified in the stillness. The first item to be presented was Tang Yin's lady with a flower hairpin from the Ming dynasty. As the crimson velvet curtain slowly parted, beads of perspiration formed in the palm of my hand, gripping the bidding paddle. The scroll unfurled within its specially designed showcase, the golden hairpin of the lady appearing as though it might pierce through the canvas, while the playful expressions and languid demeanor of her features came to life under the cool illumination. Su Wenyuan sat 3 rows diagonally behind me, and I could feel the intensity of his gaze, as if he were attempting to penetrate the very essence of the painting. The opening bid was set at 12 million. No sooner had the auctioneer concluded his announcement than an elderly gentleman in the VIP section on the right raised his paddle, bidding 13 million. Behind him stood a bodyguard in a suit, adorned with a VIP badge from the auction house. Shortly thereafter, the electronic screen in the second-floor box illuminated with the bold crimson figure of 15 million, while behind the velvet curtain, the faint outline of an emerald ring could be seen rotating between fingers. The bidding intensified, and as the price soared past 30 million, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly rose from the back. 35 million. I bid on behalf of a Japanese collector. His Mandarin was heavily tinged with a Kansai accent. As his words faded, a young woman seated in the third row on the left let out a delicate laugh, her arm holding a bidding paddle adorned with 3 strands of amber beads that clinked together, producing a crisp sound. 40 million. My father has a penchant for the genuine works of Tang Bohu. My heart raced, nearly bursting from my chest, and the ring on my finger felt slightly warm, as if it too was ignited by the fervor of the auction. When the price reached 48 million, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The auctioneer raised the gavel, his voice laced with allure. 48 million for the first time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 50 million. I turned abruptly, only to find the steward of Old Master Zhao holding a black paddle inscribed with golden characters, his gaze steady and profound behind golden-rimmed glasses. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, the gavel came down with a resounding thud. 50 million sold. The thunderous applause echoed, mingling with the distinct sigh of Su Wenyuan, which rang out with unusual clarity. Before I could gather my thoughts, the auction of other treasures commenced. Jade, porcelain, paintings, and bronze artifacts took their turns on stage. The bidding became intensely competitive, causing my heart to race and my breath to quicken. Finally, the staff presented the Piece d'Arsistance, a Southern Song Dynasty Longquan Celadon paperweight vase. Under the spotlight, the porcelain glimmered with a soft celadon hue, as if it encapsulated the misty rains of Jiangnan. The cracks that had once kept me awake at night had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the naturally occurring ice crack patterns that spoke of the miracles of time. This was a unique piece from the Southern Song Imperial Kiln, with a starting bid of 8 million. No sooner had the auctioneer's voice faded than a lady adorned with a pearl necklace in the front row eagerly raised her paddle. 10 million. This glaze is even more intoxicating than my grandson's full moon banquet. Her words incited a ripple of laughter, yet also ignited a new wave of bidding fervor. A businessman in a white robe from the Middle East raised his paddle high above his head. 25 million. I wish to bring the moon of the Orient back to the desert. Suddenly, from the second floor, a pure Beijing accent rang out. 30 million. The Palace Museum is missing this shade of celadon. As the price climbed to 45 million, an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit rose from the shadows, his bamboo cane striking the ground firmly. 47 million. I have studied the Longquan kiln for 40 years, and this is the most exquisite treasure I have ever encountered. At that moment, a young man in a baseball cap, who had been silent until now, suddenly raised his bidding paddle. The half of his face visible beneath the cap brim was resolute with determination. 48 million. 48 million for the first time. Second time. The auctioneer's voice strained. The gavel poised in the air, and then came the final strike. As the last gavel fell, I felt my legs weaken, barely managing to steady myself against the chair. When the lights of the venue brightened once more, Old Master Zhao raised his glass towards me from afar, the amber liquid within gently swaying, as if reflecting the 2 miraculous transactions of astronomical prices. After the auction concluded, I was indeed exhilarated to the point of dizziness. Purchasing for 400,000 and selling for 48 million had yielded a staggering profit. Yet, reality swiftly pulled me back, presenting a daunting question before me: transaction fees. I am acutely aware that this is no trifling sum, and I must hasten to clarify the situation, otherwise the substantial profits I have anticipated may dwindle considerably. It seems that the esteemed Mr. Zhao has discerned my thoughts. He approached with his wine glass in hand, patted my shoulder, and remarked, "Young man, are you contemplating the matter of the commission fees?" I nodded vigorously, my eyes betraying my urgency. He took a sip of his wine and leisurely elaborated. Different auction houses impose varying fees. For instance, the large auction house we are collaborating with typically charges sellers a commission of 10 based on the final sale price for art auctions. The lady with flowers fetched 50 million, and the Longquan porcelain bottle sold for 48 million, totaling 98 million. Thus, the auction house will receive a commission of 8 million. Upon hearing this figure, my heart sank. I had mentally prepared myself for it, yet the reality still stung. Mr. Zhao continued, "While the commission may appear exorbitant, the auction house has its rationale. Consider the costs incurred for initial marketing, appraisal, venue setup, as well as security and services during the auction. Each aspect demands investment. Moreover, the credibility and resources within the art trading circles ensure we achieve high prices." Approximately half an hour later, 2 million was deposited into my account, elevating my savings beyond 90 million. That day, I also sold a restored Tianwan Tongbao coin and 2 jade bracelets at an antique shop, netting 2 million, and 1 million respectively, totaling 5 million. Coupled with the previous sum of over 2 million, I now possessed over 97 million. The excitement and exhilaration coursing through me were indescribable. This was something I had never dared to dream of in the past. In pursuit of a modest goal, 100 million, I ventured to the bustling antique market on Friday morning, where the air was thick with a greasy aroma mingled with the cacophony of vendors' shouts. As I navigated through stalls brimming with antiques, my gaze swept over the shoddy imitations. Suddenly, my eyes were drawn to a rusted copper incense burner, carelessly discarded in a tattered cardboard box, its surface encrusted with thick grime, and its 3 legs askew. The faint outlines of entwined lotus patterns could be discerned on the body of the burner. The vendor was a gaunt old man, his oily hair plastered to his scalp, and his yellowed vest front was speckled with grease stains. He shuffled about in a pair of dilapidated slippers, squinting as he lazily picked at his toes. Upon noticing my pause, he perked up and exclaimed, "Young fellow, what catches your eye? I'll let you have this incense burner for just 800 yuan. I crouched down, scrunching my face in disdain. "Old man, this burner is in such disrepair. It's worth about 10 yuan. He rolled his eyes. 10 yuan? Are you jesting? The lowest I can go is 500, not a cent less. I picked up the incense burner and examined it closely, my middle finger discreetly brushing against it. A late Qing dynasty purple copper incense burner, indeed of considerable value. "Old man, 100 yuan, and it's yours. If not, then forget it," I said through gritted teeth. The old man spat in annoyance. "Go away. Who prices like that? 300 yuan, and that's final." I feigned a pained expression, haggled for a considerable time, and ultimately settled for 200 yuan. The elderly man accepted the money, humming a cheerful tune in satisfaction. This incense burner, a mere scrap he had acquired for 50 yuan, was now sold for 200, a substantial profit. As I held the incense burner and prepared to leave, an elderly voice suddenly called out behind me, "Wait, young man. May I take a look at what you have in your hand?" Turning around, I beheld a man with snow-white hair, adorned with round spectacles, dressed in a dark blue tang suit, leaning on a redwood cane, and with an ancient jade pendant hanging from his waist, his demeanor strikingly out of place amidst the bustling antique market. "Please, take your time," I said, handing him the incense burner. The old man meticulously wiped it with a handkerchief he carried, and his cloudy eyes instantly brightened. He extracted a magnifying glass from his pocket and scrutinized the inscriptions and designs on the incense burner, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, this is from the late Qing dynasty. And a fine piece at that." The thin old man, his face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed, "Old sir, this is merely a shabby copper burner. How could it possibly date from the late Qing dynasty?" The elder abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, glaring at him. "What do you know? I, Cheng Ma Bei, have devoted my life to antiques. How could I possibly be mistaken? This is a purple copper incense burner from the late Qing, imitating the Xuande style. Exquisitely crafted and of great value. The crowd around us erupted in excitement, converging to witness the spectacle. The thin old man's face turned ashen, his mouth agape and unable to utter a word, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Cheng Mabe turned to me, his eyes filled with admiration. You have a keen eye, young man. Recognizing this incense burner as a treasure, you've stumbled upon a significant find. I am the proprietor of Mabao Studio, having spent 40 years in the antique business. I will take this incense burner for 230,000 yuan as a gesture of friendship. Should you come across any other treasures, do not hesitate to seek me out at Mabao Studio. Your price is quite fair, Mr. Chung. It's a deal. Thank you for your appreciation, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. I did not haggle, for I understood its true worth, and the offer was reasonable. The transaction was swiftly completed, and my account swelled by 230,000 yuan. The thin old man slumped to the ground, muttering in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be." As I turned to leave, I heard him behind me, despairingly shouting, "I bought it for 50 yuan, only profiting 150. I lost over 200,000. Such is the nature of this trade. One survives by discerning value. Lacking discernment, a treasure in hand may be sold at a pittance. Once again, I had uncovered a hidden gem, making a modest profit, which filled me with great joy. Though I had recently stumbled upon a remarkable find, thanks to Li Qing, acquiring a shattered vase for nearly 90 million, such fortune cannot be expected every day. If I can manage to find a small treasure each day, avoiding losses, that is indeed commendable. Suddenly, a hand clapped on my shoulder, exuberantly declaring, "Zhang Yang, are you hunting for treasures? Come, I shall take you to a wonderful place where you can witness how I make substantial profits." As I turned my head, I was taken aback to see Sun Yongjun, the heir of the Sun Group, adorned in luxurious attire. His face radiating excitement and exhilaration as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. With a beaming smile and eager anticipation, I said, "Brother Jun, what a stroke of luck to encounter you. Where are you taking me? Please, no more of this mystery." "Patience, you shall know upon arrival," he replied, pulling me along with an air of impatience. He then expressed his admiration. "You truly stole the show at yesterday's auction, with both the opening and closing treasures belonging to you. The lady with a flower hairpin fetched 50 million, and the Longquan powder blue glazed paperweight sold for 48 million. Your knack for discovering hidden gems is unparalleled, leaving countless experts humbled and me thoroughly impressed." I responded modestly, "It's merely good fortune. Fortune is but a part of it. True prowess is paramount." At that moment, Zhao Lao, Xiao Shanshui, Zhao Yitong, and I also beheld that painting. Had we discerned the potential for another artwork beneath it, the one to secure a profit of 50 million would not have been you. "Clearly, you possess greater skill than we do," Sun Yongjun remarked. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked enigmatically, "Are you familiar with stone gambling?" "Of course I am." I chuckled softly. As a graduate specializing in cultural relic appraisal, how could I not be acquainted with stone gambling? Stone gambling refers to the practice of purchasing raw jadeite, which is enveloped in a weathered skin concealing its internal quality. Buyers must rely on the surface characteristics of the stone, such as the color and texture of the skin, patterns resembling snake stripes, and the presence of songhua, green moss-like spots, to assess the likelihood of jadeite within and its quality before purchasing at a determined price, later verifying their judgment by cutting or peeling away the outer layer. The raw stones primarily originate from the banks of the Molu River in Myanmar, including notable sites such as the Pakong, Muna, and Moksha mining areas. Each site produces stones with distinct characteristics, and the notable differences in skin, texture, and color serve as significant indicators of the raw stone's quality. To evaluate these stones, one can employ the following methods. Examine the skin. The exterior layer of the stone often hints at the internal jadeite's condition. For instance, a yellow sand skin might suggest fine internal jadeite, while a black sand skin may yield high-quality jadeite, albeit with greater risk. Observe snake stripes and songhua. Snake stripes appear as distinctive lines or patches on the stone's skin, usually green or black, indicating the presence of green mineral components during jade formation. The presence of these stripes increases the likelihood of finding green jadeite. Songhua, characterized by green moss-like patterns on the skin, is also a crucial indicator of internal jade quality. Illuminate for inspection. Shining a strong flashlight on the raw stone allows one to observe its translucence, the length of water content, and any fissures. If light penetrates deeply, It suggests good water content. However, visible cracks may adversely affect the jadeite's quality and value. Risks. The risks associated with stone gambling are exceedingly high, as accurately assessing the internal condition of raw stones is challenging. Even seasoned experts cannot guarantee success in every gamble. A seemingly promising raw stone, upon being sliced open, may reveal a chaotic interior devoid of any value, resulting in investors suffering significant losses. The potential for profit is astonishing should one gamble on a rise. The returns can be extraordinary. An inconspicuous raw stone, when revealed to possess high-quality jadeite, such as fully green or glass-type jade, could see its value soar by thousands or even tens of thousands of times, allowing investors to amass wealth overnight. Presently, the practice of gambling on stones has cultivated a relatively mature market in Myanmar and regions such as Yunnan and Guangdong in our country. In Yunnan's Ruili and Tingchong, numerous stone gambling shops and trading markets abound, attracting jade enthusiasts and investors from across the nation. Furthermore, with the advent of the internet, innovative trading methods like online stone gambling live broadcasts are gradually emerging. Are you adept at gambling on stones? Sun Yongjun inquired earnestly. Of course, I am not skilled. I replied candidly. Everything I know is merely theoretical. I possess no practical expertise whatsoever. In the past, I hesitated to gamble, as the odds of losing are 99%, and at that time, I simply could not afford such losses. There is a stone gambling shop that has recently imported some raw stones from Myanmar. I will take you there to experience the thrill firsthand and showcase my gambling prowess, demonstrating how to achieve substantial profits. Sounds great, I replied without hesitation, my heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. I wondered if Kai Jia could appraise the raw stones. However, I must caution you against becoming addicted. Merely broaden your horizons. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth you possess, you may find yourself utterly impoverished. The depths of the stone gambling industry are profound. One can only earn money commensurate with their understanding. If you continue to seek out bargains, you can lead a fulfilling life, Sun Yongjun warned me gravely, seemingly sensing my enthusiasm. Before long, we arrived at the stone gambling shop, Song Yufang. It is also located within the antique market, which is vast, with numerous surrounding streets that I had yet to explore. Upon entering, a mingling scent of damp earth and minerals enveloped me, as if I had instantly stepped into a market at the border of Yunnan. The shop was dimly lit, relying solely on a few antique-style chandeliers and wall-mounted spotlights for illumination. Directly opposite the entrance stood a glass display case showcasing several pieces of cut jadeite, their icy clarity, delicate texture, and translucence vividly illuminated by the spotlights, creating a stark contrast with the red velvet below. Behind the counter, an elderly gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses squinted, scrutinizing a small piece of raw stone through a magnifying glass. Scattered across the table were a high-intensity flashlight, stone polishing tools, and a yellowed notebook filled with meticulous records of various raw stones' characteristics and transaction prices. On either side of the shop, rusted iron shelves were stacked with raw stones of varying sizes, some as tall as a person, their surfaces covered in moss and cracks, while others were as small as a fist, encased in a deep brown weathered shell. Each stone bore a label, hastily inscribed with the location, weight, and price, with some even indicating favorable attributes such as green visible through windows or good lighting performance. Scattered across the ground are numerous unrefined, substantial stones, seemingly just delivered from the mines, still bearing traces of earth. In one corner, a cutting machine emits a deep, resonant hum, and the flying stone chips trace golden arcs in the light. A young attendant is cautiously operating the machine, while several customers sit nearby, some clenching their fists, their faces etched with tension, others smoking, their eyes betraying a mix of anticipation and anxiety. A faded red slogan on the wall stands out: one cut to poverty, one cut to wealth, one cut for a Range Rover, one cut to buy a villa. Adjacent to it are several photographs of valuable jadeite, sharply contrasting with the discarded stone scraps on the floor. The air is thick with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, as if everyone is awaiting the verdict of fate. Here, an ordinary-looking stone might just alter a person's life. Perhaps it could even change my life. Ha ha ha, Yongjun, you've arrived. How splendid. Upon seeing Sun Yongjun, the elderly man behind the counter immediately rises to greet him warmly. Zhang Yang, allow me to introduce. Sun Yongjun nods to boss Duan and then smiles. This is Duan Changqing, the owner of the stone gambling shop. The name, upon first hearing, seems elegant, yet upon deeper reflection, it conceals a tumultuous past. In his youth, he ran a thriving restaurant, but his romantic life was fraught with challenges. His first wife frequently betrayed him, infidelity becoming a commonplace occurrence. One instance after another without any sign of restraint. Boss Duan, filled with disappointment and helplessness, ultimately chose divorce. He had hoped to find a better partner. But the 3 subsequent marriages all followed the same disheartening pattern. Sun Youngjun paused, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes, before continuing. The relentless blows left Boss Duan disheartened, leading him to believe that his name was cursed, prompting thoughts of a name change. He sought counsel far and wide, ultimately turning to the esteemed fortune-teller, Liu Banzian. After hearing his tale, Liu Banzian smiled mysteriously and slowly remarked, "Why change your name? Is not your involvement in the stone gambling industry the best path?" Boss Duan pondered this deeply, and enlightenment dawned upon him. Thereafter, he resolutely immersed himself in the stone gambling trade. With remarkable talent and relentless dedication, he soon distinguished himself in the field, becoming a renowned stone gambling expert, accumulating considerable wealth. Now, in his later years, he has opened this stone gambling shop, enjoying a carefree life. Young, beautiful women, drawn by his wealth and legendary experiences, flock to him. But alas, his age has rendered him somewhat less vigorous. Despite the allure of such attention, in the presence of others, such public revelations might provoke anger, yet Boss Duan, far from being offended, wears a look of pride and satisfaction. After all, standing before him is Sun Youngjun, the heir of a multi-billion conglomerate. Being playfully teased by such a figure feels more like an honor. His name is Zhang Yang, a friend of mine. Boss Duan, do not underestimate him. Though his attire may appear as simple as a street vendoress, he is indeed a true master at uncovering hidden gems. At yesterday's auction, Sun Youngjun seamlessly shifted the conversation, extolling my remarkable achievements to Boss Duan. Eagerly, Boss Duan extended a warm handshake, his face beaming with smiles. "Mr. Zhang, your ability to seize opportunities is truly extraordinary, far surpassing my own skills in stone gambling. I am genuinely impressed." I humbly replied, "Boss Duan, you are too modest. My success is merely a stroke of luck, while your prowess relies on solid, tangible technique. In this realm, relationships are often built on mutual elevation. As the saying goes, a flower-laden sedan is carried by many. Cultivating friendships can undoubtedly lead to a smoother journey ahead. The reason Sun Youngjun considers me a friend is precisely due to the astonishing talent I have demonstrated in uncovering hidden gems, despite our prior encounters being limited to a single meeting. Boss Duan, have you prepared the raw stones for me?" Sun Youngjun eagerly inquired, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Rest assured, I have set aside over a dozen raw stones, each marked with special indications. I can deliver them to you tonight." Boss Duan replied with a smile. "I have faith in your abilities," Sun Youngjun said, visibly elated, as he patted Boss Duan's shoulder with enthusiasm before guiding me into the raw stone area. Equipped with powerful flashlights, we began meticulously examining the seemingly promising raw stones. As a novice in the realm of stone gambling, I lacked experience. My flashlight danced across the surface of the stones, yet I could discern no discernible clues. Feeling as though I were gazing at an enigmatic tome, utterly indecipherable, I found myself captivated by a raw stone the size of 3 basketballs, its surface a yellow hue, faint traces of what appeared to be serpentine patterns. When illuminated by my flashlight, a hint of green glimmered beneath the surface. Yet, this hint seemed like a siren's call, fraught with uncertainty. The allure and peril of stone gambling lay nestled within this ambiguity. Once cut, it could either yield considerable value or prove utterly worthless, evoking both anticipation and trepidation. Glancing at the price tag beside the raw stone, 300,000 yuan, only heightened the perception of risk inherent in stone gambling. A single misstep could lead to financial ruin. With a fluttering heart, I gently tapped my middle finger against the stone. Burmese jade raw stone, significant loss in gambling. To my astonishment, I discovered I could authenticate the stones. What a thrill! Elation surged within me as if I had stumbled upon a new world. Unable to contain my excitement, I rapidly clicked through various stones. Burmese jade raw stone, substantial loss in gambling. Burmese jade raw stone, minor loss in gambling. Burmese jade raw stone, catastrophic loss in gambling. Burmese jade raw stone, break even. Observing these authentication results, A peculiar expression crossed my face. The financial evaluations during the authentication process were vividly expressive, ranging from catastrophic losses to break-even points, vividly illustrating the varying degrees of risk associated with stone gambling. However, after an extensive search, I had yet to encounter a single raw stone that promised an increase in value. I found myself concerned about the excessive drain on my mental faculties, prompting me to pause my appraisal and crouch beside Sun Yongjun. In a hushed tone, I queried, "Brother Jun, these rough stones seem rather unimpressive. Did they just arrive from Myanmar? Surely, they can't be fraudulent?" Sun Yongjun cast a sidelong glance at me and patiently elucidated, "Indeed, these rough stones were recently acquired from Myanmar, yet they are merely the remnants left by others. The likelihood of unearthing jadeite is quite slim. However, there may be a few hidden gems among them. Our task now is to identify those elusive treasures. Just wait and see. I am certain I shall discover a stone of immense value." The realization that these stones were merely discarded remnants left me somewhat disheartened. I approached the display and began to assess the stones one by one. After examining dozens, disappointment continued to loom. I couldn't help but question my life choices, and a sense of foreboding crept in. The risks associated with gambling on stones were far more significant than I had anticipated. In comparison, the risk of merely seeking out bargains seemed trivial. Clinging to the last vestige of hope, I decisively pointed my middle finger at the final rough stone on the shelf. Myanmar's rough stones held the potential for great profit. My eyes widened in surprise as I scrutinized the stone. It was substantial, roughly the size of 2 basketballs, with a dark, enigmatic outer shell. I repeatedly shone my flashlight on it, yet discerned nothing, and there were no signs of jade markings on its surface. What captured my attention further was that this rough stone had evidently been sliced from a larger specimen. Its cross-section was bare, revealing no trace of jade, appearing instead as an ordinary rock. It seemed the larger stone had yielded no rewards, prompting the seller to divvy it up for individual sale. Upon inspecting the price tag, 200,000, my astonishment grew. Such an exorbitant base price raised questions. How high could the stakes soar? My mind brimmed with anticipation, leading to fanciful thoughts. If the term gamble could encompass myriad descriptors of loss, be it catastrophic, significant, minor, or even break-even, then perhaps gamble in the context of profit held similar possibilities: substantial gains, grand profits, or even smaller earnings. Even if it didn't yield a windfall, securing a significant profit would be splendid. Resolute, I cradled the stone and made my way to the counter. Sun Yongjun, perceptive as ever, noticed my actions and swiftly intercepted me, his expression darkening. "Zhang Yang, what are you doing?" "I have my eye on this rough stone. I wish to take a gamble," I admitted, a hint of embarrassment in my voice. "Did I not make myself clear? I advised you to merely observe and refrain from gambling. The risks are too great, and this is not your forte. If you are truly curious, consider purchasing smaller stones, akin to the size of your fist, priced in the hundreds or thousands, just for the thrill of it. That would suffice as an experience. But this stone, valued at 200,000, is evidently merely half of a stone that has already been compromised. The chances of uncovering jade are exceedingly low." As he spoke, he scrutinized the rough stone with his flashlight, shaking his head in disapproval. He then pointed to a stone in his shopping cart. "This one, however, has the potential for jade. It is bound to appreciate. Soon, you shall witness it for yourself." "Is that so?" I responded, skeptical yet intrigued, and approached to closely examine his rough stone. It must be said that this rough stone indeed possesses some intricacies. A hidden serpentine band adorns its surface, resembling a delicate thread that could easily be overlooked without careful observation. To wager on a thread, not a piece. Sun Yongjun recited the stone gambling incantation with a proud demeanor, embodying the essence of a master gambler. "What is a piece compared to a mere point on my middle finger?" I scoffed inwardly, pointing my middle finger upwards. The rough stone from Myanmar. A gamble fraught with peril. At the moment the result was revealed, I was taken aback. Upon inspecting the price of the rough stone, I was astonished to find it marked at an astounding 1.2 million. Such a lofty sum, if no jade were to be extracted, would indeed signify a catastrophic loss. "Brother Jun, I still have faith in my rough stone," I stated earnestly. "Though this is my first foray into stone gambling, I have perused numerous texts on the subject and gleaned some insights." I advised him against purchasing that particular piece. If merely reading books sufficed for mastery in stone gambling, true masters would be far less rare. My stone is destined to appreciate, while yours is bound to disappoint. Just wait and see, Sun Yongjun retorted, his expression darkening as he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Shall we wager? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. Let us make a bet. If I lose, you may select one piece from my collection of rough stones for free. Conversely, if I win, you shall grant me a free appraisal. He readily agreed. Very well. It is settled. I accepted without a moment's hesitation, envisioning the potential treasure that might lie within Sun Yongjun's collection, an opportunity for considerable profit. Thus, we each took our chosen rough stones to the counter, eschewing haggling and proceeding directly to payment. In this stone gambling trade, prices have always been thus. Transactions hinge entirely on mutual consent. After all, transporting these rough stones from Myanmar back to Zhonghai entails traversing numerous checkpoints and incurring substantial costs, the hardships of which are beyond the comprehension of the average person. Once the payment was completed, we eagerly made our way to the cutting area. As onlookers gathered, curiosity piqued by the impending stone cutting, Sun Yongjun confidently placed his 1.2 million rough stone on the cutting table, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Zhang Yang, you'd best observe closely. My serpentine band is unmistakable, and it is certain to yield a wealth of jade. He deliberately waved a high-powered flashlight, its beam dancing across the surface of the stone, as if it had already revealed the jade within. This rough stone exhibited remarkable potential, with an exceedingly high probability of yielding jade. Yongjun, you truly are a master of stone gambling, commented Boss Duan in agreement. Perhaps seeking to curry favor with Sun Yongjun, Boss Duan personally oversaw this cutting. With a commanding gesture, the machine's blade slowly penetrated the rough stone. Amidst the harsh sounds of grinding, stone chips flew like stars. As the first cut was made, the revealed cross-section was a dull gray, devoid of any green hue. Sun Yongjun's smile froze on his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. One more cut. There must be something. When the second cut was made, it revealed nothing but ordinary stone, eliciting a chorus of sighs from the gathered crowd. Alas, it's a bust. 1.2 million down the drain. How tragic. Boss Duan, also wiping his forehead, found himself at a loss for words. Sun Yongjun sat despondently to the side, murmuring to himself, it's impossible. How could this be? A terrible loss. Observing his ashen complexion, I silently marveled at the accuracy of the financial talisman. When it was my turn for the raw stone, all eyes in the room converged upon me. Boss Duan, while adjusting the machinery, shook his head. The likelihood of this stone being a failure is quite high. Young man, prepare yourself mentally. I took a deep breath, my palms slick with sweat, and urged, please, proceed, Boss Duan. In that instant, as the blade pierced through, my heart nearly leaped into my throat. The roar of the cutting machine resonated like thunder, causing the air filled with stone dust to tremble. As the first cut was made, the raw stone's cross-section appeared a dull gray, eliciting scattered murmurs of discontent from the onlookers. Sun Yongjun smugly waved his bottle of mineral water, asserting, I told you this was destined to fail. Before he could finish, Boss Duan suddenly raised his voice. Wait. There's a hint of green at the edge. The previously raucous crowd fell silent. All gazes fixated on the cut surface of the stone, an elusive flash of emerald, timidly emerging like tender buds in early spring. Wow, it truly shows green. How marvelous. Excitement erupted among the crowd. As the outer stone layer was gradually ground away, a palm-sized area revealed a rich, vibrant green, shimmering under the cold fluorescent lights with a satin-like sheen. Ice-type young green. An expert shouted, this could yield at least 5 bangles. How could this be? Sun Yongjun stared at me in bewilderment, as if I were a creature of myth, while I, equally exhilarated, met his gaze. I offer 2 million. Someone suddenly shouted. 2.2 million. A well-dressed middle-aged man, cigar in hand, smoke curling upwards, interjected, young man, know when to stop while you're ahead. My heart pounded like a drum. Yet I resolutely shook my head. I intend to claim it all. Soon, the jade was entirely unearthed. Boss Duan squinted, meticulously examining the jade's quality through a magnifying glass, and announced with a gulp, given this quality, it starts at 4 million. He then solemnly placed the jade into my hands. I scrutinized it closely and marveled. Indeed, it is ice-type yang green. How can such a substantial piece be valued at merely 4 million? Although I was no expert in stone betting, I was well versed in jade quality. The types and rankings of jade are categorized primarily as glass, ice glass, high ice, ice, icy mush, mushy, bean, etc. Among all jade hues, green holds the highest value, with imperial green being the most precious, followed by true yang green, spinach green, seedling green, apple green, onion green, parrot green, melon skin green, bean green, loofah green, and toad green. Red, yellow, and violet jade also hold significant value, though they are comparatively rare. Nevertheless, I could not resist tapping the jade with my middle finger, seeking a more comprehensive appraisal. Perhaps I had underestimated its worth. Ice-type yang green jade, of considerable value, is indeed worthy of possession. Information flooded my mind. Almost simultaneously, a faint aura emanated from the jade, coursing through my fingers and into the financial talisman. The spiritual energy within the jade amulet intensified, revealing its inherent vitality. Indeed, there exists a mystical aura within the jade. I mused quietly, and my assessment proved accurate. It was indeed ice-type yang green jade. Subsequently, the bidding erupted into a cacophony of voices. A jade merchant, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, jostled to the front, declaring, "For 5 million. I aspire to craft a timeless piece of jewelry." Sun Yongjun's face flushed crimson as he abruptly loosened his tie, exclaiming, "I'll add 1 million. Consider it a lesson learned." His fervent cries were drowned out by the surging bids around him. When the price surged past 7 million, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. A venerable gentleman in a tang suit, leaning on a mahogany cane, entered with the gentle chime of his agarwood bracelet. 8 million. For good fortune. His piercing gaze fixed upon me. "My young friend, are you satisfied with this price?" I gazed at the jade shimmering in my hands and replied with a smile, "Deal." The transaction swiftly concluded, and my account swelled by 8 million. A modest goal had been achieved. This fellow might not merely be pretending to be a simpleton. Perhaps he is a master of stone gambling? Sun Yongjun regarded me with an odd expression. As the heir of the Sun Group, he was not envious of my newfound wealth. Rather, he was concerned about his own loss in the wager, a slight to his pride. Boss Duan, wiping the sweat from his brow, lamented, 8 million. Why didn't I think to cut it open? My heavens, turning 200,000 into 8 million? Instant wealth. I envy you immensely. Why am I not blessed with such fortune? The onlookers murmured in jealousy and admiration. I suppressed my inner elation and maintained an air of nonchalance. Brother Jun, I appreciate your sportsmanship. It appears the art of stone gambling is indeed unpredictable. No worries. Your luck has been too remarkable to resist. Sun Yongjun shook his head, slightly disheartened. Boss Duan, his face filled with awe, offered me a cup of tea. "Mr. Zhang, your luck is simply extraordinary. I am profoundly impressed." Both of them remained convinced that I lacked any formidable stone gambling skills and merely relied on fortune. I made no attempt to dispute this. Instead, I foolishly grinned and concurred. Indeed, my luck has been quite favorable lately, finding bargains, gambling on stones, winning at cards. After a brief exchange, Sun Yongjun clapped me on the shoulder, his tone laced with urgency and impatience. "Are you going to gamble again? If not, we shall take our leave." I glanced at his taut jawline and slightly clenched fists. Evidently, his recent loss had extinguished his desire to continue betting on stones. "No more gambling," I replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The mental energy I had expended in assessing those raw stones had drained away like sand slipping through an hourglass, leaving me with barely enough to appraise a few more stones. We departed the shop side by side, our strides hurried. Perhaps it was the fatigue from consecutive days, or perhaps the depletion of my mental energy, but I suddenly stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. In a moment of panic, I looked down to find an obstruction, a stone propped against the open door, serving as a doorstop. The stone was approximately the size of half a winter melon, its surface riddled with deep grooves and an intricate web of cracks that spread chaotically. The dull gray exterior was speckled with remnants of soil and moss, rendering it quite unsightly. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, my middle finger lightly touched the stone's rough surface. Originating from Myanmar, this raw stone promised immense profit. Immense profit? Was it even greater than substantial profit? My heart began to race violently, akin to a small deer careening within my chest. Yet, the composure cultivated through years in the antique trade swiftly quelled my astonishment, and I maintained an expression as serene as still water. "What's wrong with you, Zhangyang?" Sun Yongjun turned back, his face a mask of bewilderment, as he noticed my delayed response. I feigned nonchalance, raising my head to point at the stone beneath my feet. I tripped over this stone, so I shall simply purchase it and take it home to prop the door. As I spoke, I glanced towards Boss Duan, who was at the entrance bidding farewell to guests, and called out, "Boss Duan, how much for this stone?" "Oh, you wish to buy this stone?" Both Sun Yongjun and Boss Duan widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances, rendered momentarily speechless. They naturally recognized this stone. Years ago, Boss Duan had ventured to Myanmar to gamble on stones, striking fortune and returning with numerous raw specimens. This particular stone, of exceedingly poor quality, was merely a bonus thrown in by a dealer during the transaction. Boss Duan had initially intended to discard it, but, overwhelmed with busyness, had forgotten, and thus it returned with him. Considering the hefty shipping costs, he couldn't bear to throw it away, and so it was casually repurposed as a doorstop. Years passed, and this stone had remained unremarkably at the entrance, never once drawing a second glance from anyone. Now, my request to buy it was utterly astonishing to them. Boss Duan, regaining his composure, rubbed his forehead, a bemused smile dancing on his lips, tinged with resignation. "This stone is indeed meant for propping the door. What shall I use if you take it away?" "Simply procure a common stone to serve that purpose. Selling this one would at least earn you a few coins," I argued, standing my ground. "Well, if you truly want it, then consider it a gift. Take it with you." Boss Duan waved his hand generously, adopting an air of magnanimity. "That won't do. This is business, and I must pay," I insisted resolutely. "Then how about 100? Boss Duan, once again caught between laughter and tears, finally offered a figure. Without hesitation, I paid the sum, and he solemnly handed me a receipt. Bending down, I picked up the stone and turned to Sun Yongjun, who wore a perplexed expression. "Let us go." Once outside the gambling stone shop, Sun Yongjun leaned closer, lowering his voice with a teasing tone. "Surely you haven't grown accustomed to finding treasures? Do you believe this doorstop might contain jade?" "It's primarily because I stumbled upon it. Perhaps it's fate." I laughed in response, though my heart brimmed with anticipation. Eagerly, I inquired, "Where might I find a stone-cutting machine? I wish to unveil this stone. I happen to have one." "But do you truly think it necessary to reveal this stone?" Sun Yongjun scrutinized the stone cradled in my arms, his face a tableau of skepticism. I gazed at him earnestly, inquiring if he had never heard the adage, "A crooked tree can bear straight branches, and a humble household may produce distinguished offspring." This stone might very well harbor a peerless jade. Then let us proceed to Boss Duan's place for cutting. After all, you have already paid. Even if it turns out to be merely a glass-like imperial green jade, he would only be left to envy. Sun Yongjun curled his lip, his tone laced with an unmistakable hint of mockery. I feigned concern about being ridiculed for cutting a stone there, considering it was merely an unwanted doorstop. In truth, I was apprehensive about drawing too much attention and provoking unnecessary trouble. Let them mock, as long as it is not me who bears the brunt. Sun Yongjun seemed eager to witness my embarrassment and dragged me into Boss Duan's shop. Upon entering, I was met with Boss Duan's peculiar gaze, and I awkwardly explained. "Boss Duan, I no longer wish to keep this as a doorstop. I want to cut it open now." His reading glasses slid slightly down his nose, and his murky eyes, peering through the lenses, circled the stone in my arms. His throat convulsed dramatically as he exclaimed in disbelief. "This stone has served as a doorstop for over a decade. It's utterly worthless, incapable of yielding jade. How could you possibly entertain such fanciful notions?" Several customers, who had been selecting raw stones, halted their actions, their eyes converging upon us. Laughter erupted like ivy after spring rains, swiftly spreading among the crowd. "That doorstop is a stone that no one would even pick up from the ground. He actually bought it and wants to cut it? He thinks he has struck a jackpot, only to dream of more gains? What a ridiculous fantasy." Sun Yongjun crossed his arms, leaning against the counter, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if to say he was waiting to see me humiliated. Suddenly, the jarring roar of the cutting machine pierced the air, akin to a slumbering beast awakened, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. My heart raced, nearly leaping from my throat. My palms were instantly soaked with sweat, my nails digging deep into my flesh as an agonizing pain failed to alleviate my mounting anxiety. At that moment, I was oblivious to everything around me. Boss Duan, wielding a water sprayer, directed a stream of water like silver threads onto the spinning saw blade. As stone dust mingled with mud, splattering everywhere and leaving dark stains on the ground. As the first cut was made, Boss Duan abruptly halted the machine, his fingers trembling slightly as he picked up a magnifying glass. leaning in to inspect the cut edge repeatedly, his voice quivering. It appears to show green. The spotlight immediately focused on the incision of the raw stone, revealing an elusive, bright green hue, akin to fireflies suddenly illuminating the dark night, flickering against the dull stone surface. Wow, even a worthless stone can yield green. How astonishing. The world of stone gambling is truly miraculous. The onlookers stood agape, gasping in awe. Quick, polish the stone. This is high-quality jade. We cannot afford to ruin it. Urgent shouts from connoisseurs echoed like distant whispers, vague yet fervent. Boss Duan switched to the polishing machine, his movements meticulous, as if he were sculpting a rare treasure. As the surface of the stone was gradually worn away, a palm-sized area began to reveal a vibrant green hue, reminiscent of the sun's brilliance. The rich color seemed almost as if it could drip, shimmering under the light with a lustrous sheen that was breathtakingly beautiful. It appears to be of exceptional quality, I murmured to myself, feeling an intense dryness in my throat as I struggled to swallow. The sound echoed distinctly amidst the cacophony of the surroundings. My legs began to weaken, forcing me to grip the table beside me tightly, fearful that a stumble might betray my inner excitement. Glass-type yang green. A sudden gasp erupted from the crowd, followed by a cacophony of screams, chatter, and stomping, igniting a fervor within the stone gambling den. Glass-type yang green. It ranks just below glass-type imperial green and glass-type Xinjiang green, holding a prestigious third place. No wonder the fortune-telling judgment could yield immense profits. Gazing at the spectacle before me felt like stepping into a dream. Who would have thought that this stone, long dismissed by others, concealed such high-quality jade? Sun Yongjun rushed forward, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground, his nose almost touching the raw stone, his voice brimming with shock and disbelief. This is unscientific. Meanwhile, a tumult of joy and pride surged within me like a tidal wave, mingled with a tinge of luck. How fortunate that I had stumbled upon this stone. How fortunate that I had not missed the opportunity. I bid 8 million. A well-dressed, middle-aged man was the first to break the brief chaos with his offer. My heart began to race again, my gaze fixated on every bidder. Each increment felt like an invisible thread tugging at my nerves. 9 million. I intend to create a family heirloom, declared a businessman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, unwilling to back down. 10 million. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. The bidding crescendoed, each wave surpassing the last. Standing at the center of the crowd, I felt as though my heart might leap from my chest with each rising bid. 15 million. When an elderly man in the corner, leaning on a rosewood cane, called out this figure, the entire room fell silent. Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, a crisp female voice rang out from the second floor. 18 million. I represent the Jade Dynasty. Was 18 million considered a significant profit? I gazed at the stone handed to me by Boss Duan. It had been cut into more than half, revealing jade within that was as large as a child's head. Entirely translucent, without a trace of impurity. The emerald hue seemed to encapsulate the essence of life itself. I felt somewhat entranced. Gritting my teeth, I declared, "Let us not sell now. Let us unveil it all first." Taking a deep breath, I began to polish the stone myself, observing Boss Duan's tireless efforts. I had already mastered the techniques of polishing. Soon, the jade was fully revealed before the crowd. It was even larger than a child's head, a flawless expanse of green. The once menacing cracks on the surface of the raw stone had not marred this jade in the slightest, as if a mysterious force had quietly safeguarded this treasure throughout the ages. My middle finger rested gently upon the jade. The glass-type imperial green jadeite holds immense value, worthy of your possession. Simultaneously, a rich aura, akin to a gentle stream, swiftly courses through my fingers, infusing the wealth ring with its essence. Inside the ring, the previously sparse energy intensifies, transforming into ethereal wisps of white mist that swirl and rise. My goodness, such a magnificent piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite is breathtaking. I yearn to possess it. What could be its worth? Gasps of astonishment echoed as onlookers stood in awe, their expressions filled with shock and admiration, tinged with envy towards me. 20 million, 22 million, 25 million, 26 million, 27 million. The bidding continued unabated, as the crowd seemed utterly enchanted by the allure of this jadeite, unwilling to relinquish their pursuit easily. Sun Yongjun, his face flushed crimson, grasped my arm. His voice trembling, I will offer 30 million. Please, I implore you. Listening to his quivering tone, A whirlwind of emotions swirled within me. The astonishment brought by this substantial fortune intertwined with reflections on the capriciousness of fate. This stone had quietly awaited its moment over the years, and at last, it found an admirer in me, shedding its unappealing exterior to reveal its resplendent core. Ironically, Sun Yongjun, who had previously scorned the doorstop stone, now sought to invest 30 million in the jadeite within. What a turn of events. Such exquisite jadeite, I hesitate to part with it. I too desire a jade ring and bracelet. I faltered. Will I ever encounter jade of such high quality again? I cannot say. Should I miss this opportunity? Acquiring a glass-type imperial green jade bracelet or ring will be no easy feat. Sell it to me for 30 million. And I will gift you a glass-type imperial green bracelet and a jade ring. Surely that is acceptable? Sun Yongjun's face radiated eager affection and excitement, his eyes betraying a resolute determination. You offer such a high price. What are we to do? The other bidders wore expressions of dismay, voicing their discontent. After a brief pause, noticing that no one else was willing to raise their bid, I nodded, deal. Soon, the transaction was completed. The notification ping from my phone echoed as I beheld the additional 30 million in my account, feeling as though I were in a dream. At this moment, my net worth had surpassed 130 million. The rapid expansion of my wealth stirred my emotions, leaving me exhilarated. My goodness, this fortunate gentleman has struck gold. Having previously purchased a stone that yielded 8 million in jade, he now acquired a doorstop for a mere 100, transforming it into jade worth 30 million, a staggering 30,000-fold increase. And that does not even account for the jade bracelet and ring. This gentleman has truly become extraordinarily wealthy. He can now pursue any beauty he desires. I am envious. Why am I not blessed with such fortune? The jeers of the onlookers faded, giving way to envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Boss Duan stood nearby, clutching his chest in despair, his face pale, his voice laced with sorrow. I bought it over a decade ago. Why didn't I cut it open to see? A fortune exceeding 30 million has slipped through my fingers. Embracing the jade, Sun Yongjun's face is a canvas of regret, wishing he could slap himself. Damn it. I have been eyeing that stone for years, stumbling upon it more than once. Why didn't I seize the opportunity to purchase it? Truly foolish of me. Following this stone gambling event, Boss Duan's stone gambling shop has surged in popularity. Customers flock in droves, nearly trampling the threshold. Some eagerly rummage through the discarded stones in the corners, hoping to replicate my miracle. Others pester Boss Duan, inquiring about the origins of the legendary stone. At this moment, I step out of the shop, clutching the transfer record of 30 million, my steps still somewhat unsteady. The evening breeze gently caresses my cheek. And as I reflect on the heart-stopping scenes that just unfolded, my heart remains tumultuous. Sun Yongjun hastily catches up to me, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Brother, it's exhilarating to gamble stones with you. In the future, we can hunt for bargains together and gamble stones as a team. Fantastic. Splendid. We have transitioned from friends to brothers. A radiant smile graces my face as I jest. Of course, we can hunt for bargains and gamble stones together. But do not forget that you still owe me a piece of raw stone. Sun Yongjun heartily claps my shoulder, laughing. Ha! You miser. Having earned so much, you're still thinking about that piece of raw stone I lost to you. But rest assured, my word is my bond. I shall not renege on my promise. With that, he leads me towards a gleaming Rolls-Royce Cullinan, its black exterior shimmering with understated luxury under the sun. We are headed to Jinyu Mantang to seek out Zhao Yidong's aunt, for only she can adeptly utilize this treasure to craft exquisite jewelry. The vehicle darts down the street like an arrow, weaving through the bustling city traffic. Before long, we arrive at our destination. Before us stands a towering edifice situated in a vibrant commercial district, the glass façade reflecting dazzling rays of sunlight, exuding unparalleled grandeur and opulence. The entire building belongs to Jinyu Mantang, akin to a resplendent gem within this city's commercial landscape. Gazing at this structure, an inexplicable wave of anticipation surges within me. I am eager to meet the legendary woman who single-handedly built a billion-dollar enterprise, Zhao Linghua. After parking the car, we enter the building and proceed directly to the elevator. The elevator ascends smoothly, the numbers flickering until it finally halts at the 36th floor. Exiting the elevator, we find ourselves at the end of a spacious, well-lit corridor leading to the president's office. Sun Yongjun approaches the door with familiarity, and from his demeanor, I discern that he is a regular here. thus encountering no hindrances along the way. Come in. A melodious voice resonates from within, akin to a songbird emerging from the valley, refreshing to the spirit. The door slowly opens, revealing a young secretary in her 20s. Tall and fair-skinned, her beauty is accentuated by a well-tailored secretary outfit that conveys her astute professionalism. Her eyes shine with intelligence, and a perfectly poised smile graces her lips, exuding warmth and expertise. Hello, Secretary Yao. Sun Yongjun greets her enthusiastically. Greetings, Sun Xiao. Secretary Yao offered a faint smile, gracefully ushering us inside. Upon entering the office, a wave of opulence enveloped us. The expansive space exuded an air of sophistication and refined taste. Behind a grand and imposing desk sat a woman in her 30s. Her features were exquisite, and an innate authority emanated from her gaze, complemented by her elegant demeanor that radiated a formidable presence. Adorning her wrist was a jade bracelet of vibrant green, its texture smooth and its hue rich, clearly indicating its considerable value. Around her neck hung a ruby necklace, the stones plump and luminous, sparkling enchantingly under the light, exuding an aura of wealth. Good morning, General Zhao, Sun Yongjun greeted respectfully, then introduced me. This is Zhang Yang, my dear brother and close friend, an expert in unearthing treasures, quite familiar with your father, and indeed, he can be considered half a student of your father. I swiftly stepped forward, my tone imbued with reverence and trepidation. Greetings, General Zhao. I humbly apologize for my audacity in visiting. Please, have a seat, Zhao Linghua replied with a gentle smile, her warmth akin to a spring breeze, instantly making one feel at ease. She elegantly gestured for us to sit on a white leather sofa nearby. Secretary Yao thoughtfully poured us tea, the aroma wafting through the air, refreshing and delightful. General Zhao, I have brought a treasure, and I seek your assistance in designing and crafting some jewelry, Sun Yongjun announced, cautiously retrieving a piece of glass-type bright green jade from his bag. Under the bright lights of the office, the jade radiated a vivid green glow, its color rich and pure, its texture translucent and mesmerizing. Glass-type bright green? Zhao Linghua's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, akin to two shining stars. She accepted the jade, her gaze focused and serious, examining it intently for a considerable time before curiously inquiring, "Where did you acquire this jade?" Sun Yongjun instantly became animated, recounting the day's stone gambling event with vivid detail. His eloquence painted a thrilling narrative, captivating not only Zhao Linghua, but also Secretary Yao, who listened intently, her face occasionally revealing expressions of surprise and admiration. That stone from Boss Duan's door? I've encountered it countless times and have tripped over it several times as well. I never imagined it concealed such a magnificent jade within. Zhao Linghua exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face, mingled with a hint of regret for having missed out on such a gem. A slight furrow formed on her brow, her eyes reflecting sorrow for the jade she had overlooked. However, as a business magnate with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, Zhao Linghua quickly regained her composure and elegantly remarked, "Such a large jade, you cannot possibly utilize it all by yourself. Do share half with me. I shall use it to create some exquisite jewelry for my family." Her eyes sparkled with delight, her interest piqued. She added, "I will cover half the costs and will waive any handling fees." General Zhao, as a proprietor of abundant wealth, surely you possess exceptional jades of glass-type imperial green and glass-type true bright green. This third-ranking glass-type bright green jade is merely a fraction of your collection. Yet you wish to take half? Sun Yongjun expressed reluctance, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on his face. For him, acquiring such a treasure is indeed a formidable challenge, and he is reluctant to share it with others. Nowadays, obtaining glass-grade jadeite is exceedingly difficult, a rare encounter that cannot be sought after. Even I have not come across it for several years. Thus, upon this fortunate encounter, it is only right to share half of it. The family cannot utilize it all, and it can serve to enhance the store's appeal, Zhao Linghua patiently elucidated. Reluctantly, Sun Yongjun ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, the staff commenced measuring the diameters of my and Sun Yongjun's fingers while inquiring about our specific preferences regarding jade pendants, necklaces, jade bangles, and bracelets. At that moment, I could not help but feel a twinge of regret. I possessed only a single jade bangle and a ring, having overlooked the jade pendant and bracelet. However, having spoken, I could not retract my words and could only silently hope for future opportunities to acquire such exquisite jadeite. Once these matters were settled, Sun Yongjun and I prepared to take our leave. However, Zhao Linghua suddenly remarked, "Xiao Jun, you may go ahead. I need to discuss something with Zhang Yang." I was momentarily taken aback, pondering what business Zhao Linghua could possibly have with me. Sun Yongjun, eager to attend his appointment at the hotel, cast me a glance before departing, signaling me to proceed with caution. "Zhang Yang," Zhao Linghua called softly, her tone gentle and affectionate. "Since you are half a student of my father, I shall speak candidly. You rely on luck in this field, do you not? With your innate talent for gambling on stones, you would fare better as a stone consultant. It is evidently a more promising path." "What is a stone consultant?" I inquired, my face a canvas of bewilderment. My only familiarity with the term had been gleaned from online novels, as I had yet to truly comprehend it in reality. Zhao Linghua patiently elaborated for me. "It turns out that a stone consultant is akin to a guiding light in a foggy landscape, navigating clients through the uncertain realm of gambling on stones. Armed with expertise and extensive experience, they illuminate the path for their clients, ensuring their safety along the way. They serve as a crucial bridge between clients and the stone market, requiring a deep understanding of client needs and risk tolerance while accurately grasping market dynamics and the characteristics of raw stones. They are not merely purveyors of knowledge, but also invaluable advisors during the decision-making process for their clients, aiding them in making relatively sound choices amidst a complex and ever-evolving environment. In terms of stone appraisal, they rely on years of accumulated experience and solid professional knowledge, meticulously observing features such as the skin, banding, and inclusions of the raw stone, employing tools like high-powered flashlights and magnifying glasses to make precise preliminary judgments regarding the jadeite's potential quality, color, and type. During the risk assessment phase, given the high stakes in the stone gambling industry, consultants must comprehensively consider the inherent characteristics of each raw stone, while also factoring in market conditions and price trends to evaluate the potential risks associated with each piece. They clearly communicate these risks to clients, ensuring that decisions are made with a thorough understanding of the circumstances. Furthermore, stone consultants provide tailored advice for purchasing, cutting, or collecting stones. For clients with substantial financial strength and a willingness to embrace high risks, recommendations will favor rough stones with considerable potential for appreciation, albeit accompanied by significant risk. Conversely, for more conservative clients, the advice leans toward selecting rough stones that present relatively lower risks and demonstrate stable performance. During the cutting phase, they will propose rational cutting plans based on their assessments of the rough stones, striving to maximize the extraction of value from each piece. Furthermore, stone gambling consultants must remain vigilant regarding the dynamics of the stone gambling market, including supply channels, price fluctuations, shifts in popular mining locations, and trends in market demand. They regularly share market analysis reports with clients to keep them informed of prevailing conditions, thereby enabling them to seize investment opportunities. Zhao Linghua also highlighted the requisite skills for stone gambling consultants. A solid foundation of jade knowledge is essential, encompassing a deep understanding of jade formation principles, physical and chemical properties, classification of types and water content, as well as color grading. Additionally, familiarity with the characteristics and production patterns of rough stones from various mining sites is crucial, alongside mastering diverse methods and techniques for stone appraisal and knowledge of jade processing, carving, and the finished product market, thus forming a comprehensive knowledge system. Rich practical experience is equally vital through prolonged engagement in stone gambling transactions, conducting on-site investigations of mining locations, and observing the cutting processes of numerous rough stones. Consultants can accumulate an intuitive understanding of the relationship between the characteristics of rough stones and their internal conditions, enhancing the accuracy of their assessments and judgments. Effective communication skills are also paramount for providing exceptional client service, requiring the ability to articulate complex stone gambling knowledge and appraisal results in clear, comprehensible language. Patience in listening to clients' needs and thoughts, along with prompt responses to their inquiries, is essential. In instances of disagreement with clients, the ability to communicate and guide with a professional and objective demeanor fosters strong client relationships. Moreover, a high level of professional ethics and integrity is indispensable. In dealings with clients, one must always prioritize their interests, avoiding exaggeration of the merits of rough stones, concealing potential risks, or colluding with merchants to exploit clients. Upholding client privacy and commercial secrets, while maintaining the industry's good order and reputation is imperative. Lastly, Zhao Linghua outlined the career development path for stone gambling consultants. Initially, through continuous learning and practical experience, one can enhance their appraisal and service capabilities. In the midterm, they may become seasoned consultants, enjoying a stable clientele and a reputable standing in the industry. In the later stages, some may opt to establish their own stone gambling studios or companies, engaging in stone trading and custom rough stone services, while others may pivot towards training, cultivating the next generation of professionals in the field. She also informed me that the Jinyu Mantang Company currently employs several stone gambling consultants who represent the company annually at public auctions in Myanmar, assisting in the procurement of rough stones. Should the auctioned rough stones experience a dramatic surge in value, not only would there be substantial bonuses, but they would also partake in profit sharing. Additionally, a generous base salary makes the compensation package particularly enticing. After listening to Zhao Linghua's insights, I couldn't help but break into a light sweat and expressed my gratitude. Ms. Zhao, your suggestions are excellent. Indeed, being a stone gambling consultant holds great promise and is quite alluring. However, this is my first foray into stone gambling. It truly hinges on luck and has little to do with talent. My area of expertise lies in the art of seizing overlooked opportunities. Transitioning to a role as a gemstone betting consultant feels rather daunting. While I express such sentiments, I am inwardly astonished. This esteemed Mr. Zhao possesses an extraordinary ability to discern that I might have a remarkable talent for gemstone betting. No wonder she has established a commercial empire like Golden Jade Hall, amassing a fortune in the billions. Her vision is indeed exceptional. Yet, what could be the purpose behind her suggestion? You are half a student of my father. Thus we can be considered family. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. Zhao Linghua cast a brief, insightful glance in my direction, her eyes reflecting a profound understanding. I assure you, I have concealed nothing. My expression was one of utmost sincerity. The stones in Boss Duan's betting shop are merely the remnants discarded by others. The probability of successfully betting on 2 consecutive stones is exceedingly low, indicating that you must possess considerable betting aptitude, Zhao Linghua asserted with unwavering conviction. I have only perused a few books on gemstone betting. While I have indeed cultivated some skill, my confidence remains tenuous. Nevertheless, I shall earnestly consider your advice and explore this avenue further. I nervously raked my fingers through my hair, anxiety etched across my face. Internally, I remained vigilant, aware that my consecutive successful bets had aroused suspicion. I must exercise greater caution in the future, adopting a more low-key approach, allowing wealth to accumulate quietly. Indeed, you require further experience, yet I have faith in your potential. Zhao Linghua nodded in affirmation, her gaze brimming with encouragement. Seizing the moment, I bid her farewell. After departing from Golden Jade Hall, I refrained from seeking further opportunities or engaging in gemstone betting, and instead returned straight home. Reclining on my bed, I indulged in a delightful afternoon nap, awakening to a renewed sense of vigor. Subsequently, I discovered a message from Li Qing on WeChat. Zhangyang, have you moved out yet? My colleague is moving in tonight. A smile crept across my lips as I mischievously replied, my belongings are all packed. I'll move out as soon as you return, at 7 in the evening. The twilight deepened, casting a shadowy hue across the horizon as streetlights flickered to life, bathing the pathway of the community in a warm, golden glow. I sat upon an intricately carved bench, a cigarette delicately held between my fingers, its wispy smoke dancing and swirling in the evening breeze. A gentle zephyr caressed my hair, infused with the refreshing scent of foliage, invigorating my senses. Lifting my gaze, I beheld the lush greenery surrounding me, meticulously trimmed shrubs and towering trees arranged harmoniously. Under a trellis entwined with vines, several night-blooming jasmine quietly unfurled their blossoms, transforming this realm into an ethereal paradise. As I reveled in the tranquil beauty of the evening, a figure at the entrance of the community caught my eye. Li Qing, adorned in a navy blue flight attendant uniform dress, fitted to accentuate her slender waist. Golden embroidery meandered along the garment's collar, shimmering softly under the streetlights, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. A rose-red silk scarf tied in a graceful bow around her neck added a touch of vivacity to her ensemble. On her feet were sleek black patent leather high heels, perfectly balanced in height, allowing her to walk with a light and elegant grace, the hem of her dress swaying gently like a blue lotus in bloom. Beside her stood Yuan Shuiyu, equally clad in the same uniform, yet exuding an entirely different charm. Beneath a tailored navy jacket, the crisp collar of a white shirt is neatly arranged, with the sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing delicate wrists. The exquisite brass buttons on the jacket are aligned perfectly, reflecting a warm luster under the lights. Below, a knee-length skirt of the same hue fits her curves flawlessly, swaying gracefully with each step. Most striking is the pale yellow silk scarf tied around her neck, fluttering gently in the breeze, complementing her long, ebony hair and accentuating her porcelain skin. Her black high heels are adorned with petite pearl embellishments, each step producing a crisp sound, blending elegance with a hint of playfulness. Two women approach, dragging their suitcases, the airline insignia on their uniforms flickering in the night. A small black leather pouch at their waist sways gently, carrying their work credentials. The evening breeze lifts their hair, and the hem of their uniforms dances in the wind, intertwining professionalism with feminine grace, resembling ethereal beings descending from the clouds, instantly illuminating the night. Li Qing, could you ask your boyfriend to come help me with my suitcase? I'm really struggling here. Yuan Shuiyu breathes heavily, her voice laced with a soft, playful tone. Can't I just help you? My boyfriend is busy moving too. Li Qing responds with a smile, her eyes crinkling with delight. No way. Your boyfriend is bound to be protective, and I might get a beating for this. Yuan Shuiyu blinks her large eyes, a worried expression crossing her face. Yuan Shuiyu, your exaggeration is hilarious. You're making me laugh so hard. Li Qing giggles, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the night, startling a few birds perched in the treetops. Why is your boyfriend moving out? Can't he just share a room with you? I wouldn't mind, Yuan Shuiyu inquires curiously. I haven't started living with him yet. He set a goal for himself that he hasn't achieved, so it's no wonder I'm not moving in. Li Qing explains. What goal? He said he wants to earn $1 billion before we live together. Isn't that a bit ambitious? Listening to their conversation fills me with joy. Yuan Shuiyu, such an elegant and unique name, is like a delicate ink wash painting. How delightful it would be to share a roof with such two stunning beauties. With that thought, I immediately rise to greet them, wearing a radiant smile. Hello, beautiful ladies. I've come to assist you. Shuiyu, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Yang. This is Yuan Shuiyu, my colleague and soon-to-be roommate. Li Qing introduces with a beaming smile. Hello, Yuan Shuiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me help you with your luggage. It looks quite heavy, I say, reaching out to take the suitcase from her. My fingers inadvertently brush against her delicate hand, soft and smooth. In that instant, a wave of information flashes in my mind. Name, Yuan Shuiyu. Age, 20. Occupation, flight attendant. Beauty, as breathtaking as a rare flower, pure and chaste. You truly deserve the best. I can't help but marvel inwardly. My goodness, such a beautiful flight attendant, so pure and chaste. Indeed, like attracts like. Li Qing's good friend and close confidant also embodies self-respect. Thank you. Handsome, Yuan Shuiyu flashed a charming smile at me, then leaned in close to Li Qing's ear, whispering, Oh my goodness, your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. I have never encountered a man more striking than him. I am unsure what has transpired. He seems to have become even more attractive lately, unlike before. In truth, I have known him for over 6 months, almost a year, but he only recently became my boyfriend. Li Qing responded softly, her tone laced with confusion. They believed their voices were hushed, unaware that every word reached my ears. A wave of delight surged within me. It seemed my transformation had not gone unnoticed by Li Qing, who simply refrained from voicing it. Before long, we arrived at the rental apartment. I had meticulously cleaned the place beforehand, the floors gleaming, the furniture arranged neatly, every corner bright and tidy. My room was also empty, a solitary suitcase standing in the hall, poised as if ready to depart at any moment. How is it? Are you satisfied? Li Qing beamed with anticipation as she guided Yuan Shuiyu on a tour. Of course, I am satisfied, Yuan Shuiyu replied with a smile, though hesitantly added. But, I fear your boyfriend might be displeased. He seems reluctant to move out. How could he possibly be unhappy? Although he cannot reside here anymore. Having such a stunning beauty like you around is a delightful sight for him. Such an exquisite benefit. Li Qing teased with a playful laugh. Subsequently, she helped Yuan Shuiyu make the bed. Once everything was in order, she stepped out and softly said to me, Come on, let me take you over there. Actually, I haven't finalized the rental yet, I replied quietly. Didn't I repeatedly remind you to secure a room? Why haven't you taken it to heart? Li Qing chided gently, her eyes filled with reproach. What do you plan to do tonight? I'll stay in your room. I wrapped my arm around her slender waist, filled with anticipation. No, no, you have yet to accomplish your promised goal. Tonight, you should stay at a hotel. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to find a place, Li Qing said, her face flushed with shyness as she shook her head repeatedly, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. But I have completed it. I pulled out my phone, opened the banking app, and displayed my balance before her. Over 130 million? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Qing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her mouth forming an A shape. In just a week, I had earned over 100 million. Who could believe it? The Longquan Celadon paper hammer vase, which I restored to perfection, was auctioned for 48 million. I'll share this with you, I declared, transferring 5 million to her on the spot, adding with a smile, just to make it even. My heavens. Li Qing stared at the transfer notification on her phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably, her heartbeat quickening. For merely introducing a business deal, she received a 5 million commission. The money came so easily, yet it was entirely legitimate. Yet, all of this is owed to my extraordinary skills in artifact restoration. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and pride, reflecting on how fortunate she was to know me and to be my girlfriend. After calming her excited heart, she curiously inquired, but if it's only over 40 million, how does it amount to more than 130 million? I also acquired the lady with flower hairpin for a mere 5 million. And then there were some minor fines. Today, fortune smiled upon me again as I participated in gambling on stones and made over 30 million. I recounted these astonishing achievements with a casual air, as if they were mere trifles of daily life. Oh my, this is simply miraculous. Li Qing was once again taken aback, her eyes brimming with admiration and awe, even doubting whether she was dreaming at that moment. I gently embraced her, whispering in her ear, now that I have achieved my goal, we can live together from now on. Renting will no longer be necessary. Right? Yes. But I'm not quite mentally prepared for that. Li Qing's voice was soft, barely above a whisper, and her cheeks flushed like the evening glow. Fear not. Tonight I shall hold you while you sleep, and I promise to behave. I assured her earnestly. But you must keep your word. Li Qing shyly lowered her head. I sensed she understood that wanting me to honor my promise would not be as simple as that. Thus, I vowed resolutely. And her once skittish gaze, akin to that of a startled fawn, finally settled down, surrendering completely. Her cheeks were as red as if kissed by the twilight. Resembling the delicate blossoms of spring, that blush spreading from her ears down to her neck, like rouge diffused on rice paper, stunningly beautiful. Let me explain to my colleague. I hope she won't mind. Li Qing's voice was as soft as a whisper, her shyness causing her to bite her lower lip as she gently turned to knock on Yuan Shuiyu's door. With a soft click, the door slowly closed, sealing the two young women's quiet conversation within the room. Shuiyu, I'm really sorry, but my boyfriend doesn't want to move out. He wishes to share a room with me. Would you mind? Li Qing leaned closer to Yuan Shuiyu, lowering her voice, her lashes casting shadows of unease beneath her eyes. Didn't he say he hadn't achieved his goal yet? How could you allow him to live with you? Yuan Shuiyu raised an elegantly arched brow, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief, a teasing smile gracing her lips, as if mocking Li Qing's lack of resolve, easily breached by her boyfriend's sweet words. But he has achieved it. He just showed me his bank balance, and it far exceeds that amount. Li Qing's cheeks still bore traces of astonishment, her gaze holding a hint of disbelief. What? He's only 23 and already possesses over 100 million? That's unbelievable. Yuan Shuiyu sat up abruptly, her delicate features slightly contorted in shock. You mustn't let him deceive you. Indeed, just moments ago, he transferred 5 million to me. Li Qing hurriedly unlocked her phone, opened her bank message records, and displayed her account balance to Yuan Shuiyu. Over 6 million flashed on the screen, resembling a constellation of dazzling stars. He amassed over 1 billion merely by seizing opportunities? Yuan Shuiyu's pupils constricted sharply, finally coming to believe this astonishing reality. Her face a canvas of shock. Not only does he seize opportunities, but he also restores antiques and engages in stone gambling. It was only today that I learned of his proficiency in the latter, having earned 38 million in a single day from it. Li Qing recounted, her voice gentle, yet imbued with strength. This week alone, he netted over 50 million from seizing opportunities and several tens of millions from restoring artifacts. Thus, he has been acquiring damaged yet fundamentally intact antiques at high prices. You could introduce business to him. Should you successfully facilitate a deal, a commission of 5% would be yours. The $5 million he transferred to me was my earned commission. Consider that many antiques are worth several million or even tens of millions. A 5% commission is indeed substantial, and we reside in Zhonghai, the capital of antiques. Most of the affluent passing through are connected to antiquities. Can they not fly first class? Hence, our advantage is significant. His restoration skills are so remarkable. Yuan Shuiyu's eyes sparkled like stars, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement, as if ignited by flames. He learned the secret methods from rare ancient texts, making his skills unparalleled. Truly, his technique is extraordinary. If he claims to be the second best in the world, no one would dare assert they are the first. Li Qing proudly lifted her chin, her tone brimming with pride, stating that even broken porcelain could be flawlessly restored by him, undetectable to top experts. So we are destined to prosper. Your flight route to Beijing and my route to Shanghai. Each of us could introduce numerous business opportunities to him. Sister, no wonder you wanted me to stay here. You must have seen the potential in my route. Yuan Shuiyu excitedly grasped Li Qing's hand, her eyes shimmering with a yearning for wealth. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear. Initially, he didn't want to move out, wishing to share the apartment with me. I deceived him into believing I had made arrangements with you to move in. He fell for it. In truth, I aim to pull you into this venture. After all, you are even more beautiful than a celestial being, residing in a metropolis like Shanghai. You know so many affluent individuals. A mere reach out could yield a continuous flow of business, allowing you to profit, and my boyfriend to prosper as well. It's a win-win. Living together, we can strategize to excel in this endeavor, quietly amassing wealth. Li Qing cast a cautious glance at the door, lowering her voice. Li Qing, you are truly wonderful. I adore you, and I wish to marry you. Yuan Shuiyu dramatically threw herself into Li Qing's embrace, her face radiant with a brilliant smile, not forgetting to jest. You have yet to answer my earlier question, though? Li Qing, with a hint of helplessness, gently pushed her away and inquired seriously. This two-bedroom unit is quite nice, with 2 bathrooms, one in your room and one in the living room. After your romantic moments, you need not venture out to freshen up, thus not disturbing me. Besides, your boyfriend is quite handsome and appears to be very tidy. Moreover, he has the potential to bestow upon me immense wealth. I am utterly delighted. Yuan Shuiyu's laughter arched her brows and eyes, her lips blooming like a rose. Now I can rest easy. Li Qing exhaled a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing, her face blossoming with a smile as radiant as spring flowers. With your newfound fortune, you must acquire a grand villa. Living in this modest 2-bedroom apartment seems rather unworthy of your wealth. Yuan Shuiyu playfully winked. Then I shall move in as well, to savor the joys of the villa. Li Qing's gaze flickered with a hint of yearning, clearly intrigued by the suggestion. Sister, you should retreat to your own room. A moment spent in intimacy holds great value, and he must be eagerly awaiting you. As for me, I must reach out to clients and strive to secure several business deals promptly. I aspire to become a wealthy and elegant woman at the fastest pace. Yuan Shuiyu giggled as she playfully nudged Li Qing towards the door, her eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, I sat on the sofa in the hall, questioning the very essence of life. For every whisper exchanged between Li Qing and Yuan Shuiyu in the room resonated clearly in my ears, without a single word missed. Even more astonishing was that when I concentrated, I could perceive a myriad of sounds cascading from several floors above and below. Children's laughter, couples conversing, the chatter of the television, woven together like countless delicate threads into an expansive tapestry of sound. Could it be that the financial talisman possessed the ability to transform my very being? My face wore an expression of astonishment, yet my heart swelled with elation. To become rich and strong is an instinct inscribed in every living being's genetic code, and I am no exception. Just then, the door creaked open, and Li Qing emerged first, followed closely by Yuan Shuiyu. The 2 young women appeared as ethereal beings stepped from a painting, their breathtaking beauty and graceful figures eliciting breathless admiration. Standing side by side, they resembled 2 resplendent twin lotuses, exuding an enchanting fragrance that captivated my gaze. Zhongyang, I am overjoyed that you are not moving away. Your presence not only delights me, but also offers protection for both Li Qing and myself. Additionally, I would like to introduce you to the business of artifact restoration. We are partners in this venture. Yuan Shuiyu glided towards me gracefully, extending her delicate, fair hand adorned with meticulously painted cherry blossom designs that seemed to come alive. A pleasurable collaboration. A pleasurable collaboration. I grasped her hand, feeling the exquisite sensation at my fingertips. I marveled inwardly at how these seemingly delicate flight attendants were, in truth, astute and capable, far from ordinary. Had I not serendipitously overheard their conversation tonight, I might still be oblivious to Li Qing's initial schemes. With their assistance in expanding the business, the future promises to be filled with surprises, and they themselves will undoubtedly reap abundant rewards. Then I shall take my leave to rest. You both should retire early as well. Yuan Shuiyu mischievously winked, a hint of flirtation gracing her smile. As she turned, her slender waist swayed gently, her long legs shimmering softly in the light, akin to a nimble fawn, disappearing at the threshold of the room. Zhang Yang, although Yuan Shuiyu does not mind your presence here, you must exercise caution and refrain from appearing in the hall in a state of undress. You also need to safeguard her, as there are numerous suitors vying for her affection. It won't be long before some of these men begin to trail into this neighborhood. Li Qing suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, her eyes brimming with earnestness and concern. Many men pursue you, yet you remain safe, do you not? I remarked with a hint of indifference. That is different. I have a boyfriend who can deter many. But Yuan Shuiyu is different. She is only 20 and has no boyfriend. Consequently, the number of men interested in her will significantly increase. In the past, when I was single, I too was pursued by countless men, which became quite tiresome. Thus, I could only enlist a Chong as a shield. As Li Qing spoke, her expression changed abruptly, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, but it was already too late. I widened my eyes in shock, a tumult of emotions surging within me. A Chong was merely Li Qing's decoy. No wonder they had agreed to abstain from hand-holding, kissing, and intimacy during their relationship. Poor A Chong was ultimately a tragic figure in this romantic charade. Why did you choose a Chong as a shield? I couldn't help but inquire out of curiosity. Because a Chong is a fitness trainer, tall and robust, capable of scaring off other suitors. Li Qing lowered her head awkwardly, a blush tinting her cheeks. However, I am not as heartless as you might think. If he could truly move me during our relationship, I might have fallen for him. And in truth, he did manage to touch my heart. I silently scoffed. How could someone as radiant and captivating as Li Qing possibly fall for a Chong? The so-called emotional impact was merely self-deception, or rather, an act. She skillfully manipulated a Chong, playing him like a puppet. And then there was that boss Ho, who not only failed to win Li Qing's affection, but also became the unfortunate soul footing the bill for the flight attendant's birthday celebrations. Yet these matters were akin to Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai, one willing to fight, the other willing to endure. Since they were now in the past, I saw no reason to dwell on them. In any case, her first time remained intact, and she was genuinely in love with me. Even tonight, I could truly win her over. Rest assured, I will protect her. I aim to rely on her for business introductions and to amass wealth. I solemnly pledged to Li Qing. Li Qing smiled with satisfaction, grasped my hand, and led me into the room, shutting the door behind us. She stood on tiptoe, whispering sweetly in my ear, "However, I only give her a 5% commission. I've withheld 5%. You won't be upset, will you?" "Of course not. In fact, I admire your decision. She is a contact you made, and the business she brings is a testament to your efforts. You are entitled to a share of the profits. 5% is quite generous. If she works hard, she could amass considerable wealth in a year. She will be immensely grateful to you. And I will love you even more, for I will be able to earn more." I gently embraced her soft waist, inhaling her delicate fragrance, and whispered in her ear, "Zhang Yang, I love you." Li Qing's voice was filled with joy and sweetness, evoking the melody of a captivating love song. I decided to take a shower first, the flowing water washing away the fatigue of the day. As I emerged from the bathroom, freshly groomed, I found Li Qing had already moved my suitcase into the room and was meticulously unpacking my clothes, arranging them neatly in the wardrobe. This seemingly trivial gesture felt akin to a ceremonial rite, heralding the official commencement of our cohabitation. Her gaze was imbued with a blend of anticipation and a hint of anxiety, reminiscent of a traveler poised to embark on an uncharted journey. Eagerly, she clutched a set of alluring, exquisite lingerie and briskly retreated into the bathroom. Before long, the bathroom door creaked open, and Li Qing stepped out. In that fleeting moment, my breath nearly caught in my throat, my eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by the enchanting vision before me. Li Qing was adorned in a delicate silk nightgown. Bathed in a soft, warm glow that enveloped her in an ethereal halo. The gown, a romantic shade of cherry blossom pink, featured straps as fine as gossamer, barely resting on her supple shoulders, swaying gently with her every step. The lace trim at the neckline partially concealed her exquisite collarbone, hinting at the alluring depths beneath, while the hemline barely grazed the tops of her thighs, accentuating her long, fair legs that traced an enticing curve through the air. My throat involuntarily convulsed, and my gaze was almost magnetically drawn to her. Sensing my scrutiny, Li Qing's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate crimson, akin to the twilight sky, and she playfully shot me a glance, her voice a soft murmur. "What are you staring at?" With that, she glided gracefully to the edge of the bed, settling down lightly, her long hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, exuding the fresh fragrance of her post-bath. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions within me and made my way to her side, sitting down beside her. I gently tucked a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear, my fingertips brushing against her warm, delicate skin, eliciting a subtle shiver from her. "Li Qing," I whispered, my voice low and husky, "it feels wonderful to have you by my side." She lifted her gaze, her large, doe-like eyes brimming with tenderness. Leaning softly against my shoulder, she said, "From now on, we shall live together, and you mustn't bully me." I wrapped my arms around her waist, holding her closer. "I could never dream of causing you harm. My fondness for you is too great." Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate and abrupt, urgent knocking reverberated from the living room, shattering the delicate ambience. Li Qing straightened up, her expression tense as she looked at me. Who could it be at this hour? I furrowed my brow, gently patting her hand. "Do not worry, I shall see who it is." Striding to the door, I peered through the peephole, discovering a stranger clad in a suit, his expression fraught with urgency. I opened the door cautiously, my demeanor wary. "Who are you? What is your business?" The man, upon seeing me, displayed a flicker of surprise and jealousy before stating, "I am looking for Yuan Shuiyu. Is she here?" At that moment, Yuan Shuiyu's door swung open, revealing her in a loose-fitting cartoon-themed robe, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she emerged. "Who is it?" Upon spotting the man at the threshold, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression darkening. "What are you doing here?" I thought I had made my refusal clear. The man, undeterred, attempted to force his way into the room. Quick as a flash, I blocked his path, asserting firmly, "Please leave, or I will be compelled to call the authorities." The man was consumed by a furious rage, his neck veins bulging as he resembled a wild beast in a frenzy, forcefully shoving me while cursing vehemently. "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business." Yet, his brute strength before me was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. I felt an overwhelming surge of power welling up within me, with a gentle push. His towering figure staggered back like a kite severed from its string, his footsteps scraping noisily against the floor. Ultimately, he collided clumsily with the wall of the corridor, collapsing onto the ground like a withered leaf caught in a tempest. My strength had inexplicably multiplied. A tempest of emotions roared within me, my fingertips trembling slightly as I sensed this unfamiliar yet potent force coursing through my being. I looked down upon him with disdain. "You forcibly entered a private residence with ill intentions towards a woman. I would bear no responsibility for your demise." The man, his face flushed with rage, struggled to rise from the floor, his eyes still filled with resentment and fury. He bellowed as he charged at me again. "Get away. Yuan Shuiyu is my girlfriend." However, before he could even brush against my clothing, I struck like a hawk, my hand deftly grasping his throat. Effortlessly, I lifted his near 200-pound frame, his feet flailing helplessly in the air like an ant being hoisted. How dare such an insignificant creature act so brazenly before me? My voice was cold and piercing, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. The man writhed in desperation, his face turning a deep shade of purple from asphyxiation, his eyes bloodshot and filled with the wildness that had been replaced by sheer terror. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary man possessed such terrifying strength. "Get lost. If you dare return, I will end you." With a swift motion of my arm, I hurled him forcefully onto the corridor floor. A dull thud echoed as his body tumbled several times before collapsing, unable to rise, emitting pained groans. Yuan Shuiyu, typically gentle and sweet, was now filled with fury and resolve. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she pointed at the man and scolded, "Don't you dare run. You won't escape. I've already called the police. You scoundrel must face justice in prison." The commotion in the corridor attracted the attention of neighboring residents. Doors swinging open one after another as heads popped out, witnessing the chaotic scene before them. Conversations erupted, anger spreading among the onlookers. In broad daylight, he brazenly trespasses. Intent on wrongdoing. This cannot be tolerated. Why did the security allow him in? Li Qing emerged from her room, hastily moving to my side. Her gaze was vigilant. And though her voice was soft, it carried a resolute tone. Zhang Yang, keep him under control. He must not escape. We must wait for the police to handle this, or he will continue to harass us. His audacity is outrageous. The man, struggling to rise, momentarily flashed a look of panic before attempting to flee. I scoffed and, with a swift movement, pursued him like a cheetah. Just as he was about to dash down the stairs, I launched a precise kick to his back. He stumbled forward, crashing heavily onto the steps, letting out a piercing scream. I firmly grasped his collar, lifting him off the ground, and with a cold smirk, I warned him to behave and not attempt to flee. Was this handsome man truly so formidable? Could he possibly be a martial artist? His strength was astonishing. The neighbors whispered among themselves, their eyes alight with awe and curiosity, casting glances my way as if I were a mysterious force that had suddenly appeared. Before long, hurried footsteps approached, and security personnel along with police swiftly arrived at the scene. After a thorough investigation, the truth began to surface. The man, named Fang Youqiang, had grown arrogant due to his family's wealth. During a flight in first class, he had caught a glimpse of Yuan Shuiyu and subsequently fell into a maddening obsession. Despite her repeated and firm refusals, he remained undeterred, expending considerable time and resources to discover that she had relocated here. That night, seizing the opportunity while security was changing shifts, he infiltrated Taoyuan Villa, intending to force his advances upon Yuan Shuiyu, only to encounter me, a solid barrier. As Fang Youqiang was led away by the police, his demeanor was one of dejection, his figure gradually fading into the night. Now, surely no one could disrupt the budding relationship between Li Qing and me? With the man apprehended, Yuan Shuiyu's tense nerves finally relaxed, her legs buckling as she nearly collapsed. Quick to react, Li Qing rushed forward to support her, concern etched on her face as she asked, Shuiyu, are you all right? A faint smile struggled to break through Yuan Shuiyu's pale visage, her voice trembling slightly as she replied, I'm fine. Thankfully, I moved here, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Observing her shaken state tugged at my heart, and with unwavering resolve, I declared, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall harass you again. Starting tomorrow, the community will enhance its security measures. Yuan Shuiyu lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with gratitude, and softly murmured, thank you, Zhang Yang. Following this turmoil, the night deepened, enveloping the city in a tranquil slumber. Li Qing accompanied Yuan Shuiyu back to her room, soothing her with gentle words. Alone, I lay on the fragrant bed, reflecting on the night's harrowing events. I pondered that the days ahead might not be tranquil. Yet regardless of the storms that lay ahead, I would become their most steadfast support. After a while, the door creaked open, and Li Qing tiptoed in. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft silver veil upon her. She climbed onto the bed slowly, curling up beside me like a gentle kitten, and softly said, Shuiyu is already asleep. You need not worry. She's not as fragile as you think. We flight attendants undergo training in self-defense. She excelled in her training, capable of easily defeating 3 assailants. That man tonight was no match for her. She could have subdued him effortlessly. I was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as I asked, then why did she feign such helplessness and appear so frightened? Li Qing chuckled softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Of course she was scared. Training is one thing, but real-life confrontation is another. Thus, with your prominence, she is undoubtedly filled with joy and gratitude. At this moment, the moonlight gently cascades upon her face, and in the soft glow of the moon, her eyes shine like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Twinkling with an enchanting radiance, her ruby lips resemble a luscious rose, exuding an alluring fragrance. I could no longer restrain the surging emotions within me, and I leaned down to kiss her lips. She let out a soft murmur, her entire being melting into my embrace, her arms, as beautiful as lotus roots, entwining around my neck like vines, fervently responding to my affection. The splendid night slipped away quietly. The morning light outside resembled shattered golden foil, stealthily filtering through the gaps in the curtains, gently dispelling the remnants of darkness in the room. casting a soft halo over the tranquil space. I slowly opened my eyes, and an intoxicating fragrance flooded my senses, a scent uniquely belonging to Li Qing, rich like roses yet fresh like jasmine, lingering delicately at the tip of my nose, intoxicating my heart. This is Li Qing's boudoir. On the soft bed, she lies beside me, resting her head on my arm. Her lovely face flushed like the most exquisite peach blossom in spring. Her beautiful eyes are gently closed, and her long eyelashes resemble two delicate fans, casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. Her even breaths are soft and soothing, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, as if she is lost in a sweet spring dream. Her smile inviting curiosity. The enchanting memories of last night surge forth like a tidal wave. Her tenderness, her playful teasing, her passion, every detail vividly resurfaces in my mind, leaving me in endless reminiscence and reflection. I still remember the first time I encountered Li Qing in the cramped and humble rental apartment shared with the Chong. It was a day when the sun shone just right, streaming through the dilapidated windows. Li Qing came to visit a Chong while he was resting. She wore a pink dress, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, captivating and beautiful. Her 10-centimeter white heels accentuated her tall and graceful posture, each step exuding elegance. Her silky black hair flowed like satin, swaying gently with her movements, making her appear noble and exquisite, a true floral beauty. At that time, I was merely a penniless individual, and upon seeing her, my gaze froze, my eyes fixated, filled with envy and jealousy. I understood well that with my identity and circumstances, it was utterly impossible for someone as stunning and exceptional as a flight attendant to have any connection with me. Hence, I never dared to harbor such aspirations. To have won the affection of Lu Qingya, I felt I had stumbled upon a stroke of incredible luck. Although Lu Qingya's beauty and figure could not compare to Li Qing's, she was still a remarkable beauty worthy of an 85 out of 100, and many envied me for it. However, fate is indeed unpredictable and elusive. A Chong and Li Qing had made an agreement. Before marriage, no hand-holding, no kissing, no intimacy, only gazing, not touching. This left a Chong in utter distress. Consequently, he began to flirt with my girlfriend, Lu Qingya, and due to this series of unforeseen events, Li Qing unexpectedly became my girlfriend. Now, not only do we live together, but I have also cherished her first time, and she has become the woman I love most dearly. More importantly, she could leverage her connections to introduce business opportunities to me, granting me the chance to earn substantial wealth and transform my life. As I contemplated this, a sense of gratitude filled my heart, and I felt like the luckiest and happiest person in the world. I cautiously withdrew my hand from beneath her neck, my movements as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake. The numerous intimate moments we shared last night had exhausted her strength, and she was in dire need of a refreshing slumber to recuperate. I certainly did not wish to disturb her. Subsequently, I tenderly picked up my clothes, donned them with care, and thoughtfully covered her with the blanket, enveloping her in warmth. After a brief wash, I recalled Li Qing's reminder from the night before. This morning, I was to escort Yuan Shuiyu to her workplace. Although Li Qing was on a break these past few days, Yuan Shuiyu had to adhere to her work schedule, and their rest periods did not coincide. Since Yuan Shuiyu had just moved to this neighborhood and was not yet familiar with her surroundings, coupled with the fact that many men eyed her beauty, it was undoubtedly perilous for her to venture out alone. Lost in thought, I exited the room just in time to see Yuan Shuiyu emerging from the bathroom, clad in a crisp flight attendant uniform. Its exquisite tailoring accentuated her graceful curves, embodying a sensual allure. The golden thread woven into her uniform glimmered softly in the morning light, bestowing upon her an air of elegance and nobility, as if she had stepped out of the pages of a fashion magazine, captivating all who beheld her. "Good morning, Zhang Yang," Yuan Shuiyu greeted, her eyes sparkling with warmth, her smile radiating like the gentle sun of spring, instantly dispelling the morning chill. "Good morning, beautiful. How are you? Ready to go? I shall take you to work now," I replied with a smile, my gaze reflecting a hint of concern and affection. Yuan Shuiyu leaned in closer, lowering her voice, a teasing glimmer in her eyes. "I hope I'm not interrupting your romantic interlude." Her playful remark elicited a chuckle from me, and I gently responded, "She's still asleep and won't awaken for a while, but she did remind me last night to take you to work." Pausing for a moment, I added, "I am more than happy to do so. It is my honor." Upon hearing this, a flicker of apology crossed Yuan Shuiyu's face. "But that must be disrupting your sleep." I'm truly sorry. Not at all. I run every morning. So accompanying you is just like my usual exercise, I replied heartily, aiming to allay her concerns. Before long, we made our way downstairs. The breakfast stall in the neighborhood offered steaming buns and fragrant soy milk, infusing the morning with a touch of homely warmth. After enjoying our meal, we walked side by side toward the airport. The streets were still waking from their slumber, a gentle breeze wafting through the air, carrying the delicate scent of Yuan Shuiyu's perfume, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality, soothing and intoxicating. Her waist-length hair danced in the wind, occasionally brushing against my face and arms, its softness as delicate as feathers, stirring ripples of emotion within me, and inexplicably adding a touch of tenderness to my heart. Zhang Yang, your strength is remarkable. That fellow from last night must have been terrified, she remarked with a playful smirk. Yuan Shuiyu's delicate face flushed slightly, as if she had noticed her long hair brushing against me. However, she did not deliberately pull away, instead choosing to maintain our close proximity as we walked side by side, her tone imbued with awe and admiration. I smiled confidently. I used to be a fitness instructor, so of course I possess considerable strength. Dealing with such individuals is merely child's play. In truth, I had hardly exerted my full power against that man last night. Thus, we strolled and chatted casually, appearing quite intimate. Perhaps it was due to Yuan Shuiyu's striking beauty as a flight attendant. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but cast admiring glances in her direction, while also directing envious looks at me, evidently mistaking me for her boyfriend. Even children were captivated. A mischievous little boy broke free from his mother's embrace, waddling over on his short legs, extending his arms toward Yuan Shuiyu, and exclaimed, "Sister, hug. What a little rascal. What will he become when he grows up?" I shook my head inwardly. Yet I couldn't help but admire the boy's discerning eye. "I'm sorry, little one, but sister has to go to work. There's no time." Yuan Shuiyu gently declined. As we passed him, he burst into tears, seemingly distressed at missing such a beautiful sister. Speaking of which, I contacted a wealthy individual last night who possesses a painting by Shirtao, albeit damaged. It has been torn into several pieces by a child and has even been urinated upon, rendering it quite obscure. He is currently waiting for us at the airport with the painting. Would you like to see if it can be restored? Yuan Shuiyu inquired softly. Shirtao's painting? I couldn't help but gasp, a tumult of emotions surging within me. Shirtao's illustrious name resounds throughout the art world. He is a dazzling star in the history of Chinese painting, leaving behind a richly painted legacy through his artistic accomplishments and legendary life. Born as Zhu Ruoji in the 15th year of the Chongzhen reign, 1642, during the Ming dynasty, he was a descendant of the Ming Taizu, Zhu Yuanzhang, and the son of Prince Jingjiang, Zhu Hengjia. After the fall of the Ming dynasty, to escape calamity, he reluctantly took refuge in a monastery with the help of eunuchs. Adopting the monastic name Yuanji, later known as Shirtao, as well as other appellations such as Daidizi, Qingxiang Lauren, Kuguahashang, and Xianzuan, etching a legend in the realm of art. Shirtao's mastery in landscape painting reaches unparalleled heights. He learned from nature, and his brushwork captures the grandeur and ever-changing beauty of mountains and rivers. His strokes are dynamic and varied, at times bold and unrestrained, akin to a tempestuous storm. At other times, they are delicate and meticulous, as refined as the silk spun by spring silkworms. His ink techniques are unparalleled, blending shades of light and dark, dry and wet, creating rich layers and profound resonance. His floral and avian paintings are equally distinctive, often employing audacious brushwork and dynamic compositions that vividly showcase the vitality and essence of flowers and birds. Although figurative paintings occupy a smaller proportion of his oeuvre, each piece is a masterpiece in its own right. He possesses a remarkable ability to capture the expressions and qualities of his subjects, using only simple lines to evoke lifelike figures that are imbued with a rich sense of life. The theory of one brushstroke, proposed by Shirtao, has infused new vitality into the realm of Chinese painting theory. He posited that painting should commence from the principle of a singular brushstroke, transforming profound insights and understandings of the natural world into vibrant strokes of ink, thus creating unparalleled artistic masterpieces. Furthermore, he championed artistic doctrines such as the necessity for ink and brush to evolve with the times, and the pursuit of inspiration from nature's wonders, encouraging artists to immerse themselves in life, observe the natural world, break free from the constraints of tradition, innovate boldly, and express their innermost emotions and unique artistic perspectives. Shirtao, alongside Hongrun, Kuan Kan, and Zhu De, is celebrated as one of the 4 monks of early Qing, and his artistic achievements are highly esteemed. His painting style and artistic philosophy not only stirred the art circles of his time, but also stood as a brilliant beacon, guiding future generations of artists on their creative journeys. Modern painting masters such as Qi Baishi, Zhang Daqian, and Pan Tianshou have drawn nourishment from Shirtao's artistic treasury, continuously enriching and developing their own artistic expressions, thus elevating Chinese painting to new heights. Shirtao's works, having withstood the test of time, are now treasured by museums, art galleries, and private collectors worldwide, akin to resplendent pearls embedded within the treasure trove of Chinese artistic heritage, radiating an eternal brilliance. Moreover, the market value of his works is remarkable. With auction prices reaching staggering heights, the Du Fu Poetic Album fetched a striking 69 million yuan. The Strange Peaks and Rocks hand scroll was sold for 64 million yuan. And the Farewell to the Mountains in Fujian scroll achieved an astronomical price of 135.52 million yuan. Additionally, the collection titled Shirtao's Arhood Album, a remarkable example of his meticulous portraiture from his youth, encompasses 100 pages that encapsulate the essence of figures, landscapes, and flora and fauna, with a conservative estimate of its value reaching 3 billion yuan. As thoughts surged in my mind, we found ourselves, almost unconsciously, arriving at the airport. In the distance, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom stood quietly by the roadside, its body gleaming and exuding an air of luxury under the sun. Beside the vehicle stood a wealthy individual clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by a burly bodyguard with keen eyes, unmistakably a person of significance, presumably awaiting our arrival. I inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within as I approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The affluent gentleman acknowledged our approach with a slight raise of his hand, his gaze imbued with scrutiny and anticipation. Towering in stature, he donned an impeccably tailored suit, and the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist refracted a piercing light under the sun, emanating an aura of authority befitting his stature. Yuan Shuiyu gracefully assumed the role of introducer, elegantly raising her arm and donning a professionally sweet smile. She first turned to me, introducing, "Mr. Wang, this is Zhang Yang, who possesses unparalleled skills in the restoration of antiquities, acquiring damaged treasures such as ancient paintings and artifacts at a premium." Then, addressing me with a tone both respectful and tinged with excitement, she continued, "Zhang Yang, this is the renowned real estate magnate Mr. Wang Zhengxiong of Zhonghai, who is also a distinguished collector." "Greetings," Mr. Wang nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of skepticism and scrutiny. "It is a pleasure to meet you," I replied courteously, extending my hand for a gentle shake. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned aside to receive a finely crafted camphor wood box from his bodyguard, carefully opening it to reveal a painting. I retrieved a magnifying glass from my bag, holding my breath as I began to scrutinize it. Despite its dilapidated state, the exquisite artistry of yesteryear still shimmered through. At the top of the canvas, majestic peaks soared skyward, their rugged silhouettes enshrouded in swirling mists, evoking the ethereal beauty of celestial mountains. The artist Shirtao employed a unique technique to delineate the contours of the rocky cliffs, with vigorous strokes that retained a sense of fluidity, akin to a steel blade carving stone, showcasing the mountain's grandeur and resilience. The ink on the mountains varied in intensity. The darker areas resembled verdant ridges, while the lighter hues suggested ethereal clouds, crafting a profound sense of depth. Nestled in the mountainside, a crystalline stream cascaded gently downward, its waters dancing amidst the stones, splashing and sparkling like jewels. Although the painting was marred, with some lines of the stream rendered indistinct, the vivacity of the water was still palpable in Shirtao's brushwork. Beside the stream, several ancient pines and cypresses stood proudly, their sturdy trunks and lush foliage indicating a tenacious vitality, with each needle meticulously rendered, evoking a sense of life and vigor. At the bottom of the painting lay a tranquil valley, dense with verdant bamboo that swayed in the breeze, producing a soothing rustle. Hidden within the bamboo grove, a humble thatched cottage emerged faintly. The roof was meticulously thatched with reeds, while the walls were constructed from raw timber, exuding simplicity yet brimming with poetic charm. In front of the cottage, an elder sat quietly on a stone bench, listening intently to the sound of the spring water. his demeanor serene as if he were one with the landscape. However, this once resplendent artwork had suffered a grievous fate. The canvas was torn into 5 or 6 pieces by a child's hand, the jagged fissures resembling ghastly scars. The corrosive effects of urine further obscured the image, causing the pigments to bleed and rendering many details unrecognizable. I discreetly touched the damaged scroll with my middle finger, and in an instant, information flooded my mind. A late work by the early Qing painter Shi Tao, titled Listening to the Spring Water in the Quiet Ravine. Current condition, damaged, but restorable. The potential value is exceedingly high, and it is certainly worth your possession. Upon encountering this information, my heart raced, and I suppressed my inner excitement, maintaining a facade of composure. Mr. Zhang, is there any hope for this painting? The voice of the affluent man carried a hint of tension as he leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on the artwork. At this, the bodyguard beside him crossed his arms, scrutinizing me with a vigilant eye, seemingly assessing my capabilities. Yuan Shuiyu stood quietly beside me, her eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. I straightened my posture, pondering for a moment before responding. You have observed correctly. The painting is not only severely torn but has also suffered from liquid damage, with both the pigments and paper exhibiting varying degrees of deterioration. Restoring it to its original state is utterly impossible. I can merely enhance its current condition slightly. The wealthy man frowned deeply, remaining silent for several seconds before decisively stating, a slight improvement is still worthwhile. Money is not an issue. Whatever materials you require, and however long it takes, feel free to specify. This painting holds immense significance for me as it was passed down from my father before his passing, and considerable effort was expended to acquire it. I furrowed my brow slightly, my tone tinged with regret as I replied, Mr. Wang, this listening to springs in a deep ravine is too severely damaged. The difficulty of restoration is immense. Even if I exert every effort, very noticeable traces of repair will remain, significantly diminishing its value. It bears no collectible worth. You might as well sell it to me. What price are you willing to offer? Mr. Wang sighed, evidently acknowledging the validity of my words. I can offer a maximum of 2 million. The cost of restoration is high, the risks considerable, and reselling it later will not be easy. The wrong move could leave me with a burden. I pondered this. Wang Zhengxiong's expression darkened instantaneously as he extracted a yellowed receipt from his briefcase. His voice tinged with sorrow and reluctance. Mr. Zhang, do you know that my father spent a staggering 38 million at Sotheby's for this listening to springs in a deep ravine? This receipt contains the complete transaction record. Now you propose 2 million. Are you not asking me to part with flesh? His fingers struck the hood of the Rolls-Royce with force, the metallic surface resonating with a dull thud, mirroring his deeply troubled state of mind. I cast my gaze over the receipt, yet my tone remained calm. Mr. Wang, there is an old saying in the antiques business. A broken porcelain is worth less than a tile. A damaged painting is worth little. Look at this artwork. Torn into fragments and marred, with pigments blurred and fibers ruptured. Even if it were an authentic work by Shi Tao, it holds little value now. I spread my hands, indicating the predicament at hand. If you do not believe me, you could take the painting to the antique street and inquire which shop would offer more than 1 million. My 2 million is already a friendship price considering Miss Yuan. Yuan Shuyu stepped forward at the opportune moment, her voice gentle yet persuasive. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang's words indeed carry weight. Restoring this painting is not only costly but also time-consuming, with limited enhancement in condition and significant risks involved. While 2 million may not be substantial, it would at least mitigate your losses. Holding onto this damaged painting will not realize its value. Mr. Wang remained silent for an extended period, ultimately crumpling the receipt and stuffing it back into his bag, gritting his teeth as he conceded, very well, 2 million it is. He had sought the expertise of numerous restoration masters, yet none could revive the artwork. After having it evaluated, 2 million was indeed a steep price for such a piece. The anger he feigned earlier was merely a performance. Soon, the transaction was complete, and Yuan Shuiyu and I departed side by side, our hearts brimming with anticipation. As the dawn light broke, the sycamore trees outside the airport swayed gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows. I escorted Yuan Shuiyu to the entrance of the airport. Zhang Yang, see you tomorrow, she said gracefully, turning with a flicker of spring in her almond-shaped eyes, her lips curling into a soft, enchanting arc. The tips of her hair glistened with the morning dew, dancing lightly with her every movement. Her voice, sweet and melodic, uplifted at the end, reminiscent of honey's richness. With a delicate wave of her jade hand, the silver bracelet on her wrist chimed softly. Clad in 10-centimeter heels, she walked with an elegant cat-like grace, resembling a rose swaying with allure as she entered the airport. The unique fragrance she wore, an exquisite blend of jasmine and citrus, laced with a whisper of sandalwood, drifted through the air, lingering around me, refusing to dissipate. I stood rooted to the spot, my gaze following her retreating silhouette. Her slender figure stood out amidst the crowd, her long hair cascading to her waist, swaying gently with her steps. The flight attendant's uniform accentuated her graceful curves, exuding charm with each stride. It was only when her figure melded completely into the bustling throng that I reluctantly withdrew my gaze, inwardly marveling at the serendipity of it all. Indeed, I felt an inexplicable bond with the flight attendants, who had the potential to bring me great fortune. I yearned to protect them for a lifetime. This connection seemed to be a whimsical twist of fate, and they had become more than mere passers-by in my life. They were treasures deserving of my utmost devotion. Upon returning home, the atmosphere was suffused with warmth. Pushing open the bedroom door, soft sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains onto the bed, where Li Qing remained blissfully asleep in her cozy cocoon. She lay on her side, her cheek nestled against a fluffy pillow, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if lost in a sweet dream. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall beside her, with a few playful strands brushing her cheek. Perhaps sensing the stirrings in the room, she instinctively wrinkled her nose and let out a soft murmur, her adorable expression captivating. Gazing at her serene slumber, a wave of tenderness washed over me, dissipating all my weariness in an instant. Quietly, I slipped off my shoes, lifted the covers, and carefully nestled beside her, wrapping my arms around her from behind. Her body was soft and warm, exuding a faint, reassuring scent. She seemed to recognize the familiar embrace and nuzzled closer, seeking a comfortable position before drifting back into a deep sleep. I rested my chin gently atop her head, closing my eyes, and together we surrendered to a sweet slumber amidst this tranquility and warmth. It was only when the afternoon sun blazed through the curtain's gaps, casting rays directly onto our faces, that we leisurely stirred awake. Li Qing lazily stretched her limbs, her eyes fluttering open in a dreamy haze. Upon meeting my smiling gaze, a delicate blush instantly graced her cheeks, and she playfully nudged me. After we completed our morning rituals, we resolved to embark on a journey to purchase a car. Standing before the wardrobe, Li Qing meticulously selected her attire, ultimately emerging with a form-fitting black dress. The moment she slipped into the garment, I was momentarily entranced. The dress clung to her figure, elegantly accentuating her graceful form and delineating her perfect curves. The hem fell just above her knees, revealing her slender, fair calves. Perhaps it was the intoxicating sweetness of love that enveloped her, for she radiated an extraordinary brilliance, more vibrant and alluring than ever before. Her bright eyes seemed to harbor galaxies, and the gentle curve of her smile was as sweet as a crescent moon. With every expression and gesture exuding an enchanting charm that was breathtakingly beautiful. Hand in hand, we stepped outside. The sun bathed us in warmth, while a gentle breeze caressed our skin, bringing a sense of bliss. We boarded the bus, heading towards the Maybach dealership. The thought of soon possessing a long-desired luxury car filled me with anticipation, and the presence of my beloved beside me sweetened this joy even further. As we entered the Maybach showroom, the dazzling brilliance of the crystal chandelier cascaded down, illuminating the luxurious vehicles on display. A sharply dressed sales manager approached us briskly, his polished shoes echoing on the marble floor. "Welcome, esteemed guests, right this way." He beckoned. The 2025 Maybach S484 Matic had recently arrived, originally priced at $1,468 million, now with an 80,000 discount, bringing the price to $1,388 million. However, after factoring in insurance, purchase tax, and a series of other expenses, the final cost would approach $2 million. This did not even include the bespoke interior decoration services we had meticulously prepared for you. He continued his enthusiastic presentation, his fingers gliding over the car's sleek lines. This model boasted a high-performance engine, with every detail of the interior signifying utmost luxury, hand-stitched top-grade leather seats, and exquisite wood-grain embellishments epitomizing opulence. Li Qing nestled beside me, her slender fingers gliding over the gold-threaded patterns embedded in the car door, exuding a bold elegance. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her hair brushed against my arm, sending a delightful shiver through me. I wrapped my arm around her waist and nodded to the sales manager. "We'll take this one, full payment." While the paperwork was being processed, we strolled to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted in from the street outside. Through the glass, I spotted a Chong, clad in slightly snug gym attire, accompanying Lu Qingya at the entrance of the adjacent BMW dealership. Lu Qingya, dressed in a floral sundress, stood on her toes, peering into the Maybach showroom. Our eyes met, and her gaze widened in disbelief. "Isn't that Zhang Yang?" Lu Qingya's voice pierced through the glass, her hand tugging at a Chong's sleeve. "What is he doing at the Maybach dealership?" A Chong followed her gaze, his expression darkening as his fists clenched involuntarily. These two individuals ultimately ended up together. A Chong has a penchant for leftover food, perhaps a choice born out of necessity. Yet it is certainly preferable to being devoid of a girlfriend. As for Lu Qingya, she initially harbored high hopes for her entanglement with a Chong, firmly believing that he was of a superior background compared to mine and yearning to become his girlfriend, a wish that has now been fulfilled. I silently shook my head in disbelief. Could it be that they have genuinely become a couple? It is utterly astonishing. Li Qing, too, wore a look of surprise, soon morphing into palpable disdain. The sales manager approached, cradling the car keys and contract. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Li, here are the keys to your new vehicle. We shall deliver the car to your residence shortly." I accepted the keys, deliberately glimmering them in the sunlight, and turned to Li Qing with a smile, saying, "Come, let us procure a car for you next door." Li Qing giggled, linking her arm with mine, and I caught a glimpse of Lu Qingya's expression, a knowing smirk curling at the corners of my mouth. We strolled out of the dealership, brushing past a Chong and Lu Qingya. "What a coincidence," I remarked with a knowing smile. Lu Qingya's face flushed crimson, her gaze fixated on the Maybach keys in my hand, her throat constricting as words eluded her. A Chong turned away, feigning ignorance, yet the veins on his forehead betrayed his embarrassment and anger, as well as his discomfort. "I've heard the new BMW models are quite impressive," I added meaningfully, relishing the sight of Lu Qingya's face draining of color. A wave of satisfaction swelling within me. She, my former girlfriend, had forsaken me for a Chong, and now, witnessing my acquisition of a Maybach, her eyes brimmed with regret and envy. She must be lamenting her choices. We entered the Porsche dealership adjacent to the BMW showroom, glancing back to find Lu Qingya still rooted in place, dazed, while a Chong rambled on, but she seemed utterly entranced, her gaze trailing after Li Qing and me. Li Qing leaned against my shoulder, chuckling softly. "Look at her. She'll likely be upset for quite some time." I tightened my embrace around her, dismissing irrelevant individuals. Our better days lie ahead. I could hardly believe that a Chong could ever afford a Porsche for Li Qing. Unable to contain herself, Lu Qingya tugged a Chong along, following us into the Porsche showroom. Brilliant LED lights illuminated the showroom, outlining the sleek contours of the sports cars within, the mechanical roar harmonizing with the elegant strains of piano music to create a unique melody. A sales consultant, clad in a burgundy professional suit and stepping delicately in high heels, approached us, her name tag reflecting the light. "Welcome. Which model catches your interest?" "Perhaps this 2025 Porsche Panamera 4S, priced at $1.318 million, featuring a 4.0T twin-turbocharged engine, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in merely 3.8 seconds, perfect for both business travel and track experiences." Considering the SUV segment, the Cayenne Turbo GT is priced just over 2 million yuan, and it holds the title of the fastest production SUV at the Nürburgring. Li Qing's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a striking lava orange Porsche 911 Carrera-S positioned centrally in the showroom. Its streamlined body resembled a poised cheetah, while the frog-eye headlights glimmered with a cold brilliance under the lighting. She gently caressed the aerodynamic kit on the car door, her black silk skirt brushing lightly against the side skirt of the sports car. "Bold, that color is remarkably eye-catching." Following her gaze, the sales consultant interjected at the opportune moment. "This 911 Carrera-S has a starting price of 1.508 million yuan, with an additional 48,000 yuan for the lava orange paint, bringing the final cost, including consumption tax and insurance, close to 1.8 million yuan. However, it is equipped with the Porsche Dynamic Chassis Control System, ensuring unparalleled handling performance in its class." "This is it. Let us also add a panoramic sunroof and a premium sound system. As I pulled out my bank card, the moment my fingertip glided over the POS machine, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she stood on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss on my cheek, the sweet scent mingling with the leather aroma of the sports car enveloping me. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the glass door. Lu Qingya burst through. Her floral skirt crumpled, hair disheveled against her forehead. Impossible. How could you buy another Porsche? Her nails dug deeply into her palm. Her gaze fixated on the newly generated purchase contract displayed on the electronic screen. A Chang stood at the doorway, caught between indecision. His muscles trembling slightly beneath his gym attire, his throat moving as if to speak, but no words emerged. He watched Li Qing nestled in my embrace, then glanced at the nearly 2 million yuan Porsche 911 in the showroom. Veins on his forehead throbbing as if in disbelief that someone he once belittled could so freely spend money. This is a gift for my girlfriend. I waved the Porsche key in my hand, the metallic badge reflecting light before Lu Qingya's eyes. And you, who once rejected me for my modest means, do you now regret it? Lu Qingya's face flushed with anger as she suddenly pointed at Li Qing and screamed, "You're merely picking up the scraps I left behind. He can buy you a car, but he can buy others too." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Li Qing had elegantly turned, her black skirt tracing a graceful arc. "I'm sorry, some people, no matter how much they give, can never attain genuine affection." A Chang abruptly reached out to pull Lu Qingya away, but she forcefully shook him off. "I want a more expensive one. A Chang, buy it for me." Lu Qingya tugged at a Chang's arm, dragging him towards the exhibition area, but froze upon seeing the price tag of the Kian Turbo GT. The figure of 2 million yuan pierced her like a thorn. I haven't received my salary this month. My father has been somewhat displeased with me lately for my extravagant spending. He wouldn't possibly give me any money." A Chang's voice dwindled, disintegrating into fragments upon the cold marble floor of the Porsche showroom. Lu Qingya stumbled back a couple of steps, knocking over a nearby display board, her flustered appearance forming a stark and painful contrast to Li Qing's radiant beauty at that moment. "Let us depart." As I embraced Li Qing, we approached the new car, and the roar of the engine ignited, gradually drowning out Lu Qingya's cries reflected in the rearview mirror. Li Qing adjusted her seat to the most comfortable angle, her fingertips gliding across the central control screen. That Panamera we just saw was quite nice too, suitable for picking up the children in the future. Her smile was imbued with sweet anticipation, while the chaos behind us was left far behind by the taillights of the speeding Porsche. The following morning, I drove a Maybach with Li Qing in the passenger seat, heading towards a development adjacent to the airport. From a distance, the entire complex appeared as a dazzling pearl embedded on the urban fringe, artfully arranged amidst the lush greenery of the landscape, exuding grandeur without losing elegance. Above the entrance of the development, the gilded characters Yunshi Yuding shimmered brilliantly, embodying both nobility and magnificence, subtly resonating with the cloud-themed ambience of the nearby airport while showcasing the extraordinary character of this upscale residence. Upon entering the sales office, the lofty hall was illuminated by the brilliance of crystal chandeliers, and the exquisite model on the sand table vividly depicted the layout of the villas and commercial housing. A charmingly dressed saleswoman approached us with a warm smile. "Esteemed guests, Yunshi Yuding is a comprehensive project that encompasses both high-end villas and quality commercial housing. The villa area adopts a new Chinese style, blending modern aesthetics with traditional charm. The commercial housing emphasizes practicality and comfort, catering to diverse client needs." Li Qing stood before the villa model, her eyes filled with longing. Her gaze settled on a luxurious villa built by the water's edge, nestled against verdant mountains, with rippling waters in front and shaded by lush trees, creating an exceptionally serene environment. This villa boasted a generous area of 600 square meters, featuring 3 above-ground floors and 1 basement, showcasing its grandeur. The first floor included a 6-meter-high reception hall complemented by a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunshine to pour in. The dual kitchens were equipped with top-tier appliances, while the adjacent dining room could comfortably accommodate 12 diners. There was also a guest room with an en-suite bathroom for the convenience of the elderly. Ascending the spiral staircase, the second floor contained 3 additional bedrooms, each outfitted with walk-in closets and dedicated bathrooms. The third floor housed a luxurious master suite, complete with a panoramic terrace, an independent study, and separate dressing rooms for men and women, along with an expansive bathroom featuring a massage tub. The basement revealed a hidden paradise, equipped with a home theater, a wine cellar, a gym, and a recreational room, also reserving space for a maid's room and storage. How stunning this villa is. Just by opening the window, one can enjoy the lake view. I could relish such beauty every day. Her voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Following her gaze, I nodded at the saleswoman and said, "This one, 30 million, right? Full payment." "Mr. Zhang, Miss Li, currently the villa is delivered as a shell, but we offer various renovation options for you to choose from." The saleswoman's face lit up with surprise as she swiftly began to elaborate on the renovation plans. After a brief discussion with Li Qing, we opted for the ultimate luxury renovation package, featuring Italian imported marble flooring, North American walnut solid wood furniture, and bathroom fixtures exclusively from the esteemed German brand Grohe. The smart home system allows for comprehensive voice control throughout the residence. From the meticulously hand-embroidered wall fabrics to the custom crystal chandelier adorning the ceiling, every detail exudes unparalleled luxury and sophistication. I went to prepare the contract, asking for a moment of patience from those around me. The saleswoman wore a radiant smile, while the other prospective buyers cast envious glances our way, whispering in admiration of our generosity. Just as we were halfway through the paperwork, the glass door of the sales office swung open, and Ah Chong entered, accompanied by Lu Qingya. Ah Chong was dressed casually, looking somewhat uneasy, while Lu Qingya was impeccably styled in a fashionable dress, radiating both sensuality and beauty. Ah Chong tugged at the sleeve of a slightly graying middle-aged man, his face a mask of eagerness. "Dad, Qingya and I truly love this place. Please agree to buy it for us. This is going to be our wedding home." The middle-aged man sighed in resignation, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. "There are 5 million in here. Choose a suitable apartment, but you'll need to manage on your own from now on." Lu Qingya snatched the bank card with a triumphant smile, her confidence soaring as she prepared to select her ideal property. However, when her gaze fell upon Li Qing and me, who were in the midst of finalizing the villa paperwork, her smile froze, and her complexion turned ashen. How is this possible?" she stammered, taking a few unsteady steps forward, her eyes brimming with shock and envy. "How can you afford a house? Excuse me, but this gentleman is not purchasing an ordinary apartment. He is acquiring a 30 million luxury villa, paid in full," the saleswoman retorted coldly. 30 million for a villa? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Qingya exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face, her shrill voice shattering the previously serene atmosphere of the sales office. Ah Chong stared at us, wide-eyed and incredulous, while his father looked utterly confused, unable to grasp the unfolding situation. Li Qing, linking her arm with mine, smiled elegantly and remarked, "What can we say? Zhang Yang is simply too capable. He strives to provide me with the best, and that brings him joy." I gently kissed Li Qing on the forehead, then turned my cold gaze towards Lu Qingya. "Some people, you see, have such poor judgment. Once missed, opportunities may never return." Lu Qingya trembled with rage, her face alternating between shades of blue and white, and the bank card she held slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. Ah Chong stood awkwardly to the side, his embarrassment palpable, while his father seemed to sense something amiss, frowning at Lu Qingya before glancing back at us, shaking his head lightly. Amidst the complex gazes of those present, Lu Qingya let out a piercing scream and bolted from the sales office, with Ah Chong casting us a helpless look before hurriedly following her. After completing the necessary paperwork, Li Qing and I strolled hand in hand through the lush grounds of Yunxi Yuding, envisioning our beautiful future here. The past and its melodramas faded from our minds, as we welcomed a life that promised to be even more resplendent. As twilight descends like thick ink, it gradually envelopes the skyline of the city. The neon lights begin to twinkle, adorning the airport with a resplendent veil. At 7 in the evening, I park my $2 million Maybach by the roadside opposite the airport. The vehicle glistens with an obsidian sheen under the glow of streetlights, its streamlined silhouette resembling a poised black panther, exuding luxury and dominance. I open the car door, leaning against the body as I delicately ignite a cigarette, the white smoke spiraling upward and dissipating in the night breeze. My gaze drifts towards the airport entrance, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing my lips as I quietly await the appearance of Yuan Shuyu. Before long, a striking figure emerges from the airport. Yuan Shuyu, clad in a crisp flight attendant uniform, her navy ensemble accentuating her graceful form, is adorned with golden threads that weave around the collar and cuffs, glimmering under the lights. She drags a petite, exquisite suitcase, her steps light and elegant, akin to a nimble doe as she approaches my direction. The hem of her uniform sways gently with her stride, releasing a subtle fragrance reminiscent of spring cherry blossoms, delicate and enchanting. However, just as she is about to reach me, a man in his 30s suddenly appears from the side, obstructing her path. Dressed in a sharp suit, he exudes an air of sophistication, with a dazzling Rolex watch gleaming on his wrist, its chain reflecting blinding light. A large jade pendant hangs from his neck, its translucent quality revealing its considerable worth, radiating an aura of wealth and affluence. In his arms, he cradles a bouquet of lush red roses, their petals plump and vibrant, as if they might bleed, filling the air with a rich floral scent. Yuan Shuiyu, these are for you. The man beams with a sycophantic smile, gently extending the roses towards her. Yuan Shuiyu hesitates momentarily, her expression one of confusion, her clear eyes filled with uncertainty. Who are you? It seems she cannot recall who this man is at all. The man's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I am Yi Haokua. I was in first class today and frequently fly to the Magic City. We've met many times. Surely you remember me? His eyes betray a hint of urgency and reluctance, as if he cannot fathom being forgotten. Ah, it's you, young Master Yi. My memory is quite poor. Yuan Shuiyu suddenly realizes, gently tapping her forehead, a look of apologetic warmth spreading across her face. Seeing this, Yi Haokua's eyes ignite with a glimmer of hope, his tone becoming increasingly fervent. I have long been enchanted by you, and I made it a point to discover your off-duty hours, waiting here for you. Would you do me the honor of having dinner together? I have already made a reservation at a Michelin-starred restaurant. His gaze is fixed intently on Yuan Shuiyu, as if he wishes to etch every nuance of her expression into his heart. Young Master Yi, don't you already have a wife? I interject, recalling how affectionate he appeared with his spouse in first class. Yuan Shuiyu's eyes carry a hint of reproach as she responds. Isn't it inappropriate to say such a thing? Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, yet imbued with an unmistakable air of rejection. I found myself embroiled in a tumultuous divorce with her. Yi Haokua hastily attempted to explain, striving to salvage the situation. But I already have a boyfriend. Look, there he is, Yuan Shuiyu said apologetically, gesturing toward my direction. Seizing the moment when Yi Haokua turned his head, Yuan Shuiyu, like a swift breeze, deftly maneuvered around him and approached me with a light-hearted gait. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was sharp and urgent, reminiscent of a joyous symphony. Yuan Shuiyu, do not deceive me. I know you do not have a boyfriend, Yi Haokua retorted darkly, persistently trailing behind, his words incessantly pouring forth, his footsteps unwavering. He was utterly captivated by Yuan Shuiyu's beauty, unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. I quickly stepped forward, arms outstretched to welcome Yuan Shuiyu. She enveloped me in her alluring fragrance, akin to a blossoming flower, as she leaped into my embrace. Her delicate arms encircled my neck, and she sweetly exclaimed, "Darling." Her voice was soft and melodious, laced with a hint of playfulness that sent a shiver through my heart. Goodness, you are quite the actress, I marveled inwardly, feeling her supple form and warm breath, a delightful sensation washing over me. She was so close, her skin fair as snow, her features akin to a painting, her eyes brimming with emotion as if they could drown a soul within their depths. The touch of her wrist felt electric, intoxicating me further. Is it true you have a boyfriend? Yi Haokua's face darkened with fury, his fists clenched ominously, teeth gritted as if he were about to unleash a torrent of rage. The veins on his forehead throbbed, two dark lines pulsing violently, resembling an enraged bull. I could not help but wrap my arm around Yuan Shuiyu's slender waist, my gaze piercing like a sword directed at Yi Haokua, my tone icy and authoritative. You better remember this. Yuan Shuiyu is my girlfriend, not someone for you to covet. If you dare to pursue her any further, I will not be merciful. With that, I raised my fist, large as a bowl, my eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity, an aura of fierce determination radiating from me. You are not married yet. I have every right to pursue her. I am wealthier than you, and she will inevitably fall for me, Yi Haokua retorted defiantly, brimming with misplaced confidence. He scrutinized my ordinary attire with disdain, clearly convinced that I was merely a penniless wretch. Ha! I scoffed derisively, one hand still resting on Yuan Shuyu's waist, while the other grasped her suitcase, leading her toward the magnificent Maybach. I gently pressed the remote key, and the trunk opened slowly, allowing me to secure her luggage within. Subsequently, I gallantly opened the door to the passenger seat, inviting Yuan Shuiyu to enter the vehicle. As I glanced back, I nearly burst into laughter. Yi Haokua stood frozen in place, his gaze transfixed on the pristine Maybach, his expression a portrait of astonishment. The luxury car worth $2 million awakened in him the realization that I was not the impoverished individual he had imagined. Perhaps, like him, I was also a scion of wealth, merely indifferent to my attire. This revelation rendered his aspirations to win over Yuan Shuiyu increasingly futile. With a wife already, he still harbored intentions towards a flight attendant. How shameless could one be? I scoffed disdainfully, settling into the driver's seat and igniting the engine. With a deep rumble, the Maybach surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a swirling cloud of exhaust, as if mocking his unscrupulous behavior. Zhang Yang, I must apologize for earlier. In a moment of desperation, I had to claim you as my boyfriend. That fellow was rather persistent, and I suspect he will be more reserved in the future. Yuan Shuiyu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, her eyes filled with regret. Having a stunning beauty like you throw herself at me and call me husband fills my heart with delight. I could wish for such fortunate encounters every day. I teased while concentrating on driving. If you were to pick me up every day, I might just be fortunate enough to encounter you daily. Yuan Shuiyu's eyes sparkled, her face blooming in color, enhancing her allure. She quickly shifted the topic. I heard you purchased a luxury car, acquired a villa, and even gifted Li Qing a Porsche? You truly are opulent. Her tone brimmed with astonishment and envy. I've recently been fortunate in my earnings. I must spend more to truly savor life. After all, earning is meant for enjoyment. I replied with a carefree laugh, my tone imbued with nonchalance. I envy Li Qing so much. You are not only handsome and astute in business, but also remarkably generous. Yuan Shuiyu exclaimed with a look of admiration. If you introduce me to a few business opportunities, I could also gift you a car, I promised with a smile, considering it a bonus. Moreover, my villa is yours for free. Once the renovations are complete, we can move in. Thus, you too can enjoy everything Li Qing has, without feeling envious. What if others mistake me for your girlfriend? Yuan Shuiyu's cheeks reddened, her gaze a blend of shyness and mild apprehension. Those with integrity have no need to fear shadows, I chuckled lightly. Then I shall strive to introduce you to more business opportunities. Yuan Shuiyu's voice was sweet and melodious, echoing like a nightingale in the car, a delightful sound to the ear. Before long, we returned to Taoyuan Villa. As I opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped me. Li Qing had meticulously prepared a sumptuous dinner. The table adorned with a feast that tantalized the senses. The braised pork glistened with a rich hue and emanated an irresistible aroma. The steamed fish was tender and juicy, radiating an enticing sheen, and the vibrant vegetables were perfectly paired, instantly igniting one's appetite. Li Qing, sharing a home with you is pure bliss. Not only do I have a boyfriend who provides free transportation, but I also enjoy delightful dinners. Yuan Shuiyu beamed with happiness, her smile as radiant as spring's peach blossoms. I could see myself lingering in your home for a lifetime. After dinner, Yuan Shuiyu took the initiative to wash the dishes, her figure bustling in the kitchen like a diligent little bee. Subsequently, the three of us settled into the soft, comfortable sofa, engaging in amiable conversation. The living room was suffused with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy. In that moment, we resembled an inseparable family. Warm and delightful. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. The restoration is complete. Astonished, I felt a wave of excitement wash over me. Perhaps due to the severe damage to the listening to the spring in the abyss painting. The restoration had taken 3 days and nights. Eagerly, I entered the room, retrieved the artwork from its protective casing, and hurried back to the hall, my face beaming with a radiant smile. Ladies, the restoration of listening to the spring in the abyss is finished. Come, witness my craftsmanship. With utmost care, I gently unfurled the painting, my heart racing with anticipation. For this piece was exceedingly precious, and I feared the restoration might not meet expectations. Is it truly restored so quickly? Li Qing and Yuan Shuiyu exclaimed in astonishment, fluttering towards me like two vibrant butterflies, imbued with a rich and unique fragrance. They, like me, gazed wide-eyed at the artwork with eager anticipation. The 5 areas that had been torn were now flawlessly repaired, devoid of any trace of damage. as if it had been created anew. The spots that had been stained by urine not only returned to their original state, but also appeared more vivid and lively, as if the painting had been imbued with a new lease on life. The essence of the landscapes and the elegance of the brushwork were now splendidly showcased, transporting one into the very heart of the painted scenery, making it difficult to leave. Li Qing's fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed against the newly defined pine trees within the painting. Her voice tinged with uncontainable awe. Not only are the signs of damage gone, but even the broken ink lines have been connected so seamlessly, as if they had been redrawn by Shirtao himself. My dear, your restoration skills are truly remarkable. Yuan Shuiyu tilted her head, fixated on the elder by the thatched cottage in the painting, exclaiming, "Oh my!" The elder's sleeves, once obscured by stains, now reveal the vermilion highlights meticulously applied by Shirtao. The details are simply exquisite. Zhang Yang, your restoration technique is indeed unparalleled. I found myself transfixed by the rejuvenated listening to the spring in the abyss, my throat involuntarily bobbing, my heart racing within my chest. The restoration function of the protective casing was every bit as astonishing as its remarkable appraisal capabilities. Truly extraordinary. Yet, I humbly remarked, I am glad I did not disappoint you. Disappointed? How could I be? This is nothing short of miraculous. Yuan Shuiyu's face radiated admiration and adoration, filled with profound happiness. After all, she had assisted me in acquiring this damaged treasure, earning a 5% share. The thought of impending wealth made her envision herself transforming into a wealthy and beautiful woman. As a top-flight stewardess, she possessed both beauty and grace, having met numerous affluent individuals through her profession, yet she understood the slim chances of marrying into wealth. Now, with her own abilities poised to secure financial freedom, she would no longer need to rely on others' whims. She could love whom she wished. This newfound freedom and confidence filled her with joy. My dear, I am proud of you. Li Qing nestled beside me, her gaze brimming with affection, her blissful smile akin to the most resplendent blossom of spring. She gently clasped my hand, her voice soft and filled with anticipation. Her heart brimmed with dreams of a beautiful future. With the successful restoration of this painting, she too would receive a share of 5 points. Poised to become a wealthy beauty with a fortune in the millions. In that moment, she seemed to inhabit the blissful life of her dreams. In this atmosphere of joy and yearning, the lovely night quietly slipped away. When I finally stirred from my slumber, the warmth of Li Qing beside me had vanished. She had already departed for work. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows across the sheets. I languidly lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, my thoughts still immersed in the special dream of the previous night. In my dream, I was studying the mysterious texts of the Taoist teachings, and upon reaching the second illustration, my inner energy surged like a torrential tide, coursing through my meridians with relentless vigor. The overwhelming sensation of power felt so real that it was as if I were truly experiencing it. Yet upon awakening, my dantian was empty, and no trace of energy remained within my meridians, save for the white mist within my financial talisman, which seemed to have thickened slightly. However, I knew this was merely an illusion. I had not absorbed any spiritual essence from the antiques the night before. Fortunately, since cohabiting with Li Qing, the dark yellow substances that once plagued me had ceased, and my body had returned to normal. Just as I contemplated lingering in bed a little longer, my phone suddenly vibrated. A WeChat message from Yuan Shuiyu appeared. Zhang Yang, are you up yet? Let us go have breakfast. I'm hungry. It then struck me that Yuan Shuiyu had the day off today and tomorrow, and we had important matters to attend to. Soon, Yuan Shuiyu and I appeared side by side at the breakfast shop downstairs. The morning streets bustled with activity, alive with people. Every passerby's gaze inevitably lingered on Yuan Shuiyu for a moment. Today, she was dressed in a manner both alluring and beautiful. Her black pencil skirt clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves and enhancing the roundness of her derriere. Her crisp white shirt, paired with white high heels, further elongated her silhouette. The black stockings enveloped her fair, delicate legs, revealing glimpses of her skin with each step. Her long, ebony hair flowed like satin, and her exquisite features, illuminated by the morning light, became even more enchanting, leaving no trace of imperfection. The subtle fragrance she exuded lingered in the air, rendering me momentarily entranced, my gaze nearly transfixed. Naturally, I also sensed the discreet glances from several women directed at me. My athletic build and handsome visage distinguished me in the crowd. After finishing breakfast, we drove to the antique market, perhaps due to our familiarity. Compounded by my pretense of being her boyfriend yesterday, Yuan Shuyu walked alongside me with great ease, our arms occasionally brushing, which brought a hint of bashfulness to her cheeks, enhancing her allure. Countless passers-by were left in awe, casting envious glances our way. Zhangyang, isn't the painting by Shirtao going up for auction? Shouldn't it be sold directly at the antique shop? Yuan Shuyu inquired with curiosity. I could not help but glance at her, and there she stood, radiant and elegant. Akin to a blooming peony, her enchanting fragrance lingering at the tip of my nose, stirring my heart with a hint of distraction. Suppressing the flutter within, I gently elucidated. Although auctions can fetch high prices, there is a 10 commission fee. Last time, I paid 9 million in fees, which was quite painful. Therefore, if I can find a discerning antique shop owner willing to offer a fair price, selling directly could be just as advantageous, if not more so, than auctioning. This time, I had no intention of seeking out old Master Zhao, as I had already stumbled upon too many treasures, fearing it might arouse his suspicion. Thus, I planned to explore new avenues. Yuan Shuyu nodded in understanding, her smile as radiant as a flower, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. She appeared like a curious child, glancing around with keen interest in everything surrounding her. Were it not for the urgency to sell the painting, she would have surely been captivated by the lively scenes and antiquities at the roadside stalls, lingering in delight. Suddenly, an impressive shop came into view. The 3 gilded characters of Mobazai glimmered under the sunlight, the spacious store adorned with luxurious decor. I recognized the owner seated behind the counter, Cheng Heibai. Previously, he had purchased a fragrant censer I had discovered for 230,000, and this elderly gentleman seemed quite extraordinary, his depth unfathomable. With this thought, I felt a surge of determination and stepped into Mobazai, the unique fragrance of rosewood mingling with the essence of ink wafting through the air. Cheng Heibai, clad in a dark blue brocade gown, was intently examining an ancient inkstone with a magnifying glass. Upon hearing my footsteps, he looked up with a knowing smile and said, "Young friend, have you brought treasures today?" Indeed, it was a treasure, one that would not disappoint. I gently placed the Nanmu painting box upon the rosewood table, and as the listening to the springs in the deep ravine unfolded, the picturesque scene of verdant peaks and tranquil springs sprang to life on the paper. Cheng Heibai scrutinized it closely for a prolonged moment, his murky pupils suddenly constricting, his slender fingers trembling with excitement. This is a genuine work from the later years of Shirtao. The composition is striking, and the brushwork is exquisite, especially the folded band stroke. Truly a stroke of genius. Cheng, with his discerning eye, recognized that this painting was indeed one of Shirtao's masterpieces, a treasure I had painstakingly acquired. Knowing Cheng was renowned in the circle for his passion for art, I had brought it with sincere intent. With genuine enthusiasm, I extolled and complimented him. Cheng Heibai swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the painting, his voice trembling. "Young friend, you have put in great effort. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Please, name your price." I raised my hand, my tone resolute. 50 million. Surely, Cheng understood that authentic works by Shirtao in such condition were rare. Cheng Heibai paced the store with his hands clasped behind his back, the rosewood floor creaking beneath his steps. Suddenly, he halted before a display case. Retrieving a Ming Dynasty blue and white plum vase, 30 million in cash, plus this pair of Changhua period plum vases. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer. The vases, with their lustrous glaze and intricate intertwined lotus patterns, were indeed a rare find. A Ming blue and white porcelain vase. My eyes brightened slightly. The Ming Dynasty blue and white plum vase is a treasure of Chinese ceramic art, embodying immense artistic value and historical significance. Its overall form typically features a small mouth, short neck, robust shoulders, a constricted belly, gently flared foot, and a circular base. The petite mouth juxtaposed with the ample shoulders creates a striking contrast, while the lines gracefully taper inward from the shoulders, imparting a sense of stability and weightiness, exuding a dignified and grand aesthetic. The decorative motifs include auspicious symbols such as the Rui fungus pattern, cloud and crane imagery, lotus and 8 treasures design, mixed treasures with lotus pattern, transformed lotus petal motifs, and hanging bead patterns, often employed to complement the main decorative themes, resulting in a harmonious unity throughout the vessel. In the art auction market, Ming Dynasty blue and white plum vases frequently fetch astonishing prices. For instance, at the China Guardian 2020 autumn auction, a Ming Yongle blue and white branch flower vase commenced bidding at 8 million yuan and ultimately sold for 25.3 million yuan, showcasing remarkable market performance. Even exquisite pieces from folk kills command prices ranging from tens of thousands to several million yuan. As I took a step forward and lightly caressed the blue and white plum vase, I noted that the Ming Chenghua blue and white vase from the folk kiln held comparatively little value. Consequently, I explained to Yuan Shuiyu beside me. The official kiln blue and white vases from the Ming Dynasty are indeed precious and valuable. Unfortunately, this is from a folk kiln, thus not very valuable. You are truly impressive, able to discern it at a glance. Yuan Shuiyu's face was filled with admiration and reverence. Cheng Heibai stared at me in astonishment, as if I were some curious creature, merely having touched it. I then turned to Cheng Heibai, stating, I shall forego the plum vase and propose a price of 42 million. If that poses a difficulty, I can seek fortune elsewhere. With that, I feigned to retract the scroll. Hold on. Cheng Heibai hurried forward to grasp the painting roll, his aged visage flushed with excitement. 42 million it is. However, I have a small request. Should anyone inquire in the future, I hope you will refer to this painting as a former collection of the Mabe studio, as it would help our humble establishment gain some recognition. I nodded in agreement. Before long, the transaction was completed. My phone vibrated, and the bank notification chimed clearly. The figure of 42 million prominently displayed on the screen. I silently marveled at Cheng Heibai's remarkable character, being able to effortlessly produce 42 million likely concealed profound depths. Perhaps he was the patriarch of a distinguished family within the antique world. In the future, I must seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with him, as it may lead to further opportunities and genuine access to top-tier antique resources. Without delay, I exited the shop with Yuan Shuiyu. The spring sunlight bathed us in warmth, and Yuan Shuiyu trembled slightly with excitement, her delicate figure radiating an undeniable thrill. The artwork purchased for 2 million after my restoration had surprisingly been acquired by an esteemed antique connoisseur like Cheng Heibai for 42 million. After deducting costs, the profit soared to a staggering 40 million. This figure seemed dreamlike, yet stood as an undeniable reality. Shuiyu, the profit is not as terrifying as you might think. Restoring artifacts requires the use of very precious materials. However, your commission need not account for those expenses. I sensed her thoughts, whispering softly in her ear, my warm breath brushing against her flushed earlobe. Subsequently, I requested her bank card number and unhesitatingly transferred 2 million to her account. 2 million? That amount equates to my salary for 2 decades. Yuan Shuiyu stared at the bank notification on her phone, her expression a complex tapestry of surprise, disbelief, yearning, and anticipation. She then abruptly embraced me, planting a fervent kiss on my cheek, exclaiming, Zhang Yang, I love you. Her voice trembled, drawing the attention of passers-by. 2 decades of salary? I knew she spoke the truth. I have a girlfriend who is a flight attendant and possess a profound understanding of their remuneration. The salary structure for flight attendants is distinctly tiered. Junior flight attendants typically earn between 8,000 and 12,000 yuan per month, tirelessly navigating the cabin and serving passengers with sweet smiles. This income barely covers basic living expenses, allowing for the purchase of essential goods and simple clothing. To maintain their image, they often take on part-time roles in etiquette training during their breaks, striving to earn extra income. Seasoned flight attendants, leveraging years of experience, can earn between 12,000 and 18,000 yuan monthly. They are more adept at handling various unforeseen circumstances, and their increased income enhances their quality of life. Yet they often find themselves financially strained in the face of rising consumer desires. Meanwhile, chief attendants, as cabin managers, generally earn over 20,000 yuan a month. They not only oversee passenger service, but also manage the crew, carrying significant responsibilities and frequently attending various trainings and meetings, leaving little time for rest. International flight attendants typically earn more than their domestic counterparts due to longer flight durations and farther routes, with airlines offering higher hourly rates and overnight allowances to ensure better compensation while they are far from home. However, this also means prolonged separations from family, enduring time zone changes and homesickness. Yuan Shuiyu, at merely 20 years of age, currently operates on domestic flights, Thus her monthly salary hovers around 10,000 yuan. Naturally striking. She embodies beauty and possesses a high standard for fashion, cosmetics, and perfumes. A stylish designer outfit can easily cost over 10,000 yuan. And a limited edition perfume is also quite expensive, making cosmetic purchases a significant financial burden. Uniquely, she prefers not to associate with affluent individuals or date wealthy heirs, choosing instead to live through her own efforts. Consequently, she often finds herself financially stretched, struggling to make ends meet. Despite appearing glamorous on the surface, dressed in an exquisite uniform while traversing airports and airplanes, her reality is one of financial hardship. Credit card bills accumulate like mountains, and she even refrains from disclosing her economic struggles to her family, silently bearing the burden. Now, I have presented her with a lucrative opportunity. Her first business deal has netted her 2 million, and it is entirely legitimate income. This signifies that she can now indulge in purchasing those exquisite and coveted garments at her whim. She can also unreservedly acquire the most luxurious perfumes, allowing her to exude an enchanting fragrance at all times. And she may even procure a car of her own, enhancing her quality of life. Such transformations are undoubtedly a source of immense joy for her. I gently caressed my cheek, where lingered the faint, enchanting fragrance left by Yuan Shuyu's kiss. Gazing upon the exquisite lady before me, radiating beauty and excitement, a wave of tenderness and affection surged within my heart. Such a remarkable young woman deserves my protection and care. Moreover, I firmly believe that with her connections and resources, she will undoubtedly introduce me to more business opportunities and ventures, allowing me to amass greater wealth. Having already reaped substantial rewards from a single transaction, the future is replete with endless possibilities. Yuan Shuiyu, overwhelmed with joy, clung to me tightly, her soft touch and intoxicating scent causing me to lose myself in the moment. I gently embraced her delicate shoulders, yearning to savor the beauty of this instant more profoundly. Forgive me, I was too exhilarated just now at last. Yuan Shuiyu composed herself, shyly releasing her hold on me, her voice alluring yet laced with bashfulness. It's quite all right, I responded with a smile, taking her slender hand and leading her through the bustling antique market. The marketplace was alive with activity, bustling with numerous antique shops and stalls, the throngs of visitors weaving through the crowd. Occasionally, one could spot individuals of various ethnicities and languages, including stunning foreign beauties. The shouts of street vendors, the bargaining of tourists, and the melodious sounds of the guqin from within the antique shops intertwined to form a vivid tapestry of market life. Yuan Shuiyu, perhaps unfamiliar with this vibrant locale, was particularly curious about everything, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she eagerly observed her surroundings, ready to exclaim upon discovering an intriguing artifact. Zhang, there's a stone gambling shop over there. She suddenly pointed excitedly at a narrow alley. I quickly turned my gaze in that direction. The alley was quite narrow, only allowing a single vehicle to pass, a one-way street. Flanking the alley were several small shops, the foremost being the stone gambling establishment. Aptly named Jadestone Gambling Shop, its title straightforward and clear. The shop's doors stood wide open, and the floor inside was crowded with raw stones of various sizes, while smaller stones lined the shelves against the wall. Numerous patrons were present, crouched in small groups before the stones, wielding powerful flashlights to scrutinize the raw materials, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation, as if they were on the verge of unearthing precious treasures from these stones. Some wore furrowed brows, their expressions intense as they shifted the angles of their flashlights. Others, brimming with enthusiasm, engaged in animated discussions with companions, the air thick with a thrilling and tense atmosphere. My heart leapt with joy. I had discovered yet another opportunity for considerable profit. Shall we try our luck at stone gambling? Yuan Shuiyu exclaimed, tugging me towards the shop in excitement. Wait a moment. I firmly grasped her arm, my expression serious as I cautioned. The risks associated with stone gambling are substantial, and you lack the knowledge and skills required. You must promise me that no matter how wealthy you become in the future, you will refrain from engaging in stone gambling. Only then will I allow you to witness it. I understand your request. Here is the refined and improved version in English. Very well, I acquiesce. My intention is not to gamble myself, but rather to observe your expertise in the art of stone betting, for I am aware of your prowess in this field. Yuan Shuiyu gazed at me with her expressive eyes, her face radiating gratitude and joy, clearly sensing my concern and protection for her. A hint of admiration flickered in her gaze, stirring within me an instinctive urge to shield her. We must feign ignorance as novices in the realm of stone betting. Ensuring we attract no undue attention, I whispered softly into her ear. Are we to play the role of unsuspecting sheep? Yuan Shuiyu's excitement grew, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. No, it is simply imperative that we do not draw attention to ourselves as seasoned gamblers, lest we invite trouble, I gently clarified, entwining my hand with hers as we approached the stone betting establishment. Zhang Yang, have you taken yet another girlfriend? A derisive voice suddenly emerged from behind us. I turned to see a Chong and Lu Qingyao walking hand in hand from down the street. Lu Qingyao's face was a canvas of complex emotions, her eyes betraying a mixture of jealousy and regret. Meanwhile, a Chong exuded an air of exhilaration, convinced he had caught me in a betrayal of Li Qing. He puffed out his chest, ostentatiously flaunting his hold on Lu Qingyao's hand. Do not worry, Zhang Yang. I have long since informed Li Qing that when we are alone, you would impersonate my boyfriend to deter any persistent suitors, she reassured me softly, noting my momentary surprise. I was certainly not concerned for that reason. Li Qing had entrusted me with the responsibility of safeguarding Yuan Shuiyu, her prized asset, instructing me to escort her to and from work. In critical moments, posing as her boyfriend and engaging in casual affection was entirely permissible, hence holding hands was a trivial matter. I was merely astonished by the uncanny frequency with which I encountered a Chong and Lu Qingya. Were they secretly following me? A Chong, you have misunderstood. I replied coolly. Misunderstood? How could that be? Strolling hand in hand with such a beautiful woman, your relationship must be more than it appears. I shall inform Li Qing and unveil your true nature. A Chong interjected with a mocking sneer, pulling Lu Qingya closer as he approached. You are indeed mistaken. I have not replaced my girlfriend, but rather gained another cherished confidant. I even dared to gently wrap my arm around Yuan Shuiyu's delicate waist, her warmth and softness intoxicating. While she appeared unperturbed, playfully snuggling against me, her eyes shimmering with affection. She even cheekily stuck out her tongue and cast a provocative glance at a Chong. Are you straddling two boats? A Chong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your reasoning is rather simplistic. I share a residence with both of them. And once the villa renovations are complete, we shall all move in together. As a man who has not had a few beautiful girlfriends, who does not have a few gentle confidants, I replied nonchalantly. Once a mere pauper, he now inexplicably finds himself with a modest fortune. Do not be deceived by him. Ah Chong was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he fixed his gaze intensely on Yuan Shuiyu, embodying the essence of heartfelt concern and deep sorrow. As a fitness instructor, he possessed an impressive physique and striking good looks, having encountered numerous beautiful women and alluring young mothers, yet none compared to the pure and enchanting allure of Yuan Shuiyu. In his eyes, her beauty rivaled that of the most celebrated stars, equal to that of Li Qing, making it all the more difficult for him to accept that she had chosen me. Envy and jealousy reddened his eyes. I remarked, handsome fellow, spare yourself the jealousy. You are poor, while he is affluent. That is simply the truth. A chasm between your circumstances. Acknowledge this and strive to improve. Perhaps after several centuries of effort, you might attain the heights of someone like Zhang Yang. Yuan Shuiyu's voice was melodious, yet the sarcasm in her words was unmistakable. Ah Chong was nearly driven to the brink of fury. In the past, when I was a destitute nobody, he had looked down upon me from his lofty pedestal as a wealthy and handsome man, unabashedly pursuing my girlfriend, Lu Qingya. Yet now, the tides had turned. I had ascended to the status of a wealthy and handsome figure, while he appeared to have sunk to the depths of poverty. The girlfriend he once cherished, Li Qing, had become my partner, and I now enjoyed the companionship of the beautiful and innocent Yuan Shuiyu, while he was left with Lu Qingya, whom I had cast aside. This drastic reversal was akin to the transformation of the world, leaving him utterly disoriented and profoundly distressed. His face flushed crimson, fists clenched, yet he found himself powerless. Zhang Yang, ignore them. Let us proceed to the stone gambling shop. Yuan Shuiyu urged, taking my hand as we entered. We should take a look as well. Ah Chong, who had always harbored a fondness for gambling, felt a twinge of intrigue upon seeing us enter the shop and pulled Lu Qingyao along, intent on following. Ah Chong, do not go. The risks of stone gambling are far too great. Lu Qingyao protested, her face etched with concern. She tugged at Ah Chong's sleeve, her eyes filled with apprehension. Fear not. We shall merely observe and witness how he loses everything. Chang assured her. For the past few days, I had been contemplating why Zhang Yang could suddenly afford a car and a villa, and why Li Qing had taken an interest in him. Perhaps I had finally discerned the reason. He graduated with a degree in artifact appraisal and had spent the past year fervently acquiring knowledge in this field. He had left his job as a fitness instructor, confident in his newfound skills. He might have stumbled upon a few significant opportunities, amassing tens of millions. His venture into stone gambling was certainly not a reckless gamble. He possessed a foundation in the craft, as stone gambling is intricately linked to the appraisal of artifacts. Lu Qingya said, "You are different. You do not understand. It would be best not to go." How is stone gambling related to artifact appraisal? It demands experience. Decades of it. He is merely a novice in stone gambling, no different from me. I shall not gamble. I will simply observe how he loses. Chang retorted with conviction, ultimately dragging Lu Qingya through the door. Lu Qingya sighed in resignation, following behind him, her face a canvas of worry. I feigned the act of illuminating the raw jadeite with a powerful flashlight, all the while discreetly using my middle finger to probe it. The jadeite rough from Myanmar bore unmistakable signs of forgery, leading to monumental losses in gambling. The raw stones, abundant yet tainted by deceit, revealed the unscrupulous nature of the owner. As I engaged in the appraisal, I internally dissected the various fraudulent techniques employed, pondering the owner's motivations and methods. Recently, I had delved into numerous texts on the subject of stone gambling and extensively scoured the internet, acquiring profound knowledge on the machinations of jadeite forgery. For instance, the artifice of simulating weathering involves unscrupulous merchants burying the jadeite deep within the earth, surrounding it with corrosive substances such as acids and alkalis. After a period of erosion, the jadeite emerges with a surface resembling natural weathering, thereby deceiving consumers into believing in its authenticity. In the realm of artificial coloration, unscrupulous techniques such as dyeing, heating, or burning are employed to enhance the jadeite's appearance, often leaving traces of color penetration from the surface inward and revealing burn marks from the dyeing process. The tactic of hollowing out to enhance transparency targets deep-colored, opaque jadeite, where localized excavations are made at its base or interior, misleading potential buyers regarding its clarity. Moreover, an array of deceptive practices exists: window caps, mixed colors, false appearances, imitation skins, cord dyeing, hole filling, and patching, each fraught with traps. At this moment, my accumulated knowledge proved invaluable, allowing me to easily discern these scams. I cast a cold glance at the proprietor seated behind the counter, a man in his 40s. Impeccably dressed, his face betraying shrewdness, and his eyes glinting with cunning. He lounged on a genuine leather sofa, legs crossed, occasionally surveying the patrons entering the establishment, his gaze flickering with calculated intent. Despite his dubious morals, the quantity of raw stones within this gambling den was substantial, numbering in the hundreds, perhaps even surpassing that of Boss Duan's establishment. With such an abundance of raw stones, was there not a single piece that could yield profit? My anticipation grew. I continued my silent examination with my middle finger, my pace swift. Yuan Shuiyu, with a radiant smile, accompanied me, displaying no hint of impatience. Rather, she seemed immensely eager, her gaze fixed intently on both me and the raw stones, as if striving to glean insights from our interaction. Occasionally, she leaned closer, softly inquiring about my thoughts, her demeanor utterly charming. The Myanmar jadeite rough, steeped in deception, promised significant losses, yet there were whispers of potential gains. Just as I had resolved to leave, a surge of elation welled within me upon recalling an appraisal insight, prompting me to return. I crouched down, picking up the flashlight to scrutinize a particular piece of raw stone with meticulous attention. It was as large as a bucket, weighing at least 200 pounds. Its surface bore no traces of pine flowers or python bands, and at first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking even a cut section. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that there was indeed a cut section, cleverly concealed with sand, artfully crafted to appear as though it had never been severed. How amusing it was to think that such a fraudulent raw stone could contain jade. The prospect of a substantial profit made me inwardly rejoice. Yet, my mirth was short-lived, as the price for this counterfeit raw stone was an astonishing 3 million. Goodness, 3 million? The owner must be utterly unscrupulous. I felt a surge of anger, nearly cursing aloud. Nevertheless, I quickly regained my composure and began to ponder. If one could earn 1,000 on a mere 1 yuan investment, Then with 3 million at stake, surely a profit exceeding 10 million would be considered significant. This thought rekindled my spirits, though I maintained an impassive facade as I continued to assess other raw stones. I refused to believe that anyone would actually pay 3 million for this fraudulent piece. So there was no need to rush. Patience was key. Before long, my mental fortitude began to wane, and a haze settled over my mind. I realized I was approaching my limits and could no longer continue my evaluations, so I decided to pause. At that moment, I noticed Ah Chong observing the raw stones nearby, occasionally glancing at me with an expression rife with mockery and derision, clearly eager to witness my downfall, hoping to see me suffer a crushing defeat in this gamble. Lu Qingya stood beside him, her face reflecting a mix of helplessness and boredom, her gaze seemingly torn between wishing for my failure or anticipating my success. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, stealing glances at the powerful flashlight in my hand, as if trying to glean some insight from my actions. Could I lure Ah Chong into a trap? A peculiar idea surged within me, and I swiftly devised a plan. Picking up a raw stone priced at 100,000 and approaching the counter. This stone exhibited a greenish hue, showing great potential. Yet it was merely the result of a superficial color treatment, as it emitted an unnatural sheen under bright light, a classic counterfeit raw stone employed by the proprietor to deceive the uninitiated. Sharp-eyed indeed, the owner remarked, giving me a thumbs up, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile, his eyes glinting with avarice and mockery. Behind him, a safe stood ajar, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of cash and ledgers, exuding an air of mystery. "What is your esteemed name?" I inquired coldly, subtly observing his reaction. "My surname is Chong, and my given name is Jianlv," he replied, offering me a cigarette with a grin. Chong Jianlv. I mused inwardly, finding the name suitably fitting for a gambler. He must also be an adept at betting on stones. No wonder so many raw stones appeared counterfeit. Perhaps he had once cut through them, only to find no green, and thus resorted to disguising them as if they had never been severed. Outwardly, I remained composed, accepting the cigarette and setting it aside as I retrieved my phone to make the payment. In doing so, I deliberately slowed my movements, catching a glimpse of Ah Chong craning his neck, his face alight with anticipation. Lu Qingya, on the other hand, slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately holding her tongue. After completing the payment, I lifted the stone and approached the cutting machine. The roar of the machine echoed like a thunderstorm heralding spring, reverberating through the cramped stone gambling shop. The splintered stone shards scattered like golden pellets, delicately cascading onto the shoulders of the onlookers. As the precious raw stone, valued at 100,000, was sliced in two, the stark white cross-section glimmered coldly under the fluorescent lights, eliciting a chorus of sighs from the crowd, as if a chilling breeze had swept through, dissipating all hopes into nothingness. Ruined, the 100,000 had vanished into thin air. Some clicked their tongues, their eyes filled with regret. This handsome fellow is far too reckless. Couldn't he try his luck with a cheaper stone? Losing 100,000 would surely sting anyone's heart. A burly man with a heavy accent shook his head repeatedly, the cigarette in his hand quivering with each movement, ash gently falling to the ground. The expressions of the others mirrored his pity, as if they were watching a naive youth who had ventured too far. Only Ah Chong's laughter rang out, sharp and jarring. With hands on his hips and a flourish in his demeanor, every line on his face exuded glee at another's misfortune. "Ha ha ha, I knew Zhang Yang would fail. I've always said he is a novice trying to play the big shot. Now he has fallen flat." His laughter echoed through the shop, unmasked in its delight. Lu Qingya stood nearby, her expression as complex as a spilled palette of colors. Biting her lip, her gaze flitted between me and Ah Chong, revealing a flicker of sympathy intertwined with an indefinable emotion swirling in her eyes. In contrast, Yuan Shuiyu remained surprisingly composed, gently grasping my hand, her fingertips radiating warmth and trust. She was well aware that I had just earned several million. A mere 100,000 was but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, I had previously cautioned her to maintain a low profile, to avoid suspicion of being an adept stone gambler. Thus, cutting a stone to shreds served as the perfect guise. I feigned a scowl, adopting an air of defiance, raising my voice to retort, "What do you know? Though it's my first time gambling with stones, I understand that cheap goods are seldom good. The more expensive the raw stone, the greater the likelihood of a rise." My voice carried an intentional stubbornness, reminiscent of a gambler blinded by loss. "Exactly. This gentleman speaks the truth." Boss Chong immediately chimed in, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. All the raw stones in this shop are meticulously selected by me. The pricier they are, the higher the chance of jade. Striking it rich overnight is not a mere fantasy. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, seemingly envisioning more banknotes cascading into his pockets. However, the surrounding crowd regarded him with skepticism, shaking their heads gently, clearly not so easily deceived. Yuan Shuiyu quickly grasped my intent, feigning a pout as she tugged at my arm in a playful manner. Zhang Yang, you've already lost 100,000. Please don't gamble anymore. Let's go watch a movie. If you keep this up, I might get angry. Her performance was nothing short of masterful. Her big, watery eyes brimmed with concern, and an uninformed observer might truly believe she was anxious for my well-being. Yet, I abruptly shook off her hand, assuming the wild demeanor of a gambler consumed by frenzy. Lose 100,000 and stop gambling? That would be a complete waste. I must win it back today. As I spoke, I strode purposefully towards another raw stone priced at 200,000, deliberately stumbling as I lifted it, eliciting gasps from those around me. After settling the payment, I returned to the stone-cutting machine, my gaze filled with reckless determination. As the blade gradually sliced into the stone, the crowd held its collective breath. When the raw stone was split open once more, it revealed nothing but a stark white interior, devoid of any hint of jade. Sighs surged like a tidal wave, one after another. Alas, one must not become overly consumed by the thrill of gambling. Here I was, having lost another 200,000. A total of 300,000 vanished in an instant. An elderly man shook his head in despair, his grizzled beard trembling slightly. The youth was far too impulsive. That 200,000 had simply gone to waste. The risks of gambling with stones are immense. I hope this lad knows when to stop, lest he find himself engulfed in regret. Ah Chong laughed uproariously, nearly in tears. Ha, Zhang Yang, you've lost another 200,000. Keep going. If you don't continue to gamble, the money you've already spent will truly be in vain. His laughter was laced with mockery and delight. In that moment, he must have felt a surge of joy, dispelling his recent frustrations. Boss Chang's grin stretched from ear to ear, his eyes gleaming with avarice. These two counterfeit stones had effortlessly netted him 300,000. I clenched my fists, feigning outrage and disbelief, and bellowed, "How can this be? Why is there still no jade? I've already cut 2 stones. This defies logic." My voice trembled deliberately, perfectly embodying the desperation of a gambler on the verge of despair. An elderly gentleman, exuding a profound scholarly air, approached and gently patted my shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Young man, the risks of gambling with stones are considerable. Do not think that cutting 2 stones in succession is anything. Even cutting 100 might yield jade only in the rarest of circumstances." As he spoke, he cast me knowing glances, his eyes brimming with unspoken warnings, seemingly suggesting that the stones here were dubious. However, I could only decline his good intentions, pretending not to understand, and continued to wallow in my anger. Gritting my teeth, I shouted anew, "I refuse to believe in this misfortune. Today, I must gamble for a rise." With that, I marched directly towards the raw stone priced at 3 million. This stone towered as high as a man, its surface rugged and riddled with pits of various sizes. I took a deep breath, summoned my strength, and abruptly lifted it. The weight of the stone bent my knees slightly, yet I held it steady as I made my way to the counter. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, both by the stone's staggering price and my remarkable strength. Such a large stone must weigh several hundred pounds, and yet I effortlessly carried it a considerable distance. Boss Chang's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of panic crossing his face. With a feigned air of concern, he cautioned, "Young man, do be careful. This raw stone is quite expensive. It costs 3 million. I pretended to be a novice in stone gambling, my eyes alight with anticipation. It is precisely because it costs 3 million that I am purchasing it. Such an expensive stone must surely contain jade. Boss, your pricing surely has its rationale, doesn't it?" The old man, who had previously warned me, was now stamping his feet in a fit of agitation, shaking his head in despair. Just because a raw stone is expensive doesn't mean it contains jade. This isn't how things work in this industry, especially not with Boss Chong. The pricier the stone, the more likely you are to be swindled into bankruptcy. Boss Chong hesitated for a moment, glancing toward the door, seemingly calculating how to escape should I lose everything and seek vengeance upon him. With a forced chuckle, he replied, "You're right. My pricing is based on sound reasoning. The probability of this stone yielding a profit is exceedingly high. you stand a strong chance of turning a profit. However, high probability does not guarantee success. It could just as easily collapse. If I had such certainty, why would I run a shop? I could simply head to Yunnan or Myanmar and gamble with stones daily, reaping vast rewards. I continued to feign complete conviction, stubbornly asserting, "This is my first gamble with stones. I know nothing. But you are the boss and undoubtedly a master of the craft. I trust your judgment. Let us finalize the transaction. I've lost 300,000 today, and I must win it back." You truly possess audacity. Such daring is essential in this gamble. Boss Chong, with a strained smile, gave me a thumbs up and swiftly processed my order. Without hesitation, I transferred 3 million into his account. Good heavens, this young man has lost his mind. Another 3 million spent on a worthless stone. I had never witnessed such reckless abandon in a novice gambler. It was nothing short of suicidal. To gamble so extravagantly on one's first attempt was not merely foolishness, it was sheer audacity. Onlookers stared in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and pity, as if they could already foresee my impending financial ruin. A Chong, with his face flushed with excitement, laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. "Ha ha, Zhang Yang, you fool, 3 million down the drain. I can't wait to see how much more you can afford to lose." However, Lu Qingya's reaction was starkly different. Her face reflected shock and regret, as if she had suddenly grasped that my willingness to gamble so boldly indicated I possessed considerable wealth, evidently having profited substantially from previous ventures. Yuan Shuiyu, too, could not help but feel anxious and tense. She tugged at my sleeve, whispering, "Zhang Yang, this is over 3 million. Soon, the third stone cutting commenced. With a sharp crack, the raw stone was cleaved in two. As the crowd gazed intently, the cross-section revealed nothing but a stark white stone, devoid of any green. A Chong's laughter erupted once more, louder and more unrestrained than before, while jeers and taunts surged around me, mingled with sympathetic sighs. I bent down, delicately touching one half of the raw stone with my middle finger, and the identification information flickered in my mind. Raw stone from Myanmar, high stakes for a significant rise. Touching the other half, the information shifted. Raw stone from Myanmar, high stakes for substantial loss. A sense of clarity washed over me. Taking a deep breath, I prepared for another cut. As the blade sliced through, a miracle unfolded. On both cut surfaces, a rich green spread forth like fresh sprouts breaking through the earth in spring. The hue was vibrant and lush, reminiscent of emeralds adorning a royal crown, akin to the tender lotus leaves in a midsummer pond, shimmering with a mesmerizing brilliance under the light. The entire venue fell into an astonished silence, with everyone wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. After a considerable pause, someone finally reacted, erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. "Goodness! It's green. Such a stunning jadeite, simply exquisite. The stakes have risen. No, they have soared. What extraordinary luck! By heavens! This handsome fellow must have struck gold. A turnaround from despair, he is destined for great wealth." Yuan Shuiyu's face radiated delight, her smile blooming like a flower, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement as she murmured, "I knew it." Zhang Yang was merely acting. He pretended to be a novice, fearing suspicion. But why hide such prowess? Could it be to avoid inflated prices from the stone shop owner? She clasped her hands to her chest, her heart racing wildly. A Chong's smile abruptly froze, his complexion turning ashen, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Lu Qingya stood bewildered, her expression more intricate than before, reflecting a blend of shock, regret, and an ineffable emotion. Boss Chang's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be? This was clearly my counterfeit rough stone. How could it yield such high-quality jadeite? His voice trembled with incredulity, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "This is ice-glutinous yang green jadeite," exclaimed the scholarly elder, utterly astonished, gazing at me as though I were a creature of legend. How could this young man possess such remarkable fortune? I feigned a haughty demeanor, throwing my head back in laughter. "Ha ha, I told you. The more expensive the rough stone, the greater the likelihood of green. What do you think? I was right." My demeanor resembled that of an inexperienced gambler, oblivious to the stakes. "Young man, do not cut further. I'll offer 4 million. Sell me this stone. You will still profit 70,000. A richly attired middle-aged gentleman was the first to bid, his eyes gleaming with desire. "I bid 5 million. Sell it to me. 6 million. It cannot go higher. 7 million. Bids surged, each voice clamoring for the jadeite. Chang's expression darkened, jealousy igniting within him. Lu Qingya stomped her feet in frustration. Yuan Shuiyu, however, beamed with joy, unable to contain her elation. Not selling now. Let's excavate it first, I proclaimed loudly. Subsequently, I grasped my tools, carefully beginning to cut and polish the stone. Each movement drew the collective breath of the crowd. At last, 2 complete pieces of jadeite emerged, one as large as a basketball, the other the size of a volleyball. Though not the pinnacle of jadeite, their quality was exceptional. Rich spiritual energy surged from the stones into my wealth ring, intensifying the aura within, enveloping it in a thick, ethereal mist, breathtakingly beautiful. Oh my, such exquisite jadeite. I desire it. The impressive size suggested a value in the tens of millions. Gasps filled the air, eyes brimming with envy and wonder. 10 million, 12 million, 15 million. The price escalated continuously as numerous jewelers, alerted by the commotion, rushed to join the bidding frenzy. Amidst the crowd, I suddenly spotted Zhao Linghua, her hand resting on her forehead, gazing at me with an oddly peculiar expression. A pang of unease gripped my heart as I awkwardly blinked at her. After having spent over an hour excavating the jade, it was evident she had arrived with composure upon hearing the news. She must have initially presumed it was some reckless young fool indulging in high-stakes gambling, never expecting it to be me. 35 million. Zhao Linghua's voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Other jade merchants cast her reverent glances, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. I furrowed my brow. Although this price was substantial after deducting costs, my profit amounted to only 31 million, leaving me somewhat dissatisfied. Was there no one else bidding? I bid 36 million. A bejeweled matron stepped forward, her tone laced with an air of undeniable arrogance. 38 million. Zhao Linghua remained unyielding, her gaze resolute, exuding an aura of determination. The matron's expression shifted slightly, her hand trembling involuntarily, clearly unsettled by Zhao Linghua's audacious counteroffer. Yet she persisted, shouting, 39 million, 42 million. Zhao Linghua scoffed, raising the ante by another 3 million. The matron opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent, shaking her head in resignation as she turned away, disheartened. Transaction complete, I called out without hesitation. Soon, the deal was finalized, and my phone chimed, confirming an influx of 42 million into my account. Zhao Linghua, clutching 2 pieces of jade, leaned closer to whisper in my ear, "Have you given any thought to my previous proposition?" I lowered my voice, replying, "Not yet, I am still gathering experience. See, I've just suffered 2 setbacks today. You play the part well. These people are fools. Do they truly believe a novice in jade gambling can succeed?" A knowing smile crept across Zhao Linghua's lips as she turned to leave. It was only then that the crowd fully emerged from their stunned silence. Gasps of astonishment erupting once more. My goodness! 42 million. This handsome fellow has become a millionaire overnight. It feels like a dream. I have just witnessed someone unveil jade worth 42 million. Who would believe such a tale? 3 million skyrocketing to 42 million. A 14-fold increase. Remarkable. Incredible. Truly a legend in the realm of jade gambling. Yuan Shuyu stared at me, her face a mask of disbelief, murmuring, "Zhongyang, have you really earned nearly 40 million? This is astonishing." Chang was utterly devastated, his breath quickening, eyes reddened, jealousy and resentment almost consuming him. 42 million? Good heavens. My father labored his entire life and never amassed such wealth. Why Zhongyang? Why him? His voice brimmed with despair and fury, akin to a cornered beast roaring in anguish. Lu Qingya stood at the edge of the crowd, her pale lips moving incessantly as she murmured, "If I hadn't scorned Zhongyang for his poverty, had I not sternly rebuked Chang's advances and teasing, Zhongyang would undoubtedly still be my boyfriend, and I would now be so blissfully happy. How foolish and ignorant I have been." I find myself engulfed in regret. Her voice, faint as the flutter of a gnat's wings, yet each word resonated clearly in my ears. In the past, witnessing her exchange glances with Qiang, their passionate embraces, my heart felt as though it were being sliced repeatedly by a dull blade. The pain and suffocation fermenting within my chest into a thick, bitter wine. At this moment, the remorse and unwillingness swirling in her eyes served as a potent remedy, finally providing an outlet for the grievances that had long been bottled up inside me, igniting a sense of exhilarating pleasure. However, as my gaze shifted to Qiang, whose face was flushed with anger and frustration, I understood that his punishment was far from sufficient. I lifted my foot and forcefully stepped on the other half of the raw stone that remained uncut. The sound of my polished black shoe colliding with the rough stone surface resonating through the air. Surveying my surroundings, I raised my chin and declared with pride, "Do you think my gamble on this stone has merely increased by 14 times? No, it is undoubtedly more. There remains another half yet to be unveiled." These words fell like a boulder into a tranquil pool, instantly shattering the din within the shop. The crowd, previously immersed in astonishment, now widened their eyes, their fervent gazes fixated on the raw stone beneath my feet. Waves of envy surged forth. Indeed, there is still half left to be revealed. Since the first half yielded a jadeite worth 42 million, who knows what the other half might produce? Surely not just 14 times. Could it be that this handsome gentleman would amass a fortune exceeding 100 million today? Among the crowd, some eagerly urged me on. "Sir, please unveil the stone. I am waiting to witness your windfall." Others, with whimsical aspirations, tentatively inquired, "Young man, are you selling that half of the raw stone? I'd offer 100,000 for it." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of delight within, though my lips curled into a sardonic smile. 100,000 for my half of the raw stone? The other half has already yielded jade worth 42 million. These words illuminated the crowd's understanding that I intended to sell this half of the raw stone, instantly igniting their fervor and igniting a frenzied bidding war. 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million. The bids escalated, each one surpassing the last, akin to an ever-rising tide. Boss Chang's face turned crimson, his neck veins bulging. Ah Chiang's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast stirred into a frenzy, as he desperately raised his bids. Greed flickered in their eyes as they all aspired to acquire this raw stone, dreaming of a windfall worth tens of millions overnight. Yuan Shuiyu stood beside me, her expression one of sheer astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open like saucers, staring at me as if I were a monster, clearly taken aback by my unexpected maneuver. 3 million, Boss Chang suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating through the shop, shaking the very air, his determination to possess the stone palpable. 320,000. Ah Chiang, unwilling to yield, shouted hoarsely, his face nearly crimson with rage, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, soaking his collar. I am acutely aware that Chang has been driven utterly mad by the sudden acquisition of my immense wealth. At this moment, his mind is likely consumed by a singular thought, to achieve overnight riches through this piece of rough stone, amassing a fortune that rivals my own. From henceforth, he would strut with pride and self-assurance. As the bidding escalates, the confidence of others gradually wanes. After all, this is merely half a rough stone, and a price exceeding 3 million is indeed astonishing. Perhaps they simply cannot muster such a sum, relegated to watching enviously from the sidelines. 3,500,000. Boss Chang glared menacingly at Chang, his eyes brimming with intimidation, as his hefty palm struck the table with a resounding bang. 3,800,000. Chang stood his ground, retaliating with equal ferocity, leaning forward slightly, as if poised to pounce at any moment. The two men resembled enraged bulls, neither willing to yield an inch. I suppressed a smile, observing this farcical spectacle, while onlookers stood in stunned silence. Never had they witnessed such fervent bidding over a mere piece of rough stone. Whispers filled the air, some shook their heads in disbelief, while others wore expressions of eager anticipation for the outcome. For million. Chang gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, his fists trembling from exertion. 5 million. Boss Chang, thoroughly incensed, escalated the bid by 1 million. As a seasoned veteran in the realm of stone gambling, he would not allow a mere upstart like Chang to overshadow him. With his rotund belly protruding, he looked down upon Chang with palpable disdain. I stood with my arms crossed, a faint smile playing at the corners of my mouth, quietly relishing this contest of titans, waiting for the villain to fall into my trap and for fortune to come knocking at my door. 5,100,000. Chang, undeterred, added another 100,000. His voice tinged with a rasp and despair. 6 million. Boss Chang scoffed derisively, his tone laced with mockery and disdain, as he waved his thick fingers triumphantly before Chang. Ah, it infuriates me. Why did my father not grant me a bit more money? He only provided 5 million. Chang's face was a portrait of frustration, his fists clenched, pacing back and forth, wishing he could smash his head against the wall. Upon hearing this, I understood. It seemed he had initially intended to use this money to purchase a house, but now, driven by my gambling success and his own avarice, he was foolishly attempting to gamble it away. It appeared that a house would forever remain beyond his reach. Is there anyone else? Boss Chong surveyed the crowd with an air of authority, his demeanor radiating triumph as if he had already ascended to the pinnacle of victory. The onlookers shook their heads in unison, and even a Chong appeared dejected, forced to swallow his resentment, his face etched with dissatisfaction. Boss Chong turned to me, smiling. Young man, this price is already extraordinary. Surely you wouldn't refuse to sell? Deal. I replied without hesitation. This stone, deemed a certain loss by the financial advisors, held no value in my eyes. To part with it for 6 million felt like an unexpected boon. Soon, the transaction was complete. The notification chimed on my phone, and my account swelled by 6 million. Calculating the profits, I realized I had earned a staggering 45 million from this single piece of rough stone. Zhang Yang, you are truly remarkable. Yuan Shuiyu smiled radiantly, her lovely face flushed with a delicate hue, her gaze towards me brimming with admiration and reverence. She gently tugged at the hem of my garment, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. Just how many extraordinary abilities do you possess that I am unaware of? At that moment, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their impatience. Boss Chong, it's time to cut the stone. However, Boss Chong hesitated, his eyes flickering, his thick fingers incessantly stroking his chin. I do not wish to cut it. I've priced it at 10 million. His gaze swept over the onlookers, seeking a glimmer of approval on their faces. 10 million? Only a fool would buy it. Even if left for a century, no one would be interested. Professor Niu, who had previously cautioned me, scoffed derisively, his white hair slightly swaying, his eyes brimming with mockery. His words fell upon Boss Chong like a bucket of cold water. Boss Chang's expression darkened instantly, his plump cheeks reddening with anger as he glared fiercely at Professor Niu. Professor Niu, if you don't keep your comments to yourself today, I shall not be courteous. He took a step forward, his formidable physique almost overshadowing Professor Niu. Professor Niu snorted disdainfully, his voice calm and measured. In my experience, there is typically only one location within a raw stone that yields jade. It is rare to find two. His voice resonated with the wisdom accrued through the passage of time. That may be your experience, but mine differs. I have witnessed many raw stones yielding jade from various locations, often of comparable quality. Boss Chong retorted, his face flushed with indignation, yet his confidence evidently waning. His gaze began to waver, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. At that moment, he was internally anxious, acutely aware of the high likelihood of failure. In a moment of impulsiveness, driven by the allure of a jade worth 42 million, he had committed such a foolish act. I understood his mindset all too well and inwardly chuckled. Regret it now, but it is far too late. Grabbing Yuan Shuiyu, I intended to leave. Although I felt a sense of satisfaction in having tricked the unscrupulous Boss Chong, it was regrettable that I had intended to pay special attention to a Chong who had been shielded from misfortune by Boss Chong. Was it possible that a Chong's fate was not yet sealed? As I reached the doorway, I instinctively glanced back, noticing the absence of stones blocking the exit, and my heart sank slightly. Just as I was about to step outside, Boss Chong hurried forward, his belly jiggling as he ran, panting heavily as he grasped my arm. Don't go. Why not purchase a few more raw stones? In his eyes, I was likely a plump sheep, and he was scheming to fleece me further. I feigned impatience and asked, are there any other raw stones available? Boss Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hefty palm. You still have many raw stones you haven't seen, right? Why not take a closer look? I cast a glance at a Chong, who appeared distressed, his gaze flitting between the raw stones and his wallet, clearly embroiled in an internal struggle, torn between the desire to gamble once more and the fear of losing everything. Meanwhile, Lu Qingya was already in a state of despair, her eyes hollow and vacant. Seemingly disinterested in her surroundings, her gaze fixed absently on the ground, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. In order to witness the spectacle of A Chong's original stone being cut, I decided to bide my time and remarked nonchalantly, I have essentially reviewed all the other stones and hold no interest. However, Boss Chong was not easily dissuaded. He hurried to the counter, his corpulent figure squeezing through the narrow aisle, pointing to a stone pedestal within. I still have this one in my counter, this very seat. And if you desire it, I shall part with it at a bargain. A seat? I expressed my confusion, moving closer to the counter to observe around. Tall stone pedestal, its surface polished to a smooth sheen, indeed suitable for sitting. Yet, my intuition whispered that such a peculiar original stone, which Boss Chong had kept unsold for so long, must harbor some secret. Raising an eyebrow, I queried with a hint of skepticism, "Boss, this original stone must have some issues, right? Unless you clarify, I am not inclined to purchase it." "I am aware of the origin of the pedestal," Professor Nyo interjected, unable to contain himself. Clearing his throat, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. He recounted, 3 years ago, Boss Chong, along with 2 other gambling stone experts, extravagantly invested 80 million to secure the top prize at a public auction in Myanmar. The original stone was enormous, comparable to half a small car, adorned with exquisite patterns and hues, boasting an impressive appearance. They toiled tirelessly to bring the stone back, and upon its unveiling at the shop, a throng of onlookers gathered, even crowding onto the rooftops to witness the event. At this juncture, he paused slightly, and the surrounding audience instinctively leaned in, holding their breath to listen. However, when the original stone was cleaved open, disappointment washed over the crowd. Its cross-section revealed nothing but a mass of white stone. Reluctant to concede, they continued cutting, fragmenting the stone into shards, yet not a hint of green was uncovered. Ultimately, only this single pedestal remained, leading them to a state of utter despair. They ceased their efforts and sold it to Boss Chong for a mere 100 yuan. For the past 3 years, Boss Chong has utilized it as a seat, serving as a poignant reminder of that painful lesson. Professor Nyo's voice carried a tinge of regret, and his gaze towards Boss Chong was imbued with sympathy, tinged with derision. Upon hearing this tale, I, along with the others present, was left speechless, unable to suppress our astonishment. The immense risks associated with gambling on stones were starkly illustrated, and the thought of Boss Chang's staggering loss of 80 million sent shivers down my spine. Yet, his endurance to persevere until now marked him as a formidable individual. Whispers of awe rippled through the crowd, some shaking their heads in lament, while others expressed relief at having refrained from such a reckless gamble. "I can sell it to you for a mere 1,000,000, Boss Chong stated, his eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation, a grimace of a smile forming on his rotund face. This was the prized stone worth 80 million, the last remnant, which perhaps concealed a jade of immeasurable value. I scoffed, retorting, "Then why haven't you cut it open yourself?" Boss Chang's expression darkened, and with a deep sigh, his shoulders slumped, appearing as if he had aged a decade in an instant. I had but 2 choices, either sell it for 80 million or never cut it, preserving a glimmer of hope. Neither option seemed a loss. However, at this juncture, I have come to terms with it. To sell it for 1 million would at least mitigate some of my losses. As for cutting it myself, I am incapable, for I have been haunted by the fear of it. That nightmarish sensation sends shivers down my spine. His voice was laden with profound dread and resignation, while his eyes bore the weight of trepidation regarding that past. Observing the fatigue and helplessness etched upon his face, an unexpected twinge of sympathy stirred within me. The record-breaking stone acquired for 80 million had been sliced repeatedly, each cut filled with hope, only to be shattered time and again by the harshness of reality. How many could withstand such relentless blows? Perhaps it was from that moment that he transformed into the unscrupulous owner of a gambling stone shop, secretly slicing raw stones, falsifying outcomes when luck did not favor him, thereby deceiving his customers. Nevertheless, his words piqued my interest. I smiled and inquired, "Could you show it to me?" Boss Chong promptly cradled the hefty stone, over 100 pounds, his face flushed crimson, emitting strained sounds as he maneuvered it out and placed it on the floor for all to see. His strength was considerable, revealing him to be a formidable character. I feigned curiosity, reaching out to caress the stone's surface, my middle finger discreetly tapping it. Burmese raw stone, a gamble steeped in blood. Blood profits? My hand trembled involuntarily, and my heart raced wildly within my chest. Who could have imagined that such a massive piece of raw stone could be reduced to so little, yet conceal within it a treasure of immense value? Jadeite? This was utterly astonishing. Could it be that it had been awaiting my arrival as its rightful owner, yearning to unveil its resplendent brilliance? Feigning hesitation, I suggested, "I'll give it a shot for 100,000. After all, I made a fortune today." Boss Chang's countenance darkened immediately. 100,000 is out of the question. It's at least 1 million. I furrowed my brow in rebuttal. "But you acquired it for merely 100. Boss Chong, exasperated, retorted, That's entirely different. I lost tens of millions back then. His voice escalated by an octave, and the flesh on his face quivered. I pretended to walk away, then I shan't buy it. Boss Chong hastily clutched my arm, exclaiming in a flurry, "You've just made 45 million today. What's a million for this stone? What if you strike it rich?" Let me share a secret. At another gambling stone shop, a mere doorstop yielded a glassy green jadeite, sold for over 30 million. So, do not underestimate any stone. His eyes gleamed with urgency, as if fearing my departure. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. The miracle at that other shop was a creation of my own doing. Yet I chose to remain silent. I feigned immense frustration and pent-up irritation. "Boss Chong, you're forcing my hand to buy, aren't you? You wish to share in my good fortune, is that right?" Boss Chong, with a conciliatory smile, whispered, "You could interpret it that way. Very well then. I shall purchase this stone." Sighing in resignation, I quickly transferred 1 million and received the transaction slip. Cradling the stone in one arm, I began to exit. The weight of the stone caused my arm to dip slightly, yet I maintained a steady grip. "What do you think you're doing?" Boss Chong intercepted me once more. With a scowl, I replied, "I'm taking it home to use as a seat. Is that not permissible?" "Not at all. You must cut it here," insisted Boss Chong with an unwavering authority, his gaze tinged with a hint of madness and anticipation. I inwardly scoffed at the thought. "I fear you may not withstand the outcome and might suffer a stroke from the tension." Yet outwardly, I acquiesced. Placing the stone beside the cutting machine, a curious crowd gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama, the air thick with a palpable mix of tension and excitement. Ah Chong also joined the throng, gripping the dazed Lu Qingya with a force that turned his fingertips white. Upon hearing of my gamble that yielded a staggering profit of 45 million, and now learning of Boss Chang's tumultuous past with stone gambling, the glimmer of greedy madness in his eyes fluctuated between intensity and frailty, his throat visibly bobbing as he wrestled with inner turmoil. Surely, there could be no jade within this boulder. While the onlookers could indulge in the spectacle, they should harbor no false hopes. Originally, I intended to take it home as a paperweight, with 1 million as a token of goodwill for Boss Chong. Yet, he insisted that I unveil it on the spot. I pursed my lips, feigning disdain as I surveyed the unremarkable boulder atop the cutting machine, my tone laced with resignation and complaint. Indeed, this was merely a fragment of the once celebrated king of stones, reduced to nothingness. What could possibly be of interest? It was surely devoid of value. I might as well search for better stones. Murmurs of disappointment rippled through the crowd, many shaking their heads, their faces etched with disillusionment, and gradually dispersing in small groups. Professor Nyo could not help but lament. In the past, when the King's Stone was unveiled, the spectators were countless. It was a spectacle like no other. Today, however, the final reveal has drawn but a handful. The contrast is staggering, as if the world has drastically changed. Yet, it will soon radiate with dazzling brilliance. Listening to Professor Nyo, I internally contested his perspective. At that moment, I even sensed that this seemingly mundane experience with the gambling stone might harbor profound life philosophies, concealing deeper truths. Alas, this is Earth, not a realm of celestial cultivation. Otherwise, my sudden epiphany might have propelled my spiritual journey to unprecedented heights. Before long, the cutting machine roared back to life with a deafening clamor, its vibrations resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. In accordance with my instructions, the master sliced the stone into 2 halves. Swiftly, I grasped a basin of water, splashing it forcefully over the freshly cut surfaces. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. Vibrant emerald green erupted from the 2 cut faces. The hue so pure it bore no trace of impurities. As beautiful as a silk drapery bestowed by a celestial maiden or a fairy clad in green descending into the mortal realm. Although the patch of green was barely the size of a fist, it shone like a brilliant star in the night sky, instantly captivating every gaze in the vicinity. Good heavens, it actually revealed green? The former King's Stone still possessed such splendor? My word, this green is simply exquisite, undoubtedly a glass-like, pure yang green. Second only to the imperial green. This is utterly astonishing. The jade has emerged. The jade has finally revealed itself. The remaining portion of the once 80 million yuan bid has surfaced, and it is the finest quality jadeite, thankfully not a total loss. Several knowledgeable spectators gasped in astonishment, including Professor Nyo, whose voice quivered with excitement. Boss Chong, however, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground with a thud, tears cascading down like a deluge. His heart-rending appearance eliciting sympathy. His eyes reflected a mixture of relief and profound regret. The solace came from the fact that the three of them, adept in the art of stone gambling, had not misjudged the situation. Indeed, the bid contained jadeite, and of the highest caliber, glassy, vivid green jadeite. A mere carving could fetch 2 to 3 million, while a bracelet might command as much as 5 million. The sorrow stemmed from the reality that the stone was no longer his. It had been cleaved open by an inexperienced novice in the realm of jade gambling, someone he had pressured into the purchase. A troubling thought surged within him. Was this astronomical fortune fated to belong to this youthful individual before him? Otherwise, why had so many cuts failed to reveal any jadeite? Soon, a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, pain, anger, washed over Boss Chong, submerging him entirely. Incredible! The jade has truly emerged. And it is indeed the glassy, vivid green. Is this handsome young man possessed by the spirit of wealth today? My heavens, such exquisite jadeite. So enchanting it leaves me mesmerized. How much do you think it is worth? I estimate it must exceed 50 million, perhaps even surpassing 80 million. Those who had just stepped away rushed back, their eyes wide with shock, faces flushed with envy and jealousy. What? 50 million? 80 million? Chong, listening from the sidelines, nearly had his eyes pop out, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, fury and envy blazing in his gaze. He shouted in outrage. Why does Zhang Yang get to repeatedly gamble out jadeite, worth tens of millions? He was once a mere impoverished wretch. Even his girlfriend looked down on him. Lu Qingya was also left speechless, utterly astounded, her face growing even more pallid with regret. Her lips quivered as if she wished to speak, yet no words escaped her. Heavens, another tens of millions? Zhang Yang is extraordinary. No wonder he pretended to be a novice in jade gambling. Yuan Shuiyu looked up at me, her face alight with admiration and infatuation, murmuring softly, her voice barely above a whisper, only audible to me and herself. Incredible, it is indeed glassy vivid green. I too felt a surge of excitement and joy. The last time I sold glassy green jadeite to Sun Yongjun, I regretted it, fearing I would never encounter such superior quality again. Yet now, I need not worry, for the glassy vivid green has come forth. This treasure will surely incite even greater commotion. Thus, I hastily prepared a precautionary statement. Dear friends, this jadeite is stunning. I shall not sell it, as I intend to keep it for myself. I knew all too well that if I did not clarify in advance, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity during my jade excavation to frantically call upon jade merchants. At that point, the situation would become uncontrollable. Subsequently, I feigned nonchalance as I gently brushed my middle finger against the cut surface of the jadeite, half of the raw stone. The Burmese half-gambling rough was indeed a gamble fraught with peril. A sudden jolt surged through my mind as the thought emerged. A blood loss? Could it be that the jadeite on this surface was merely a millimeter thick? Was there no jadeite left within? For a moment, I found myself at a loss, pondering the sheer precision of the cut. Thus, I cast aside this half of the raw stone, regarding it as worthless. I picked up my tools and began the meticulous process of cutting and polishing the other half, each movement executed with utmost caution, gradually removing the encasing stone that enveloped the jadeite. Time slipped away, and after over an hour, I finally extracted the jadeite completely. This piece resembled a column, as thick as a calf and over a foot in length. It was resplendent, of the glass type, entirely translucent, devoid of any impurities, with a rich and uniform green hue that exhibited no variation, pure green, radiating the essence of perfection. Under the illumination, it reflected a verdant glow, captivating the beholder, as if it harbored the world's most unadulterated essence of green. A profound aura surged through my middle finger into the wealth ring, subtly suggesting that the ring had undergone some exquisite transformation. My word, how stunning it was. It resembled a jade rod, potentially sufficient to craft 20 jade bracelets. The worth of merely 20 bracelets could reach a staggering 100 million. The remainder could yield jade pendants, jade ring faces, jade necklaces, and jade bracelets. What could this treasure possibly be worth? Gasps of astonishment arose, cascading in waves. Handsome, I offer 100 million. Sell it to me, please. 120 million. Sell it to me. 130 million. 140 million. 150 million. Despite my earlier caution, a throng of gem merchants had gathered, including Zhao Linghua once again appearing among the crowd. their eyes, ablaze with desire and avarice, fixated on the jadeite in my hand. I dared not meet Zhao Linghua's enigmatic gaze, secretly contemplating that he likely perceived me as a master of high-stakes gambling, for it was improbable to consistently unearth high-quality jadeite. Valued at a minimum of 150 million, my heavens. A Chang's bloodshot eyes were locked onto the jadeite in my grasp, his face contorted with jealousy and fury. Fists clenched tightly, his body trembling as though he might spring forth to seize the jadeite at any moment. Lu Qingya stared intently, her face etched with regret, her body quaking, her nails digging into her palm without a hint of pain. My word, worth 150 million? Yuan Shuiyu clutched my arm tightly, her nails nearly piercing my flesh, her expression one of shock, murmuring in disbelief. Dear heavens, this handsome man has struck it rich twice in one night, amassing nearly 200 million. The crowd buzzed with fervent envy and excitement, the atmosphere so charged it felt as though it might ignite. With a heavy thud, Boss Chang once again collapsed onto the floor, his hands pounding the ground with desperation as he choked back his emotions. My heavens, nearly 200 million. Why did we not cut it to the end back then? If we had just opened it, we could have turned the tide, not only avoiding losses, but also reaping substantial profits. The auction piece we purchased has surged in value. How foolish we were, how utterly dim-witted. In a fit of agitation, he began to strike his own face, cursing himself for his ignorance. He then dialed his partner from those days, Jin Ge and Lao Wan, lamenting, I sold the last piece of the auction item, the base, for 1 million to someone else, only for it to reveal over 150 million in glass-quality Shenyang green jade. Why didn't we insist on cutting it open back then? His cries of anguish and self-inflicted slaps echoed through the phone line. The weight of regret bore down on him, leading him to butt his head against the wall with a resounding thud. Boss Chang, do not despair, this is fate. This treasure was never meant for you, which is why you failed to uncover it despite your numerous attempts. Professor Niu comforted him, embracing him gently. His gaze filled with sympathy. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot sell it. I wish to keep it for myself, to create some jewelry. I hastily tucked the jade into my bag. Beyond my reluctance to sell, I wished to spare Boss Chang further distress. I reasoned that if he could not see the jade, perhaps his pain would diminish. Out of sight, out of mind, as they say. A collective sigh of regret swept through the gathering of jade merchants. The glass-quality Shenyang green was a rare find these days. Alas, the owner was unwilling to part with it, leaving them with nothing but wistful longing. My gaze shifted to the other half of the rough stone, and I raised my voice with feigned excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, how much jade do you think this half could yield? This remark jolted everyone from their reverie. They turned their fervent eyes toward that half stone, their gazes brimming with desire, as if it were not merely a rock, but a mountain of wealth. They were eager to rush forward and seize it. Handsome, will you sell this half of the rough stone? Someone ventured, their voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Well, I deliberately elongated my response, feigning hesitation. Instantly, their enthusiasm surged as they began to persuade me. You've already made nearly 200 million. You shouldn't continue. Leave some opportunities for others. Perhaps this half contains no jade at all. Cutting it could lead to significant losses. It's better to sell it. You are all speaking nonsense. How could there possibly be no jade? The green on the surface is already proof enough that jade exists within. Only its size remains uncertain. I retorted, my expression darkening. Just because there's green on the surface doesn't guarantee jade lies within, they countered with confidence, drawing upon their extensive experience in stone gambling. Feigning to be swayed by their arguments, I replied, since you all say the risks are considerable, perhaps I should take my profits and run. This half, a gamble, will go to the highest bidder. Wonderful. The crowd was engulfed in excitement, each individual rushing forward with powerful flashlights, meticulously illuminating the raw stone, fully engrossed in observation, analysis, and judgment. Among them were numerous jade merchants, seasoned and astute, who quickly sensed something amiss. Their brows furrowed gradually, expressions of uncertainty flickering in their eyes, and they began to quietly retreat, opting not to participate in the purchase. Boss Chang scrutinized the stone as well, and his hesitation mirrored that of the others, clearly recognizing the potential absence of jade within. Yet, a colossal obsession lingered in his heart, preventing him from relinquishing hope. He pondered that if this half stone could still yield a profit, the losses of several million could be recovered, perhaps even resulting in a gain. Ah Qiang, eyes bloodshot, leaned over the half-stone as if he intended to meld his own eyes into it. His greedy demeanor elicited a chuckle from onlookers. Very well, let the bidding commence. I shall not delay further. The longer I wait, the more conspicuous my intentions become. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The latter was Aqiang's call, which was met with an eerie silence. The crowd realized the situation was unusual as none of the jade merchants made a bid, instead observing with enigmatic expressions. Why do you not bid? The young man who had previously offered 2 million, appearing astute in his early 20s, questioned the jade merchants with a puzzled look. I am here to engage in jade trading, not to gamble on stones. You may gamble as you please. Once the jade is revealed, I will handle the acquisition. Zhao Linghua explained coolly, her gaze lingering momentarily on the fervent Aqiang, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes. Indeed, we share the same sentiment. The other jade merchants echoed in agreement. The young man seemed to grasp the underlying meaning and wisely refrained from further bidding. Boss Chong, gritting his teeth, declared, for million. 5 million. Aqiang, tearing off his tie, veins bulging at his neck, shouted frantically. 5 million represented his entire fortune. Having previously lost the bidding to Boss Chong and missed the chance at several million, he resolved to take a gamble, thinking, what if he won the auction? Would he not then possess a fortune exceeding 100 million? Furious, Boss Chong was about to raise his bid again when Professor Niu seized him by the arm. Whispering in his ear, Boss Chong, you should exercise caution. You are well aware of the slim likelihood of finding jade within, and you are already fated to be separate from this stone. To force the issue would likely yield no favorable outcome. Indeed, what good would it do to insist? If I truly had the fortune, I wouldn't have been sitting on this for 3 years without any thought of resolving it. I am an expert in deception, yet I never considered cutting it open for that purpose. Boss Chang's face was etched with despair, his voice barely audible, heard only by those with exceptional hearing. Thus, he ceased to bid. Aqiang, elated, eagerly proposed, Zhang Yang, I am now the highest bidder. Shall we commence the transaction? You, I am not inclined to sell. I feigned displeasure, furrowing my brow as I responded. Zhang Yang, I sincerely apologize to you now. In the past, I should not have enticed your former girlfriend. That day, I was truly bewitched, a beast in my actions. I have since recognized my error and have faced the consequences. I implore you, considering our year of camaraderie, to forgive me. Aqiang, with cleverness, bowed in apology, his face adorned with sincerity, his eyes gleaming with a hint of greed. The onlookers were astonished, especially Yuan Shuiyu, who was utterly bewildered, for she was unaware of the true animosity between Aqiang and me. I have already forgotten these unpleasant matters. I refuse to sell it to you, for your own good. What if it contains no jade? You would incur a loss of 5 million, a burden you cannot bear. Thus, I shall unravel it myself, perhaps allowing me to earn another 150 million. I waved my hand, feigning genuine reluctance to sell to Aqiang, and pretended to begin the stone's unveiling. Aqiang abruptly seized my arm, his anger surging. Zhang Yang, do not underestimate me. 5 million is not a significant sum for me. I can bear it entirely. Furthermore, you previously stated this stone was up for auction. Now? You cannot go back on your word, absolutely not. Can I not retract? I feigned a melancholic demeanor, glancing at the crowd. Legally, one may retract. However, you would lose your integrity and reputation, as well as the trust of friends, incurring significant intangible losses. Professor Niu spoke earnestly. Zhang Yang, if you do not sell me the raw stone today, I shall fight you. One of us will surely enter standing and exit horizontally. Aqiang's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, pulsating with frenetic energy, exhibiting a state of extreme madness. He was beginning to resort to coercion. Then remember, it is you who forced me to sell it to you. Should you prosper, do not forget my kindness. If it fails, do not blame me. I feigned a helpless expression. Rest assured, Zhang Yang, should I strike it rich, we shall be the best of brothers. I will take you for grand health treatments every day, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. If the latter occurs, I shall not hold you accountable, after all. It was I who compelled you. Aqiang rejoiced, repeatedly thumping his chest in assurance, his face radiating with a smug smile, as if he could already envision his impending wealth. Soon, Aqiang and I completed the transaction. My account swelled by 5 million, and the raw stone, a gamble steeped in blood, now belonged to him. This time, no one would shield him from disaster. I stepped aside, leading Yuan Shuiyu away, my heart secretly preparing to flee at any moment. The many jade merchants wore peculiar expressions, particularly Zhao Linghua, who regarded Ah Chong with pity, as though she had foreseen all that was to unfold. Ha ha ha, this raw stone is finally mine. It is a glassy type of Zhenyang green jade, half gamble material. As long as I carve out a bracelet, the 5 million will be returned. I refuse to believe that fate is solely benevolent to Zhenyang. I refuse to believe that I, Ah Chong, cannot defy destiny. I am confident that I can carve out 10 bracelets. 100 million, without a doubt. Ah Chong laughed maniacally, as in that moment, he seemed to be standing at the pinnacle of his life. His laughter echoed throughout the gemstone shop, igniting fervor among the onlookers, each face illuminated with envy as they gazed upon him. The roar of the stone-cutting machine resembled the tolling of a death knell. At the moment the blade penetrated the raw stone, it seemed as if the very air had solidified. That fragile hue of green, akin to the fleeting morning dew upon blades of grass, dissipated swiftly amidst the harsh sound of friction, replaced by the stark, coarse gray stone that cruelly revealed itself to the crowd. In that instant, time appeared to slow, and all the clamor and anticipation evaporated into mere vapor. Ah Chong's smile resembled a frozen ice sculpture, grotesquely contorted in its stillness. He emitted a primal roar, lunging towards the cut surface, frantically clawing at it with his nails, as if he could unearth the vanishing emerald. Blood trickled down the crevices of the stone, staining the gray surface with a vivid crimson, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze consumed by despair and madness. Standing to the side, I watched this scene unfold, devoid of any compassion. The thrill of vengeance surged within me like a relentless tide, overwhelming my senses. The humiliation and pain he once inflicted upon me had now transformed into this unrestrained pleasure. Lu Qingya's heart-wrenching cries, the sympathetic sighs of the spectators, and Boss Chang's stifled retches intertwined within the confines of the small gemstone shop, resembling an absurd symphony, resonating with the mournful ballad of greed and desire's demise. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Ah Chong knelt upon the ground, his hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse to the point of breaking. Blood seeped continually from the gaps in his nails, staining his hands. It was not merely the pain of losing 5 million. It was the shattering of that dream of sudden wealth, the affluent life he believed was within his grasp, now utterly fragmented. He remained an ordinary man, the myth of wealth forever out of reach. Lu Qingya's tears had long since dried. She gazed at the deranged man before her, her last glimmer of hope thoroughly extinguished. She had once anticipated that Ah Chong might perform a miracle, much like I had, yet reality proved merciless, offering no quarter whatsoever. Ah Chong, you fool, imbecile, simpleton. I warned you not to enter, not to gamble, yet you insisted on both. Look where it has led us. You've lost every penny earmarked for our future home, our entire fortune, and with it, our future. From this moment on, you are you, and I am I. We are no longer entwined. Her voice was cold and resolute, laden with disappointment and disdain. In her heart, choosing Ah Chong had become her greatest mistake, and it was time to cut her losses and abandon this man who had brought her despair. Yet Ah Chong, as if possessed, shouted at Lu Qingya's departing silhouette, "Lu Qingya, you gold-digging woman. Now that I am broke, you choose to leave me, don't you? You long to return to Zhenyang, don't you? But he may not welcome you back. As for me, I might yet rise again. One day, you will regret this." His voice brimmed with resentment and defiance, yet Lu Qingya did not look back. As she passed by me, her pace faltered momentarily before she quickened her steps, disappearing into the throng. As I gazed in the direction of her departure, a flicker of curiosity surged within me. In that moment, what thoughts occupied her mind? Pain, regret, or perhaps liberation and rebirth? Alas, I lacked the gift of mind reading, destined to remain oblivious to the answers. Without lingering, I took Yuan Shuiyu's hand and, amidst countless envious and jealous glances, we departed from that tumultuous and cacophonous place. Upon returning home, I sank into the plush embrace of the sofa, a radiant smile gracing my face. The day's accomplishments surpassed all expectations. First, the sale of the Listening to the Spring in the Abyss painting yielded tens of millions, followed by an astonishing 45 million from gambling on stones. Not to mention the jadeite of at least 150 million in value, a total profit of 200 million today. It felt surreal, yet it transpired with undeniable reality. Zhenyang, your prowess in gambling on stones is truly remarkable. I finally comprehend why you feigned ignorance. It was to evade the burdens that fame might bring. Yuan Shuiyu remarked, her eyes filled with admiration. It is not as extraordinary as you believe. Today's fortune was primarily due to luck. I responded modestly. I then retrieved the jadeite from my bag, entranced by its beauty, and offered it for Yuan Shuiyu to admire. So exquisite, utterly breathtaking, she exclaimed, cradling it delicately in her hands, her eyes sparkling with awe and affection. A faint blush graced her lovely face, her enchanting gaze shimmering like the jadeite's lustrous sheen, rendering her even more captivating. The exquisite jade and the beautiful maiden complemented each other, resembling a splendid masterpiece. As I gazed at her delightful expression, my heart stirred, and I smiled, encouragingly saying, once your performance reaches 100 million, I shall gift you a jade bracelet of exquisite glass-grade imperial green. Really? You are not deceiving me, are you? Yuan Shuiyu's eyes sparkled with surprise, her face radiating joy as she spontaneously wrapped her arms around my neck. Her smile blooming like a flower, filled with anticipation. At this moment, she evidently recognized the immense value of the jade bracelet I had promised. Worth 5 million, a truly precious gift. Do I appear to be a liar? I gently wrapped my left arm around her slender waist, feeling the delicate warmth radiating from my palm, while my right hand instinctively brushed along her elegant nose before gliding down to her luscious red lips, where it made the gentlest of contact. The soft sensation intoxicated me, quickening my heartbeat and rendering my breaths more rapid. I shall remember this when the time comes. I will certainly ask you for it. I won't hold back. A faint blush crept onto Yuan Shuyu's cheeks as she giggled, releasing me and settling onto the opposite sofa, eagerly reaching for her phone to connect with clients via WeChat. Her focused demeanor suggested she was entirely oblivious to my unusual behavior. Perhaps she had silently acquiesced to my intimate gestures. Suddenly, a call from Zhao Linghua interrupted the moment, her voice remaining elegant and composed. Zhang Yang. The jade bracelet and ring I made for you are ready. When shall you come to collect them? I nonchalantly replied, no rush. I can pick them up in a few days, or have them left with Sun Yongjun. I can deliver them to you. Just send me your location, Zhao Linghua insisted, her tone leaving no room for refusal. With a resigned sigh, I sent her my location, fully aware that her intentions were not as innocent as they appeared, likely motivated by the glass-grade imperial green jade in my possession. About an hour later, a knock echoed through the room. Yuan Shuiyu, feeling a bit shy, retreated to her own room. I stood to open the door, and indeed, it was Zhao Linghua standing outside, clad in an opulent gown, adorned with shimmering jewels. She exuded an air of elegance, radiating a powerful presence as if she were illuminated from within. I invited her into the living room, where she took a seat on the sofa, and I prepared a cup of tea for her. Zhao Linghua elegantly sipped her tea, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Where's your girlfriend? I awkwardly chuckled, explaining, she is not my girlfriend, merely a friend. A friend as beautiful as that. You should hasten to turn her into your girlfriend, Zhao Linghua teased, laughing lightly before producing 2 exquisite boxes from her elegant handbag. She gently opened them, revealing a glass-grade imperial green jade ring resting on a velvet tray. The main stone resembled a droplet of solidified morning dew from spring, its vibrant green hue diffusing through the pristine, glass-like texture, devoid of any impurities. The 18K gold setting twisted like vines, cradling the jade, while scattered diamonds along the sides sparkled like stars, their reflections harmonizing with the jade's lustrous sheen. As the jade danced in the light, it emanated an aura of mystery and nobility, as if the verdant essence were about to flow forth from the stone itself. The exquisite glass-type jadeite bangle, of vibrant green, is breathtakingly beautiful. Its rounded and full body radiates a clear brilliance, overflowing with a rich and uniform shade of green, reminiscent of an entire summer lotus pond encapsulated within the bangle. The texture is so refined it approaches perfection, cool and smooth to the touch, as if it has captured a pool of azure water. Under the light, the interior of the bangle appears to conceal a flowing luminescence, and when it sways gently, it emanates a soft glow, epitomizing elegance and luxury. Zhao Linghua gracefully adorned her wrist with the bangle, her every gesture exuding the delicate charm and elegance of Eastern classics, showcasing the extraordinary temperament of the wearer. Delighted, I slipped the ring onto my left middle finger, feeling it fit perfectly, a radiant smile illuminating my face. Meanwhile, the enchanting wealth ring remained quietly on my right middle finger, ever since it was claimed by blood, It had become remarkably ordinary and unnoticed. Perhaps a testament to the treasure's humility. Indeed, after Zhao Linghua removed the bangle and allowed me to enjoy it for a while, she began her gentle persuasion to acquire the exquisite glass-type jadeite. Upon my firm refusal, she settled for a compromise, proposing to purchase half of it. I rubbed my forehead, patiently explaining, "Zhao, there is no need for haste. I intend to use it for jewelry, and of course, I will have it made by you. I can certainly share a portion, but not at this moment. Let us wait a while. The attention is too overwhelming now, and I wish to avoid it." Only then did Zhao Linghua reveal a satisfied smile, rising to leave with a sense of contentment. As dusk settled, and the evening sky was ablaze with hues of sunset, I took Yuan Shuiyu to a nearby restaurant to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Just as we were enjoying our meal, an unfamiliar call interrupted. I answered, and a familiar voice echoed through, "Zhongyang, do you remember who I am?" After a moment of contemplation, I exclaimed, "Your brother Luo, right? We played card games together last time, and I was exceptionally lucky that day. How did you get my number?" "Yi Sunyong provided it. Are you free tonight? Let us play cards again." I've already invited Yi Sunyong, Zhong Qianwei, a Feng, and another very affluent friend. Brother Luo chuckled heartily on the other end. A sudden caution arose within me, prompting the question, "What about Achong?" "Achong lost everything gambling today. He can't join. That fool lost over 5 million. It's astonishing how foolish he can be," Brother Luo scoffed. After a moment's hesitation, I replied with a smile, "All right. I'll be over shortly." As a man, who could resist the thrill of an exhilarating game of cards? Moreover, I possessed a unique advantage, which increased my interest even further. Turning to Yuan Shuiyu, I said, "A friend has invited me to play cards, so I might return late. Please secure the door. And don't open it for anyone except me." Yuan Shuiyu grasped my hand, gently shaking it, and pouted, "I want to go with you." I chuckled helplessly. "Playing cards is quite dull for you. It's best if you stay behind. But you must come back early. It's quite boring here alone," Yuan Shuiyu replied. Somewhat disheartened, yet she refrained from further insistence. Today, Li Qingfei ventured to Yanjing for an overnight stay, leaving me to partake in a game of cards while Yuan Shuiyu remained solitary at home. I assured her I would return early. Yet my thoughts lingered on the notion of escaping first, leaving the timing of my return to fate. Thus, I escorted Yuan Shuiyu back to her residence, changed into a fresh ensemble, and eagerly descended the stairs, driving off in my Maybach with fervor. This gathering was not held at the gym, but rather in a discreet hotel nestled within the bustling cityscape. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden door adorned with gilded carvings, an air of opulence enveloped me. The expansive room featured a gleaming automatic mahjong table at its center, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the warm yellow light. Flanking the walls stood a state-of-the-art karaoke system, its black casing radiating a sense of modernity, with blinking indicators beckoning patrons to indulge in song. Surrounding the space were elegantly designed luxurious sofas, their plush cushions embroidered with intricate patterns, each detail exuding an extraordinary taste. Dressed in kipeos, the young ladies gracefully awaited nearby, smiles upon their faces, ready to serve tea, beverages, and delectable snacks, rendering the scene reminiscent of a noble gathering from a cinematic tale. One of Luo Depeo's companions, named Gao Qian, was in his 30s, sporting a neat hairstyle and clad in a plain long-sleeve shirt, an appearance as ordinary as the passers-by on the street. Yet, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, akin to tempered steel balls, radiating a penetrating sharpness that seemed to unveil hidden truths. His fingers were long and nimble, unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a steady drumming sound. According to Luo Depeo, Gao Qian hailed from the north. Though the specifics of his profession remained shrouded in mystery, Gao Qian exuded a sense of generosity, placing a black box heavily upon the table as he entered, revealing neatly stacked cash amounting to 500,000 yuan, the crisp bills glimmering enticingly, the scent of ink wafting through the air. In response, Luo Depeo, Zhong Qianwei, and I each produced our own prepared 50,000 yuan in cash, creating piles of banknotes resembling miniature mountains on the table. In contrast, Yi Sunyong and a Feng appeared somewhat modest, each revealing only 50,000 yuan. Their faces adorned with sheepish smiles as they explained their presence was merely to join in the revelry and experience the thrill, intending to bow out once their stakes were lost. To prolong the game, we collectively agreed on a betting structure of 100 yuan as the minimum, with a maximum of 1,000 yuan. given that it was Friday and only Yi Sun-young and A Feng had work obligations the following day. The rest of us were free to savor the excitement and joy this game would bring. Zhong Qianwei's attire this evening was particularly striking. Clad in a form-fitting black evening gown, the deep V-neck design accentuated her graceful collarbones and alluring curves, while the perfectly positioned slit of the skirt revealed glimpses of her long, elegant legs with each step she took. Adorning her earlobes were a pair of dazzling diamond earrings that swayed gently with her movements, refracting a brilliant light under the glow of the chandeliers. She sat gracefully at the card table, instantly captivating the gaze of several prominent men. Luo Depeo's eyes were fixated on her, nearly drooling, while Gao Qian, despite his outward composure, betrayed his inner turmoil with frequent swallows. In such an atmosphere, Zhong Qianwei seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune at cards, winning round after round, her chips piling higher and higher. I maintained a more subdued presence at the table, relying solely on conventional strategies rather than any special tactics, for there were no adversaries like a Chong among us that night. Consequently, I lost several tens of thousands, yet remained indifferent, my gaze occasionally drifting toward Gao Qian, who exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Before long, A Feng and Yi Sun-young lost their 50,000. Shaking their heads in resignation as they retreated to the sidelines to observe the unfolding spectacle. Gao Qian was acutely aware of anyone encroaching on his space. When A Feng curiously leaned in to observe his game of Jia Jinhua, it provoked a fierce reaction. Gao Qian abruptly rose, the chair screeching against the floor, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed at A Feng. "Who told you to stand behind me? Keep your distance." A Feng, startled by this sudden outburst, turned pale and flushed, retreating to sit behind me. Meanwhile, Yi Sun-young, grinning, settled behind Zhong Qianwei, relishing the chance to watch her play while enjoying the splendid view. Losing money seemed inconsequential in comparison. From that moment on, the tide of the game shifted dramatically. Gao Qian began to win at an astonishing rate, his skills appearing almost supernatural, weaving a tapestry of deception that left others bewildered. Just when one presumed he was cheating, revealing his cards would instead showcase a winning hand. When one anticipated a strong play, he would merely hold a weak one, leaving opponents in disarray. Though he did not win every hand, he exhibited an uncanny ability to assess the situation, effectively mitigating losses when necessary. In a short span, the cash in front of him accumulated like a small mountain, soon surpassing 1 million. Zhong Qianwei began to buckle under the pressure, shifting from winning to losing. As for Luo Depeo and myself, our losses exceeded 30,000 each within a brief period. Observing my dwindling chips and Gao Qian's triumphant demeanor, Yi Sun-young and A Feng whispered among themselves, "Is it possible that someone is about to sweep the board tonight?" They watched Gao Qian intently, their expressions rife with suspicion, clearly convinced he was cheating. Could it be that he was indeed a card shark, hiding cards up his sleeve? I too was engulfed in doubt. Having read numerous novels about cheaters, I understood one principle. To secure victory at the card table, cheating was often the only recourse. However, my unfamiliarity with Gao Qian's past luck left me hesitant to make any swift judgments. Unless I could discreetly discern the 3 cards he held, I would remain unable to ascertain whether he was cheating. However, this was no simple task. I had no means to touch his cards, and he would undoubtedly deny me such an opportunity. While I was racking my brain for a strategy, an extraordinary event unfolded. To my astonishment, a portion of the spiritual energy within the ring coalesced into a translucent thread, gradually extending from the ring and following the path of my finger, resembling an invisible tendril that silently reached the 3 cards before Gao Qian. Immediately, information surged into my mind. 5 of spades, produced by an unknown factory, marked with an artificial imprint. Worthless. 9 of spades, produced by an unknown factory, marked with an artificial imprint. Worthless. 10 of spades, produced by an unknown factory, marked with an artificial imprint. Worthless. Goodness, the ring can now identify objects I cannot physically touch? I was utterly astonished, my eyes wide as saucers, scarcely able to believe the unfolding events. I had not anticipated such a miraculous function of the spiritual energy absorbed by the ring. After the initial shock, a surge of anger ignited within me. Gao Qian was indeed cheating. The so-called artificial imprint was undoubtedly a mark he had secretly inscribed himself. I have indeed heard of certain con artists adept at inscribing various peculiar marks on the backs of mahjong and poker cards. These markings are indecipherable to outsiders. Yet the perpetrators can discern the identity of each card with precision through these signals. Moreover, it is evident that Gao Qian's cunning extends far beyond this. He must also be proficient in the art of card swapping during the dealing process, for it would be implausible for him to consistently receive hands such as flushes, pairs, or even three of a kind. In this round, unsurprisingly, Gao Qian emerged victorious once again, revealing a flush, while I held merely a pair of kings. And both Zhong Qianwei and Luo Depeo possessed inconsequential cards. Clearly, he aimed his strategy directly at me, hoping I would boldly call, enabling him to rake in a substantial profit. However, I had already seen through his ruse and discarded my hand early on. With a facade of calmness, I continued to observe his every move, awaiting an opportune moment to retaliate. Soon, the next hand was dealt. This time, I received what appeared to be an exceptional hand, a straight flush of spades 7, 8, and 9. Yet, when I used my intuition to gauge Gao Qian's cards, I was taken aback. He held a superior straight flush of hearts J, Q, and K. Luo Depeo's cards consisted of diamonds 5, K, and A in a flush, while Zhong Qianwei held clubs 7, 9, and K in a flush. Witnessing such a tableau, everyone descended into a frenzy, fervently calling the bets. The stakes escalated from a few hundred to several thousand, and after a succession of calls, they quickly reached the capped limit of 10,000. I understood clearly that my opponents sought to conclude the game swiftly, thereby securing a staggering 1.6 million and departing with aplomb. This tactic was undeniably ruthless. As Luo Depeo, Zhong Qianwei, and Gao Qian revealed their hands, the pallor on Luo Depeo and Zhong Qianwei's faces turned stark white upon glimpsing Gao Qian's cards. Beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, soaking their collars. Luo Depeo, with a wry smile, shook his head, lamenting the misfortune of encountering a straight flush. Zhong Qianwei, equally despondent, sighed, remarking that her luck had started well for the evening but had since waned. Observing their reactions, I pondered in silence. It seemed they had failed to notice Gao Qian's deceit. Of course, it was also plausible that they were colluding, deliberately crafting a scheme to ensnare a newcomer like myself. Otherwise, they would not have displayed such a lack of suspicion in the face of such an anomalous hand. Zhang Yang, reveal your cards. What use is it to hold them back? Can you truly alter their outcome? Gao Qian's tone dripped with impatience as he noted my delay in exposing my hand. Do you believe your victory is assured? I regarded him coldly, my gaze brimming with defiance. Of course, I do not presume victory. I am merely awaiting your reveal. Gao Qian nearly let slip his thoughts, but he quickly masked his misstep. A smirk formed within me as I shouted, "Show me a 3 of a kind." I then dramatically flipped my cards, revealing a trio of queens. What a surprise, a 3 of a kind. Zhang Yang, tonight you have finally shown some fortitude. A Feng and Yi Sunyong leaped from their seats, exhilarated, cheering loudly. They were not well acquainted with Gao Qian, naturally rooting for my triumph. It is inconceivable. Gao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity, and his body trembled slightly. Why is it impossible? Is it because you win every time? Is my single victory deemed unattainable? I fixed my gaze upon him, my eyes brimming with questions. What nonsense are you spouting? Why is 3 queens impossible? Luo Dapeng also sensed the tension, glaring fiercely at Gao Qian. You don't actually know what cards we hold, do you? I've long suspected you, you scoundrel. Are you cheating? Zhong Qianwei rose in anger, pointing at Gao Qian and shouting. I apologize, I misspoke. But I assure you, I am not cheating, otherwise. You would have noticed the discrepancy, wouldn't you? Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Gao Qian swiftly donned a smile and repeatedly offered his apologies. Let us proceed then. With a new deck. I had nearly concluded that Luo Dapeng and Zhong Qianwei were not in cahoots with Gao Qian. However, without concrete evidence, I could not directly accuse Gao Qian of cheating. Soon, a new deck was brought forth, and the confrontation between Gao Qian and me entered a heated phase. Gao Qian had more money than I did, and he was a remarkably skilled cheat. With his experience and tactics, he would undoubtedly detect any discrepancies in the card count. The previous round, he had failed to notice my trickery because he assumed the 3 of us were easy targets, never suspecting that I was hiding cards and cheating. Now that he was aware of my deceit, he would certainly be extra vigilant. Thus, I could no longer conceal my cards as I had before. Moreover, given his expertise in card swapping and memory, defeating him would prove to be no simple task. Let Luo Dapeng shuffle and deal, shall we? I said coldly, intent on neutralizing Gao Qian's card swapping prowess during the deal. No problem, replied Gao Qian, his expression betraying a calm confidence, convinced that he would still emerge victorious. Heh, he was bound to lose, I thought with a smirk. From this round onward, I altered my strategy. I would no longer look at the cards and would instead play without revealing my hand. Of course, should I ascertain that my cards were inferior to his, I would concede early. I found solace in the fact that evaluating the playing cards required minimal mental effort. With the assistance of my financial ring, it was nearly impossible for him to cheat. Under my approach, Gao Qian soon became flustered, his face growing increasingly pale as he lost. He was torn between looking at his cards and not looking at them, completely at a loss, his expression rife with confusion and anxiety. He undoubtedly realized I was cheating, yet he could not grasp how I was accomplishing it. Each time he painstakingly memorized a card, I would swiftly switch to a different deck. This completely enraged him. His face turning an unhealthy shade of gray, his fists clenched tightly, nearly on the verge of exploding with rage. He desperately wanted to hide his cards. But knowing I was a more adept cheat, he dared not do so. Being caught would mean certain doom. Thus, he soon lost everything. His face alternated between red and pale, and without a moment's hesitation, he hastily concocted an excuse and fled in disgrace. Come, let us continue. With a smile, I greeted Luo Depeng, Zhong Qianwei, Yi Sunyong, and a phone, returning the money they had previously lost. They expressed their gratitude profusely, and Zhong Qianwei leaned in, whispering softly in my ear, Zhang Yang, is Gao Qian cheating? She speculated that he might have marked the cards and was adept at switching them, though I wasn't entirely certain. Otherwise, he would have been caught red-handed. I replied with a chuckle. How did you manage to win against him then? The curiosity on their faces was palpable. I prevented him from shuffling and dealing the cards, and after a while, I switched to another deck. This way, he had no opportunity to switch cards or mark them, leaving him oblivious to my hand. I simply gambled on luck, keeping my cards hidden. And his fortune was not as favorable as mine, hence his inevitable defeat, I answered, half-truthfully. Impressive. The four of them raised their thumbs in admiration. Their eyes filled with respect. At that moment, Luo Depeng began to recount Gao Qian's background, revealing that he was a childhood friend from the north, who had come down for a business trip. He never would have imagined that his childhood companion was a skilled cheat, and he shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the inscrutability of human nature. We continued our jovial game of Jiajinhua. With Gao Qian, the cheat, no longer disrupting the game, I refrained from any deception. And we played fairly, the atmosphere light and enjoyable. After all, I had already won 500,000 from Gao Qian, making the evening quite rewarding. Just as we were immersed in the game, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by a series of hurried footsteps, and someone banged on the door, shouting loudly, "Open up! Quickly! The police are here for a raid." The five of us felt an immediate chill run down our spines, our faces turning ashen. There lay a staggering sum of 1 million in cash on the table. If the police were to catch us in the act, the consequences would be dire. Luo Dapeng, Zhong Qianwei, Yi Sunyong, and a phone were utterly flustered, their frantic movements betraying their confusion. Meanwhile, I remained composed, swiftly directing them to stow the money into bags and boxes. Grabbing a handful, I dashed into the restroom, secured the door, and curiously peeked through the crack. The four of them, displaying a modicum of cleverness, quickly retrieved a handful of change, perhaps amounting to a few dozen yuan, feigning a casual game of small-stakes poker. Luo Dapeng, forcing a semblance of calm, scowled and declared, "Police? I refuse to believe it's the police. Don't jest with us. We're merely enjoying our weekend." "What business do the police have here?" Zhong Qianwei chimed in, though her voice trembled slightly. With a resounding crash, the door was forcibly flung open. Four police officers surged into the room, with none other than Zhao Yitong leading the charge, accompanied by the male officer, Du Bin, who had apprehended me previously. The other two officers appeared to be in their 40s, their sharp gazes and stern expressions exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. Could it truly be the police? "What brings you here?" "We were merely playing a few harmless cards. We haven't committed any crime." The four of them stammered, their bodies rigid with fear, their voices quivering. "We received reports of illegal gambling involving substantial sums," Zhao Yitong stated coldly, her tone serious. "This must be a joke. Someone must have slandered us. There has been a misunderstanding. We are merely friends dining together, playing a few cards. The stakes are minimal, just 1 yuan. They hastily protested, desperately hoping to evade scrutiny and praying the police would not search the restroom. However, the officers were astute, immediately commencing their search of the private room. Zhao Yitong's gaze quickly fixed on the restroom. She approached, pushing the door, which resisted her efforts. She began to pound on the door, commanding, "If you do not open this door, I will kick it down." Hearing this, Luo Dapeng and the others trembled in terror, their faces drained of color. I hurriedly opened the door, feigning a sheepish grin, exclaiming, "Zhao Yitong, must you be so fierce? You nearly scared the life out of me." "Zhongyang," Zhao Yitong responded, her face a picture of surprise, clearly not expecting to encounter me here. What a twist of fate. Zhongyang knows this beautiful officer? Luo Dapeng and the others felt a surge of elation, though anxiety lingered, for knowing a police officer may not be of much assistance. "Yet again you?" Dubin remarked, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he swiftly approached, reaching for me to pull me from the restroom. However, Zhao Yitong interjected, calmly stating, "Dubin, please refrain from being so rough. This must be a misunderstanding. Someone has made a false report. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we shall ascertain by investigating." Dubin retorted, his frustration evident. "Zhao Yitong, you cannot be attempting to shield him, can you? Last time, he let me go inexplicably out of jealousy, believing that Zhao Yitong treated me differently due to my handsome appearance. Otherwise, he would have insisted on detaining me for the entire night." After Zhao Yitong finished speaking, she swiftly pulled me out and shot me a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly accusing me of my misdeeds. Clearly, she was convinced that I had hidden the gambling funds within. Subsequently, she entered the restroom, casually shutting the door behind her. The atmosphere in the room instantly became stifling. Dubin stood frozen in place, his gaze filled with suspicion and discontent, occasionally glancing towards the restroom. The two elder policemen continued to search the room, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned, not even the space beneath the sofa or behind the curtains, and frequently picking up items from the table to examine. Luo Dapeng and the others stood by, hardly daring to breathe, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their eyes betraying their anxiety and unease. After a few minutes, the restroom door finally swung open. Zhao Yitong emerged, her expression unchanged. Yet a hint of perplexity flickered in her eyes. She had thoroughly searched every corner inside, even opening the window to peer outside. Other officers were stationed below. Should anyone have discarded something, it would surely have been discovered. However, she found nothing, which left her feeling somewhat puzzled. "Did you find the gambling funds?" Zhao Yitong inquired of the two other policemen, her tone devoid of inflection. "No," they replied, their expressions somewhat peculiar, as they had not anticipated returning empty-handed. Dubin's face grew increasingly grim. He refused to believe that we had not been gambling, convinced that Zhao Yitong was covering for me. "Then let's call it a day," Zhao Yitong coldly declared, leading the way out. Her strides were resolute, her police uniform swaying gently with her movements, exuding a striking elegance. Dubin's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly dashed into the restroom, swiftly scanning the area. He was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Yet, he could discern nothing amiss, and when Zhao Yitong turned to cast a chilling glance in his direction, he felt a warning in her icy stare, urging him to refrain from any foolishness. "Captain, I just needed to use the restroom." Dubin shrank back, feigning calm as he explained. With that, he slinked out of the restroom, trailing behind the group as they departed. "Oh my God, that was terrifying. Indeed, I thought we were doomed this time. Zhongyang, thank goodness you know that beautiful police officer. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble tonight." Luo Dapeng and the others slumped onto the sofa, their faces reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. They were convinced that the police had shielded me. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that they would fail to uncover the items I had concealed in the restroom. This matter must remain buried deep within, or the repercussions would be dire. Naturally, I would not clarify, but rather continue to mislead them. Turning back into the restroom, I discreetly retrieved the plastic bag containing the money from my concealed stash, as well as the suitcase, and then brought them back out to return to them. After this ordeal, none of us had the enthusiasm to continue playing cards, and everyone began to pack up and leave. As I observed their retreating figures, a multitude of emotions surged within me. The events of the evening had been nothing short of tumultuous, beginning with my confrontation against the seasoned con artist Gao Qian, followed by a perilous evasion of the police search. It appears that in this world rife with temptation and peril, only those endowed with sufficient strength and wisdom can maintain their footing. The financial, without a doubt, serves as my greatest support. and its secrets may extend far beyond my current discoveries. I soon found myself pondering a question. What prompted the police's sudden appearance tonight? Could it be that someone is targeting me once again? Thus, I dialed Zhao Yitong's number. "Hello, gorgeous, are you off work?" "Yes," she replied succinctly, with the crispness characteristic of a police officer, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. The long night stretched ahead, unbearable in its solitude. "Care for a rendezvous?" I inquired, my voice imbued with a magnetic charm. The night was akin to thick ink, enveloping the city in its depths. The streetlights emitted a soft, golden glow, casting a series of indistinct halos upon the ground. Seated in the driver's seat, I gazed at the incessant flow of vehicles outside as I called Zhao Yitong. Speaking in a manner I knew would please her, she had a penchant for handsome suitors. "Let us meet," Zhao Yitong responded, her enthusiasm evident in her delighted laughter. Before long, I found her at a bustling street-side eatery. She remained clad in her crisp police uniform, the badge on her shoulder glinting coldly under the streetlight. She approached with an upright posture, each step exuding a reassuring sense of strength that drew the attention of nearby diners, yet she seemed oblivious. Her gaze fixed intently on me, her striking presence unmistakable amidst the crowd. We chose a secluded corner to sit, where the table's incandescent lamp radiated a warm yellow light, illuminating her finely sculpted features. The proprietor swiftly brought forth a bubbling pot of porridge, the rice grains swirling in the thick broth, the aroma of shrimp and scallops mingling with the fragrance of green onions, wafting delicately between us. As I ladled porridge for her, I contemplated how to initiate our conversation, yet she appeared to read my thoughts, setting down her spoon and locking her gaze onto mine. Breaking the silence first, "Did you offend someone named Chong? Is that why he keeps reporting you?" So it was a Chong who had lodged the complaints, I suddenly comprehended. His twisted visage, contorted with rage, emerged unbidden in my mind. Today he lost 5 million in gambling. And at this very moment, Lu Qingya had chosen to end their relationship. Under the weight of such dual blows, his world must have crumbled. And I, once belittled by him, now basked in the limelight of the gambling arena, having amassed 2 billion today alone, while the girlfriend he once adored, whom he never even touched, Li Qing, is now mine. Alongside me is the stunningly beautiful Yuan Shuiyu. Thus, jealousy, fury, and resentment must have woven themselves into a vast web, ensnaring him, compelling him to unleash all his bitterness upon me. It appears that the news of Yi Sunyong and Afeng participating in the card game reached him, prompting him to report without hesitation. Such indiscriminate harm is indeed ruthless, akin to that of a madman. He was once my colleague, and there were some conflicts. I vaguely deflected the topic, unwilling to linger on it. To divert the conversation, I hastily inquired, "How goes your cultivation of the Taoist secret scriptures?" "Not bad," Zhao Yitong replied, lowering her head to scoop a spoonful of porridge, blowing gently before consuming it, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "What do you mean by not bad?" I leaned forward, my face awash with curiosity and intrigue. She lifted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at me, her tone tinged with exasperation. "It means exactly that. If you don't understand cultivation, you needn't pry further." Her remark only piqued my interest further, and I straightened my back with a sense of pride. I can cultivate in my dreams. Lately, I've been dreaming every night, and I'm already working on the second illustration of the Taoist scriptures, not far from the third. This statement was not an exaggeration. The spiritual energy flowing in my dreams, the meridians connecting, every detail felt as tangible as if within reach. Zhao Yitong nearly spat out her porridge, exclaiming, "Your dantian hasn't even been developed. It's still in its primitive state. You can't possibly cultivate. What good are your dreams?" She laughed while shaking her head, her eyes filled with playful mockery. Seizing the opportunity, I pressed on, "Development of the dantian must occur in childhood, right?" "Of course," she replied, casting me another incredulous look, as if regarding an ignorant child. My curiosity burgeoned like a sprouting seedling, and I could not help but continue asking, "What exactly is the dantian? And how vast is the space within it?" Zhao Yitong set down her spoon, her expression turning serious. She furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding. "It varies from person to person. Some are as large as a room, while others are merely the size of a basket. The former possess greater talent, while the latter have lesser. But regardless of talent, for some reason, cultivating the third illustration of the Taoist scriptures is particularly challenging. I am still at the first illustration. I yearn to delve deeper, but she waved her hand dismissively, her face reflecting disdain. You can't even cultivate, so why ask? I truly cannot fathom your thought process. Then, lowering her voice, a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. You rascal, have you struck it rich gambling on stones recently? Have you made a few billion? Not at all. I instinctively denied it, my gaze evasive, my chopsticks unconsciously stirring in the bowl. Don't deny it. My aunt has told me everything. You've successively gambled and unearthed ice glutinous yang green, glassy yang green, and glassy Zhenyang green. Regardless, I don't care. You must sell me a set of glassy Zhenyang green jade jewelry. Zhao Yitong rolled her eyes at me, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority, feigning a playful smirk. I countered, a set of glassy Zhenyang green jade? A bracelet, a pendant, a ring, a necklace, all together worth over 10 million. Can a mere police officer afford that? With a bit of luck in stone gambling, you've become rather proud, haven't you? If you sell all that jade to me, I could afford it. She lifted her chin, her eyes brimming with a mixture of pride and mischief, embodying the essence of a spoiled heiress. My apologies. I had momentarily forgotten that you are a top-tier affluent beauty. However, such a treasure is rare and precious. I intend to either gift or sell it to my girlfriend. Do you still desire it? I remarked half-jokingly, my gaze fixed intently upon her reaction. Zhang Yang, don't flatter yourself. You are merely an ordinary person. I would never take an interest in you unless you possess skills as extraordinary as mine. Zhao Yitong retorted with feigned disdain. Yet a subtle smile crept across her face, her eyes shimmering with a hint of youthful coyness. We engaged in casual banter, the steam from the clay pot porridge gradually dissipating as the empty plates multiplied upon the table. In this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, I ultimately agreed to sell her a set of jewelry, which elicited a satisfied smile from her. After finishing our late-night meal, Zhao Yitong approached her understated yet refined BMW. As she rolled down the window, the night breeze tousled the loose strands of hair behind her ears, revealing her delicate earlobes. Suddenly, she tossed me a thick book. Its pages yellowed and the cover's inscription somewhat blurred, exuding an air of antiquity. This is also a very ancient text, chronicling extraordinary matters. If you can comprehend or master even a portion of it, it will greatly benefit you. Thank you, I exclaimed, elated as I accepted the book, feeling its rough texture. Once Zhao Yitong drove away, I eagerly began to examine the ancient tome. The appraisal information unfolded in my mind. Secret art of disguise, 36 transformations. The false transmission consists of the page content. The true transmission is found in the last line of the single page. The genuine is revealed in triplicate. Its value is immense, worthy of your possession. Goodness, the art of disguise, 36 transformations? And there exists a distinction between the false and the true transmission? Perhaps even Zhao Yitong is unaware of the true teachings? I stood there, dumbfounded, unable to articulate my astonishment. With the Taoist scriptures in front of me and the 36 transformations behind, I realized how the ancients concealed their secrets. Were it not for the wondrous appraisal ability of my financial ring, even possessing this manual would only allow me to scratch the surface, rendering me far from the true transmission. I carefully stowed the book within the treasure chamber of my financial ring, my gratitude towards Zhao Yitong swelling further. Subsequently, I sent WeChat messages to Afeng, Yi Sunyong, Luo Depeo, and Zhong Qianwei. I have uncovered the reason behind tonight's incident. It was that scoundrel A Chong who reported us. As soon as I dispatched the message, their replies flooded in. What a scoundrel. He must be dealt with. The fury in their words was palpable, the anger radiating through the screen. A Chong, prepare yourself for an endless cycle of retribution. I chuckled coldly, a glimmer of malice flickering in my eyes. Just as I was about to drive home, my phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing the caller ID, my expression soured. Long-buried memories surged forth like agitated sediment. Gripping the phone, my knuckles whitened from the pressure as I hesitated, ultimately deciding to answer the call. Zhang Yang, next month is grandfather's 70th birthday. Have you prepared a gift? If not, I suggest you obtain the glass-type Zhenyang green jade from Gambling Stones. Perhaps it would allow you to return to the family, relieving you of your wandering existence. The cold and distant voice of my third sister echoed through the phone, each word piercing my heart like a thorn. What are you saying? Why can't I comprehend? I suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, my tone indifferent, as if conversing with a stranger. Simultaneously, a wave of intense anger surged within me. 150 million worth of jade as a birthday gift? Are you dreaming? Today, You glass-type Xinjiang green and ice glutinous green jade. Do you think I am unaware? Her words dripped with sarcasm and inquiry, as if she had already concluded the answer. Are you lost in a daydream? That I could possibly wager such jade? Do you consider me a deity? I was loath to admit it, yet I understood clearly. Today's gambling scene must have been photographed, the images circulating online, leading my sister to recognize me. Could it truly not be you? Or rather, someone who resembles you? Her tone was laced with skepticism. Certainly not me, I continued to deny vehemently. In that moment, I comprehended why Zhao Yidong had provided me with the 36 transformations of disguise. The gambling stone industry is too susceptible to being photographed. Once one's true face is revealed, it is easy to attract the attention of those with ill intentions, thus inviting danger. However, with the art of disguise, one could effectively conceal their identity, avoiding numerous unnecessary troubles. I do not believe it is you either. How could the most unremarkable scion of the Zhang family possess such fortune? Next month, grandfather's birthday approaches. Do not return, you lack the qualification. My sister's words struck me like a sharp blade, deeply wounding my heart. Even if invited, I would not return. I am no longer a member of the Zhang family. So do not adorn yourself with false glory. I coldly retorted before abruptly hanging up the phone. Upon returning home, the wall clock indicated it was already midnight. In the living room, Yuan Shuiyu lay peacefully on the sofa, bathed in the soft glow of a warm yellow floor lamp that enveloped her. Dressed in a pristine white spaghetti strap dress, her delicate waist and long legs subtly revealed in the light, her breathtaking curves were on full display. Her vibrant face rested quietly against the sofa cushion, her eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes, and her dark hair sprawled over the sofa. The gentle rhythm of her breathing resonated softly, a sight so stunning it rendered me momentarily spellbound. Eventually, I tiptoed back to my room, fearful of waking her. When I emerged after freshening up, I found her still in the same position, sleeping soundly. I shook my head helplessly. This girl had such an easygoing nature, falling asleep on the sofa without a care for the chill. I approached her gently and carefully lifted her. Her body was soft and light, exuding a faint fragrance. Like a warm cloud, I entered her room, gently placing her on the bed to lie comfortably. As I was about to rise and depart, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around my neck, refusing to let go, mumbling indistinctly as she pouted her crimson lips, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Was it intentional or merely accidental? My heart began to race uncontrollably, and my breath quickened. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her lingered at the tip of my nose, ebbing and flowing with each inhalation. My gaze gradually fixated on her alluringly sensual lips. Reminiscent of freshly blossomed peach blossoms, a powerful urge surged within me to kiss her. Yet, reason incessantly reminded me that such an act was forbidden. She was Li Qing's close friend, and certainly not a woman of frivolous nature. Nevertheless, my body seemed to act independently, inching closer, on the verge of brushing against her lips. Just at that critical moment, Yuan Shuiyu's phone suddenly rang. The jarring ringtone shattered the intimate atmosphere of the room, and she promptly regained her composure, swiftly releasing my neck. Her face adorned with a faint blush as she playfully scolded, "Zhang Yang, what are you doing in my room? You fell asleep on the sofa. So I carried you in." I awkwardly explained, my ears flushed with embarrassment, wishing I could vanish into the floor. "I need to take this call." Yuan Shuiyu evidently accepted my explanation and answered the phone. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "Shuiyu, I'll be at the commercial plaza tomorrow at 10. We'll watch a movie first, then have lunch together." "All right," Yuan Shuiyu replied sweetly, quickly hanging up, a vivid blush painting her cheeks, her eyes slightly flustered. A boyfriend? By this time, I had reached the doorway. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within me, compelling me to turn and inquire. "Do you wish I were your boyfriend?" Yuan Shuiyu teased back, her beautiful eyes glinting with playful mischief. I found myself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Internally, I certainly did not wish for her to have a boyfriend, yet I was already in a relationship, and my girlfriend happened to be her colleague and confidant. If she were to harbor any ill feelings towards me and convey them to Li Qing, it would spell trouble. Ultimately, I could only scratch my head, awkwardly stating, "You're so young, just 20, it's too early to be dating. You could just say you don't want me to have a boyfriend instead of beating around the bush," she retorted with a glance. Though she mentioned a rather dashing and charismatic man who piqued her interest, possibly becoming her boyfriend. All right, I replied, somewhat dejected, returning to my room with heavy footsteps. Perhaps noticing my despondent demeanor, Yuan Shuyu peeked out with a playful smile. Zhang Yang, don't be sad. That's a rich second-generation heir I'm in touch with. He has a damaged treasure that's said to be quite valuable, and he'll show it to me tomorrow. But he has ulterior motives. What do you mean I'm sad? I feigned annoyance, a flicker of unexpected joy stirring within me. Yet, her door had already closed, leaving me uncertain if she had heard my words. Upon returning to my chamber, I retrieved my laptop and seated myself at the desk, fervently tapping away at the keyboard. Gradually, I meticulously organized the intricate teachings of the 36 transformations, leaving no detail overlooked. Once I completed this task, I eagerly commenced my reading. I discovered that the counterfeit transformations were indeed a form of disguise, utilizing potions to alter one's appearance through special concoctions that change skin tone. In contrast, the authentic method employed vital energy for transformation. It necessitated the unblocking of numerous fine meridians on the face, allowing the vital energy to flow freely through the facial muscles and skin. When the need for disguise arose, one could merely brush their hand across their face, and their visage would transform entirely, even altering skin tone to achieve a remarkably lifelike effect. There were a total of 36 variations, representing 36 distinct identities. Once mastered, one could swiftly switch between these 36 appearances. How marvelous, I mused, yet a profound sense of regret washed over me. For I lacked vital energy, being an ordinary person, destined to remain incapable of executing the art of transformation and mastering the true teachings of the 36 transformations. Nevertheless, concocting some disguise pills was feasible, and I could fashion certain props, storing them within my treasure ring for use when the need for disguise arose. Zhao Yitong had been exceptionally kind to me. This friendship was indeed worthwhile. As I reclined on my bed, reflecting on the events of the evening, my heart brimmed with sentiment. Soon, drowsiness enveloped me, and as I lay down, I slipped into a deep slumber. In the hazy realm of dreams, I sensed a rich aura surging forth from my treasure ring, swiftly coursing through the meridians within my body. A portion of this aura followed the route depicted in the second diagram of the secret tome, while another segment traversed special meridians to my face, gradually unblocking the channels described in the 36 transformations. I was dreaming again. Such thoughts floated through my mind. Subsequently, I succumbed entirely to slumber, the surroundings blurring into obscurity, leaving me unaware of all. In the early morning, I awoke languidly, sensing an unusual sensitivity in my facial skin, as if a cool breeze danced upon its surface. Instinctively, I touched my face but detected no abnormalities. Perhaps it was merely the lower temperature that accompanied this morning? After all, a rain had fallen during the night, and outside the window, a gentle drizzle continued to patter, with raindrops cascading like fine hair from the heavens, enveloping the entire space in a delicate mist. Yuan Shuiyu and I ventured out for breakfast. Today, she adorned herself with exceptional beauty. Her delicate makeup accentuated her striking features, while her attire was both cool and alluring. A sleeveless top paired with a miniskirt that revealed expanse of her fair skin. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements, and she exuded a subtle fragrance that captivated my senses, compelling me to glance at her repeatedly, my gaze almost transfixed. Due to the rain, we shared an umbrella. I grasped the handle with my left hand, tilting the umbrella towards her to shield her from the droplets, while my right arm instinctively encircled her slender waist, my heart fluttering with uncertainty, wondering if she would shy away. After all, it seemed she had discerned my affections for her and my wish for her not to date anyone. Yuan Shuiyu's delicate form trembled slightly, and then she nestled even closer into my embrace, her head gently resting on my shoulder, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, adding an exquisite allure to her beauty. In truth, we had engaged in such intimacy yesterday, merely to navigate a peculiar circumstance, essentially masquerading as a couple. Yet today, this contact ignited a rapid heartbeat within me, as if every cell in my body clamored with excitement. I inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, savoring the softness and warmth of her body, and silently vowed, I once had no family or kin, but now, Li Qing and Yuan Shuiyu are my family, my loved ones, and with friends like Zhao Yidong, I am determined to become immensely wealthy and lead a life of unparalleled happiness, leaving my former so-called family to rue their choices. At the same time, My arm instinctively tightened around Yuan Shuiyu, drawing her closer, to which she responded with a soft hum, nuzzling against me in a manner that seemed both affectionate and playful. After breakfast, we drove to the commercial plaza. The overcast sky lent a somber hue to the neon lights, which appeared somewhat muted, while rainwater trickled down the glass facades, converging on the ground into tiny streams. Yuan Shuyu leaned against the passenger seat, her fingers tapping lightly against the window, her gaze mischievous yet tinged with anticipation. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against my ear as she whispered her plans, concluding with a serious reminder. Her almond-shaped eyes wide. You must not let anything go awry. Otherwise, if someone takes advantage of me, you'll be the one regretting it. Her tone was half jest, half earnest, yet the trust reflected in her eyes warmed my heart, prompting me to thump my chest in assurance. Fear not. With me around, no one can bully you. As I watched her step out of the car, holding an umbrella while her skirt danced with the wind, I took a deep breath and cast aside all distractions. The mall lobby was pleasantly warm, a stark contrast to the damp chill outside. I deliberately maintained a distance of several meters from Yuan Shuyu, feigning nonchalance as I perused the window displays, yet my peripheral vision remained fixed on her silhouette. The glass facade mirrored her appearance today, resembling the most enchanting scenery of spring. Before long, a steady, powerful cadence of footsteps approached. A man clad in a tailored suit strode forward, his deep gray bespoke ensemble accentuating his tall, athletic frame, exuding an air of elite sophistication. In his left hand, he carried a bulging cloth bag, the contours of porcelain faintly visible through the fabric, while his right hand held a bouquet of resplendent red roses, droplets of water clinging to the petals, refracting shards of light under the illumination. His watch, with a simple yet elegant dial and a strap gleaming with a warm metallic luster, was evidently of significant value. However, when his gaze landed on Yuan Shuiyu, an unmasked desire erupted from his eyes, as if he intended to devour her whole. Such a blatant look sent alarm bells ringing in my mind, and I instinctively clenched my fists. Shuiyu, today you are truly exquisite, surpassing even the celestial beings above. More enchanting than those donned in flight attendant attire, captivating my heart at first glance and leaving me utterly lost. A man halted before Yuan Shuiyu, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice laden with intoxication and infatuation. He slightly bowed, presenting a rose, its fragrant aroma enveloping the air. Yuan Shuiyu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. Lowering her gaze, her long eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes. She softly uttered, "Thank you, young master song." Her fingertips grazed the rose, the pale pink of her nail polish harmonizing beautifully with the petals, an enchanting sight to behold. She then lifted her gaze and inquired, "Did you bring the damaged treasure?" "Of course I did, but shall we first enjoy a movie?" Young Master Song's tone was eager, clearly yearning to share a moment alone with Yuan Shuiyu. He reached for her hand, but she deftly evaded his touch. Yuan Shuiyu gently bit her lower lip, casting a playful glance at young Master Song, her eyes shimmering with allure. "Let us first see what the treasure is. There's no rush for the movie. Today I am free, and there is ample time." Her demeanor was both pure and charming, exuding a gentle allure that made young Master Song's heart race with anticipation. "Very well." Young Master Song sighed helplessly, yet his gaze remained firmly affixed to Yuan Shuiyu, utterly entranced. He led her to a resting area within the mall, furnished with several wooden tables and chairs, surrounded by greenery, creating a serene ambience. They settled at a table where young Master Song carefully placed a cloth bag on the ground, kneeling as if handling a rare treasure, and slowly extracted an item from within. It was a porcelain plate, and as it emerged, it drew the attention of those nearby. Young Master Song gently placed it on the table, his expression grave as he lamented, "This is my grandfather's collection, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white fish insui pattern plate, acquired from abroad for 68.885 million renminbi. Regrettably, it has shattered and is now glued together with egg whites, rendering it virtually worthless." His voice was filled with sorrow, as if recounting a family's poignant legacy. "What? 68 million for a Yuan blue and white?" Yuan Shuiyu abruptly stood, her chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. Her eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, her rosy lips forming an astonished O. I, too, was taken aback, my heart racing, blood surging through my veins. The renown of Yuan blue and white is legendary. Even the layperson recognizes its immense value. I never anticipated witnessing such a rare treasure today, particularly this exquisite fish and seaweed patterned plate. Suppressing my astonishment, I quietly edged closer to their conversation, rapidly recalling the knowledge of Yuan blue and white in my mind. It refers to the blue and white porcelain produced during the Yuan dynasty, possessing immense historical, cultural, and artistic value. It is noteworthy that blue and white porcelain originated in the Tang dynasty and flourished during the Yuan dynasty, when the Mongols favored the blue and white colors, thus creating favorable conditions for the development of Yuan blue and white. The development of Yuan blue and white porcelain during the Yanyu period was gradual and characterized by rough craftsmanship. It reached its pinnacle in the Zhejiang period, showcasing mature techniques. However, at the end of the Yuan dynasty, production conditions changed due to factors such as warfare, leading to the use of various raw materials for crafting different objects. The primary production area was concentrated around Jingdezhen, with notable production also occurring at the Jinshui and Yushi kilns in Yunnan. Reports indicate that blue and white porcelain was produced in places such as Zhujiang and Jian in Jiangxi during the Yuan dynasty, though details remain unclear. Yuan blue and white porcelain can be categorized into commemorative pieces, auspicious designs, hall names, laudatory motifs, and decorative styles. Its forms are robust and bear the quintessential characteristics of both Mongolian and Han cultures. The glaze is relatively thin and exhibits a bluish-yellow hue. The cobalt used can be distinguished between imported and domestic varieties. The decorative patterns serve not only as embellishments, but gradually evolved into cultural carriers, with overall inscriptions being relatively scarce. Yuan blue and white porcelain represents a crystallization of ethnic integration and Sino-foreign exchange, reflecting the social landscape, cultural customs, and the state of international economic and cultural interactions during the Yuan dynasty. The interplay of blue floral patterns against the pristine white body resembles an ink wash painting, bestowing upon it a unique cultural value cherished by literati. It marks the first instance in Chinese ceramic history where hand-painted artistry took precedence, diminishing the primary focus on the porcelain body itself, with the painted surface emerging as the primary embodiment of value. Yuan blue and white porcelain heralded a new era in the transition from traditional plain porcelain to colored porcelain, laying the groundwork for the emergence and flourishing of Ming and Qing polychrome, Dotsai, Funsai, and famille rose wares. Its decorative motifs are lavishly arranged, intricately painted, and encompass a plethora of themes, including intertwined lotus, peonies, dragons and phoenixes, and narrative scenes. Due to the passage of time and the craftsmanship of the era, the number of surviving Yuan blue and white porcelain pieces is scarce. Incomplete statistics suggest approximately 100 pieces exist domestically, while over 200 pieces are found abroad. The rarity of these artifacts renders them highly coveted in the collector's market. For instance, a Yuan blue and white porcelain jar depicting the Giguzi descending the mountain was sold at Christie's auction in London on July 12, 2005, for $14 million, totaling $15.688 million after commission, equivalent to approximately 230 million yuan, setting a record for the highest auction price for Chinese art globally at that time. Additionally, a Yuan blue and white dragon patterned flat bottle fetched a price of 97.9 million yuan. As I finally approached, I held my breath and widened my eyes, scrutinizing the flared plate before me. With a diameter of approximately 45 centimeters, it appeared under the light like a full moon radiating a mysterious glow. The body is dense and solid, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, as if it bears the weight of millennia. The white glaze applied both inside and out is lustrous and smooth, resembling a clear lake reflecting the surrounding light and shadows, akin to the frost and snow of a winter morning, pure and vibrant. The unglazed base, with its rough surface, bears evident knife marks crisscrossing in various directions, remnants of the ancient artisan's handcrafting, with each mark narrating the vicissitudes of history, as if softly recounting tales from the kiln of the Yuan dynasty. The underglaze blue is of pure hue, deep and bright, showcasing the distinctive allure of the cobalt blue. In the denser areas, black iron rust spots appear as if they have naturally grown from the core of the body. A gentle touch upon these iron spots reveals a slight indentation, reminiscent of a kiss left by time. Glimmering in the light, the iron spots exude a captivating sheen reminiscent of tin, twinkling like the stars in the night sky, shrouded in mystery and depth, enticing one to delve into its secrets. The intricate patterns adorning the plate are both elaborate and distinctly defined, akin to a magnificent scroll unfurling before the eyes. The swirling lotus and pomegranate motifs on the outer wall are continuous, with blossoms either poised to bloom or in full, exuberant display. The petals are delicate, the textures vivid. The leaves unfurl gracefully, their veins flowing smoothly, encircling the plate in a harmonious pattern, reminiscent of the eternal river of life, symbolizing ceaseless vitality and flourishing prosperity. The inner rim is adorned with a crisscross pattern and wave motifs, akin to lively lace, bestowing a touch of vivacity and dynamism upon the plate. The crisscross design is orderly and intricate, resembling a meticulously crafted chessboard. The wave pattern surges and swells, its frothy crests evoking the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. The inner wall features peony motifs, each bloom striking a myriad of poses, some demurely turned aside, others boldly raised, each flower full and sumptuous, with petals layered exquisitely, showcasing opulence and grandeur, encircling the inner wall in a similar continuous design, reflecting a noble and elegant spirit. At the heart of the plate lies its undeniable soul. The dual fish and waterweed pattern comes to life, with two koi, one ascending and the other descending, playfully frolicking among the water lilies. The upper koi glides leisurely, its tail gently swaying, tracing graceful arcs as if savoring the tranquility of the water. The lower koi, brimming with vitality, leaps energetically, its mouth wide open, seemingly engaging in playful antics, sending splashes that appear ready to leap off the plate. Surrounding waterweeds and lilies sway gently in harmony with the fish's movements, dotted with duckweed, creating a vivid and enchanting underwater world that transports one into a realm of serene delight. Yet, amidst this beauty, 3 cracks mar the surface, resembling a spider's web, mercilessly severing the perfection of the piece. They stretch from the edge to the center, as if bearing the scars of time, recounting tales of past misfortune. Gazing upon this fractured treasure, I feel a blend of sorrow and excitement. I mourn its damage yet rejoice in its value and potential for restoration. I quickly step aside, my fingers gliding swiftly across my phone screen, sending a WeChat message to Yuan Shuiyu. It must be authentic Yuan blue and white porcelain. You should purchase it for 1,000 yuan. Though the shattered porcelain once held immense worth, its value has significantly diminished. This is an exceptional opportunity. Yuan Shuiyu promptly received the message, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she sweetly replied, "Young master song. Although this porcelain is broken and thus less valuable, I still appreciate its historical significance. Will you sell it to me?" Her tone carried a hint of anticipation and playful charm. Young master song furrowed his brow, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Though it may lack value now, I retrieved it from my grandfather's treasure trove. If he discovers it missing, he will surely be upset. Yuan Shuiyu leaned forward, speaking softly. Every time your grandfather sees this broken porcelain, it must cause him great pain, which is not good for his health. It would be better to part with it, out of sight, out of mind, and he will feel much better, leading to improved health. Her voice was gentle and persuasive, her gaze sincere, as if genuinely considering the well-being of young Master Song's grandfather. "Indeed, you are absolutely correct," he replied, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. "I have long wished to part with it. Discarding it into the trash feels too painful. Gift it to you. It brings me comfort. Since you desire it, I shall bestow it upon you." "No, no, no. You must sell it to me," Yuan Shuiyu countered, retrieving a meticulously prepared contract from her exquisite handbag with grace and proficiency. She swiftly inscribed the sum of 1,000, signed her name, and elaborated on the particulars before sliding it across the table to Song Shao, offering him a pen with a smile. Taking the contract, Song Shao glanced over it hastily before signing with a flourish. Yuan Shuiyu promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to his account, and he accepted without hesitation. He then carefully placed the plate into a cloth bag and handed it to her. Yuan Shuiyu embraced the bag tightly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She fully understood the value of this treasure once restored. It would represent an unimaginable fortune, far exceeding the worth of the paintings sold the day before. "Shuiyu, do not be anxious. Although it once held a value exceeding 60 million, it is now merely a broken dish, of no worth," Song Wenbin said with a smile, reaching to embrace Yuan Shuiyu's shoulder, only to have her deftly evade him. "Let us go watch a movie," he suggested. "Certainly," Yuan Shuiyu replied, her cheeks flushed. as she walked alongside Song Wenbin toward the cinema. Observing this, I swiftly executed my plan, striding towards them, my face a mask of jealousy and fury. Shuiyu, what are you doing? Who is he? My voice boomed, capturing the attention of those nearby. Yuan Shuiyu appeared flustered, her eyes wide with alarm as she stammered, "Husband, I merely came to purchase a broken porcelain piece, nothing more. His name is Song Wenbin, the young master of the Song family, but he has a girlfriend. There is truly nothing between us." Her demeanor resembled that of a wife caught in a compromising situation. Song Wenbin's expression darkened. His face flushed with anger as his chest heaved, as if on the verge of an explosion. The romantic date he had anticipated now lay shattered. His emotions a tumult of anger and disappointment as he glared at me, as if he wished to consume me whole. "Humph, return with me." I shot a fierce glare at Song Xiao, grasping Yuan Shuiyu's wrist and turning to leave. Yuan Shuiyu complied obediently, nestling against me. The faint scent of her perfume lingering in the air, stirring my senses. She even lifted a hand to wave goodbye to Song Xiao, her gesture simultaneously soothing and farewell, leaving him visibly perturbed. As I led Yuan Shuiyu out of the mall, I mused silently. Zhonghai is home to many affluent individuals, including numerous second-generation rich. Yet, I know so few. Song Xiao must be exceptional, for his grandfather possesses a collection of invaluable blue and white porcelain worth over 60 million. Moreover, there is a treasure trove, indicating that he is indeed a significant figure, perhaps comparable to the esteemed Zhao elder. As soon as I boarded the vehicle, Yuan Shuiyu eagerly handed me the cloth bag, her hands tightly gripping it, her fingertips turning pale with excitement. "You must take a look. Is it genuine?" she urged. I refrained from extracting the plate, but gently probed with a fingertip, feeling the surface of the dish. It was a yuan blue and white fish and algae patterned plate from the official kiln, hailing from Jingdezhen, once immensely valuable, though regrettably damaged, yet capable of restoration. My goodness, it truly is yuan blue and white. No wonder it exudes such exquisite beauty. I was ecstatic, turning to Yuan Shuiyu, my eyes brimming with exhilaration. It is indeed yuan blue and white, and I can restore it entirely, bringing back its former glory. That's wonderful. Yuan Shuiyu's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with hope. We hurriedly drove home. Upon entering, I feigned a retreat to the room to begin repairs, while in reality, I concealed the broken plate within the treasure chamber of my wealth ring. A bright light illuminated the space, and the restoration commenced. I deliberately delayed for a while before emerging, feigning fatigue, and remarked, "I've begun the restoration. By tomorrow or the day after, it will be as good as new. You can rest assured now." Then my achievements could surpass 100 million. Yuan Shuiyu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, her hands clasped tightly, barely able to contain her elation. Indeed, I nodded emphatically, my heart equally filled with anticipation. "But don't forget your promise to me," she playfully chided, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes. "Rest assured, I shall never forget," I replied with a smile. "I still wish to go shopping. I want to buy beautiful clothes, perfume, cosmetics, and more." Yuan Shuiyu's smile blossomed like a flower in full bloom. "Then let us go." I had no intention of refusing. To spend romantic moments with her while acquiring such precious treasures was worth any expense. In the ensuing hours, Yuan Shuiyu entered a frenzied shopping mode. We navigated through various malls, her entering and exiting fitting rooms, transforming with each outfit into a goddess of a different style. Whether she donned an elegant gown or a chic suit, each ensemble carried its unique charm. While selecting perfume, she delicately inhaled each fragrance, her expression focused and entranced, ultimately choosing a fresh, subtle scent imbued with a hint of mystery. When selecting cosmetics, she meticulously tested shades in front of the mirror, carefully choosing the most suitable hues for herself. Meanwhile, I trailed behind her, swiping my card, spending hundreds of thousands, yet relishing every moment. This expenditure was merely a generous bonus for her, for the fortune she brought me far exceeded this. Throughout our journey, our intimate demeanor led everyone we encountered to assume I was Yuan Shuiyu's boyfriend. We both reveled in the moment, savoring this fabricated yet beautiful romantic interlude. "Don't tell your girlfriend about all these purchases. I worry she might get jealous," Yuan Shuiyu shyly remarked, a blush gracing her cheeks. I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Fear not, she would never be jealous. You are good friends, best buddies. You introduced me to this business, after all." I believe that upon learning of this, Li Qing will not only refrain from feeling jealous, but will likely share in our excitement, as she too stands to benefit from it. When I suggested our return journey, Yuan Shuiyu pouted her lips and, with a discontented expression, remarked, "I still wish to see a movie." As I glanced at the time, I realized it was only 3 in the afternoon, making it a perfect moment to watch a film. However, mustn't a man and woman attending a movie be a couple? We hardly fit that description. Nonetheless, seeing the look of helplessness on Yuan Shuiyu's face compelled me to take her to the cinema. The ticket hall was bustling with a throng of people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. The vibrant posters, illuminated by the lights, stood out remarkably, while various movie slogans and trailers played in succession on the large screen. After a brief discussion, Yuan Shuiyu and I decided to watch the romantic film Love in just 3 days. Once we secured our tickets, I gently took her delicate hand, as soft and tender as a spring blossom. The warmth radiating from her palm quickened my heartbeat as we stepped into the cinema, a realm brimming with uncertainty and romance. Should we choose ordinary seats or a couple's box? Leaning slightly closer, I tentatively whispered in her ear, my warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "It's up to you," Yuan Shuiyu replied nonchalantly, though her tone carried an almost imperceptible shyness. Thus, I guided her into a couple's box. Within the confines of the box, we found ourselves enveloped in a private, intimate sanctuary, shielded from the external clamor by a gentle darkness. As we settled into the snug space, our bodies instinctively drew close, shoulders nearly touching, knees brushing against one another. In that instant, the subtle yet enchanting fragrance emanating from her seemed to waft like a delicate mist, rapidly filling the entire box. With each breath, the aroma refreshed my spirit, as if it could dispel all weariness and worries. I could not resist the urge to turn my head slightly and gaze at Yuan Shuiyu beside me. The flickering lights and shadows on the screen allowed me to catch a glimpse of her visage. Though somewhat blurred, it added an air of mysterious beauty. Her fair, tender face had already flushed with a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of the sunset's glow on the horizon, and her body quivered slightly. Whether from nervousness or a different kind of anticipation, I could not tell. She feigned composure, her beautiful eyes fixated on the screen, attempting to concentrate on the film. Yet her eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, betraying the turbulence within her heart. I found myself utterly entranced, my heart racing wildly within my chest, as though it might burst forth, and my breath became increasingly rapid. At last, I gently wrapped my arm around her slender waist, akin to a silk ribbon. Her body shivered ever so slightly before she gradually nestled into my embrace. As I felt the softness and warmth of her form, I became utterly intoxicated. As if submerged in a sea of tenderness, my mind swirled with confusion. I could not fathom why she had chosen to watch the movie with me, nor could I understand why she permitted such intimacy between us. Soon, I found myself completely lost in the moment, an overwhelming desire to kiss her surging within me. Yet, she evaded my attempts. Each time I leaned closer, she shyly withdrew, her flushed cheeks and averted gaze revealing a blend of youthful modesty and an irresistible allure. Clearly, she possesses a remarkable sense of propriety, and this clarity and rationality only deepens my admiration and affection for her. Even without kissing, the intimacy of our embrace and gentle whispers is extraordinarily flirtatious and beautiful. My thoughts are entirely consumed by her, far removed from the film before us. When the movie concluded and the lights illuminated the room, it felt as though we were abruptly pulled from a dream back into reality. We then sought out a charming Western restaurant, adorned with elegant decor, where crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow and melodious music flowed through the air. Seated across from one another, we savored delectable steak and fine red wine, relishing this tranquil moment of beauty. After our dinner, we returned home, only to find that Li Qing had already arrived. Dressed in a pristine white spaghetti-strap dress, her figure was perfectly accentuated, exuding an exquisite allure that was irresistibly captivating. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and a languid smile graced her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement upon our entrance. "Did you uncover some hidden treasures? Do tell me, what did you find today?" Li Qing inquired, her expression brimming with anticipation, reminiscent of an inquisitive little girl. The past couple of days had been thrilling. Just yesterday morning, we sold the painting Listening to Springs in the Deep Valley for 42 million, yielding me a handsome profit of 2 million. Then, Zhang Yang took me to gamble on stones. Yuan Shuiyu eagerly interjected, animatedly recounting the events of yesterday and today. Her articulation was clear and her narrative compelling. Each detail vividly painted, as though we were reliving those exhilarating moments anew. What? That painting sold for 42 million? Yesterday, Zhang Yang won 45 million from stone gambling? Plus, a piece of glass-grade Zhenyang green jade worth at least 150 million? And today, he acquired a yuan blue and white porcelain valued at over 60 million for just 1,000 yuan? Li Qing was left speechless, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief. To assure her, I discreetly revealed the piece of glass-grade Zhenyang green jade, which shimmered alluringly under the light, its rich green hue seemingly imbued with boundless vitality. Li Qing took the jade, cradling it closely, captivated by its beauty. Her face radiating pure joy. Zhang Yang, you are simply extraordinary. She gazed at me with admiration. Reluctantly, she set down the jade and embraced Yuan Shuiyu. Shuiyu, you are remarkable. You truly have a knack for business. You will undoubtedly become a top-tier affluent woman. I adore you. I have something to discuss with you. Yuan Shuiyu led Li Qing into another room, whispering conspiratorially, for the past few days, I have had Zhang Yang impersonate my boyfriend to avoid potential complications. You don't mind, do you? I have already instructed him to wholeheartedly protect you. Posing as a boyfriend is certainly no issue. I absolutely don't mind. Li Qing replied without hesitation. Since you place such trust in me, I feel reassured. Let us continue to collaborate effectively, expanding our business in the restoration of antiques and artifacts, and together we shall rise to become top-tier affluent women. Yuan Shuiyu beamed with joy. I stood outside, eavesdropping on their conversation with clarity, marveling at the increasing acuity of my hearing, almost terrifying in its precision. It seemed that although Yuan Shuiyu maintained a certain decorum in her interactions with me, she nonetheless harbored concerns due to her somewhat intimate gestures, fearing that Li Qing might feel jealous. However, now that she had received a definitive response from Li Qing, the pressure would be alleviated, allowing for a more harmonious relationship between us in the future. I silently vowed to protect both of them diligently, ensuring that they would never suffer harm. They are my goddesses and the most significant individuals in my life. Without further delay, I transferred 2 million to Li Qing, her rightful share from the sale of the Whispering Spring of the Abyss. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Li Qing's smile blossomed even more radiantly, her entire demeanor infused with joy, her spirits lifted. She beckoned Yuan Shuiyu to step outside, exclaiming, Zhang Yang, I've brought back a broken treasure from Yanjing. Do you think it's worth restoring? I fear it may be a counterfeit. Li Qing reached into her exquisite handbag and delicately extracted a small yellow cloth pouch, handling it with the tenderness one would reserve for a rare artifact. As the pouch opened slowly, she cautiously revealed a fractured jade bracelet. The broken edges glimmered with a soft luster. Even in 3 fragmented pieces, its innate elegance remained undeniable. The jade boasted exceptional quality, its clarity reminiscent of a pristine spring, and as light penetrated the bracelet, it refracted a gentle and enchanting halo, undeniably of the glass type. What was even more astonishing was its lush green hue, a vibrant shade that seemed to encapsulate the purest essence of life, bright and vivid, akin to the most resplendent blossoms of spring, instantly captivating all gazes and eliciting breathless admiration. Wow, could this possibly be a glass-type imperial green jade bracelet? Yuan Shuiyu gasped in surprise and awe, hurrying closer, her eyes wide with disbelief and envy, resembling a little girl who had stumbled upon a treasure. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Li Qing nodded gently, a hint of regret in her eyes. Indeed, this is a glass-type imperial green jade bracelet, purchased from a wealthy woman. She initially intended to use it for beads, but upon reflection, realized that it could yield little more than a meager bracelet. As the beads were too small and the inner surface flat, it could barely serve as a ring face, thus its limited value. Consequently, I acquired it for 500,000. 500,000. My eyes widened, fixating intently on the shattered jade bracelet as a tempest of astonishment surged within me. The glass-type imperial green jade is already a paragon among jades, renowned for its exquisite texture, vibrant and uniform color, exceptional transparency, and nearly flawless quality. A high-quality glass-type imperial green jade bracelet, crafted with superb artistry, often commands a price exceeding 10 million. Consider the current market trends, a jadeite bangle of the glass type. Measuring 7 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter in thickness, if it possesses pure quality, uniform color, and high transparency, could command a price exceeding 30 million yuan. Conversely, a bangle with a diameter of approximately 9 centimeters and a similar thickness, if characterized by pristine quality, vibrant color, and remarkable transparency, might see its value soar to around 50 million yuan. Historical records indicate that a glass-type jadeite bangle weighing approximately 100 grams, with an unspecified diameter of about 7 centimeters, was sold for an astonishing 4.8 billion yuan at an auction, although there are varying accounts regarding the year of this transaction, with claims of it occurring in either 2014 or 2017. For instance, some sources assert that in 2014, this extraordinary jadeite bangle made its debut at a Christie's auction, and after fierce competition, it fetched an unprecedented price, setting a new record in the jadeite auction market. Other records suggest that in 2017, a glass-type jadeite bangle similarly sold for 4.8 billion yuan, again breaking auction records for jadeite bangles. However, such exorbitantly priced bangles are rare exceptions, representing an elite class of top-tier glass-type jadeite resources, crafted with exceptional artistry and imbued with profound cultural significance. Now, let us turn our attention to the bangle at hand. Its vibrant hue is almost intoxicating, and its quality is impeccable, a true exemplar of top-grade glass-type jadeite and royal green. While the notion of over 100 million may seem somewhat exaggerated, a baseline of 30 million is certainly plausible. Should one encounter a discerning expert, the figure of 50 million is not out of the question. If presented at auction, amidst the fervent bidding of numerous collectors, the price would undoubtedly escalate even further. I can hardly contain my excitement as I retrieve my measuring tools, my hands trembling slightly as I measure the bangle's dimensions, approximately 9 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter in thickness. Gazing at the figures before me, my exhilaration intensifies. The dimensions are simply exceptional. This jade bangle is indeed a treasure that one can only hope to encounter. Li Qing, how much did she spend when she purchased it? Yuan Shuiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, clearly elated for Li Qing. When she bought it, she spent 45 million. A hint of nostalgia tinged Li Qing's voice. My goodness, 45 million? For just a jade bangle? Yuan Shuiyu was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, her expression a mixture of disbelief. Observing her reaction, Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle. That blue and white porcelain dish was valued at over 60 million, which is equally outrageous. Antiquities and artifacts truly cannot be appraised by their size. With that, she turned her hopeful gaze toward me, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, as if I were the savior capable of restoring this jade bangle. Yuan Shuiyu immediately directed her gaze toward me as well, her expression mirroring the same eagerness, as though I held the key to rescuing the bangle. Don't rush, let me confirm, I said, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I quickly made my way to the refrigerator, carefully extracting an egg and separating the egg white with utmost precision. I delicately dipped the cotton swab into egg white and meticulously applied it to the fractured edges of the jade bracelet, gradually reassembling the 3 segments with gentle and focused movements, fearful of shattering this precious treasure. Once the egg white had completely dried, the bracelet became remarkably sturdy, even allowing for a gentle adornment upon my wrist. Yet, the 3 conspicuous breaks marred the surface like scars, narrating tales of its unfortunate past. Leaning in for a closer inspection, my gaze swept across the surface of the bracelet, and I silently rejoiced that there were no additional flaws, undoubtedly enhancing the likelihood of a successful restoration. With my mind eased, I inhaled deeply and lightly tapped my middle finger against the jade bracelet. This glass-type imperial green jade bangle, intricately carved by the Jade dynasty in 2016, regrettably lay in ruins, its value significantly diminished. However, it was indeed reparable. It can be restored. How splendid. I jubilantly cheered within, my face betraying an unmistakable delight. I nodded earnestly at the 2 beautiful flight attendants, my tone resolute and filled with confidence. Rest assured, I can restore it to its former beauty and glory, leaving no blemishes behind. My goodness, the broken jade can be entirely mended. Your restoration skills are truly remarkable. How much fortune might I amass in the future? Yuan Shuiyu's face was a canvas of shock and exhilaration, her eyes sparkling with visions of a prosperous life, as if countless riches were beckoning her. Li Qing, equally elated, chimed in with a smile. My jade pendant had numerous cracks, yet he has restored it without a trace, and I sold it for a high price. As she spoke, Pride and satisfaction radiated from her eyes. In their excitement, both women spontaneously leaped into my embrace, the three of us entwined in a warm hug. At that moment, a joyous atmosphere enveloped the room. For them, such an effortless means of earning wealth felt like a dream. Earning merely hundreds of thousands as flight attendants over a year, they now stood to gain millions, perhaps even tens of millions, within just a few days of collaboration. All entirely legitimate and devoid of concern. This bliss and elation nearly intoxicated them. Zhang Yang, your restoration techniques must remain strictly confidential. No one outside our trio should learn of them, unless I bring in more flight attendants to assist. Li Qing lifted her head, her gaze imbued with a touch of playful dominance. Though her tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable firmness. Yuan Shuiyu echoed her sentiment. Zhang Yang, have you considered that if your restoration methods were to become known, any broken treasure would skyrocket in value, making it impossible for us to acquire them at a reasonable price? I gently embraced their soft figures, savoring their warmth, gazing at their exquisite faces, and inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that surrounded them, feeling utterly enraptured, and nodded earnestly. You are right. I have never contemplated revealing this to anyone else. Let us quietly amass our fortunes. At this moment, I find myself filled with a tinge of regret for having auctioned the Southern Song Dynasty Longquan powder blue glaze paperweight vase. Should the original owner become aware of this, they would undoubtedly suspect my possession of remarkable restoration skills. Fortunately, ceramics encompass a vast array of types and quantities. Who dares to assert that only one exists? It is entirely plausible that several pieces are in existence. Thus, even if the other party hears of a flawless Southern Song Longquan powder blue glaze paperweight vase being auctioned, they might conclude it to be a different piece, likely refraining from a meticulous investigation, leading to minimal discrepancies. Then you should commence the restoration without delay, urged the two flight attendants, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Very well, I replied, taking the jade bracelet and retreating into the room. It was only then that I acutely realized the inconvenience of lacking a dedicated workspace. However, Li Qing, being remarkably considerate, did not follow me into the room. Instead, she turned and entered Yuan Shuiyu's chamber. Outside, their cheerful laughter and hushed whispers occasionally floated through the air. When will the villa be fully renovated? I am eager to move in. This place is far too inconvenient. Zhang Yang doesn't even have his own workspace. Yuan Shuiyu's voice was gentle, yet tinged with urgency. It is currently under renovation, and it will take about 2 more months. I have been keeping a close watch on it. Li Qing's voice offered reassurance. I placed the bracelet into the Wanbao Tower within my financial ring, and in an instant, a dazzling white light flickered to life, signaling the official commencement of the restoration work. Initially, I believed that restoring 2 treasures simultaneously would weigh heavily upon me. However, to my surprise, I found myself unburdened, as if the exertion of mental energy was not excessive. Perhaps it was due to the relatively small size of these artifacts, making their restoration less taxing. Thus, I took a moment to freshen up. After donning my soft, comfortable pajamas, I reclined on the bed, a wave of fatigue enveloping me instantly. I picked up my phone and sent a WeChat message to Li Qing. Before long, I could hear movement from the adjacent room. Li Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly informed Yuan Shuiyu, I'm heading over now. Do get some rest. Be gentle. Don't let me hear you, or I won't be able to sleep. Yuan Shuiyu teased with a mischievous smile, her tone laced with playful banter. Soon after, Li Qing returned to the room. She nestled shyly into my embrace, the delicate fragrance of her perfume lingering in the air, both familiar and enchanting. I gently wrapped my arms around her slender waist, savoring her softness, and could no longer restrain the longing and desire within me. I pressed my lips against hers passionately. Li Qing responded with fervor, the temperature in the room gradually rising, and the night grew ever more tender. Upon awakening the next day, I found Li Qing's presence absent from beside me. She always had this habit. Having finished work early yesterday, she departed for work early today, leaving behind only her lingering scent, wafting through the room. My mind involuntarily recalled the enchanting beauty of the previous night. Perhaps it was the longing from a day apart that intensified our desire and devotion, rendering everything extraordinarily beautiful. After freshening up, I exited the room, preparing to escort Yuan Shuiyu to her workplace. As I descended the stairs, it was only natural for me to wrap my arm around Yuan Shuiyu's alluringly soft waist. Her body quivered slightly, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks, prompting her to lean into me, fostering an even closer intimacy. The availability of a vehicle made our journey remarkably convenient, and within mere minutes, we arrived at the airport. Tonight, you will be all alone. Won't you feel lonely? She teased playfully, giving me a mischievous wink before adding with a grin, don't go trying to charm other girls. This evening, she would spend the night in the vibrant city of Magic Capital, while Li Qing would be in Beijing, hence her playful banter. Her casual remarks echoed those of a girlfriend to her boyfriend, sending a shiver of exhilaration down my spine, yet simultaneously sparking an inexplicable joy within me. I watched her gracefully stride into the airport lobby, her slender figure resembling a blossoming peony, swaying elegantly until she finally vanished amidst the crowd, at which point I reluctantly withdrew my gaze. Subsequently, I drove towards the antique street, a place where I had amassed my fortune. Each visit here enveloped me in an air laden with the scent of wealth, as I knew countless treasures awaited my discovery. However, my phone suddenly rang. To my surprise, it was a call from Sun Yongjun. Zhang Yang, come over here, there's a splendid show for you to witness. And bring the raw stone I owe you from our last encounter. I was elated, as I had thought he might renege on his promise. Following the location he sent, I swiftly drove to the designated place. The destination turned out to be a spacious storefront, at least 300 square meters, conveniently located near the antique market. At the entrance, I encountered someone I had hoped to avoid, Song Wenbin. He stood nonchalantly outside, smoking a cigarette, the smoke curling languidly into the air. Beside him was an exceptionally beautiful woman, clad in a form-fitting white off-shoulder dress that accentuated her exquisite curves, drawing attention to her every movement. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were sculpted with the precision of a master artist. Her cascading hair glimmered with a captivating sheen, and her innate elegance marked her as an undeniable beauty. She appeared quite youthful, perhaps not yet 20, her face still retaining a hint of innocence, though her physique was undeniably mature and voluptuous, creating a striking visual contrast that compelled one to gaze longer. Hello, young Master Song, I greeted. Sensing his piercing gaze fixed upon me, clearly recognizing me from our encounter just yesterday. Reluctantly, I mustered the courage to extend my greeting. What is your name? Song Wenbin inquired coldly, his eyes betraying a hint of hostility. I am Zhang Yang, I replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. What do you do? His voice harbored an undercurrent of suppressed anger, as if ready to erupt at any moment. I smiled calmly and replied, I am currently unemployed, merely dealing in antiques. Brother, he is so tall and handsome. How do you know him? Standing beside Song Wenbin, the beautiful woman could no longer contain herself. She scrutinized me from head to toe, her gaze brimming with admiration, and then leaned in to whisper in Song Wenbin's ear, Song Manqing, can you refrain from being so childish? Is he really handsome? Does he compare to your brother? And remember to keep your distance. He doesn't seem like a good person. He has the look of a scoundrel. Song Wenbin's expression darkened, his tone laden with displeasure and warning. Clearly, he was too embarrassed to mention my flight attendant girlfriend and the awkwardness of his attempt to flirt. Though their voices were hushed, my keen hearing allowed me to catch their words distinctly. Instantly, my expression soured. How could Song Wenbin label me a scoundrel? Such slander was utterly unfounded. Brother, you're deceiving yourself. You only learned his name and profession today, yet you call him a scoundrel? In fact, I believe him to be a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so envious. Song Manqing pouted, her eyes filled with trust in me. Finally, Sun Yongjun arrived, still driving that imposing Rolls-Royce Cullinan, accompanied by a tall, muscular bodyguard. A small truck followed behind, its bed laden with several large and small raw stones. Sun Yongjun first nodded at me, then turned his attention to Song Wenbin, asking in a serious tone, where are your raw stones? Still waiting, there's a traffic jam. Song Wenbin replied, discarding his cigarette but nonchalantly. Zhang Yang, this is Song Wenbin, young Master Song, my good friend and rival, and this is his sister, Song Manqing. Young Master Song, Manqing, this is Zhang Yang, my close friend, Sun Yongjun introduced. Humph, Song Wenbin snorted coldly at me, clearly unwilling to engage. However, Song Manqing graciously extended her delicate hand towards me, smiling as she said, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I look forward to your guidance. I gently took her hand, and in that fleeting moment of contact, I inexplicably tapped her fingertip with my middle finger. Name, Song Manqing. Age, 19. Occupation, jade merchant. A natural beauty. To my astonishment, she was deemed a natural beauty? This woman appeared extraordinary. No wonder she exuded such allure. I was filled with surprise and couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. Yet, lacking the purity and virtue of the likes of Li Qing, Yuan Shuiyu, and Yi Bingqing, she couldn't quite measure up in my eyes. If you dare to flirt with my sister, I will break your bones. Song Wenbin suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice to deliver a menacing threat. Young Master Song, you're being overly paranoid. You know I have a girlfriend. How could I possibly flirt with your sister? I retorted darkly, my voice barely above a whisper. Deep down, I understood that he was likely envious of my superior looks, worrying that his flirtatious sister might take a liking to me, hence his preemptive warning. Suddenly, a rumbling sound approached, growing louder as a dark green heavy-duty truck sped toward us, its wheels crushing the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The truck's bed was neatly stacked with raw stones of various sizes, each encased in rough brown stone skins, resembling mysterious treasures sealed by time, glinting with an ancient luster under the sunlight. Undoubtedly, these were Song Wenbin's raw stones. A collective effort saw the raw stones being transferred from the truck into the storefront, each piece heavy and resonating with a dull thud as it was moved. 2 stone cutting machines stood ready within the premises, their metallic bodies gleaming coldly under the lights, while the serrated blades glimmered with a chilling sharpness. Shortly thereafter, several impeccably dressed scions of wealth arrived, each clad in tailored suits that fit them like a second skin, their watches reflecting opulence on their wrists. The sound of their polished shoes against the floor was crisp, and their every gesture emanated an air of affluence. These individuals either embraced Sun Yongjun and Song Wenbin warmly or exchanged high-fives and jovial greetings, the atmosphere crackling with excitement as if it were on the brink of igniting a fervent blaze. It became clear to me what Sun Yongjun and Song Wenbin were up to. The two, habitual rivals, relished in their competitive spirit and had agreed to a wager on stone gambling today. Each would present a dozen raw stones, from which they would select 3 to be cut open, vying to see whose jade would command the higher value. The victor would claim all the jade and raw stones, while the loser would leave with nothing. My heart raced at the enormity of the stakes involved. The raw stones before me were substantial. The smallest weighed several dozen pounds, while the largest exceeded 100. Their surfaces bore natural textures, with distinct features like snake skin and pine flower clearly visible, leaving no doubt as to their authenticity. In the gambling market, each of these stones could fetch prices ranging from several $100,000 to millions. Collectively, they represented a wager in the tens of millions. These 2 affluent heirs not only possessed wealth, but also a daring spirit for high-stakes gambling that many could scarcely imagine. With hands tucked into his pockets and a provocative smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Song Wenbin exuded a fierce competitiveness. Sun Yongjun, today I shall make you lose your pants. As he spoke, the veins in his neck subtly bulged, as if victory were already within his grasp. Sun Yongjun, undeterred, stepped forward slightly, locking eyes with Song Wenbin, his gaze fierce. Song Wenbin, it is you who will lose your pants. The two stood in a standoff reminiscent of bulls poised for combat, an atmosphere thick with tension as their eyes glinted with the fervor of impending strife. Now, let us commence the selection of the first stone. You have 30 minutes, called out a stout, round-faced man in his 30s, the referee Wu Juanxiong, affectionately nicknamed Panda. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes, when crinkled with a smile, revealed a shrewdness that was hard to overlook. Sun Yongjun and Song Wenbin hastily approached the pile of raw stones, their gazes flitting between the pieces brought by each other. They crouched at times, meticulously illuminating the surfaces of the stones with flashlights, and occasionally tapped them lightly, straining to listen to the sounds they emitted. Clearly, they had thoroughly studied their own stones. Yet at that moment, their focus was primarily on the opponent's offerings. However, in my estimation, the efficacy of such scrutiny was limited. After all, even the most skilled could not definitively discern the quality of jade within raw stone. The essence of stone gambling lay in its unpredictability, where even with financial acumen, one could only ascertain the potential value of the raw stones, not the inherent quality of the jade contained within. Zhang Yang, are you here to enjoy the spectacle as well? A soft voice whispered in my ear. I turned to find Song Manqing standing beside me. Her presence seemingly materialized without my notice. The white fabric of her dress swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming lotus flower. A delicate pearl hairpin adorned her hair, while a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, intertwining freshness with a hint of elusive sweetness that was truly enchanting. This perfume, undoubtedly of considerable value, served as a reminder that the captivating beauty before me was a genuine embodiment of the elite, an exquisite heiress and socialite, likely well-versed in the intricacies of romantic entanglements. Yes, I replied absently, my gaze still fixated on the two individuals in the center of the gathering. Although this woman was a natural beauty, skilled in the art of seduction and presumably acquainted with numerous suitors, I had no desire to engage with her. Besides, I was in a relationship, and my girlfriend matched her in both beauty and stature. However, it seemed that Song Manqing remained oblivious to my detachment. Continuing her chatter with a soft, melodious tone, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Each of her words and gestures appeared to be a deliberate display of her charm. This scene, observed by other privileged youths, drew several disapproving glances. Even Song Wenbin, who was selecting stones, frequently turned to shoot me fierce glares, his eyes brimming with warnings. For some inexplicable reason, this hostility provoked a rebellious spirit within me. A faint smile curved my lips as I initiated the conversation. The raw stones your brother brought seem quite promising. Where did he acquire them? A glimmer of pride flashed in Song Manqing's eyes as she eagerly responded, of course. They were sourced from Myanmar through a contact, high-quality raw stones with a significant potential for appreciation. As she spoke, she scrutinized me from head to toe, her tone laced with subtle probing. You are a disciple of the Zhang family from Xiangnan, aren't you? You bear a striking resemblance to them. Upon hearing the name of the prestigious Zhang family, a chill coursed through my veins, as memories of past humiliations and abandonment flooded my mind. My body trembled slightly. My fists clenched involuntarily, nails nearly digging into my palms, while a sharp pain pierced my heart. I suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, adopting a frigid demeanor. Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I have no ties to the Zhang family of Xiangnan. My origins are quite ordinary. I met young Master Sun while seeking hidden treasures in the appraisal world. In that moment, I comprehended that Song Manqing was drawn to me not only due to my looks, but also from her conjecture about my affluent lineage. I certainly had no intention of revealing that I was indeed a scion of the Zhang family, albeit a castaway. The so-called noble lineage had bestowed upon me nothing but memories I wished to forget. As I anticipated, upon learning the truth of my identity, the warmth in Song Manqing's gaze diminished significantly, her smile turning perfunctory. She offered a polite nod before swiftly turning away, as if I were a stranger of no consequence. This pragmatic yet disheartening reaction inevitably reminded me of Zhao Yitong. In the past, she too had treated me with similar indifference, only to acknowledge my worth once I demonstrated my capabilities. Seizing the moment while the crowd's attention was fixated on selecting stones, I feigned curiosity and approached the pile of raw stones for scrutiny. Should Sun Yongjun emerge victorious, I would be able to select a raw stone containing jade. Thus, my preliminary examination could be deemed a prudent measure. Although the referee, Wu Juanxiong, furrowed his brow upon noticing my proximity, he refrained from reprimanding me. As I was a friend of Sun Yongjun, I nonchalantly navigated through the heap of stones, gently caressing each one as I passed by. Burmese raw stones, devoid of value. Burmese raw stones, imbued with essence, possess considerable worth and are deserving of your possession. Burmese raw stones, of average value. Burmese raw stones, utterly worthless. Burmese raw stones, rich in essence, are valuable and worthy of your acquisition. Burmese raw stones, of slight value. As this information surfaced in my mind, a sense of clarity began to take shape within my heart. These raw stones were indeed of remarkable quality, among which two were exceptionally valuable. It remained uncertain whether Sun Yongjun and Song Wenbin would possess the discernment to select them. Time slipped away quietly amidst the tense atmosphere, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Both Sun Yongjun and Song Wenbin chose a raw stone each and placed them beside the cutting machine. Upon observing that they had not selected the two I had identified, I felt a quiet sigh of relief. The cutting machine roared to life, its piercing sound reverberating through the air as the blade slowly penetrated the raw stones. Sun Yongjun's stone was sliced open to reveal a stark whiteness within, devoid of any trace of jade. In contrast, Song Wenbin's stone yielded a substantial chunk of bean green jade, roughly the size of a basketball, although its quality was not supreme. Its considerable size rendered it worth several $100,000. Ha ha ha, Sun Yongjun, today you are destined to lose. Song Wenbin laughed heartily. his face brimming with pride as he struck a triumphant pose, hands on his hips. Sun Yongjun's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "There are still 2 stones left. You are celebrating too soon." However, as the second stone was cut, the situation grew increasingly unfavorable for Sun Yongjun. His stone remained a blank slate, while Song Wenbin's stone astonishingly revealed a piece of icy, glutinous, seedling green jade, vibrant in color and delicate in texture. With a size that was quite considerable, valued at no less than 2 million. Growing increasingly arrogant, Song Wenbin pointed a finger at Sun Yongjun's nose, mocking, "Sun Yongjun, why not concede defeat in advance? With your stone gambling skills, you stand no chance against me. If this continues, your loss will be exceedingly embarrassing. You might as well shave your head." Trembling with rage, Sun Yongjun managed to respond, "Concede defeat? You must be dreaming. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Today, I will slap you hard in the face, and from now on, you will address me as Big Brother whenever you see me." Song Wenbin looked upon him with disdain. His eyes filled with derision. Casually picking up another stone, he proclaimed loudly, "I have made my selection. Now it is your turn." After 2 consecutive failures, Sun Yongjun's confidence had already been shattered. He turned to me, his eyes pleading for assistance. "Zhang Yang, your luck is favorable. Help me pick a stone, or else if I lose, there will be no raw stone left for you." "Sun Yongjun, do you not feel ashamed, seeking assistance?" Song Wenbin scoffed, his gaze brimming with scorn. Sun Yongjun retorted defiantly, "Did you not seek any assistance? The 3 stones you selected were all brought by you. Surely someone must have informed you that these 3 could yield jade? How could I not be aware of your capabilities?" Song Wenbin's expression shifted slightly, yet he stubbornly countered, "You lose and yet wish to slander me? Very well, I shall allow you to find help. I intend for you to lose thoroughly and convincingly." I feigned a troubled demeanor, furrowing my brow as I remarked, "What if I inadvertently select a stone devoid of jade and cause your defeat?" Sun Yongjun sighed in resignation and murmured, "It matters not. I won't hold you accountable, for the outcome seems all but determined. Let us treat this dead horse as though it were alive." "Very well then." I approached the pile of raw stones, first picking up one, scrutinizing it for an extended period before shaking my head and setting it down. I then lifted another, weighing it in my hands before placing it back, my face betraying a sense of indecision. To the onlookers, I appeared to be an utter novice in the art of stone gambling. Consequently, even now, Sun Yongjun believed I was merely fortunate, rather than a true master of the craft. "Zhang Yang, have you made your choice yet?" Song Wenbin's impatience was palpable, his tone laced with ire and his gaze rife with contempt. Although Sun Yongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment, he still defended me. "The time has not yet elapsed." "Why the haste, Song Wenbin?" Judge Wu Jianxiong glanced at his watch and coldly reminded, "Zhang Yang, you have 5 minutes remaining to select your stone." Muttering to myself about climbing a mountain to confront a tiger that was not home, I casually counted the raw stones with my fingers. At last, my finger halted on a particularly valuable stone, and my face lit up with surprise. "This is the one. Surely the heavens have guided me correctly." My action triggered a wave of laughter. "Huh, I've never seen such a method of stone selection. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing." The crowd erupted in laughter. Some doubled over, unable to stand upright, while others laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Song Wenbin laughed so hard he nearly toppled over, gasping, "Sun Yongjun, where on earth did you find this fool?" Song Manqing also giggled uncontrollably, her eyes glinting with mockery. Sun Yongjun's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, likely feeling that I had brought him shame. Yet, I feigned ignorance to the laughter surrounding me, cradling the stone as I approached the cutting machine, resolutely declaring, "Let us proceed." I refused to believe that divine guidance could be mistaken. Soon, Song Wenbin's 3rd stone was cut open, revealing nothing within. Nevertheless, Sun Yongjun did not display an optimistic demeanor, for his prior defeats had left him disheartened. Song Wenbin, however, remained brimming with confidence, casually stating, "As for the first 2 stones, I was already assured of victory." "Sun Yongjun, prepare to call me Big Brother." Several wealthy heirs echoed in agreement. Young Master Song is certain to win. Their arrogance would soon be met with humiliation, I thought to myself, quietly awaiting the moment of revelation. At last, the stone I had chosen was set to be cut. As the blade penetrated the surface, a brilliant emerald light erupted forth, radiating magnificently and illuminating the entire venue. On 2 cross-sections, the verdant jade was as large as 2 palms, and its quality was exceptional, undeniably of the ice moss variety known as celery green jade. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Song Wenbin's eyes widened, his earlier smugness evaporating in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. The others stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, the only sound being the rumble of the cutting machine echoing in the room. Song Manching was equally dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. I feigned shock, murmuring to myself, "It truly is jade. It seems the heavens have guided me correctly. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. Song Wenbin, now you must obediently call me elder brother." Sun Yongjun leaped up in exhilaration, his face alight with joy and bravado, declaring that he knew my luck would be extraordinary and that I would make the right choice. Yet, Song Wenbin, unwilling to concede, stubbornly retorted, "Perhaps its size is modest. You may not necessarily win." But soon, his optimism crumbled. When the complete jade was extracted, its substantial volume and superior quality revealed a value of at least 5 million. Undoubtedly, Song Wenbin had lost, utterly and completely. Ha ha ha, Song Wenbin, remember this well. From now on, I am your elder brother. Now, call out elder brother for me to hear. Sun Yongjun laughed triumphantly, his gaze filled with provocation. The color of Song Wenbin's face fluctuated between green and pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. And he finally gritted his teeth, uttering, "Elder brother." At that moment, Song Manching exclaimed, "Brother, you have been deceived. He is not a novice at gambling on stones. In fact, he is a master of the craft. Just yesterday, he won jade worth over 200 million from Boss Chong. Look, their essay video." She handed her phone to Song Wenbin. And although the video was dimly lit and blurry, it vaguely captured the scene of me unveiling the jade. The crowd gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. Darting between me and the video, Sun Yongjun gazed at me in disbelief. "Zhang Yang, you've truly tricked me." Song Wenbin, incensed, erupted in fury, shouting, "Zhang Yang, you scoundrel, are you pretending to be a fool while devouring the tiger?" He clenched his fists, seemingly ready to pounce on me at any moment. However, he soon regained his composure, the rage dissipating from his face, replaced by a forced smile as he extended his business card. "Next time, shall we go to Myanmar to gamble on stones together?" Sun Yongjun, quick on the draw, snatched the card and forcefully pushed Song Wenbin aside. "He is my brother. If we go to Myanmar to gamble, it will be with me, never with you." The atmosphere once again descended into chaos, while I stood amidst the crowd, silently lamenting that my secret as a master of gambling on stones could no longer remain concealed. Ultimately, the clamor gradually subsided, and all eyes converged on me like searchlights. I took a deep breath, my face adorned with a bitter smile of resignation, and adopted an exceedingly sincere demeanor as I spoke. "In truth, you all have misunderstood me. I am not skilled in the art of stone gambling. My fortune simply favored me. That piece of jadeite, the exquisite glass like Zhengyang green, was something Boss Chong insisted I purchase, and I could not refuse." As my words lingered in the air, I gently shook my head, as if overwhelmed by the capriciousness of fate. At that moment, alarm bells rang within me. In the world of stone gambling, the title of expert may seem glamorous, yet it hangs above one's head like the sword of Damocles. Once labeled as such, troubles are sure to follow. Those desperate for wealth may resort to reckless measures, potentially attacking or abducting me. Furthermore, the Zhang family, whom I detest, might come knocking, employing various insidious tactics to torment me or manipulate me through familial ties. Unless I possessed formidable strength to deter others, akin to Zhao Yitong's extraordinary skills, this label of expert would be of no benefit to me. Song Manching approached with graceful strides, her fragrant aura enveloping me like a gentle mist. She pouted slightly, her lips forming a playful frown as she chided. "But just yesterday, you made a profit of 45 million from your gamble. Why the need to hide? Are you afraid of being kidnapped? As long as you become my good friend, no one would dare lay a finger on you." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled and her lashes fluttered, casting an invisible web of allure around me. A wave of trepidation washed over my face, and I instinctively gestured with my hands. Indeed, I did make a profit yesterday, but that was merely a result of risking everything after losing on 2 other stones. I know nothing of stone gambling. Pausing for a moment, I deliberately revealed a bashful yet hopeful expression. "You are so stunningly beautiful and alluring. Of course, I would love to be your good friend. I would even be willing to be your lover. But I truly do not understand stone gambling. Once you learn of my true circumstances, wouldn't you be disappointed later? Song Manqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, this unguarded gesture only adding to her enchanting charm, akin to willows swaying gently in a spring breeze, captivating the heart. She pressed further. But how do you explain your success today? Her gaze bore into me, as if attempting to penetrate my very soul. I feigned composure, donning a look of confusion. Today, as you all witnessed, I was utterly lost, simply choosing at random. Perhaps the other two selected the inferior stones, leaving the majority as jadeite. My arbitrary choice happened to yield a favorable result. How can that prove I am a master of stone gambling? If I were truly skilled, I would have no need to conceal it. I could easily find a beautiful and affluent girlfriend like you. What bliss that would be. As I spoke, I discreetly observed the reactions of those around me, my tone imbued with just the right blend of longing and regret. Indeed, it seemed I had merely stumbled upon luck by chance. I could not believe that someone so young could genuinely be an adept in this field. The crowd began to murmur in agreement, their skepticism gradually dissipating. I silently exhaled in relief upon witnessing their waning doubts. However, the lingering suspicion in Song Manqing's eyes made it clear that her doubts were far from quelled. The profound gaze of Sun Yongjun pierced through my deceit like a sharp blade, for he had witnessed firsthand my 2 successful bets with Boss Duan. How could he easily attribute all this to mere luck? Song Wenbin's expression darkened, as if it could drip with water, and he swiftly retreated with his entourage. In this gambling affair, he not only lost a significant amount of raw jade, but was also forced to address Sun Yongjun as brother. A humiliation he was unwilling to endure any longer. Handsome, we shall meet again. Song Manqing whispered sweetly in my ear before gracefully twisting her slender waist and departing with an air of irresistible charm. Sun Yongjun winked at me, his eyes glinting with a mix of cunning and gratitude. Zhang Yang, I owe you my fortune this time. Otherwise, I would have certainly lost. Now, select a piece of raw stone. A flicker of excitement surged within me as I approached without hesitation, bending down to lift a stone weighing 120 pounds. The stone felt heavy, pressing against my arm muscles, yet I found it effortless as I strode towards the exit. Are you not going to examine the stone? Sun Yongjun quickly caught up with me, his eyes filled with confusion. I feigned urgency, responding evasively. I have pressing matters to attend to. Sun Yongjun retorted. Are you afraid of uncovering a priceless jade? Do you think so little of me, Sun Yongjun? Without your expertise, I would have lost today's wager. And regardless of the stone's worth, they would belong to Song Wenbin. So, please, go ahead and examine the stone. Moreover, I have something very important that I need your assistance with. With his words weighing heavily upon me, I felt compelled to remain. I donned a pair of thick gloves, my palms slightly damp with sweat, yet firmly gripping the control lever. As the thunderous sound erupted, the blade gradually sliced through the rough exterior of the raw stone. Shards of rock scattering like snowflakes, the air filled with a pungent, burnt odor. When the final layer of stone peeled away, a vibrant green burst forth. Akin to the thunderous awakening of spring, a jade of icy green. That hue seemed to encapsulate the vitality of an entire spring, transparent as ice, with cloud-like textures swirling within, radiating a captivating glow under the light. The jade's size was beyond imagination, heavy in my hands, as if I were cradling flowing wealth. It must be worth around 20 million. Zhang Yang, you truly are a master of stone gambling. I am in awe. Sun Yongjun's voice quivered slightly, his eyes shimmering with excitement as his fingertips gently caressed the surface of the jade, as if he were touching a rare treasure. 20 million, I murmured, my throat involuntarily tightening. My heart raced violently within my chest, as if it sought to break free from the confines of my ribs. The exhilarating rush of sudden wealth brought about by the gamble coursed through me like electricity. In that moment, I fully grasped the enchantment of this industry. One cut can lead to poverty, another to riches. The gears of fate can pivot in an instant. Yet, I wished to downplay my luck, insisting that my success in stone gambling was merely fortuitous. After all, you were the one who guided me in my first gamble. Sun Yongjun lowered his voice and patted my shoulder. Do not downplay it. Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret. He immediately spoke with a grave expression. Zhang Yang, I find myself entangled in a rather troublesome situation concerning antiques, and I require your assistance. His voice carried a hint of urgency and sincerity, laden with a palpable sense of desperation. As good brothers and friends, your affairs are my own. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. The association with Sun Yongjun was already advantageous for me, and considering that through him I had acquired a jadeite worth 20 million. How could I possibly decline such a favor? At that moment, I could never have anticipated that this agreement would plunge me into a whirlpool of complexities within the realm of treasure appraisal. Thus, Sun Yongjun escorted me back to his villa, which was nestled by the picturesque shores of the Zhonghai Lake, its prime geographical location rendering it akin to a pearl set against the tranquil waters. The villa's exterior was constructed of creamy white marble, harmoniously complemented by deep-hued wooden window frames, exuding a blend of modern simplicity and classical elegance. The courtyard was adorned with neatly trimmed greenery, artfully arranged, while a fountain sparkled under the sun, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, epitomizing opulence. As we traversed the spacious foyer and ascended the staircase carpeted in thick wool, we arrived at the villa's third floor. The reception room on this level was exquisitely arranged, with several landscape paintings from the Ming and Qing dynasties adorning the walls. In one corner stood an antique bronze incense burner, from which wisps of fragrant smoke gracefully ascended, infusing the air with a delicate scent of sandalwood. He invited me to take a seat on the luxurious black leather sofa, then proceeded to the nearby rosewood tea table, expertly boiling water, washing the tea leaves, and brewing the perfect cup. Before long, a steaming cup of fragrant tea guanyin was presented before me. Sun Yongjun settled onto the sofa opposite me, his gaze brimming with anticipation. You are an adept at uncovering hidden treasures. You must be familiar with the calligraphy and paintings of Emperor Huizong of Song, Zhaoji? Surely, you possess the ability to authenticate their genuineness? Upon hearing the name Zhaoji, my spirit was instantly invigorated, and my eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhaoji, a monarch who profoundly impacted the annals of Chinese painting and calligraphy, was remarkably skilled in these arts. His unique Shoujin script, characterized by its slender and graceful strokes, was as powerful as iron and silver. His artworks, be they floral, landscapes, or portraits, exhibited an extraordinary level of artistic refinement. During his reign, he ardently promoted the development of the Imperial Painting Academy, welcoming talented artists from across the realm, thereby elevating the art of painting in the Song dynasty to unprecedented heights. However, due to the passage of time and the tumultuous events of history, genuine works by Emperor Huizong are exceedingly rare, each piece embodying immense historical and cultural value, as well as unparalleled artistic merit, rendering them true treasures of the ages. Could it be that Sun Yongjun possesses a piece of artwork by Emperor Huizong? I was well acquainted with Zhao Ji's distinctive style and felt confident in my ability to discern authenticity. I replied with unshakable assurance. In truth, this was merely bravado. Given my current experience, I had yet to lay eyes on an authentic work by Emperor Huizong, let alone authenticate one. Yet, I held a certain confidence, financial backing. Sun Yongjun nodded slightly, and then rose. Then, take a look at this study of feathers scroll. Is it genuine or a forgery? He led me, filled with immense anticipation, into the study, where a subtle fragrance of ink lingered in the air. The shelves were meticulously arranged with various ancient texts and rare editions, while a grand mahogany desk commanded the center of the room. Upon it lay the renowned sketch of feathers, quietly awaiting admiration. I approached slowly, my gaze instantly captivated by the scroll. Crafted from specially made Chengxintang paper used in the imperial court, the scroll extends over 4 meters in length and approximately 0.4 meters in width. Having endured the passage of a millennium, the paper has taken on a faint yellow hue, with edges showing signs of natural wear, as if narrating the vicissitudes of time. Nevertheless, it retains a delicate and smooth texture, subtly exuding the luxurious essence of imperial artifacts. The scroll is mounted in the Xuanhe style, featuring a yellow silk brocade at the top and a purple silk at the bottom, with a beige water-resistant separator in the middle. The exquisite craftsmanship showcases a regal flair, with every detail reflecting extraordinary quality. The outlines of the images are rendered in fluid ink strokes, complemented by soft hues, exemplifying the unparalleled finesse of Song Huizong's meticulous brushwork. The scroll depicts 8 varieties of rare birds, each displaying distinct postures, so lifelike that one might expect them to take flight at any moment. On the left side of the composition, a solitary egret stands gracefully on a rock in the water, its neck elegantly arched into an S shape, head bowed intently as it gazes at the surface, seemingly in pursuit of prey. Its plumage is depicted with fine lines, each feather distinctly defined. layered with light ink to convey a sense of airiness. The beak and talons are accentuated with darker ink, enhancing their sharpness, evoking the egret's agility and focus. At the center of the scroll, a pair of ribbon-tailed birds perch upon a branch. The male boasts long, flowing tail feathers that cascade down like ribbons. Rendered in vibrant vermilion and stone blue, shimmering under the sunlight. The female, in contrast, appears more modest, her feathers softly shaded in ochre and light ink, exuding a gentle charm. The two birds snuggle closely, their gazes tenderly intertwined, whispering sweet nothings that vividly portray their affectionate bond, stirring the heart with warmth. On the right side of the scene, 3 sparrows forage and frolic on the ground. Their petite forms are lively, with soft, fluffy feathers illustrated through varying shades of ink, showcasing the layers of their plumage. One sparrow gazes upward, watchfully alert to its surroundings, a glimmer of cleverness in its eyes. The other 2 are engrossed in pecking at food, seemingly lost in a world of culinary delight. Sprinkled across the ground are a few blades of grass. Rendered with a central brush technique, the resilience and vitality of the grass vividly springing to life on the paper, adding a touch of nature's essence to the composition. Surrounding these avian figures are meticulously depicted seasonal flowers and foliage, serving as a harmonious backdrop. The blooming peony, with its layers of petals adorned in rosy crimson and delicate white, exudes an air of opulence and grace, as if proudly showcasing its exquisite beauty. The elegant orchid, with its gracefully unfurling leaves, is depicted with subtle ink strokes and enhanced with vibrant hues, emanating a serene fragrance akin to that of a refined gentleman. Furthermore, the lush green bamboo leaves and golden chrysanthemums, along with the diverse flora of varying seasons, create a harmonious tableau interwoven with the melodies of birds, together forming a breathtaking natural panorama that immerses one in a world brimming with vitality and vigor. In the upper left corner of the scroll, the slender golden script penned by Emperor Huizong, Zhao Ji himself spells out the 4 characters for Sketch of Feathers, characterized by its vigorous and upright strokes, embodying a robust artistic finesse. Each stroke harbors a unique charm, imbued with profound artistic resonance. Beneath the inscription, several royal seals, including the Imperial Gourd Seal and the Xuanhe Bead Seal, attest to the painting's noble provenance, as if whispering tales of its illustrious past. At the scroll's conclusion, the inscriptions and seals of various esteemed collectors from different dynasties can be found, such as Ku Jusi from the Yuan dynasty, Xiang Yuanbian from the Ming dynasty, and Liang Qingbiao from the Qing dynasty. These inscriptions not only bear witness to the painting's journey through time, but also significantly enhance its historical and cultural value, rendering it even more precious. What a magnificent work of art! Surely, it must be an authentic masterpiece. I am internally astonished, captivated by the painting's exquisite charm. Yet, I am acutely aware of my limited ability to discern treasures and dare not rely solely on my naked eye for judgment. Thus, I feign nonchalance and gently touch the edge of the painting with my middle finger. Instantly, a surge of profound energy rushes into my fingertip, subsequently enriching the aura within my wealth ring. The identification information flashes in my mind. Sketch of Feathers, created by Emperor Huizong in the spring of 1116. The imagery is resplendent, with immense value, truly a coveted possession. I am utterly astonished, overwhelmed by a wave of intense envy. In the realm of collecting, the worth of premier calligraphy and painting works is astronomical. In recent years, the market for ancient artworks has flourished, with prices reaching unprecedented heights. For instance, Guoxian's Jushir Tai was sold for 207 million yuan, while Huang Tingjian's Dijuming fetched an astonishing 436.8 million yuan. As an emperor artist with remarkable artistic achievements, the status of Emperor Huizong's works in art history is pivotal. In 2018, his Ruehe II was auctioned for 580 million yuan, surpassing 600 million with commissions. The Sketch of Feathers, like Ruehe II, is another masterpiece by Huizong. Although they depict different themes, their artistic quality and rarity are equally esteemed. The Sketch of Feathers intricately illustrates various birds and flowers, bringing them to life with vibrant colors and showcasing the vitality of nature. This meticulous observation of the natural world and the exceptional painting technique are hallmarks of Emperor Huizong's artistry, providing substantial support for its value. Moreover, the Sketch of Feathers boasts a well-documented lineage, having been passed down through distinguished collectors over the ages, accompanied by inscriptions and seals from notable figures, all of which significantly enhance its worth. Moreover, the authenticity of Song Huizong's works is exceedingly rare, yet the demand within the collecting community remains fervently high. This imbalance between supply and demand is bound to drive prices ever upward. In the current era of economic prosperity and a vibrant auction market, numerous affluent collectors are vying for such masterpieces, significantly increasing the likelihood of fetching astronomical prices, potentially even breaking records in the realm of calligraphy and painting auctions. Therefore, should this painting be put up for auction, it could undoubtedly command a price exceeding 600 million. As someone who harbors dreams of becoming a distinguished collector, how could I not be tempted by such a valuable treasure? However, I am acutely aware that with my present financial means, I can only gaze in awe at such top-tier artifacts. I resolutely resolved to find ways to earn more. Only with wealth in the range of tens or even hundreds of billions would I be in a position to acquire such gems in the future. A question began to form in my mind. Could the difficulty that Sun Yongjun mentioned pertain to the authentication of this painting's genuineness? Thus, I firmly asserted, this is indeed an authentic piece by Song Huizong. It cannot possibly be a forgery. Sun Yongjun appeared to relax significantly, a radiant smile spreading across his face. I too believe it to be genuine. This is my most cherished collection, and I intend to keep it as a family heirloom. Curiosity got the better of me, and I could not suppress my envy, prompting me to inquire, how did you come by this treasure? How much did you pay for it? Leaning back in his chair, Sun Yongjun's eyes glimmered with reminiscence. I stumbled upon it 6 months ago when a collector, facing personal troubles and in need of money, brought this painting to an antique shop for sale. I happened to cross paths with it. The initial negotiations fell through, and I seized the opportunity, ultimately acquiring it for an astonishing price of 520 million. You've certainly struck gold. This painting should fetch over 600 million at auction, possibly even more. I remarked, my face alight with envy. However, Sun Yongjun shook his head with a rueful smile. It may not be as straightforward as you think. If this painting is genuine, it would indeed command the price you mentioned. Yet, I am deeply concerned that it may be a forgery. What leads you to believe it is a forgery? I couldn't help but furrow my brow, gazing at Sun Yongjun as if he were mistaken. Could a forgery possess such quality? Recently, an antique shop presented a genuine piece that is identical to mine in every respect, without any discernible differences. It even comes with a detailed appraisal report, complete with expert signatures and the official seal of a recognized authentication institution. The certificate elaborates on the painting's artistic value and historical context in a thorough and professional manner, accompanied by high-resolution comparative images. This revelation has caused quite a stir in the collecting world, and it is rumored to be heading to auction soon, with a starting bid of 600 million. If it successfully auctions, how could my painting not be deemed a forgery? What should I do? Sun Yongjun's voice was laced with helplessness and anxiety. Is there truly such a situation? I exclaimed, my face a mask of disbelief, feeling somewhat dazed. It is improbable that Song Huizong would create 2 identical paintings. Thus, one must be a forgery. I hold an unwavering belief in the authenticity assessments conducted by the esteemed organization of financial appraisal. They have never erred. Thus, I am firmly convinced that the painting in the possession of Sun Yongjun is indeed an original, while the one at the antique shop is a forgery. Strangely enough, I have personally examined both pieces and found them indistinguishable from one another. The calligraphy and painting studio is renowned as the most authoritative institution for appraising artworks, and the likelihood of their committing an error is exceedingly low. Sun Yongjun expressed his frustration, lamenting the significant possibility that my painting may be a counterfeit. Impossible. Your painting is genuine, while the other is a forgery. Perhaps the master appraiser at the calligraphy and painting studio mistook the counterfeit for the original due to not having seen the true piece, I asserted with absolute certainty. Little did I anticipate that this very statement would haunt me with regret for a long time, leaving me with an enduring sense of guilt towards Sun Yongjun. Since you are so certain, I am emboldened. I have decided to take this painting to the calligraphy and painting studio for appraisal. If it is indeed authentic, I shall receive a certificate of authenticity and can rest easy. Conversely, if the other painting is a forgery, they will naturally retract all reports and certificates. Sun Yongjun stated resolutely. Very well, I shall accompany you, I replied, though an inexplicable sense of unease surged within me. Thus, I resolved to join him on this journey. Before long, we set off. In the late autumn of Zhonghai City, The air was imbued with a damp chill, and the sycamore trees lining the streets swayed in the breeze, their golden leaves swirling down to the ground, contributing a touch of melancholy to the cityscape. Sun Yongjun and I sat side by side in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the wheels crunching over the carpet of fallen leaves, seemingly echoing our anxious sentiments. After half an hour, the vehicle gradually came to a halt before the calligraphy and painting studio. Before us stood an impressive establishment. It was a 5-story building, majestically positioned in the golden quarter of the antique market, resembling a dazzling pearl. The structure was crafted in a classical and elegant Chinese architectural style, featuring blue bricks, dark tiles, and ornate eaves, with intricate carvings and painted beams exuding an aura of antiquity. The white marble lion at the entrance stood imposing, as if guarding the secrets of this artistic treasure trove. The shop was bustling with activity, with a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting. Some were discerning collectors clad in refined attire, while others were hurried antique dealers, each face reflecting a yearning for art and an anticipation of wealth. Naturally, we were there to have the painting appraised. In fact, there are numerous institutions dedicated to the appraisal of artworks. 1. The Cultural Relics Appraisal Center of the Palace Museum, akin to a majestic temple of art, resting upon the wealth of masterpieces housed within the Palace Museum and boasting a gathering of elite experts. These specialists are akin to artistic detectives traversing the annals of time. They have dedicated decades to the study of ancient artworks, possessing an intimate understanding of the subtle variations in brushwork and the evolving patterns of compositional style. When authenticating a renowned ancient painting or calligraphy, experts approach the task with the meticulousness of archaeologists, thoroughly examining the time-worn seals from royal collections, unraveling the narratives behind imperial inscriptions, and meticulously sifting through extensive historical documents and archival records to ascertain the authenticity and historical significance of the work. Their authority in the realm of art collection is as unassailable as the towering Mount Tai. The Art Authentication Center of the National Museum of China stands as a bastion of profound academic inquiry, akin to a cerebral hub where cultural and historical luminaries converge. Here, experts adeptly intertwine archaeological findings with the scholarly achievements of art history, diligently engaging with artists, their families, and disciples to gather the scattered stories of creation that time has obscured, thereby enriching the authentication process with additional dimensions and depth. The Art Theory Committee of the China Artists Association serves as an authoritative think tank in the field of fine arts. Its experts, akin to interpreters of various artistic codes, possess profound insights into the painting styles of different periods and schools. When assessing oil paintings, they dissect the unique color palettes and distinctive brushwork of the artists with the precision of professional chemists, meticulously examining the characteristics of oil painting materials and scrutinizing every detail that may unveil the truth of the artwork. The Xiling Seal Engraving Society's Art Authentication and Evaluation Center stands out with its profound expertise in the realms of seal and calligraphy. The specialists here resemble codebreakers in the world of seal engraving, focusing intently on the seals and inscriptions on artworks, employing their extensive knowledge of seal studies to accurately determine the authenticity and value of the pieces, much like detectives deciphering a complex cipher. The Department of Art History at the Central Academy of Fine Arts positions its experts as navigators through the river of art history, equipped with both a robust academic foundation and a flair for modern technological methods. In their authentication of paintings and calligraphy, they commence from the evolutionary trajectory of art history, unfolding a grand historical tapestry, and conduct in-depth analyses of the stylistic transformations, simultaneously employing advanced techniques such as spectral analysis and microscopic observation. They meticulously study the materials and techniques of the artworks, providing a solid scientific basis for their evaluations. The research institutions associated with the Sackler Museum of Archaeology and Art at Peking University act as cross-disciplinary emissaries, seamlessly integrating the methodologies of archaeology and art studies. In authenticating ancient paintings and calligraphy, they reference contemporary archaeological discoveries, constructing a bridge that connects the ancient with the modern, and conducting comparative analyses of the styles, techniques, and materials to more accurately determine the age and authenticity of the works. The Shuhua Studio, a private authentication institution, holds a significant position in the realm of art collection. It embodies the wisdom of a venerable elder, drawing upon its long-standing history to accumulate profound expertise in the fields of authentication, operation, and collection of paintings and calligraphy. The members of the appraisal team here are seasoned experts, each possessing profound professional knowledge and having honed their discerning eyes through extensive experience in the art of calligraphy and painting trading. When assessing a work, they approach it with the finesse of connoisseurs savoring fine wine, paying meticulous attention to the subtleties of brushwork and ink, appreciating the texture of the paper that conveys the passage of time, and delving into the craftsmanship behind the mounting techniques. They also consider market trends and the provenance of the artworks, evaluating each piece from multiple perspectives. We are acutely aware that if we wish to contest the appraisal of a counterfeit by the calligraphy and painting studio, we must return to them. Seeking assessment from another institution, even if it affirms the authenticity of the piece, would not undermine the conclusions drawn by the studio. Just as Sun Youngjun was about to step inside, I instinctively grasped his arm, an unsettling feeling welling up within me. Could we first examine the counterfeit? I was aware of Kai Jie's remarkable ability to discern treasures, and perhaps he could uncover clues from the counterfeit that would unravel this mystery. Sun Youngjun furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with doubt. Is it truly necessary? Absolutely. I nodded firmly. Given that they had meticulously crafted a counterfeit, they must anticipate that the true owner would come seeking it. But why were they so brazen, unafraid of being exposed? There had to be a deeper narrative at play. Sun Youngjun shook his head with a wry smile. You are mistaken. I cannot even be certain that this painting is genuine. I harbor my own suspicions that it may be a counterfeit. Lacking the extraordinary discernment of Kai Jie, he understandably could not ascertain the authenticity of the painting in his possession. Yet I was confident of its genuineness. Thus we must proceed with caution. I mused to myself. After my persistent urging, Sun Youngjun reluctantly acquiesced, leading me to another antique shop, Minjiich. This establishment, though modest in size, emanated an air of antiquity. Upon entering, a delicate fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, and the walls were adorned with various works of calligraphy and painting, while shelves displayed an array of antique artifacts. Sun Youngjun approached the elderly proprietor behind the counter with a sense of urgency. Boss he. I wish to see the sketch of feathers and fur. Boss he lifted his gaze, a hint of resignation crossing his face. It is no longer in my shop. The owner has already taken it. He sighed lightly, adding, I had hoped it would remain a few more days, as it could significantly enhance my business. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, who is the owner? Could you enlighten us? Boss he's expression hardened, his tone resolute. That is a trade secret. I cannot disclose it. Sun Youngjun pressed further. Is that painting going to auction? After a moment's contemplation, Boss he replied, it seems so. But I have not received definitive information. I suggest you inquire directly with the auction house for more accurate details. We exchanged a disappointed glance and had no choice but to leave Minjiich. Once again standing before the calligraphy and painting studio, I felt a chill creep up from my feet to my heart. Despite Sun Youngjun being accompanied by a robust bodyguard, I sensed that entering would not bode well. Yet, despite my apprehensions, I could not foresee any specific misfortune awaiting us. Such an esteemed institution could never utter falsehoods, could it? As we pushed open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the art gallery, we were immediately enveloped by a fragrant blend of sandalwood and the essence of aged ink, an atmosphere that surrounded us in an instant. The plaque of Baohan Ningzhan, suspended in the front hall, glimmered under the warm yellow spotlight, its gilded characters emanating an aura of antiquity and solemnity, as if embodying a millennia of cultural heritage. Beneath the plaque, a servant dressed in a pale blue long robe bowed respectfully, his wide sleeves brushing the air and releasing a subtle hint of agarwood. Might I inquire if you esteemed guests are here for the appraisal of artworks? His voice, soft and courteous, resonated distinctly in the tranquil space. Sun Youngjun inhaled deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, his grip on the painting scroll tightening in intensity, causing the veins in his hand to stand out. I could distinctly sense the tremor in his palm. The priceless sketch of feathers seemed to weigh a ton, leaving him somewhat breathless. I have heard that your gallery has appraised a sketch of feathers from the Song dynasty's Emperor Huizong. I possess a similar piece and would like to request the esteemed masters to examine it, he stated in a deep, gravelly voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, echoing throughout the spacious hall. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes flickered momentarily, like a ripple disturbing the stillness of a deep pool, before quickly reverting to a professional smile. He gestured for us to follow, guiding us through a corridor adorned with authentic works from renowned artists throughout the ages. The palace lanterns along the corridor cast a soft glow, enveloping each precious piece of calligraphy and painting in an ethereal embrace. From Tang Yin's exquisite landscapes to Zheng Banqiao's animated ink bamboo, each artwork was invaluable, quietly displayed within glass cabinets, as if narrating tales of past glories. As we passed by the display cases, several blue and white porcelain vases glimmered under the cool light, their intricate lotus patterns, worn yet still vividly discernible, silently attesting to the professionalism and authority of this place. The intricately carved wooden door to the VIP room on the second floor creaked open gently, as if unveiling the curtain of fate. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, with wisps of blue smoke rising, adding an aura of mystery and gravity to the space. Seated behind a long sandalwood table were 3 appraisal masters, their array of tools, magnifying glasses, testing devices, and fine brushes, arranged with meticulous order. The elderly gentleman in the center, Zhou Mo, with white hair and hawk-like eyes behind golden-rimmed spectacles, seemed to penetrate our minds with a single glance, discerning every thought. Clad in a black Tang suit, the antique sheen of the frog buttons highlighted his distinguished demeanor. To his left sat Su Yanxiu, elegantly adorned in a silk cheongsam, her slender fingers delicately toying with a magnifying glass, her gaze behind the lens radiating professionalism and composure. The silver threads of her dress shimmering in the light, complementing her focused expression. To the right, Lin Xiuwen, impeccably dressed in a suit, tapped swiftly on a tablet, its screen flickering with blue light, a blend of technology and artistry. He appeared engaged in a silent dialogue with the data before him. "Please, have a seat." Zhou Mo raised his hand in a gesture of authority, his voice steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Half a month ago, a scroll titled Sketch of Feathers was authenticated in my studio, accompanied by a complete set of certification documents, and it has since caused a sensation within the collector community. He paused, allowing his gaze to linger upon us for a moment, as if he could see through our intentions. However, in the realm of art authentication, preconceived notions are the greatest pitfalls. The esteemed scroll requires meticulous examination. Sun Yongjun presented the artwork. Su Yanxiu was the first to accept it, her fingertips gently tapping the scroll, producing a clear sound that shattered the brief silence. It was not unusual for 2 scrolls bearing the same title to appear in the marketplace, as during the Song dynasty. The Imperial Painting Academy often commissioned artists to replicate the emperor's brushstrokes, making authenticity difficult to discern even to this day. Su Yanxiu brought a magnifying glass close to the image, her eyes behind the lens focused and earnest, as if she sought to penetrate every line and hue. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly with each breath, her expression deeply engrossed. The paper's fibers bore a striking resemblance to the Sich NGX ink paper of the Song dynasty. Yet confirmation through instrumentation was still necessary. With that, she retrieved a sophisticated testing device from her leather toolbox, the delicate probe gliding gently across the rice paper. While the data on the screen danced like lively musical notes, Lin Xiuwen directed a tablet towards the artwork, the blue light cascading across the screen in rapid scans. The spectral analysis of the pigments revealed that the mineral colors employed were consistent with those characteristic of the Northern Song period. He adeptly called forth the testing data from the painting authenticated half a month prior, juxtaposing the 2 sets of data on the screen, revealing a staggering similarity. In terms of pigment composition and brushstroke direction, the consistency between the 2 pieces was remarkable. His fingers glided across the screen, each data point serving as irrefutable evidence, making the truth increasingly apparent. Zhou Mo produced a wolf hair brush, its tips saturated with dark ink, and began to replicate the slender gold script on a nearby sheet of rice paper. The brush danced across the surface, its strength penetrating the paper, each stroke infused with profound skill. The 4 characters' sketch of feathers were rendered with a slender vigor akin to iron, the transitions sharp and revealing, mirroring the brushwork of the authentic piece housed in the National Palace Museum in Taipei. He then pointed to the Xuande seal on the scroll and under the magnifying glass. The vermilion's texture was distinctly visible. The engraving technique and the quality of the vermilion conformed to imperial standards. His explanations were coherent and systematic, with each detail analyzed convincingly. Compelling belief. Sun Yongjun nodded frequently, his initial anticipation blossoming into uncontainable joy, his expression akin to a flower in bloom. I too admired their meticulous analysis of the artwork. From the paper and pigments to the brushwork and seals, each aspect presented with conviction. The instrumental testing report displayed by Su Yinxiu, the comparative data charts from Lin Xiuan, and Zhoumo's professional brushwork analysis rendered this authentication nearly flawless, resembling an exquisite performance. Mr. Sun, this painting, with its vigorous brushwork and vivid spirit, is undoubtedly an authentic piece by Emperor Huizong of Song. Zhou Mo inscribed the final stroke on the authentication certificate, his characters neat and forceful, as if affirming an indisputable truth. He solemnly affixed the vermilion seal of the painting and calligraphy studio, the vivid red ink striking against the white paper, glaring like blood. Akin to the masterpiece from half a month prior, one an authentic rarity, the other a worthy imitation. We shall promptly retrieve the authentication certificate for that painting, amending its status to that of a copy. When Sun Yongjun took the certificate, his hands trembled violently, his face alight with euphoric relief, as if a colossal burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He carefully tucked the certificate into his bosom, his eyes brimming with pride and excitement. Given that one was an original and the other a copy, the two identical paintings could be understood, yet why did they bear the same collector's seal? Unable to suppress my curiosity, I inquired, my voice tinged with unease. Zhou Mo adjusted his glasses, his demeanor calm as if he had anticipated my question. It was, of course, the result of someone harboring ill intentions, having acquired the imitation after seeing the original, thus transforming it into a counterfeit, hoping to sell it privately. That could fetch several hundred million. His tone was steady and composed, as if recounting the most ordinary of tales. We must swiftly reclaim the authentication certificate, otherwise, we will face significant trouble. Su Yinxiu and Lin Xiuan both displayed anxious expressions, nodding in agreement, their faces serious and earnest, as if genuinely concerned about the impending complications. Yes, indeed, it must be so. Sun Yongjun and I exchanged glances, our earlier doubts seemingly resolved, our faces reflecting a dawning comprehension. With the purpose of authentication achieved, Sun Yongjun unhesitatingly paid the fee, his smile impossible to conceal. We exited the studio side by side, the autumn sun bathing us in its warmth, as Sun Yongjun excitedly boasted of his sagacious decisiveness in purchasing the painting. The reflections in the shop windows showcased his spirited demeanor, his voice echoing through the streets, filled with triumph and pride. I nodded repeatedly, wearing an admiring smile. Yet an inexplicable unease surged within me, as if a dark cloud loomed overhead. Upon returning to Sun Yongjun's residence, he was eager to sequester the study of feathers in his vault, even denying me entry to view his treasures. Just let me admire it a moment longer. I wish to capture a photograph for memory's sake. I settled for a compromise, my tone imbued with earnestness, my gaze rife with anticipation. Sun Yongjun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed the painting to me. I slowly unfurled the scroll, my eyes widening as I savored its details. The delicate feathers of the egret seemed to exude softness. The peony bloomed vibrantly, its colors so vivid they appeared to drip. Yet as I gazed, an elusive sense of subtle change began to dawn on me, though I could not articulate it. The overall composition seemed flawless, yet an indescribable peculiarity lingered, as if an invisible veil concealed the painting's true essence. Instinctively, I touched the scroll with my middle finger. In an instant, the authentication details flashed in my mind. Modern imitation of Song Huizong's study of feathers, limited value. It was over. I had been duped. My mind went blank. My hands and feet turned icy, as if plunged into an ice cellar. My face blanched, and my heart raced violently within my chest, nearly bursting forth. Upon a closer inspection, I finally discerned the distinction. Although the white egret appeared identical to the original, its feathers, seemingly vivid and lifelike, lacked the unique spirit that characterized the genuine piece, resembling a soulless shell. The peony's colors were excessively vibrant, devoid of the subtlety found in ancient masterpieces, rendering it glaringly ostentatious. Were it not for the appraisal by Kaijia, I would have scarcely noticed these minute imperfections. Even if I had, I would have doubted my own perception. Why did they not substitute the piece and declare it a forgery? What purpose did the authentication certificate serve? A profound confusion surged within me, and I fervently pondered the rationale behind this. Soon, I deduced the underlying reason. Should it be classified as a forgery, Both Sun Youngjun and I would undoubtedly find it unacceptable, meticulously scrutinizing the artwork, likely discovering the swap on the spot, which would create significant trouble for them, potentially exposing the entire deception. By providing an authentication certificate, our guard would be lowered, and we would joyfully depart with the counterfeit, allowing them to effortlessly relocate the genuine article, leaving no evidence behind. Even if we later uncovered the truth, we would be left powerless to act. This is the so-called inextricable predicament into which we had unwittingly stepped, resulting in Sun Youngjun's loss of 600 million. In that moment, clarity washed over me, filled with regret and indignation. I had heard tales of such traps in the realm of artifact appraisal, yet I never imagined I would personally experience it, and in such a helpless manner. The so-called appraisal trap is a meticulously orchestrated scam, often ensnaring antique enthusiasts who suffer considerable losses. Common tactics of these schemes include 1. Substituting inferior items for superior ones. The orchestrators employ nearly indistinguishable inferior products masquerading as high-quality pieces, which may closely resemble the originals and come with various authentic-looking documents, such as counterfeit appraisal certificates, leading the victims to believe they possess a treasure, while in reality, its value is far below expectations and difficult to sell. 2. Swapping genuine articles. Insiders manage to obtain an opportunity to appraise the authentic piece, then replace it with a counterfeit, causing the parties involved to mistakenly believe they possess the genuine article, unaware they have fallen into a trap. 3. Utilizing expert endorsements. Malefactors employ various means to bribe so-called experts, securing their endorsement for the fakes, thereby enhancing the credibility of the scam and making it easier for collectors to accept the counterfeit as genuine. The 2000 jade garment case stands as a quintessential example of such a trap. Real estate mogul Xie Genrong commissioned the creation of 2 counterfeit jade garments, assembled from inexpensive jade fragments sourced from the antique market in a small workshop. He enlisted several renowned appraisal experts, who, after cursory examinations, declared them authentic, assigning a staggering valuation of 2.4 billion and signing certificates. Armed with these certificates, Xie Genrong approached banks for loans, successfully obtaining 600 million, inflicting immense losses upon the state.